Chapter 123. Are you really the third best in the world? Götze has indeed returned. Upon seeing the opponent's starting lineup, Coach Schaaf sighed, realizing that the last flicker of hope in his heart had been utterly extinguished. Götze's return was a relief. It spared us the embarrassment of winning against Dortmund while the outside world deemed our victory unmerited. Observing the lively presence of Götze on the opposing team, Lin Quan turned to De Bruyne and said, "When you face the Dortmund players, remember to employ the technique I taught you. Rest assured, I shall astonish them." De Bruyne replied, nodding vigorously, his anticipation already palpable. At precisely 19:30, with the referee's whistle piercing the air, the final match of this round of the DFB-Pokal, a highly anticipated clash between Werder Bremen and Borussia Dortmund, commenced. As the match began, Dortmund unleashed their customary ferocious pressing and rapid movements, assaulting Bremen's defense. A month prior, they had avenged themselves against Bremen in the league using this very tactic, instilling immense confidence within the squad. They believed they had discovered the key to stifling Bremen's offensive prowess. By freezing their twin stars and relentlessly targeting the opponent's backline, they anticipated that within half a match, Bremen would capitulate. In their last encounter, they had triumphed on this very pitch with a resounding score of 5-2. Although Reyes was absent this time, potentially diminishing their offensive firepower, they felt confident that scoring 2 or 3 goals would pose no insurmountable challenge. After all, could Bremen's frail defense withstand their onslaught? An implausible notion. In the opening 10 minutes, the scenario unfolded as Dortmund relentlessly besieged Bremen's goal. Their frantic pressing coupled with blistering speed proved to be an enigma. Even with prior preparations, as the game accelerated, Bremen's players struggled to keep pace with their opponents. However, having learned from their previous defeat, Bremen made tactical adjustments for this match. They designated one player to specifically curtail the opposing playmaker's influence, ensuring that he could not easily distribute threatening passes. Dortmund possessed 2 orchestrators, Gundogan at the back and Götze up front. Gundogan, stationed deep as a defensive midfielder, was challenging to restrict. So Bremen opted to focus their efforts on Götze. When Götze lingered around the center circle, he was closely marked by De Bruyne. Should he attempt to advance with the ball, Bremen's captain, Fritz, would also engage in the double team, compelling him to pass. This position was still quite distant from Bremen's goal, and Götze's ability to deliver threatening passes did not rival that of De Bruyne. His strength lay in his exceptional dribbling, ball control, and evasive skills, which rendered him a formidable attacker, particularly in open play, precisely the domain in which Dortmund excelled. However, Götze's physical resilience is lacking, and his ability to deliver threatening passes in a positional battle is insufficient. Werder Bremen may not be able to slow down the entire Borussia Dortmund team, but they can certainly inhibit Götze's performance. In the first 10 minutes of the match, despite appearing to be under siege, Werder Bremen remained passive, with the fans anxiously holding their breath during each of Dortmund's attempts on goal. Yet, on the sidelines, Jurgen Klopp wore a rather grave expression, seemingly burdened by concern. Götze's performance today was somewhat subpar. Could it be attributed to his lingering flu? An assistant coach voiced his concern. Over the past 10 minutes, Götze's display had been unremarkable. In the case of an ordinary player, criticism would not be warranted, and one might not deem them to be underperforming. However, for Götze, such a showing was unacceptable. As Dortmund's star player, how could he deliver such a lackluster performance on the pitch? If he was out of form, Dortmund would have to rely solely on Lewandowski for victory, but relying on a single focal point would make them far too easy to defend against. His flu had indeed subsided, and the reason for his substandard performance lay in the considerable restrictions imposed by his opponents, severely limiting his movement. The more Klopp observed, the more uneasy he became, his brow furrowing instinctively. Why did it seem that Werder Bremen's style of play felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of Bayern Munich? I wonder if Klopp has noticed our defensive strategy. On the home team's bench, witnessing Klopp's furrowed brow, Schaaf and several assistant coaches couldn't help but chuckle. Klopp's intuition was not mistaken. Werder Bremen's defensive tactics were indeed inspired by Bayern Munich. In the previous round of the DFB-Pokal, Bayern Munich had designed a mobile cage strategy centered around Martinez to curtail Lin Quan's influence. This tactic proved effective and greatly inspired Werder Bremen. Thus, in this match, they emulated Bayern's approach, targeting Dortmund's offensive linchpin. After all, the media had dubbed Götze the third best player in the world, trailing only Messi and Ronaldo. Why not employ tactics to counter the so-called third best? Götze felt that today's game was not going his way. It seemed as though he wasn't too closely marked. Yet, wherever he moved, it felt as if he were ensnared in an invisible cage, with nearly all his attempts at breakthroughs and passing avenues effectively shut down by the opposition. Moreover, the moment he hesitated, he was immediately pressured. Frustratingly, during this pressure, his opponents relished physical confrontations. His physicality was notably weaker, even inferior to that of De Bruyne. However, Götze perceived himself as a technical midfielder, relying on his skill rather than physical prowess to make his mark. If the intention is to enhance physical resilience through weight gain, it may inadvertently lead to a decline in speed and agility, adversely affecting one's offensive performance. Now, faced with Fritz's relentless pressing and shoving, Götze finds himself filled with regret. Had his physical fortitude been slightly greater, he might have managed to maintain possession under such pressure. Once again, Fritz successfully snatched the ball from his feet and swiftly relayed it to the retreating De Bruyne. Upon receiving the ball, De Bruyne had yet to turn when a Borussia Dortmund player charged at him. Sensing the impending challenge, De Bruyne opted not to receive the ball immediately. Instead, he waited for the defender to close in. At the moment the opponent lunged, he deftly used his dominant foot to cut the ball behind his planted foot, executing a seamless 180-degree turn. The defender, propelled forward by his own momentum, was unable to adjust in time and was easily bypassed by De Bruyne. After evading the nearest defender, De Bruyne found himself in a vast space with no immediate threats within 5 meters. For a masterful playmaker like De Bruyne, the absence of interference often leads to astonishingly brilliant passes. Just as now, he detected a defensive gap in the latter half of Borussia Dortmund's formation and unleashed a precise long pass exceeding 40 meters, delivering the ball into open space. What a splendid pass! Observing this exquisite delivery, Lin Quan mentally applauded De Bruyne before dashing towards the football with fervor. Borussia Dortmund's players, acutely aware of the brewing danger, hastily retreated while attempting to intercept Lin Quan and contest possession. Although Lin Quan's overall speed may not be remarkable, his explosive acceleration was undeniable. By the time he fully engaged his speed, the Dortmund players were only just beginning their pursuit. The competition was decided within the first second. Lin Quan intercepted De Bruyne's pass ahead of his opponents. Seeing Lin Quan in possession, Werder Bremen's forward Arnautovic desperately surged into the opponent's penalty area. Though uncertain whether Lin Quan would pass to him, he felt compelled to be ready, fearing he would regret not being prepared should the opportunity arise. Initially, Dortmund's defenders dismissed the lumbering figure as a threat, but witnessing his fervent activity in the penalty area now made them uneasy. Could the opposing number 10 possibly pass to this bulky forward? Surely not. As if reading their thoughts, Lin Quan glanced towards Dortmund's penalty area, seemingly searching for his forward's position. Arnautovic, noticing Lin Quan's gaze, felt a surge of excitement, prompting him to engage more vigorously with the defenders. The Dortmund defenders, initially unconvinced that Lin Quan would pass to Arnautovic, now found their confidence wavering due to that fleeting glance. Consequently, the two center-backs focused intently on Arnautovic, unwilling to grant him a chance to head the ball towards goal. Recalling the significant threats he had posed with his aerial prowess in previous encounters, if one does not muster the spirit to confront him, he may very well be struck by a header. Should a formidable striker like Lin Quan score, the defenders of Dortmund would hardly feel a sense of defeat. They would rather console themselves with the notion that the opponent's prowess is simply too overwhelming, and it is quite normal to be unable to defend against such strength. After all, even Bayern's defenders faltered. However, if a clumsy giant like Arnautovic were to find the net, they would be consumed by frustration for days, unable to find rest. Witnessing Arnautovic occupy two of the opposing center-backs, Lin Quan silently commended him. "Arnautovic, well done. When I find my path, I'll introduce you to the riches of the Chinese Super League." With the absence of central defensive support, Lin Quan effortlessly bypassed the Dortmund fullbacks with merely 2 feints. The captain, Hummels, quickly recognized the imminent threat and rushed to intercept Lin Quan. Yet, to act in such a reactive manner was far too late. Moreover, with his departure, only one defender remained beside Arnautovic. As Lin faced Hummels, a deft feint drew the defender off balance, allowing him to swiftly deliver a delicate pass into the penalty area, indeed finding Arnautovic. Initially, Arnautovic, noticing Lin Quan's hesitation to pass, had already resigned himself to the belief that he would not receive the ball. Nevertheless, he persisted in making runs within the box, striving to provide cover for his teammate. To his astonishment, just when he thought his teammate would not deliver, Lin Quan sent the ball his way. Caught unprepared, Arnautovic could not execute a direct header on goal. Instead, he chose to nudge the ball with his head, redirecting it toward the far post. There, the winger Elias surged in, anticipating the defender's intervention, and executed a sliding shot, sending the ball into the net. Lin, I apologize for squandering your exquisite pass. After his teammate scored what should have been his goal, Arnautovic felt a pang of guilt and approached Lin Quan to offer his apologies. No worries. Your header assist was splendid. Just be more prepared next time, and I shall deliver another fine pass. Lin Quan, while regretting the missed assist, felt joy at seizing the opportunity that led to their lead. Had Arnautovic opted for a direct header, it may not have breached the goalkeeper's defenses. Thus, he chose not to dwell on the matter, embracing Arnautovic before seeking out his other teammates to celebrate. Splendid. Coach Schaaf was elated to see the team capitalize on this counterattack, scoring a crucial goal. He sensed that the match would likely not yield many goals from either side. At this juncture, any goal held monumental significance. Perhaps in the end, the outcome would hinge on this solitary strike. The fans at the Weser Stadium erupted in excitement upon witnessing the goal. Having endured a barrage from Dortmund and recently suffered a humiliating defeat at home to the same adversary, this left many fans feeling apprehensive about the match, yet unexpectedly, it was their team that struck first. As relief washed over the supporters, their imaginations began to wander toward the future. Should they triumph in this contest, they would have eliminated the two most formidable teams in the DFB-Pokal, Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. Among the remaining teams, it seemed that none possessed their caliber, and a glimmer of hope for the championship trophy appeared within reach. It has been 4 long years since Werder Bremen last lifted the DFB-Pokal, and in the absence of a league title, the significance of this cup victory loomed large. Securing the trophy would not only end their prolonged drought, but also grant them direct entry into the UEFA Europa League. However, for Werder Bremen at this moment, the former was of far greater importance. As long as they maintained their standing in the league, they would represent the Bundesliga in the Champions League next season, facing off against numerous prestigious clubs. Yet, the mere thought of the DFB-Pokal trophy ignited a sense of anxiety among the fans. They fervently hoped to maintain their lead and not allow the opposition to equalize. Following their setback, Dortmund launched a relentless counterattack. Bayern Munich's unexpected elimination had opened a window of opportunity for Dortmund to defend their DFB-Pokal title. This season, the gap in league points between them and Bayern was vast, essentially signaling the end of their title defense. In this context, winning the cup became paramount. Klopp's squad required ample accolades to sustain the team's spirit, motivating the players to engage more fervently in pursuit and attack. If their relentless efforts throughout the season culminated in failure, doubts would inevitably arise regarding their past commitment. If they were to achieve nothing, what was the point of such fierce struggle? Dortmund had relied on their tenacity to overcome formidable foes. Losing that spirit would render them incapable of contending with Bayern. A modest Werder Bremen must not serve as an impediment to their quest for the trophy. Dortmund's chariot would mercilessly crush the opposition. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 124. The opponent's players. He is incredibly difficult to defend. After Werder Bremen took the lead, Dortmund's counteroffensive was ferocious. Robert Lewandowski, who had already surpassed 15 goals in the league this season, was particularly lively in this match. While Lewandowski may not possess the ball-handling finesse of players like Messi or Ronaldo, his presence on the field is often understated, and he may not frequently appear in the broadcast's spotlight. However, this does not imply that his threat is any less formidable than that of Messi or Ronaldo. On the contrary, his off-the-ball capabilities, including movement, support runs, and positional awareness, are exceptionally strong. Perhaps at this moment, the abilities displayed are not yet at their zenith. However, in a few years, as his skills become more refined, his experience accumulates, and his physical prowess is harnessed more effectively. He possesses the potential to ascend to the throne of the world's premier striker. In this match, confronted by the defensive tactics of Werder Bremen, Lewandowski utilized his exceptional off-the-ball movement to carve out several shooting opportunities despite the opponent's stringent defense. As Götze faced marked attention, severely diminishing the team's offensive capabilities, Lewandowski, through his remarkable performance, bore the weight of Dortmund's attacking efforts. This brilliance caught the eyes of scouts from various elite clubs in attendance, igniting thoughts of recommending him to their respective teams. At just 24 years of age, Lewandowski is still quite young, with at least 7 or 8 years of prime performance ahead of him. Acquiring him now would alleviate any future concerns regarding the team's forward line for an extended period. On the sidelines, Klopp observed Lewandowski's performance with a mix of joy and apprehension. His stellar display left him concerned that other prestigious clubs might take notice and attempt to lure him away, given Dortmund's financial constraints. Retaining him could prove challenging if faced with the substantial offers from rival clubs. With Götze's contract set to expire next summer, Klopp found himself increasingly troubled. Dortmund initiated contact with Götze's agent at the end of January, hoping to negotiate a contract extension. However, Götze's response has been less than enthusiastic, leaving the renewal process stagnant. This has led Dortmund to ponder whether Götze is contemplating a transfer. 2 years prior, several elite clubs, including Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Arsenal, submitted bids for Götze, with Arsenal even offering a staggering $40 million in hopes of securing his services. During this winter break, after failing to acquire Lin Quan, Manchester City, in a desperate bid, submitted offers to multiple clubs in pursuit of another superstar. Götze fell within the range of their proposals. Compared to the hesitance exhibited by other clubs, Manchester City's offer was exceedingly enticing. Not only did they propose a significant transfer fee, but the wages offered to the player were also substantial. They presented a weekly salary of $330,000, translating to an annual income exceeding $20 million. Should Götze indeed make the move to Manchester City, his salary would surpass that of Eto'o in the Russian Premier League, establishing him as the highest-paid player in football. Klopp began to suspect that Götze might be enticed by the lavish promises of wealth from Middle Eastern clubs. If this were the case, the team would need to prepare for the inevitable loss of Götze. The departure of such a pivotal player could severely wound Dortmund. And if Lewandowski were to be poached as well, the team's attacking structure would require a complete overhaul. Contemplating this, Klopp's face was etched with worry. What deficiencies exist within Dortmund that prevent them from retaining their stars? On the field, the situation remains somewhat unfavorable for Dortmund. Although Lewandowski's performance has been exceptional, he finds himself somewhat isolated in the attacking front, especially with Götze being effectively neutralized. Borussia Dortmund's offensive onslaught is fierce, yet upon reaching the opponent's penalty area, it feels akin to striking a fortified wall, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the opposing defense. Werder Bremen employs no extraordinary defensive tactics. Rather, they simply bolster their numbers in the back line, leveraging their numerical superiority to stifle the opposition's attacks. Given their current lead in the scoreline, they are entirely justified in reducing their forward presence, leaving only Arnautovic as the central forward while positioning Lin Quan behind to ambush Dortmund on the counterattack. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded on the pitch. Dortmund relentlessly bombarded Bremen's goal, registering numerous attempts, yet very few posed genuine threats. In stark contrast, Bremen's scant counter opportunities consistently disrupted Dortmund's backline. Were it not for the outstanding performance of Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller, the scoreline might have reflected more than a solitary goal against them. At the age of 33, Weidenfeller remains in the prime of his career. His remarkable showing this season earned him his first start for the German national team in a friendly against England last month, making him the oldest player to start for Germany in history. Everyone needs to focus. Do not grant them such counter opportunities, Weidenfeller exclaimed, instinctively reacting with a cold sweat as he thwarted Lin Quan's expertly executed long-range shot. He could not help but bellow at his teammates, urging them to maintain tight marking and avoid any lapses. The Dortmund defenders wore grim expressions, grappling with frustration. Marking? I wish I could keep an eye on that player and deny him shooting opportunities. But the question is, can we actually do that? In the absence of Schmelzer due to injury, Dortmund exhibited a conspicuous vulnerability in their fullback positions. Lin Quan, being a player of considerable football intelligence, seized upon this weakness and relentlessly exploited it, denying Dortmund any respite. This situation cannot persist. On the surface, it appears Dortmund holds the upper hand, leading in various metrics such as shots taken, shots on target, and possession. However, Bremen's offensive threat looms larger. They cannot perpetually rely on their goalkeeper's divine form to keep all shots at bay, can they? After witnessing his long-range effort parried away by the goalkeeper's heroics, Lin Quan shook his head, retreating while contemplating the shortcomings of that attempt. Weidenfeller's performance today has indeed been remarkable. His reflexes are swift, and his positioning during defensive plays is commendable. If the attempts are merely from outside the penalty area, they may not suffice to threaten his goal. Therefore, in the next defensive foray, he must penetrate the penalty area to create a more viable scoring opportunity. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Lewandowski, while shouldering a defender, executed a forceful turn within the penalty area, only for his low, driven shot to be securely saved by the goalkeeper. Millet did not squander time on the ground. He swiftly sprang to his feet and dashed outside, exclaiming, "Lin, watch the ball." With that, he launched the ball into the air. Lin Quan had previously witnessed Neuer's extraordinary long-range throw during a match against Bayern, and he was taken aback to discover that his teammate Millet possessed the same skill. He glanced up at the trajectory of the ball, calculated its landing point, and accelerated towards Dortmund's defensive half. Werder Bremen's counterattack came with an unexpected ferocity, seizing the pivotal moment of transition between offense and defense. This caught many Dortmund players off guard, as they had just participated in the attack and were unable to retreat in time. Although Dortmund's players immediately chose to withdraw in response to Bremen's counterattack, their execution and discipline as a team were commendable. However, most of the Dortmund players were too far from Lin Quan to effectively disrupt his advance. At that moment, only 3 defenders remained in Dortmund's backline, the holding midfielder Gundogan and 2 center-backs. Gundogan, closest to Lin Quan, charged forward in an attempt to intercept him. Yet, upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan deftly maneuvered it away and opted to outpace him. Gundogan's desperate lunge was too forceful. He had not anticipated Lin Quan's choice, and in a frantic attempt to grab his jersey, he failed to restrain him, allowing Lin Quan to slip past with sheer speed. After evading Gundogan, Lin Quan advanced a few more steps, entering Dortmund's 30-meter danger zone. Having previously taken a few long-range shots from this position, Dortmund's captain Hummels, now stationed within the penalty area, approached cautiously, intent on stalling Lin Quan to buy time for his teammates to fall back into position. Dortmund's players were all notably swift. If he could delay Lin Quan for just 2 or 3 seconds, his teammates would be able to reinforce their defense, thereby diminishing the threat posed by Bremen's counterattack to a minimum. Moreover, being outside the penalty area offered the advantage of potentially using a foul to disrupt Bremen's advance. Though a foul in this position could easily result in a yellow card, the cost of a single yellow card to thwart a highly dangerous counterattack was deemed worthwhile. Lin Quan remained unaware of Hummel's thoughts, but he understood that he could not be detained. Thus, he promptly transferred the ball to his right foot, shifting his weight forward as if preparing to launch an assault from the right. Hummels faced the dilemma that many defenders encounter when defending against Lin Quan: how to discern whether his movements were genuine or deceptive. The authenticity of Lin Quan's actions was undeniable, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Had this been an ordinary player, Hummels would have undoubtedly made his move. However, this was no ordinary player. This was Lin Quan, the forward with the highest success rate in one-on-one duels in the entire Bundesliga. With this realization, he restrained himself, refraining from a hasty challenge. Yet, if he held back, Lin Quan would not be so courteous. As Hummels hesitated, Lin Quan transformed his feint into reality, swiftly bypassing him. The audience erupted in astonishment. From their perspective, it appeared as though the Borussia Dortmund captain was deliberately allowing the opponent to pass, standing motionless like a wooden figure. Oh, yet again this maneuver. In the studio of CCTV, Duan Xian chuckled as he witnessed Lin Quan effortlessly outmaneuver Hummels. His partner Su Yong also laughed, remarking, "Though Lin Quan's move seems deceptively simple, it is utterly indefensible. His feints are executed with such realism that defenders struggle to discern which actions are genuine and which are mere decoys. Indeed, for defenders, vigilance is paramount. A single misjudgment could lead to conceding a goal." Despite their explanations asserting that the fault did not lie with Hummels, numerous fans on forums and comment sections cried foul, accusing the match of being rigged. Such a farce. Even a wooden man would perform better. They exclaimed, "How can this guy, the captain of Dortmund, justify wearing the armband? Do you honor us?" A comment surfaced, "Are the two of you so agitated because you placed bets on Dortmund winning?" Suddenly, the previously vocal commenters fell silent. Other users jested, "Indeed, the above have been silenced by a mere whisper, like Garen's decisive strike." As Lin Quan bypassed Hummels, he surged into the penalty area. Glancing at the goalkeeper's positioning, he feigned a shot just as the other center-back, Schaaf, advanced to block him. Schaaf lifted his leg to intercept, while the goalkeeper prepared to leap. However, Lin Quan's display was merely a ruse. After prompting both defenders to react, he finally unleashed his true shot. The ball soared toward the upper right corner of the net, not particularly swift, yet with an exquisitely cunning angle. The Dortmund keeper leapt, stretching his body to the limit. But alas, he fell just short, watching helplessly as the ball eluded his fingertips and nestled into the net. What a pity, it was so close. Had he not been momentarily deceived, based on Weidenfeller's performance in this match, he might have had a chance to save it. Yet, in the realm of football, there are no what-ifs. As Lin Quan netted his second goal just before halftime, the fans at Weser Stadium erupted in jubilation. If they had felt a twinge of anxiety when the team led by a single goal, now, with a 2-goal advantage, the Parrots' supporters felt assured of victory. Leading by 2 goals at halftime, especially on home soil, could they truly be overturned by their adversaries? The coaching staff and players of Werder Bremen were indeed elated. Yet they remained acutely aware of their previous encounter where they nearly succumbed to a comeback at halftime. Thus, they maintained their vigilance, continuing with the same high-intensity defense that left Borussia Dortmund with no opportunities. As the first half dwindled following their celebrations, Dortmund hastily attempted an attack, prompting the referee to signal the end of the half. The players retreated to their respective dressing rooms, each intently listening to their coach's tactical instructions during the intermission. In the Dortmund locker room, Klopp, having outlined the strategy for the second half, called out to Götze, "Mario, the team needs you to step up." Götze nodded, fully aware of his subpar performance in the first half, feeling a sense of guilt. However, he found Werder Bremen's defensive strategy too formidable, leaving him at a loss for effective solutions to escape their tactical confines. Observing Götze's reaction, Klopp sighed internally. Not every player possesses the acumen of Lin Quan. When Bayern deployed similar tactics against him, he swiftly devised a counter-strategy. Yet, even with a bias towards Götze, Klopp was compelled to acknowledge the significant disparity between Götze and Lin Quan. If only Reyes had not been injured, the team would not have faced such substantial limitations in their offensive play. Meanwhile, in a private residence, a handsome young man with golden hair watched the live broadcast of the match on television, letting out a sigh. As he observed Lin Quan dashing across the field, Reyes felt a twinge of envy. Why was it that Lin Quan could remain healthy, while he himself had suffered 4 to 5 injuries in a single season? Surely, something must be amiss. Despite Klopp's heart-to-heart with Götze in the locker room, Götze endeavored to break free from the confines imposed by the opposing defense in the second half. However, his efforts bore little fruit. After a substantial portion of the match, Bremen's players had become increasingly adept at executing their defensive tactics, rendering Götze's struggles futile in their eyes. Furthermore, Lewandowski, owing to his stellar performance in the first half, garnered particular attention from Werder Bremen. Coach Schaaf introduced the young defender Pavlovic, acquired for a hefty sum of 650,000 euros during the winter transfer window, specifically to counter Lewandowski. Tall and physically robust, Pavlovic may not have possessed exceptional technical skills, but he was tenacious. In the previous match against Bayern at the Allianz Arena, he had delivered a commendable performance, effectively limiting Mandzukic despite the team conceding 5 goals, granting Mandzukic few opportunities to capitalize on. In that match, Bayern scored 5 goals. Discounting Selesi's own goal, they still netted 4, yet none of those 4 were attributable to Mandzukic. From this perspective, the young player indeed possesses a unique talent. Upon his substitution, Pavlovic immediately engaged in a fierce contest of masculinity with Lewandowski. Lewandowski, when outside the penalty area, seemed at ease, but once he entered, he was swiftly subjected to the opponent's harassment. Having just come on as a substitute, Pavlovic was full of energy and, with his indomitable spirit, remained undeterred by any setbacks. Despite being tormented by Lewandowski time and again, he regarded Lewandowski with the affection of a first love. Lewandowski found himself increasingly exasperated by this opponent. Pavlovic's technical prowess was lacking, given Lewandowski's dribbling skills and intelligent positioning. Evading this player was not a daunting task. However, the issue lay in Pavlovic's tenacity. Akin to an indomitable cockroach, relentlessly shadowing Lewandowski wherever he went. The moment Lewandowski paused, Pavlovic would latch onto him, eager to engage in their contest of manhood. Remarkably, Pavlovic's movements were clean. He entangled himself with Lewandowski, yet managed to avoid fouling. Lewandowski was genuinely vexed, his demeanor on the verge of breaking. Götze was effectively neutralized, and Lewandowski was tightly marked. Although Dortmund's players fervently attempted to mount an offense, Their efforts increasingly yielded more thunder than rain, posing diminishing threats to the Werder Bremen goal. Even the fans at the Weser Stadium began to recognize Dortmund's lack of options. This season, Dortmund's performance has significantly waned compared to the previous one. As the league has progressed, they have already succumbed to 4 defeats, losing to both weaker teams like Hamburg and Wolfsburg, as well as a formidable opponent in Schalke 04. While losing to Schalke in the Ruhr Derby could be understood, suffering 2 heavy losses to Hamburg is indicative of their tactics being effectively countered by their opponents. Dortmund's exceptional performance last season rendered them the focus of scrutiny for teams across the Bundesliga. Thus, at the start of this season, the majority of teams adopted a conservative approach against Dortmund, with some even employing defensive tactics reminiscent of a fortress. In the face of such strategies, Dortmund found it exceedingly challenging to secure victories. A single goal conceded could spell defeat. In this match, Werder Bremen adopted tactics derived from teams that had previously triumphed over Dortmund, blending various strategies into a highly targeted game plan. Thus far, this approach has proven effective. If Klopp's team aspires to become another powerhouse in the Bundesliga, they have a considerable journey ahead. At the very least, they must diversify their tactical approach. For relying solely on one strategy will not suffice. This season, Bayern's formidable nature stems not only from their deep bench, but also from Coach Hank's tailored approach to player development. He meticulously devises distinct tactical approaches based on the unique characteristics of each player on the field, thereby fully harnessing their potential. This renders it exceedingly challenging for his adversaries to decipher Bayern's authentic style of play, making it difficult for them to implement targeted restrictions. However, at this juncture, Klopp could hardly concern himself with such matters. He substituted a forward for a midfielder, intensifying the offensive effort. Trailing by 2 goals. The only salvation for the team lay in scoring. A solitary goal could reignite the currently faltering morale of the squad. With Dortmund's attacking prowess, should the team manage to regain their momentum, a 2-goal deficit would seem trivial, and a 3-goal disadvantage would pose no threat. The frenetic yellow wall, when in full swing, is indeed an indomitable force on this planet. Sibler was called upon in a moment of urgency, making his entrance in the 67th minute. His presence alleviated some pressure from Lewandowski, allowing the latter to seize a splendid opportunity at the goal in the 77th minute. Regrettably, Lewandowski, having been entangled by Pavlovic for an extended period, was devoid of form, and his shot soared into the stands, eliciting a collective gasp from the Dortmund supporters. Not only the fans, but even Lewandowski himself was left in disbelief, clutching his head in frustration over the missed chance. Upon witnessing Lewandowski's attempt, Klopp clenched his fist, poised to celebrate, only to be taken aback as the ball ascended into the stands. He turned and struck his fist against the roof of the coaching area. The quality of the Weser Stadium's coaching area ceiling proved resilient, sustaining the impact without issue, yet Klopp's hand was not so fortunate. Although he quickly concealed his hand behind his back, gripping it with his other hand while feigning calmness. His flushed face and the slight tremor of his grasp betrayed his inner turmoil. That impact must have been quite painful. Klopp's emotional state appeared somewhat agitated, as the cameras on the sidelines captured his struggle with the ceiling above the Werder Bremen bench. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, several commentators took the chance to jest, suggesting that Klopp, faced with his team's passive position on the pitch, was likely infuriated. However, taking out his frustrations on the ceiling of the Weser Stadium was evidently not the wisest choice, as Klopp seemed entirely outmatched in this contest, with little hope of victory. As time steadily slipped away, the Dortmund players began to display signs of impatience. In the 81st minute, De Bruyne received the ball, preparing for a counterattack, when Nuri Sahin, unable to reach the ball from behind, impulsively pushed De Bruyne. Just as De Bruyne was about to pivot away, the unexpected shove sent him sprawling to the ground. Sliding a considerable distance across the turf, Sahin felt a pang of regret at his action, yet upon witnessing the exaggerated nature of De Bruyne's fall, his frustration surged. He approached not to assist De Bruyne to his feet, but rather to confront him about his theatrical display, questioning whether it was an attempt to incriminate him and provoke a card. De Bruyne had just risen from the ground, still unsteady on his feet, when Sahin forcefully pushed him back down. This incited discontent among the Werder Bremen players. The resolute and few words Hunter retaliated with a swift kick aimed directly at Sahin's chest. Though Sahin attempted to evade the blow, he was still struck on his side, letting out an exaggerated wail as he fell to the ground in a theatrical manner. More dramatic than De Bruyne's earlier tumble, Hunter's actions sparked outrage among the Borussia Dortmund supporters, who quickly converged to confront him. The Werder Bremen players could not allow their teammate to be bullied, especially since it was a Dortmund player who had initiated the altercation. Consequently, they surged forward, resulting in a massive shoving match on the pitch, teetering on the brink of chaos. As the referee rushed to issue a yellow card to Sighed, he was compelled to withdraw a red card instead, dismissing Hunter from the game. The Werder Bremen players voiced their dissatisfaction with the referee's decision, as only Hunter was penalized and no action was taken against the Dortmund players. In response to the protests from the Werder Bremen squad, the referee brandished a yellow card, followed by a red card directed at the instigator of the conflict. Sighed attempted to plead his case to the referee, but met with a stern countenance. Was ultimately shown a red card as well, leading to both teams losing a midfielder, reducing the player count to 10 on each side. The situation remained largely unchanged, with both teams seemingly unscathed. However, the conflict persisted for a full 5 minutes before the referee finally managed to restore order, with the match time rapidly drawing to a close. In the final moments, Borussia Dortmund endeavored to mount an offensive, yet were thwarted by the cohesive defense of Werder Bremen, unable to breach their goal, ultimately resigning themselves to a defeat on their opponent's turf. As the referee blew the final whistle, the Weser Stadium erupted into a jubilant sea of celebration. Countless Werder Bremen fans wept with joy as their team advanced to the semi-finals. The opponents for the next round were also determined, with Werder Bremen set to face Wolfsburg. Should they eliminate Wolfsburg, they would return to the finals after a 4-year hiatus, with their final adversary to be decided between Stuttgart and Freiburg. Undoubtedly, this year presented Werder Bremen with their most promising opportunity to seize the DFB-Pokal. The traditional powerhouses of the Bundesliga had all been ousted, leaving Werder Bremen as the strongest among the remaining 4 teams. Immediately following the match, betting sites updated the odds for the DFB-Pokal, placing Werder Bremen at the top with odds of 1.35. After the game concluded, reporters flocked around Lin Quan at the sidelines, eager for an interview. Having successfully scaled the mountainous challenge posed by Borussia Dortmund and advanced to the semifinals, Lin Quan was in high spirits and readily accepted the journalist's request for commentary. Lin, may I inquire about your current state of mind? Prior to this match, did you ever contemplate the possibility of triumphing consecutively over Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund to advance to the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal? Lin Quan chuckled and shook his head. To be frank, had anyone informed us before the matches that we would face 2 of the Bundesliga's giants in the subsequent rounds, I dare say few would have believed we had any hope of victory. The honesty in Lin Quan's response surprised the reporters, prompting further inquiry. What, in your opinion, enabled Werder Bremen to surmount these formidable challenges and reach the semifinals? Undoubtedly, it was due to our team's thorough preparation, relentless effort, and seamless collaboration. Not to mention a touch of fortune. The journalists laughed. While the match against Dortmund was manageable, our victory against Bayern indeed owed much to our good luck. Nevertheless, witnessing Lin Quan eschew personal accolades in favor of his team garnered admiration from the reporters. Lin, having reached the semi-finals with several formidable opponents eliminated, do you possess confidence in claiming the DFB-Pokal title? If I were to assert that we lack confidence in winning the championship, you would surely deem me hypocritical. Lin Quan's words caused some reporters to feel a bit uneasy, as they harbored such intentions. Indeed, our aim is to reach the finals and seize the championship. This does not indicate a lack of respect for our adversaries, but rather reflects our fervent desire for victory, which rivals that of anyone else. No one shall impede us. The reporters were astonished. Lin Quan, known for his modesty, seldom expressed such resolute declarations. Yet today, he had issued a proclamation of intent to conquer. They recognized this would undoubtedly make headlines. As expected, the following morning, Lin Quan encountered the newspaper subscribed to by Mr. William at the breakfast table. The front-page headlines predominantly pertained to the DFB-Pokal matches. Championship proclamation. Werder Bremen's number 10 vows to bring the trophy back to Bremen. Lin Quan, I have already begun contemplating our opponent in the finals. There were also discussions regarding Werder Bremen's outstanding performance this season, the underdog's ascendancy, how Werder Bremen continues to eliminate giants Bayern and Dortmund. The Parrots Brigade makes a resounding comeback, potentially reclaiming former glory. Is the landscape of the Bundesliga about to shift? What does Werder Bremen's rise imply for us? Of course, due to some discordant moments during the match and Klopp's frustration after the loss, He seized the opportunity to criticize Werder Bremen, prompting extensive coverage from reporters. Klopp slams Werder Bremen's rough play, suggests they rebrand as the Boxing Brigade. Dortmund to appeal for severe punishment of the foul players. The pitch transforms into a boxing ring. Werder Bremen and Dortmund on the brink of full-scale conflict. The final report left Lin Quan feeling somewhat embarrassed, as unscrupulous journalists had placed him at the center of the narrative, portraying him as a bully on the field. Upon gazing at this photograph, Lin Quan felt more wrong than doughy. It is worth mentioning that he had merely intended to mediate the conflict, not to engage in a brawl. Admittedly, I harbored a desire to deliver a few blows to Schaaf in defense of De Bruyne. However, after being toppled by Hunter, this fellow rolled on the ground, leaving me with no opportunity to strike. Consequently, when I intervened, you captured a fierce and menacing image of me. Such ulterior motives. Nevertheless, I must concede that the photograph exudes an impressive aura. In the image, Lin Quan stands protectively behind De Bruyne, glaring with an intimidating intensity at the Dortmund players seeking to trouble him, resembling a hen safeguarding her chicks. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 126. The self-embarrassing South Koreans following their victory over Dortmund. Werder Bremen scarcely had time to rest before facing Augsburg. The match in the 24th round of the Bundesliga came a mere 2 days after their recent German Cup clash, marking the team's first experience of a week with 3 matches this season. After enduring consecutive battles, the players' physical stamina emerged as their greatest challenge. Observing the fatigued expressions of the players during daily training, the coaching staff felt considerable concern. The schedule was excessively demanding, especially after competing against formidable teams like Bayern Munich and Dortmund, resulting in a significant depletion of the players' energy. This upcoming match would undoubtedly prove challenging. Schaaf nodded, scrutinizing the players' training on the field, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the starting lineup for tomorrow's match. Hunter's red card suspension, compounded by Dortmund's appeal for additional penalties, meant that the competition committee was investigating the previous match, and he was likely to face multiple game bans. Additionally, the team's left winger, Elia, had sustained a thigh injury in the last match and required a 2 to 3 week recovery period. This signified that they needed to field 2 substitutes in the forward position. Moreover, after the grueling matches, Schaaf harbored concerns regarding the conditions of Lin Quan and De Bruyne. They could not afford to sustain injuries. Should they falter, Werder Bremen's performance would be severely impacted. Oddly enough, that lad seems different from the others, displaying no signs of fatigue. Initially, Schaaf was apprehensive about Lin Quan and De Bruyne's stamina, considering that the experienced veterans on the team were struggling to cope with the relentless schedule. These 2 youngsters, lacking experience in managing a congested fixture list, should ideally be in worse condition. Yet, what did he witness? A lively Lin Quan, exhibiting not a trace of exhaustion. In contrast, De Bruyne, appearing lethargic, aligned perfectly with Schaaf's expectations. Unable to fathom why Lin Quan remained unaffected, Schaaf recalled that during the previous matches, Lin Quan had covered considerable distance, engaging in sprinting that demanded substantial energy. Logically, his physical condition should have been worse than De Bruyne's. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Ultimately, he attributed Lin Quan's resilience to his diligent daily training. Having heard from Lin Quan's host family that he consistently dedicated time to enhance his stamina, hard work yields fruitful rewards. With such a diligent mindset, it is only natural for him to achieve significant progress. Observing the team's lackluster condition, Schaaf clapped his hands and called an immediate halt to their training. This afternoon's training load will be halved. Once you complete this set of exercises, you may return to rest. Tomorrow morning, the reporting time for the team will be postponed to 10:30. Enjoy a good night's rest tonight, and refrain from expending energy in frivolous pursuits, particularly the younger players. I better not hear any news of you frequenting nightclubs. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Schaaf's words elicited a chorus of cheers from the players, especially the announcement of the delayed training time, which filled them with excitement. Finally, they could indulge in a well-deserved lie-in. However, they did not forget Schaaf's final warning. Those players fond of nightlife had no choice but to temper their spirits, wary of flouting the rules. Lin Quan, possessing a second-tier physical talent, experienced a recovery rate far superior to that of his peers, thus feeling little fatigue. Consequently, in the absence of the team's scheduled activities, Lin Quan opted to remain at the training facility for additional practice. Previously, De Bruyne would accompany him for these sessions. Yet today he was so exhausted that he could hardly move a finger and had to retreat for rest. Also remaining at the club was Schaaf, who was deep in thought about the starting lineup for the next match. From his office, he gazed out the window at the young player diligently honing his skills on the training field. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the training base on the left bank of the Weser River, casting a long shadow of the dedicated youth on the pitch. On March 2nd, at 4:30 p.m., the Weser Stadium was filled to capacity. Although this was merely a routine league match against a team not among the top contenders in the standings, the enthusiasm of Werder Bremen's fans was undiminished. The stadium, with a capacity of 50,000, boasted no empty seats. Tickets had been sold out a day in advance, forcing some latecomers to purchase them at inflated prices from scalpers outside the venue. As the season progressed, Werder Bremen's performance improved, further igniting the fans' fervor. Their recent triumph at home against Borussia Dortmund, propelling them into the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal, had instilled hope of lifting the championship trophy. The supporters of the Green-Whites understood that the team's star duo might depart at the end of the season. Thus, if they did not seize this opportunity to witness the match in person, they might never have another chance. Such an extraordinary combination of forwards and midfielders had never before graced the history of Werder Bremen. Hence, each match attended was a precious experience not to be missed. Before the match commenced, Lin Quan could already feel the fervor of the fans. Upon his entrance onto the field, he was met with a standing ovation from the crowd. The players from Augsburg gazed in astonishment at the young lad, barely 17, pondering how it was possible for someone so youthful to command such popularity at Werder Bremen. Among them, the two Korean players, Lin Quan and Götze, exchanged glances that reflected their mutual indignation and competitive spirit. Both were of the same ethnicity, older in age and earlier in their careers, yet they found themselves questioning why this prodigy had become the linchpin at Werder Bremen while they struggled for a starting position. Although both played for Augsburg, neither was actually a player of Augsburg. Götze had signed with Wolfsburg, but the club deemed him unfit for a starting role and thus loaned him to Augsburg to hone his skills. As for Lin Quan, he was a player for Sunderland in the Premier League, which also believed he could not adapt to the pace of English football, leading to his loan to Augsburg for development. The two national team players, meeting in a foreign land, had hoped to unleash their full potential. However, after 23 rounds of matches, Augsburg found themselves languishing in third from the bottom, trailing Wolfsburg, who were in fourth from last, by a daunting 9 points. With only 10 matches remaining in the league, the prospect of closing that gap seemed insurmountable. If they possessed such capability, they would not be ensnared in the relegation zone. In this match, seizing the opportunity presented by Werder Bremen's recent grueling encounters in diminished form, Augsburg harbored ambitions. They had previously held Werder Bremen to a thrilling 3-3 draw at home in the 7th round. And if not for a stroke of misfortune that allowed their opponents to equalize 3 times, victory would have been theirs. That encounter had instilled a sense of confidence in Augsburg, leading them to believe that Werder Bremen was not as formidable as they appeared. After all, how strong could a team be that allowed goals from a side languishing at the bottom of the table? Thus, they commenced the match with a vigorous offensive assault on Werder Bremen's penalty area. Upon seeing the opposition's tactical setup, coach Schaaf felt a surge of optimism. Given his team's lack of stamina, he opted for a counter-attacking strategy rather than pressing aggression. Although it seemed somewhat humiliating to adopt a defensive stance against a relegation-threatened team at home, results took precedence. Borussia Dortmund, currently in 3rd place, was on a fierce upward trajectory, relentlessly vying for points. Werder Bremen's 2nd place standing was precarious. Should Dortmund catch up, it would be challenging for Bremen to reclaim the lead in the second half of the season. Moreover, the gap with 4th place Schalke 04 was not insurmountable, especially with Schalke having recently capitalized on Bremen's consecutive losses to Dortmund and Bayern. If Werder Bremen continued to falter, they might very well lose their grip on 3rd place. Although the Bundesliga offered 4 Champions League spots, the 4th position necessitated a playoff against teams from other leagues, with the risk of elimination looming large, as those who reached this stage were formidable opponents. At this moment, observing Augsburg's decision to adopt an aggressive pressing style of play, Schaefer felt a wave of relief wash over him. This match was undoubtedly secure. Meanwhile, on the Augsburg bench, witnessing the complete dominance of their players over those of Werder Bremen, the visiting team's coach also felt a sense of assurance. Just as anticipated before the match, the players of Werder Bremen appeared to be in poor physical condition, clearly out of sorts throughout the game. If Augsburg could not triumph over a fully fit team of the Parrots, Surely they could exploit a Bremen side lacking in form? This victory was all but guaranteed. In the first 15 minutes of the match, Augsburg consistently held the upper hand. The players of Werder Bremen seemed as if they had just awakened, lagging behind in movement compared to their opponents. They resembled an antiquated, rusty machine, functioning only with great effort. A loss appeared to be an inevitable outcome. This team, it seemed, was not as formidable as the external accolades suggested. Götze and Chi Dong-won, observing Bremen's struggles, noted that Lin Quan had also failed to make any significant impact on the pitch. They began to harbor a sense of contempt, believing the opponent was, in fact, overrated. Their fame merely a product of unscrupulous journalism. However, just as the two believed victory was assured, the dynamics of the match shifted abruptly. Bremen successfully intercepted the ball in their defensive third, swiftly transferring it to De Bruyne's feet. After evading a defender, De Bruyne, with minimal exertion, passed the ball to Lin Quan. Lin Quan had possession. Götze, playing as a central midfielder and positioned closest to Lin Quan, immediately chose to close the distance. He thought to himself that with his physical attributes, a slight physical confrontation would suffice to thwart his opponent's advance. In his experience with the South Korean national team against Chinese players, he had found them incapable of withstanding his and his teammates' challenges. Not to mention, even the neighboring Japanese team, boasting a better record, could not endure their onslaught. In terms of physical prowess, was the Republic of Korea not unrivaled in East Asia? With confidence bolstering his resolve, Götze charged forward. His mind began to envision the spectacle of easily toppling Lin Quan and astonishing the crowd. Oh, this young man of Chinese descent, let me unveil your true nature and expose this glaring weakness to the world. As Götze rushed towards him, Lin Quan slightly adjusted his posture, positioning his shoulder against the oncoming force. With a resounding thud, the two collided head-on. The sound reverberated across the stadium, amplified by the nearby audio equipment. The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps, filled with trepidation. Lin Quan stood a full 10 centimeters shorter than the Korean, who had initiated the impact. Would he not suffer greatly from such a collision? On the sidelines, Augsburg's head coach nodded in satisfaction at Götze's choice. This Korean lad was indeed playing with astuteness. The number 10 of Werder Bremen evidently lacks physical resilience, having consistently avoided physical confrontations with Augsburg players. This seems to be his Achilles heel. On this occasion, the Korean player seized upon his opponent's vulnerability during a collision, effectively thwarting Werder Bremen's counterattack, while simultaneously exposing this weakness for all to see. In the future, other Bundesliga teams will likely adopt this tactic when facing Werder Bremen. The Augsburg coach watched the impending clash with eager anticipation, hoping to witness the outcome he desired. What transpired was that one of the players collided as if he had struck a solid wall, only to be bounced back. However, to the astonishment of the coach and the onlookers, it was not Lin Quan who was displaced, but rather Götze. The latter stumbled several steps before losing his balance and sitting down, incredulously watching Lin Quan surge past him. Why? Why was I the one who was knocked back? A myriad of questions flooded Götze's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. The audience reacted with astonishment. Werder Bremen's supporters breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, while Augsburg fans, particularly those from Korea, were filled with disappointment. Why did our Götze lose in this physical encounter? In truth, had they observed more of Lin Quan's matches, they would not perceive him as weak in physical confrontations. Although Lin Quan may not boast great height, his weight is indeed substantial. At 74 kilograms, his weight is quite uncommon for someone of his stature. Furthermore, during the winter break, he studied defensive techniques with Guardiola, including how to effectively utilize his body in confrontational situations. Mastering these skills has transformed him into a formidable force, akin to a small tank, endowed with impressive physical prowess. Although Götze is 10 centimeters taller, he weighs only 75 kilograms, a mere kilogram more than Lin Quan. With such negligible weight difference, the quicker and lower-centered Lin Quan naturally gained the upper hand in physical confrontations. Götze underestimated Lin Quan's physical ability while overestimating his own, and thus, his attempt to overpower the Korean player resulted in his own humiliation. Fool. Witnessing Götze's failure in physical confrontation, the Augsburg coach cursed in frustration. However, he soon lost interest in reprimanding the Korean player, as Lin Quan had already surged into their penalty area. Chapter 127. Enjoying the treatment of a top star. Upon entering the penalty area, Lin Quan saw the opposing goalkeeper and two defenders charging toward him, while Peterson stood unmarked on the other side. Consequently, he feigned a shot, cleverly setting up the opportunity for his teammate, thus recording an assist. Peterson capitalized on Lin Quan's brilliant pass, executing a deft lob to score, putting the team ahead. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Werder Bremen altered the score to 1-0, taking a temporary lead. Following the goal, Peterson was overwhelmed with excitement. He sprinted to the corner flag, removed his shirt, and raised his arms to the audience, seeking their applause. The fans of Werder Bremen enthusiastically responded with fervent cheers and applause. Several nearby female supporters even cast flirtatious glances his way, prompting Peterson to feel an urge to dance. After confirming the validity of the goal, the referee approached Peterson, devoid of expression, brandishing the first yellow card of the match. Lin Quan picked up the discarded shirt from the ground, held it in his hand, and approached Peterson, tossing it to him so he could quickly put it back on. Celebrating a goal by removing one's shirt inevitably results in a yellow card, and Peterson should have anticipated the consequences of his actions. Therefore, Lin Quan refrained from reproaching him, although the coach, Schaaf, appeared somewhat perturbed. How many yellow cards had Peterson accumulated this season? Previously, there were 4, with this latest addition. It made 5. This meant he would face suspension for the next match. Indeed, Schaaf rubbed his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Peterson's performances had shown improvement in recent matches, and he had intended to afford the opponent more time on the field. However, this player's lack of caution regarding his actions had now led to a suspension for the next match, thus thwarting any opportunity to grant him further chances. Unbeknownst to Peterson, who was blissfully unaware of his impending suspension, he remained exceptionally active after scoring, darting around the front line like a slippery eel, unsettling Augsburg's defense. His relentless efforts bore fruit, as his heightened activity compelled Augsburg's players to bolster their defensive efforts against him. Consequently, this freed Lin Quan on the opposite flank. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Werder Bremen launched another lethal counterattack, almost identical to the previous one. After regaining possession, the players executed a series of swift passes, rapidly delivering the ball to the feet of the forward players. Augsburg's midfield defense seemed as fragile as paper, easily breached. Lin Quan surged into the penalty area, with Peterson and Füllkrug flanking him. Werder Bremen had formed a 3-on-3 situation at the front. Augsburg's players assumed Lin Quan would replicate his earlier decision to pass. Thus one marked Arnautovic while another focused on the recently scored Peterson, leaving only one defender to confront Lin Quan. Observing this choice, Lin Quan was immediately amused. He feigned a pass, deceiving the defender before swiftly bypassing him to create a clear shot on goal. The goalkeeper, initially charging forward, halted midway upon noticing Lin Quan's poised stance to pass. He promptly braked, preparing to intercept the receiving player. To his surprise, it was yet another feint. Seizing the moment when the goalkeeper fell for the ruse, Lin Quan decisively slotted the ball into the far corner. The goalkeeper, hastily diving to save, was a fraction late, before he could even reach the ground. The ball had already rolled into the net. After conceding 2 goals in quick succession, the Augsburg players were utterly bewildered. They could scarcely fathom that the match would culminate in such an outcome. Despite their relentless siege on the opponent's goal, they failed to find the net throughout the first half, while their adversaries capitalized on just a few counterattacks to secure 2 goals. The efficiency of these strikes was nothing short of infuriating. This left them grappling with a sense of disbelief. How could fortune favor their rivals so generously? Had they been vanquished by a formidable Werder Bremen at their peak, Augsburg would have had little cause for complaint. However, the reality was that the current Werder Bremen resembled a wounded lion. Their players appeared lackluster, devoid of any semblance of form. To concede 2 goals against such an unremarkable opponent was simply unacceptable for Augsburg's squad. Moreover, following the 2 surprise strikes from the opposition, the mindset of Augsburg's players underwent a significant transformation. A wave of anger surged among them as they struggled to reconcile with the scoreline. In their fervor, they sought to intensify their offensive efforts, aiming to level the playing field or even reclaim the lead. Yet, some were daunted by the quality of the opponent's counterattacks, hesitating to press forward for fear of conceding further goals. This internal conflict led to a disunity of thought within the team, ultimately resulting in a dismal performance on both the offensive and defensive fronts. On the opposing side, Coach Schaaf breathed a sigh of relief as he observed the disarray afflicting his rivals. It seemed that victory in this match was all but assured. Despite the majority of Werder Bremen's players underperforming, he made strategic substitutions, introducing Füllkrug and Peterson, along with Lin Quan, to forge a dynamic attacking lineup. With a commendable counterattacking strategy and the infusion of 3 energetic forwards, they managed to establish a localized advantage amid overall adversity. This approach proved to be remarkably effective, culminating in a decisive 2-0 victory for Werder Bremen on home soil, thanks to the exceptional contributions from their front trio. Following this triumph, the team finally surmounted their physical challenges. A week later, Werder Bremen traveled to the Borussia Park to face Borussia Mönchengladbach. In stark contrast to their previous lackluster performance, the players appeared revitalized, as if reborn. After 90 minutes, the scoreboard displayed a resounding 3-1 in favor of the home side, with the hosts leading and the visitors trailing. The Green-Whites emerged victorious at the home of the Foals, securing back-to-back wins. With the conclusion of this match, Werder Bremen further solidified their lead in the standings. Currently, they boast a record of 18 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses, accumulating 57 points, placing them second in the Bundesliga. Borussia Dortmund stands third with 13 wins, 7 draws, and 5 losses, amassing 46 points, while Bayer Leverkusen ranks fourth with 13 wins, 6 draws, and 6 losses, totaling 45 points. Werder Bremen enjoys a commanding lead of over 10 points ahead of the 2 teams trailing behind them. With 9 matches remaining in the league, and without the looming challenge of facing giants like Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund, this advantage is indeed substantial. However, despite their second-place standing, the gap to the summit is considerable, rendering their championship aspirations nearly non-existent. This season, Bayern Munich has exhibited an extraordinary form. As the league reaches its 25th round, they boast an impressive record of 21 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, accumulating 66 points and sitting comfortably at the top. A full 9 points ahead of second-placed Werder Bremen, and a staggering 20 points clear of last season's champions, Borussia Dortmund. Were it not for Werder Bremen's interference, Bayern could have potentially clinched the title 6 or even 7 rounds early. After several tumultuous seasons marked by decline, it seems that this season, the Bundesliga giants have rediscovered the secret to dominating the league. Media outlets in Bayern have begun to sing praises of the team's resurgence, heralding a successful rebirth and the dawn of a new Bayern dynasty. Conversely, other German media outlets express concern, believing that Bayern's overwhelming dominance poses a detriment to the overall development of the Bundesliga. Among Europe's top 5 leagues, one struggles to find another league with such pronounced hegemony. The Premier League features the Big Six, La Liga boasts 2 footballing powerhouses, and in recent seasons, Atletico Madrid has emerged as a formidable contender, challenging the supremacy of Barcelona and Real Madrid. In Serie A, the competition among the Milan clubs and Juventus remains fiercely intense. Meanwhile, Ligue 1, following Lyon's decline in dominance, has seen teams like Bordeaux, Lille, Marseille, and Montpellier seize championship titles, resulting in a chaotic landscape of multiple contenders. Yet in the Bundesliga, Bayern remains the perennial leader, while other teams merely flicker momentarily, unable to disrupt their foundational supremacy. Borussia Dortmund, who dazzled in the previous 2 seasons, has experienced a rapid decline this year, with their performance plummeting dramatically. They have even been surpassed in the standings by Werder Bremen, a team with a squad far less formidable, leaving many astounded. In light of this backdrop, the Bundesliga aims to promote a more equitable financial policy to curtail Bayern's player recruitment practices, allowing other clubs to retain their star players, preventing core talents from being easily poached, which would undermine their ability to compete with Bayern. However, this initiative holds little relevance for Werder Bremen, as they lack substantial financial resources and do not boast any marquee stars. Players like Lin Quan and De Bruyne are not homegrown talents. They cannot be retained, thus eliminating concerns about being plundered. A week later, Werder Bremen will face the challenge of Greuther Fürth at home. Fürth, newly promoted to the Bundesliga this season, finds itself on the brink of relegation. Having played more than half the season, Fürth currently stands with a dismal record of 2 wins, 8 draws, and 15 losses, amassing a meager 14 points, sitting at the bottom of the table, and trailing the fourth-from-bottom team by a daunting 15 points. Absent a miraculous turnaround, they have effectively sealed their fate for relegation. In the match against Werder Bremen, who are ranked second in the league standings, the players of the Clover fought valiantly, striving to secure at least a point on the road. However, their aspirations were swiftly shattered. Before the first half had concluded, Werder Bremen had already netted 2 goals, courtesy of Lin Quan and Füllkrug. 20 minutes into the second half, Lin Quan added another goal, elevating the score to 3-0. Following this goal, Werder Bremen eased off their intensity, substituting Lin Quan and De Bruyne among others. Seizing the opportunity, the Clover launched a counterattack, managing to score a consolation goal. But that was the extent of their resurgence. Ultimately, Fürth succumbed to a 3-1 defeat against Werder Bremen, suffering their 3rd consecutive loss. After the match, the traveling supporters of the Clover lingered reluctantly, as their team was left with only a theoretical chance of avoiding relegation. Following the league, the FIFA matchday approached. Next week, Spain is scheduled to play 2 World Cup qualifying matches, including a crucial away game against their Group S fiercest rivals, the French team. Thus, upon the conclusion of the league, Lin Quan hurried back to Spain to report for national team duty. "Look, isn't that Lin?" exclaimed a fan. "Wow, it really is him. Lin, could I get your autograph? I'm a huge fan." Unlike his previous reporting to the national team, this time, as soon as Lin Quan arrived at the training camp, he was recognized by fans and received a warm welcome. The enthusiasm of the Spanish fans took Lin Quan by surprise. He was unaware of his considerable popularity in Spain. After half an hour of hurriedly signing autographs and taking photos, he finally managed to break free from the throngs of fans with the assistance of the camp staff. "Lin, you shouldn't be signing autographs outside the training facility. It's too dangerous," admonished Coach Tony, who had rushed over and felt relieved to see Lin Quan safe. "Understood. Thank you for the warning, Coach Tony," Lin Quan replied. Previously, he had been oblivious to his popularity with the national team, but now he was acutely aware, and he resolved not to alight from the vehicle outside the camp again. "Welcome back, Lin. I heard all that commotion outside and thought a star must have arrived." Lo and behold, a star indeed. As Lin entered the training facility, several teammates approached him to greet him. Among them, some friends even embraced him warmly. This reminded Lin Quan of his initial reporting to the national team, when Peak had introduced him to the other players. In just 6 months, everything had transformed. Among his teammates, Morata shared the closest bond with Lin Quan. After warmly embracing him, Morata playfully patted Lin Quan's muscular chest and exclaimed, "Wow, you've bulked up a lot since last time. Not bad at all. Haha, I still can't quite match you. But I heard you made appearances for Real Madrid and even scored a goal. Is that true?" "Certainly." Merely 3 goals, yet each one bears immeasurable worth." Morata, feeling a tinge of pride, senses his standing within Real Madrid gradually ascending. Last season, he made but a solitary appearance for the club, without finding the net. However, this season, he has already graced the pitch 15 times, netting several goals. This ignites a flicker of anticipation in Morata's heart. Could he secure a starting position in the upcoming season and achieve even greater goal-scoring feats? With rumors swirling about Argentine forward Higuain potentially departing during the summer transfer window, his opportunities to play next season are bound to increase significantly. At just 20 years of age, it is no small feat for a player of his youth to compete at a prestigious club like Real Madrid. Moreover, with his youthfulness, ample room for growth remains, which is precisely why Real Madrid holds him in high regard. Yet, whenever the notion of youth arises, Morata cannot help but glance at Lin Quan before him. Goodness, this lad is 3 years his junior and yet manages to secure a starting position in both the Bundesliga and the Spanish national team. What a prodigy. End of chapter. Chapter 128. The joy of dominating the underdogs. On March 23rd, the 4th round of the World Cup qualifiers commenced, with Spain hosting the Nordic team Finland. While Finland's strength is not to be underestimated, they currently rank 3rd among the 5 teams in their group. Unfortunately for the Finns, they first faced the formidable French team, followed by a clash with Spain. They briefly encountered a slightly weaker opponent in Georgia, yet suffered an own goal at home, compounded by the dismissal of one of their players. Forced to compete with 10 men, Finland regrettably missed the opportunity to secure their first victory, currently resting at the bottom of the group with just 1 point. Thus, against the world powerhouse Spain, they wisely opted to adopt a defensive strategy, seeking not victory, but merely a point to carry away. Confronted with the opponent's impenetrable defense, previous iterations of Spain might have found it laborious to breach their opponent's goal. However, with Lin Quan in their ranks, such concerns dissipate. Throughout the first half, it felt as if both teams were engaged in a mere exhibition of offense and defense. Spain's possession rate soared to an astonishing 85, with the ball scarcely finding its way to the feet of Finnish players. Dominating the play, Spain unleashed a suffocating attacking pressure on Finland. Their passing and movement flowed like water, as the elite midfield maestros treated the game as their stage. Time and again, they delivered astonishing passes and executed breathtaking combinations. Such creativity and top-tier vision appeared effortlessly at their fingertips. In the 22nd minute, Spain engaged in a series of consecutive passes in the attacking third. Finnish players, bewildered by the rapid exchanges, found their bodies struggling to keep pace with their racing thoughts. Some straying from their positions in pursuit of the ball. A fleeting vulnerability emerged in their defensive line. Lin Quan seized this opportunity and promptly passed the ball into the penalty area. Arsenal's midfield maestro, Götze, received the ball on the right side of the box and unleashed a powerful shot at goal. Finland's goalkeeper, Mäenpää, made a crucial save, soaring through the air to deflect the ball away. The quality of the shot was exceptional. However, the opposing goalkeeper's performance was simply outstanding. Götze could only express his gratitude to Lin Quan with a thumbs up, tinged with a hint of regret. Yet, with so many top midfield virtuosos on the field, Spain was never short of scoring opportunities. 2 minutes later, Spain mounted another assault. In the 24th minute, Silva delivered a brilliant pass, and Götze received the ball on the left side of the penalty area. This time, he opted not to shoot, but rather swept the ball across the goal. Both Lin Quan and Iniesta lunged forward simultaneously, executing a sliding shot. The ball hurtled towards the net at an incredible speed, leaving the goalkeeper helpless. Following the goal, Iniesta and Lin Quan sprinted off in celebration. The Spanish players were uncertain about who should be credited with the goal, gathering around the two in joyous commemoration. The large screen at Molineux Stadium displayed a slow-motion replay, revealing that the ball first struck Lin Quan's foot before grazing Iniesta's, ultimately finding its way into the net. Strictly speaking, the goal should be attributed to Iniesta, with Lin Quan perhaps credited as the assist. Upon witnessing the replay, Iniesta approached Lin Quan with a smile, embracing him and teasing, "What a splendid pass. I barely had to adjust. It just hit my foot and went in." Lin Quan, amused by Iniesta's remark, replied, "It's still your remarkable shooting skills. You didn't even need to react. I hadn't even passed the ball, and you were already shooting." To score from such a difficult pass is truly impressive. They exchanged glances, bursting into laughter together. Finland had initially intended to adopt a defensive strategy, but now trailing. Could they still secure a victory by remaining defensive? They looked helplessly towards their coach on the sidelines. At this juncture, the Finnish coach began to waver. Should they abandon their defensive posture and launch an attack against Spain? Continuing with such a defensive approach, given Spain's formidable possession rate, they might truly have no chance to equalize. Conversely, launching an offensive might present a glimmer of hope. Thus, the Finnish head coach gestured for his team to advance. This shift played into Spain's hands. Previously, they had found it difficult to penetrate the opponent's dense defensive setup. Now that Finland had opted to attack, the backfield suddenly felt much more open, allowing Spain's passing and interplay to flow more smoothly. In the 26th minute, after a series of consecutive passes, a Spanish player sent the ball into the penalty area, where David Silva's shot struck a defender and deflected out for a corner. Lin Quan took the corner, aiming for the back post inside the box. Ramos evaded his marker's interference and, from approximately 11 yards out, executed a powerful header into the net. Within 3 minutes, Spain had scored twice. After scoring, Ramos appeared exceedingly exhilarated. It is indeed a cause for joy that a defender could find the back of the net. He jubilantly raced to the sidelines, executing a sliding celebration. His teammates eagerly followed suit. Even Lin Quan indulged in the exuberance. However, he did not notice the scrape on his knee during the celebration, only realizing the injury upon rising, whereupon he discovered it was bleeding slightly. Bosque, observing Lin Quan's bleeding knee from the sidelines, was instantly alarmed and promptly summoned the team physician to assess and treat him. After all, he is a prized asset of the team and must be protected from harm. Lin Quan, feeling somewhat helpless, repeatedly assured everyone that he was fine, merely having sustained a minor abrasion. Nevertheless, Bosque insisted on having the physician conduct an examination at the sidelines, not resting until he was assured of Lin Quan's well-being. From now on, no more dangerous celebration moves, Lin. Slidings and front flips are strictly forbidden. Both are perilous, Bosque declared with stern seriousness. While he may not concern himself with how others celebrate, Lin Quan's celebrations must be devoid of risk. His injury would leave the team at a significant disadvantage, as there is no one who can substitute for him. Some players execute sliding celebrations with great flair, like Drogba, while others, such as Solskjaer, have suffered misfortune. During the miraculous night at Camp Nou, his exuberance in sliding celebration resulted in a tragic injury. Lin Quan humbly accepted Bosquet's reprimand, vowing never to repeat his mistake. Coach Tony, noticing Bosquet's sternness, discreetly pulled Lin Quan aside and whispered, "Do not take Vincent's severity to heart. He does not truly wish to criticize you, only to safeguard your career from the ravages of injury. We older fellows have made many mistakes in our youth, and we hope you can learn from our experiences and avoid our missteps." Lin Quan's talent is remarkably exceptional, so much so that both Bosquet and Tony seem determined to nurture him with utmost care, fearing that his potential might be stifled by injuries before he fully showcases his prowess. The football world has witnessed too many such instances, and they fervently wish to avert a similar fate for Lin Quan. He is not ungrateful. He deeply appreciates Bosquet's concern and care, which undoubtedly correlates with his displayed skill and talent. Were he an ordinary player, such attention would likely not be afforded. While Lin Quan was temporarily sidelined for treatment, Finland, playing with a numerical disadvantage, finally managed their first shot on goal in the 29th minute. Unmarked, Eramonko struck from approximately 25 yards, sending the ball wide of the goal. Though it posed no threat, it alleviated the embarrassment of having not registered a shot. However, once Lin Quan returned to the field, the initiative was once again firmly controlled by Spain. In the 39th minute, Lin Quan delivered a brilliant pass, leading to a shot by David Silva that was parried by the goalkeeper. The ball rebounded to the edge of the penalty area, where Iniesta seized it and unleashed a long-range shot from 30 yards on the left flank. The quality of the strike was exceptionally high, yet the goalkeeper, Minpa, executed a miraculous save, tipping the ball onto the crossbar with a single hand. Iniesta squandered the opportunity for a brace, following a corner kick. Amidst the chaos in the penalty area, the ball found its way to Silva. The core player of Manchester City unleashed a shot that struck the post, rebounding to Alba's feet. The left back of Barcelona, however, missed the follow-up, narrowly avoiding calamity. As the first half drew to a close, Spain once again besieged Finland. Initially intent on engaging in a direct confrontation with Spain, Finland found themselves humiliated, pinned back in their own half. Were it not for the repeated heroics of their goalkeeper and the woodwork, they might have been trailing by 3 or even 4 goals at this point. With a commanding lead on the scoreboard, Spain maintained absolute control of the match. The Spanish fans at the Molinón Stadium rejoiced, singing and dancing in celebration, reveling in the beauty of Spain's possession-based football while witnessing their team secure victory. They relished this overwhelming dominance. Unfortunately, the next match would take place in France, and the vast majority of them would be unable to attend, relegated to cheering for their team from home in front of the television. However, given the team's strength, defeating France away should pose little challenge, one would hope. After the halftime break, Spain, leading by 2 goals, made the first personnel adjustments. Pedro replaced Cazorla, and Negrito came on for Iniesta. Del Bosque held a substitution slot in reserve for Llorente, but he hesitated to substitute him too early, fearing it might diminish the team's attacking prowess. Thus, he decided to observe a while longer. Upon entering the field, Pedro became notably lively. In the 49th minute, after receiving the ball just outside the penalty area, he opted for a direct long-range shot, which was deflected out by a defender. Llorente took the corner kick, and Ramos executed a near-zero-angle header from the edge of the 6-yard box, achieving a remarkable goal. Following the goal, Ramos removed his shirt, showcasing his muscular physique, and ran to the sidelines to strike a powerful pose for the camera. It's hard to believe that a defender managed to score twice in this match with headers. The Spanish fans erupted in euphoria. Regardless of their allegiance to Ramos, they could not help but applaud his breathtaking header. How did that goal come to fruition? On the sidelines, Del Bosque celebrated with his colleagues, his expression one of incredulity as he touched the smooth expanse of his receding hairline. Pondering that only a divine being could fathom how Ramos could replicate that feat, Del Bosque nodded, hastily instructing his assistant to arrange for a substitution. With a 3-goal lead, Llorente no longer needed to remain on the pitch. It was time to replace him and prepare for the upcoming match against France. As the 4th official raised the substitution board, Llorente jogged off the field, clapping in appreciation towards the fans who had come to witness the match. The fans enthusiastically showered him with applause. In this match, Lin Quan did not score, yet all 3 goals by the team were attributed to his assists. Although Iniesta's shot might have been somewhat tenuous, nevertheless, Ramos's 2 headers were undeniably his contributions. As he approached the sidelines and embraced Mata, who was preparing to enter the field, Lin Quan accepted the energy drink handed to him by a teammate, then sat on the bench, wrapped in his coat. Attentively watching the match, Bosque noticed that Lin Quan did not display any anger for being substituted early, and he nodded slightly, appreciating the young man's commendable attitude, which stood in contrast to others who might sulk. Although 3 key players had been substituted, Spain maintained a firm grip on the match. In the 57th minute, Fabregas passed the ball, and Ramos's header narrowly missed the left post, almost achieving a hat trick. After heading the ball off target, Ramos held his head in disappointment. Had he scored, he would have set a record for the national team. 3 goals in a single match, all from headers, would indeed be historic. Unfortunately, Fabregas's pass was slightly too forceful, making it uncomfortable for him to connect. Ramos found himself reminiscing about Lin Quan, thinking that if Lin Quan had delivered the pass, it might have been a different story. After establishing a 3-goal lead, Spain began to relax. The Finns seized the opportunity to counterattack, and in the 79th minute, they capitalized on a mistake by the opposition to score. This goal was particularly regrettable, prompting Bosque to shout at the players on the sidelines, expressing his dissatisfaction. The opposing midfielder delivered a cross from the left, and both Ramos and Alba failed to mark tightly, allowing Finland's Pucky to poke the ball into the net before Valdez could intervene. If either Ramos or Alba had not erred, the opponent would not have scored. In response to the coach's criticism, Ramos willingly took responsibility, acknowledging that he had indeed lost focus. Having scored 2 goals previously, he had been preoccupied with the idea of achieving a hat trick as a defender, which led to a lapse in concentration and ultimately provided the opponent with an opportunity. After tempering his desire for more goals, Ramos displayed remarkable steadiness in the subsequent play, not allowing Finland any further chances. Ultimately, Spain triumphed with a 3-1 victory at home, thanks to the 3 goals from Iniesta and Ramos, securing 4 consecutive wins in the group stage and amassing 12 points at the top of the standings. Their next match will be an away game at the Stade de France against the second-placed French team. France also secured a 3-1 victory over Georgia in this round, closely trailing Spain in the standings. If Spain can defeat their opponents away, they would extend their lead to 6 points, solidifying their position. However, should Spain lose to France, both teams would return to an equal standing, and the question of who would emerge as the group leader would remain uncertain. End of chapter. Chapter 129, the Spotlight Match. Capturing attention from across the globe. The capital of France, Paris. After reviewing the match footage between Spain and Finland, French national team coach Didier Deschamps fell into deep contemplation. The match held little reference value, as it was evident that Spain had not exerted itself fully while Finland struggled to keep pace. Nevertheless, he was certain that when facing France on home turf, Spain would show no mercy. This was not only due to the fact that both teams were the primary rivals in the group stage, but also because of their historical rivalry. Spain's history does not shine as brightly as that of France. If they aspire to establish their own dynasty, the most effective method would be to decisively conquer a long-standing powerhouse like France, thereby proving their prowess. The French, naturally, would not allow their opponents' schemes to succeed. They cannot accept a loss on their home ground, as it directly impacts their chances of advancing in the group. In the World Cup qualifiers, only the group winner advances directly, while the remaining 9 group runners-up vie for 8 spots in the playoffs. Winning in the playoffs is essential to qualify for the World Cup. Currently, France trails Spain by 3 points. If they fail to secure victory in this match, they will lose the initiative in the race for the Group S top spot, leaving only a theoretical chance for first place. Given Spain's steady ability to dominate lesser teams, it is unrealistic to expect the weaker teams in the group to pose any significant threat. Should Spain win their subsequent matches, even if France triumphs in all their remaining games, they would only secure second place and enter the playoffs. If France were to lose this match, any hope of clinching first place would vanish, compelling them to gather points against other weaker teams while praying for a more manageable opponent in the playoffs. However, even a seemingly weaker opponent does not guarantee safety. History is replete with similar disappointments, as illustrated by a certain team that won the European Championship yet failed to qualify for the World Cup. It is indeed perplexing that a European champion could not reach the World Cup, Where could one voice their grievances? Thus, for France, victory is the only acceptable outcome. Even a draw would be intolerable. But how can they triumph over the dual title holders, Spain? Deschamps, gripped by worry, found himself tugging at his hair, thankfully. His hairline remains relatively secure, for if he continued this habit, he might soon resemble Vicente del Bosque. After much deliberation, Deschamps ultimately decided to take a bold risk by including the young midfielder Paul Pogba, whom he recruited from Juventus, in the starting lineup for this match. He had grown weary of the lackluster midfielders on the team, devoid of creativity, leaving the top-tier forward lineup without the necessary support. Although Pogba was still young, having just turned 20, his technical skill and awareness surpassed that of his more rugged counterparts. Despite being a tall and robust black player, one should not be misled by his appearance. He embodies a technical style rather than a purely physical approach. Pogba exhibits remarkable balance with both feet, effortlessly executing shots and passes without any reliance on a dominant foot. His exquisite footwork allows him to deliver high-quality passes and strikes. Moreover, his exceptional physical attributes bestow upon him formidable defensive capabilities and abundant stamina, rendering him an exceptionally versatile midfielder. His sole disadvantage lies in his relative youth. As Pogba lacks extensive match experience, particularly in high-stakes competitions, this is likely why Deschamps has hesitated to employ him as a starter. However, the mere thought of a young player within the Spanish squad ignites a desire in him to seize the opportunity. The Spanish number 30 is even younger than Pogba. If he can excel, why not Pogba? On March 25th, the Spanish national team arrived in Paris, the capital of France, by plane. French fans and media greeted the arrival of the formidable Spanish squad with wariness, congregating near the airport, brandishing banners in support of the French team, and sending a clear message that this is the domain of the Gallic Rooster, where Spaniards should tread carefully. Nevertheless, the Spanish players remained unfazed, exuding an air of confidence and composure that infuriated the French. They perceived the Spaniards as overly arrogant, cursing them with predictions of defeat in the upcoming match at the Stade de France. Before the match even commenced, fans from both nations engaged in a verbal sparring match online. Spanish supporters mocked France as a once noble entity in decline, noting their downward trajectory since winning the World Cup in 1998, even failing to advance from the group stage in the last tournament. How could such a team even compare to the dual champions of the World Cup and the European Championship? In response, the French fans retorted, deriding the Spanish style of play as hypnotic football and soft football. They believed that under the onslaught of French players, the Spanish team would crumble. Despite the bravado, pre-match betting odds did not favor the French team significantly. European bookmakers listed the away team with a modest half-goal advantage, cautiously optimistic about Spain's prospects. In Asia, the odds were even more aggressive, offering a full goal in favor of the visitors, clearly indicating a belief that Spain would triumph on foreign soil. French fans expressed their discontent, dismissing the betting odds as nonsensical, insisting on their team's victory. A French supporter urged fellow fans online to back their team, claiming that now is the time to invest while the odds are still favorable. However, his call to action garnered little response from his compatriots, as a chorus of Spanish fans flooded the comments section, asserting that the Spanish team was inferior and would surely falter against France. They questioned the strength of Spain's midfield, stating that they could not possibly compete with the French. France only needs to showcase their robust characteristics. Victory is assured. Well said. As a Spaniard, I have demonstrated my confidence in the French team through action. Behold, this is my evidence of betting on France. A Spanish supporter showcased his betting slip. However, observant fans discovered that this individual had wagered on France's defeat. This revelation provoked discontent among supporters from other nations. French fans, beware of being misled. The Spaniard is attempting to entice you into betting to inflate the prize pool, thereby enabling them to win greater rewards. A German fan offered a rational and objective analysis. Ordinary individuals lack the expertise of betting companies, whose data analysts, equipped with insights into both teams' conditions and players' capabilities, provide such evaluations for a reason. As a casual fan, what right do you have to challenge the professional domain of others? Yet, shortly after his comment was posted, it was buried under numerous downvotes. Damn it. Someone has exposed our schemes. Brothers, quickly downvote him. We must not allow the French to see this. United, the Spanish fans collectively downvoted, determined to thwart this German from jeopardizing their lucrative opportunity. Extensive media coverage, the team's precarious qualification situation, and formidable opponents. Compounded by numerous calls online for French fans to support their team on site, ignited a fervor of patriotism among the French. Thus, those who could purchase tickets rallied at the stadium to cheer. Those unable to secure tickets congregated at nearby bars or outside the stadium, while the least fortunate remained at home, glued to their television screens, cheering on their team. On match day, the Stade de France, with a capacity of 80,000, was filled to the brim. Even those French fans who typically supported their national team less fervently due to racial reasons were present this time, eager to witness the match. This encounter was crucial and captivating, and they certainly did not wish to miss it. Naturally, it would be even better if they could witness the victory of the team they supported. The match between France and Spain was scheduled for 8 p.m. on March 26th, with other matches in this qualifying round largely concluded beforehand. In the recently finished Group F match, Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal triumphed over Azerbaijan with a score of 2-0, significantly improving their chances of qualification. After this match, the Portuguese team returned to their hotel and, passing through the lobby, happened upon a live broadcast of the Spain versus France match on television. Most Portuguese players merely glanced at it, and, not paying much heed, prepared to retire to their rooms for rest. However, upon seeing the player wearing jersey number 30, Ronaldo paused. Is it him? He recalled this was the individual he had briefly encountered at the Ballon d'Or ceremony and whom Florentino had hinted at wanting to recruit as his deputy. Reflecting on this, Ronaldo halted in his tracks. The world lauds your strength, yet I am eager to witness the extent of it. In a hotel room in South America, Messi emerges from the bathroom clad in slippers. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he picks up the remote and turns on the television. The live broadcast reveals a match between France and Spain. Messi's countenance appears somewhat haggard, and his mood seems less than cheerful. In the recently concluded South American qualifiers, he led Argentina to a 1-1 draw against Bolivia, missing numerous opportunities to secure victory for his team. This has subjected him to external criticism and doubt. With the shadow of the South African World Cup defeat looming, many have begun to question Messi's capability to guide Argentina to success. Some even cast aspersions on his professional attitude, suggesting he does not exert himself fully in international matches. How else could one explain his prolific performance at the club level while faltering with the national team? In light of these doubts and criticisms, Messi refrains from offering any explanations. Such justifications would be futile. Only through exceptional performances on the field can he silence his detractors. Recently, he has been studying Lin Quan's matches, seeking to glean insights from his opponent's on-field prowess and identify his own shortcomings. To Messi, Lin Quan serves as a mirror, illuminating both his strengths and flaws for correction. This approach proves far more effective than a solitary quest for self-improvement. As the match commences, Messi sits attentively before the television, eager to see what inspiration Lin Quan might provide. In Carrington, Manchester, Sir Ferguson occupies his office as usual, savoring an aged wine while relishing the high-stakes clash between France and Spain. Although England's match against Montenegro is simultaneously broadcast, the esteemed manager finds little interest in it. Montenegro poses little threat to England. In contrast, the riveting encounter between France and Spain captivates his attention, particularly as it features a young player he holds in high regard. Ferguson eagerly anticipates the dazzling performance that the player will deliver. At the Stade de France, Pep Guardiola, who has officially signed with Bayern and is set to become their head coach, occupies a box in the stadium. He attends this match both as an ordinary fan cheering for the Spanish national team and as Bayern's coach, assessing Lin Quan's form. Strangely, although he has watched many of Lin Quan's matches, he has never before contemplated how to utilize him from a coach's perspective. Given Lin Quan's similarity in style to Messi, and knowing he is the world's foremost coach in deploying Messi, he should inherently possess the knowledge of how best to employ Lin Quan. However, each team's personnel configuration and tactical approach are distinct. Bayern Munich is not Barcelona and does not possess the same midfield setup or the ingrained philosophy of possession football that Barcelona instills from a young age. Therefore, one cannot simply transplant Barcelona's approach to Bayern Munich merely because Lin Quan bears a resemblance to Messi. The tactical methodologies of Bayern and Barcelona are entirely different. It is essential to strike a balance between the two, preserving Bayern's traditional strengths while integrating advanced concepts that are believed to represent the future of football, achieving a perfect synthesis of both. This, however, is not a trivial task. Contemplating this, Guardiola felt an irresistible impulse within him to experiment. In the player tunnel, Lin Quan stood calmly among the Spanish squad, awaiting his entrance. Much like Lin Quan, the majority of the Spanish players appeared unfazed. Conversely, several young players from the host team, making their debut as starters, exhibited notable nervousness, some even drawing crosses over their chests repeatedly. Lin Quan cast a glance toward them, and at that moment, one of them looked back. With a distinctive hairstyle, it was evident that he was Paul Pogba. Pogba's eyes reflected admiration and longing. He envied Lin Quan for having secured a starting position in the Spanish national team at such a young age, while he himself had just recently joined the national squad. Uncertain of his future prospects, the thought of being thrust into this match, akin to being pushed onto a stage, facing Spain's championship-caliber midfield, left Pogba feeling a bit uneasy. He wondered if a poor performance in this match would jeopardize his place in the national team moving forward. Young Pogba may have been somewhat inexperienced, but Lin Quan held no doubts about his capabilities. He distinctly remembered that this individual would later return to Manchester United for a record-breaking transfer fee of £105 million. Of course, whether that expenditure proved worthwhile for Manchester United remains a subject of debate. Teams undergoing a rebuilding phase often spend liberally on acquisitions, yet they frequently misjudge their choices. Such has been the case for Manchester United post-Ferguson and, subsequently, for Barcelona as well. End of chapter. Chapter 130, One-on-one Showdown, Dominating Pogba. Guardiola acknowledges his learning. CCTV, dear viewers, we are currently broadcasting the highly anticipated match between France and Spain in the group stage of the 2014 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. I am your commentator, Hiwei. I am Jean-Lu. With the national team having been eliminated early from the World Cup qualifiers, and this match being a focal point of interest, CCTV has chosen to broadcast this encounter. Allow me to first introduce the starting lineups of both teams. Both teams are employing a 4-3-3 formation. Spain's starting lineup today includes goalkeeper, Valdez, defenders, Arbeloa, Pique, Ramos, Monreal. Midfielders, Busquets, Xabi Alonso, Xavi. Forwards, David Silva, Iniesta, Lin Quan. France's starting lineup today features goalkeeper, Lloris, defenders, Jallet, Varane, Koscielny, Evra. Midfielders, Cabai, Pogba, Matuidi. Forwards, Benzema, Ribery, Valbuena. In this match, France has chosen to field a young player in midfield, the rising star from Serie A powerhouse Juventus, Paul Pogba. This player is remarkably youthful, having just turned 20, and this marks his debut for the French national team, starting in his very first match, which reflects the high expectations that coach Deschamps has placed upon him. Indeed, Pogba hails from Manchester United's youth academy. He possesses a tall stature and exquisite footwork. Since joining Juventus this season, he has exhibited outstanding performances in Serie A, with many believing in his promising future and considering him a potential successor to Zidane. For the French team, they have longed for a top-tier midfielder for a solid 6 years. As the fans have remarked, since Zidane's retirement, French football has struggled to regain its momentum. Throughout these 6 years, they have been devoid of a commanding midfield maestro, leaving one to wonder if Pogba can shoulder this immense responsibility and live up to the hopes of both the coach and the fans. Standing on the pitch of the Stade de France, Pogba feels his heartbeat quickening. The stadium is brimming with supporters, the majority of whom have come to rally behind the French team. At this moment, they wave flags and chant the names of the French players, cheering fervently. Faintly, Pogba seems to hear his own name, which invigorates him. If he performs well in this match, he could make a name for himself. In contrast to Pogba's excitement, Lin Quan, having endured the intimidating atmosphere of the Westfalenstadion, remains remarkably composed amid the cacophony and distractions created by the French fans. He does not understand French and is unaware of the content of their shouts. However, observing their fierce expressions and catching glimpses of his and his teammates' names, he surmises that they are likely being insulted, although he is unsure of the source. He recalls hearing that a player who is not jeered by opponents is indicative of their lack of success. Opponents' fans do not insult those marginal players who pose no threat. At precisely 2000 hours, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially commences. Spain has possession of the ball. At the start, Lin Quan passes the ball to Iniesta and then makes a run into the opposing half. France begins the match with vigorous pressing. Upon receiving the ball, Iniesta is confronted by two opposing players. Reluctantly, he passes the ball to Busquets, who receives it as the French team presses forward. continuing their pursuit of the ball from the Spanish players. Bosch, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow. Is the French team intending to employ a high-pressing strategy? The fervent pressing of the French squad soon yielded results. In the second minute of the match, they capitalized on a mispass from Spain, with Matuidi seizing the ball and relaying it to a teammate. Upon receiving the pass, Pogba discerned a gap in the Spanish defense and promptly delivered a precise through ball to the center. The football found its way to Valbuena's feet, but regrettably, his acrobatic attempt sailed over the crossbar. Pogba's exquisite pass captivated both Deschamps on the sidelines and the spectators present. This moment showcased Pogba's expansive vision on the pitch and his delicate footwork. Such fleeting opportunities often elude the average player, yet he seized it with finesse. The French supporters erupted with excitement, reflecting on the 6 long years they had endured. Can one truly fathom the tribulations of those 6 years? Since Zidane's retirement, they had suffered through the trials imposed by a team of rugged players. After witnessing Zidane's masterful passing, the fans found it nearly unbearable to watch the less refined play of the current squad. However, Pogba's emergence illuminated a path forward. Finally, they had a player who could weave magic rather than merely embody brute strength. This shot seemed to invigorate the French team, prompting them to commit more resources to their offensive onslaught. By the 5th minute, France secured another interception in the attacking third, with Matuidi's left-footed strike soaring over the crossbar. Within mere minutes of the match's commencement, they had already registered 2 attempts on goal, asserting their dominance on the field. The scene ignited fervor among the French fans, who intensified their chants, creating a crescendo of support to propel their players further. In response to the French pressing, Spain swiftly adjusted their formation to a 4-6-0, withdrawing all 3 forwards into their half to join the midfield battle. Spain's renowned false 9 system, where all their front players are capable of playing in midfield, came into play, with Iniesta, David Silva, and Llorente now participating in the midfield fray. Spain's numerical superiority began to manifest. The once flustered Spanish players, pressured by the French, now enjoyed a plethora of passing options, significantly reducing the risk of errors. Gradually, the spectators observed that although the French team continued to exert pressure on the ball-holding Spaniards, their efficiency in pressing began to wane. Since Matuidi's shot in the 5th minute, they had struggled to regain possession for several minutes. Consequently, the French pressing resembled less of an aggressive pursuit and more of a leisurely stroll led by the Spaniards. On the sidelines, witnessing his team's midfield stabilize, Bosch let out a sigh of relief. He settled comfortably into his coaching seat, his heart brimming with joy, nearly compelled to hum a cheerful tune. With such a luxurious midfield array, what need was there to fear an unsuccessful pressing endeavor? As long as the ball remains elusive, the relentless pressure cannot be sustained. The players of the French team, faced with repeated failures in their pressing attempts, would inevitably lose confidence and enthusiasm. Moreover, with the opposing formation pushed so far forward, it presents an excellent opportunity for Spain to launch counterattacks. With this thought, Bosquet turned his gaze to Lin Quan on the field. The stage has been set for your performance. Now, it is up to you to shine. Observing that the team's pressing tactics seemed to falter, Deschamps stood at the sidelines, urging his players to accelerate their movements, employing a more vigorous approach to enhance the success rate of their pressure. However, just as they surged forward, the Spanish team seized a chance to counterattack. In the 12th minute of the match, Spain passed the ball around in their own half, luring 3 French forwards to press up before Monreal swiftly delivered the ball to Busquets. Professor Busquets lifted his head to assess the situation ahead and immediately sent a long pass over a considerable distance, finding Lin Quan in the center. Lin Quan quickly accelerated towards the French half. Pogba, the nearest defender to him, instinctively positioned himself in front, intent on intercepting. The spectators, witnessing their direct confrontation, began to buzz with anticipation. One, a supernova of Spanish football, the other, a promising talent of the French squad. Their duel was brimming with intrigue, leaving everyone eager to see who would emerge victorious. Lin, I won't let you pass easily. Pogba fixed his gaze on Lin Quan, his competitive spirit ignited. Winning this face-off would affirm his prowess and solidify his place in the national team. Confronted by a towering defender, Lin Quan opted not for flamboyant tricks. He lowered his left shoulder, transferring the ball to his left foot, feigning an attempt to break through on the left. Unfamiliar with Lin Quan's deceptive moves, Pogba misjudged the situation. Perceiving a shift in Lin Quan's weight, he assumed the attack would come from his right and chose to intercept accordingly. Consequently, Lin Quan, and the ball vanished past him on the left. A gasp erupted from the crowd, particularly among the French supporters. They had anticipated a fiercely balanced contest, but were instead left astonished as their hopeful Pogba was deftly bypassed, as if he were a mere mannequin. How could this be? They pondered, just as Pogba himself wrestled with confusion. How could it be a feint? His weight had clearly shifted to the right. How then could Lin Quan break through on the left? The swiftness of Lin Quan's maneuver left the French center-back no choice but to charge towards him, determined not to grant the young talent too much space. Otherwise, whether from long range or through dribbling, he would become exceedingly difficult to contain. It was imperative to compress the space around him, restricting his passing and dribbling opportunities. The judgment of the French defenders was indeed accurate. However, the dilemma arose when both rushed to defend Lin Quan, leaving the other Spanish players unaccounted for. Confronted with the interception of two opponents, Lin Quan decisively passed the ball into the vacant space on the right. The ball found its target, as Iniesta appeared on the right side of the penalty area and, upon receiving Lin Quan's pass, effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. In the 12th minute of the first half, Spain capitalized on a remarkably ordinary counterattack opportunity to break the deadlock. The 80,000 spectators at the Stade de France fell into a silence so profound at the moment of Iniesta's goal that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. French fans stood in disbelief, hands clasped atop their heads, grappling with incredulity, despite their team dominating the field. How could it be that the wretched Spanish were the first to score? In truth, the goal was not unexpected. Spain's counterattack was executed with remarkable quality, while the French team's aggressive push left their defense vulnerable to a swift strike from their opponents. In response to this setback, Hiway smiled and remarked that, playing at home, the French naturally aspired to victory, making their offensive strategy unsurprising. However, against a Spanish side bolstered by Lin Quan, such tactics proved excessively audacious. Jean-Loup also smiled, noting that Spain had evolved into an enhanced version of Barcelona. What would it mean to allow Barcelona to counterattack? The implications were almost unfathomable. This goal should not be blamed on Pogba, who lacked the protective support of his teammates, facing a player of Lin Quan's caliber. Being bested in a one-on-one encounter was entirely plausible. Observing Pogba's crestfallen expression on camera, Hiway unusually offered him a word of praise. Indeed, the French team's overall defensive strategy faltered. One could not neglect the counterattack merely because Spain opted for a frontless formation. After their discussion, both felt a peculiar sense of disquiet. Wasn't possession football about pursuing ball control and creating shooting opportunities through a pressing approach? Yet, in the case of Spain, it appeared to devolve into passing in their own half to draw the opponents in before executing a defensive counterattack. This tactic felt like a fusion of Guardiola and Mourinho's philosophies. Was this an unintentional outcome, or was it deliberate? In a private box within the stadium, a bald coach, upon witnessing Del Bosque's approach, was struck with inspiration, promptly pulling out his notebook to jot down notes. Meanwhile, in a residence somewhere in Portugal, a certain coach with the surname Mourinho was infuriated by the unconventional tactics employed by Del Bosque. As the match resumed, the French team, unwilling to accept defeat, continued to raise the banner of attack. In the 15th minute, Valbuena distributed the ball to the right flank, where right-back Lea surged forward and crossed the ball. Benzema, arriving in the center, struck but sent the ball soaring over the bar. By the 20th minute, Benzema, besieged by several defenders in the penalty area, attempted a shot that was deflected out for a corner. During this period, the French team played with urgency, seemingly generating numerous shooting opportunities. However, their attempts at goal posed little threat. As Spain gradually seized possession, even these seemingly tenuous opportunities became scarce. With control of the midfield firmly established, the efficacy of Spain's possession-based tactics began to manifest. In the 22nd minute, Spain executed a series of passes in the attacking third, and Xavi, receiving the ball at the edge of the penalty area, pivoted sharply to shoot, only to miss the post. Merely a minute later, David Silva's low shot was thwarted by Lloris. Beginning from the 20th minute, Spain dominated the majority of the game's possession, launching a relentless assault on the French goal. The French forwards found themselves unable to obtain the ball, forced to retreat into their half to assist in defense. Yet, even in this defensive posture, they appeared precariously vulnerable under Spain's onslaught. In the 31st minute, Iniesta delivered a delicate pass, and Lin Quan was tripped as he received the ball in the box. This was a clear foul, yet for reasons unknown, the referee chose to overlook it, and did not award a penalty. The Spanish players recalled their previous home match against France, in which the referee's controversial decisions had prompted a protest to FIFA. But their grievances had vanished into silence after submission. On the pitch, the Spanish players voiced their discontent to the referee, yet he remained resolute, insisting it was not a penalty, and Xavi even received a yellow card for his emotional outburst. With their protests falling on deaf ears, the Spanish players simmered with frustration, which soon found its outlet against the French team. Chapter 131. A stunning strike, captivating Ronaldo and Messi. In the 36th minute, Pogba, overly fixated on the ball, was successfully dispossessed by a Spanish player in the attacking zone. Xavi sent a long pass that sliced through the French defense. Upon witnessing his teammate's successful interception, Lin Quan sprinted into the penalty area. Just as he entered, the ball soared over the heads of two defenders, landing directly in front of him. Lloris, quick to react, closed down the space, limiting Lin Quan's shooting angle. With no time for adjustment, Lin Quan opted for a volley rather than a controlled touch. With a resounding thud, the ball surged forth. Lloris, demonstrating remarkable reflexes, leapt into action, stretching his body in midair, creating an impenetrable wall. The angle for the shot was exceedingly narrow. As long as he reacted promptly, the shot would either be deflected or miss the frame entirely. Just as he soared into the air, Lloris sensed the quality of the strike was exceptionally high. The ball grazed his fingertips as it sped past, aiming for the left side of the goal. The hearts of both sets of fans, in the stadium and in front of their televisions, raced with anxiety. French supporters prayed to the heavens, hoping the ball would not find the net, while the Spanish fans were filled with the opposite sentiment. As Lloris felt the ball slip past his fingertips, a chill gripped his heart. The shot was so extreme that it truly had the potential to score. He turned back in despair, watching helplessly as the football crashed against the inner side of the post with a resounding thud, before ricocheting into the net. Lloris let out a long sigh, his heart heavy with exhaustion and frustration. If only he had been better prepared, if only his reflexes had been swifter, would the outcome have been different? Just a fraction more towards the outside, and the ball would have missed the goal entirely, bouncing away instead. It was a matter of mere inches. The Spanish fans in the stadium and those watching on television were momentarily startled, only exhaling in relief once the ball had crossed the line. Was such suspense truly necessary? Meanwhile, the French supporters were left in stunned silence, each one feeling the pressure tighten around their throats. Being one goal behind still held a glimmer of hope for recovery. But trailing by 2 goals left even the most optimistic French fans feeling despondent. The slow-motion replay on the big screen revealed that Lloris had indeed managed to graze the ball with his fingertips, yet the slight touch failed to significantly alter its trajectory. If only his fingers had been a couple of centimeters longer, he might have saved it. As the replay played out, the Spanish fans lauded Lin Quan, while simultaneously harboring a newfound respect for the French goalkeeper. This keeper was no ordinary player. He nearly saved such a challenging shot. However, the shooting technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Could a volley produce such quality? Was this even human? With the keeper so close to blocking it, most players would struggle to even attempt a shot. Yet, the opponent not only managed to shoot, but did so from such a tight angle. How astonishing! Upon scoring, Lin Quan himself was taken aback. Witnessing Lloris's attempt at a save, he had anticipated a block. To his surprise, the ball found its way in, prompting him to run before the camera, striking a celebratory pose reminiscent of bending a bow to shoot an eagle. The French team's number 10, Benzema, the designated scapegoat of Real Madrid, stood with his hands on his hips, enviously observing Lin Quan. If only he possessed such exquisite shooting skills, perhaps he wouldn't face so much criticism within the team. When the team triumphed, it was due to Ronaldo's leadership. When they faltered, it was attributed to Benzema's poor performance dragging the team down. Damn, did he not yearn for victory? The thought of his coach, Mourinho, jokingly referring to him as a cat filled Benzema with indignation. From this moment forth, I, Benzema, no, I shall strive diligently to master my shooting skills, and upon my return, I will astonish you all. As for how to learn these techniques, that was simple. He would watch 100 highlights of Ronaldo, Messi, and this Lin Quan fellow's goals. By gathering the best from each, he was determined to refine his own craft. Just as Benzema resolved to devote himself to mastering his shooting, his teammate, one of the legendary duo, Cristiano Ronaldo, upon witnessing Lin Quan's strike, felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, there was remarkable talent at play, but if I were to take the shot, it would undoubtedly have been executed even more beautifully. Cristiano Ronaldo rested his chin upon his hand, pondering which technique from his extensive repertoire could possibly secure a goal under such circumstances. The French goalkeeper possessed considerable skill, rendering conventional methods seemingly unreliable. After an arduous period of contemplation, he was astonished to find himself devoid of a reliable solution. How could this be? Was he truly inferior to that young lad? His teammate, Cointreau, the last to enter the hotel from outside, was taken aback to see Cristiano still seated on the sofa in the hotel lobby, engrossed in the match. "Cristiano, aren't you going to your room to rest?" Cointreau inquired with curiosity. "It's still early. You go ahead. I'll join you shortly," Cristiano replied without even glancing at the time. "Early? It's nearly 9 o'clock in the evening," Cointreau remarked, incredulous. Professional athletes typically adhere to a disciplined schedule, retiring early to ensure they obtain a sufficient amount of rest, around 9 to 10 hours, necessary for maintaining peak performance. Cristiano, known for his remarkable self-discipline, meticulously organized his daily routine. With the hour approaching 9, after they finished their ablutions and engaged in some muscle relaxation exercises, it would soon be time for bed. Yet, judging by Cristiano's demeanor, it appeared he intended to watch the match until its conclusion before seeking rest. What sort of contest could captivate him so thoroughly as to disrupt his usual disciplined regimen? Meanwhile, in far-off Argentina, Messi marveled at the stunning goal. What a magnificent strike! The angle, timing, and force were all executed to perfection. After expressing his admiration, Messi found himself grappling with the same question as Cristiano. If he were on the pitch, how would he approach that same opportunity to ensure the ball found the net? Lin Quan's execution had been commendable, and the quality of that shot was undeniably high. Yet, could it have been improved? For an ordinary player, possessing Lin Quan's finesse and shooting ability would be entirely satisfactory. However, he and Cristiano were far from ordinary. They had ascended to the status of extraordinary superstars. Their inherent talents already formidable. Yet, their mutual presence fueled a relentless desire for self-improvement, yearning to surpass one another and emerge as the singular sovereign of the sport. As Messi contemplated, an insatiable urge to practice surged within him, compelling him to step outside and kick a few balls. While it was nighttime for Cristiano, daylight still graced Messi. Thus, he resolved to take a football into the open air during halftime to indulge his impulse. On the field, the Spanish players came rushing over to celebrate with Lin Quan. The goal was nothing short of spectacular. Even as mere spectators, they found it impossible not to applaud such brilliance. Should there be no other more remarkable goals in the current round of matches, this strike could very well be crowned the best goal of the week. "Lin, how did you manage to score that goal?" Xavi inquired curiously, playfully tousling Lin Quan's hair. The other teammates also perked up their ears, filled with curiosity. "And so it happened. The ball found its way into the net. Do you understand?" The teammates rolled their eyes in exasperation. What a load of nonsense. Enough of this. The realm of genius is beyond our comprehension and imitation. Lin Quan's remarkable goal further invigorated the team's morale. In the ensuing moments, Spain unleashed a relentless barrage against the French goal, wave after wave crashing upon it. In the 39th minute, Alonso delivered a precise through ball down the center, and Iniesta's shot from the edge of the box sailed just over the bar. Mere moments later, Lin Quan executed an exquisite backheel pass at the edge of the penalty area, but David Silva's attempt was thwarted by the goalkeeper's outstretched leg. As Spain's possession increased, the French goal came under siege. French goalkeeper Lloris became the busiest player on the pitch, continuing his stellar performance from the previous match, diving left and right to preserve the integrity of his goal, preventing Spain from extending their lead. However, the relentless assault from the opposing side left the French supporters in a state of anxiety. They could not remain passive any longer. An offensive must be mounted. Without a single threatening counterattack, the Spanish would only grow bolder in their assault. The French players recognized the need for change. Seizing the opportunity amid the onslaught, they attempted a few counterattacks, but the results were less than satisfactory. Spain's numerical superiority in midfield made it exceedingly difficult for their passes to penetrate. Pogba, aside from a brief moment of brilliance upon entering the game, had been woefully inadequate. In under 40 minutes, he had committed 3 errors. In encounters with Lin Quan, he was utterly outclassed, repeatedly outmaneuvered in defense. To make matters worse, he lost possession to Lin Quan and, in a desperate attempt to regain the ball, committed a foul that earned him a yellow card. This catastrophic performance gradually eroded the patience of the French fans, who had once hoped he might emerge as the new Zidane. Now, they had completely lost faith. With his current display, he was unworthy even to carry Zidane's shoes. Seeing the futility of penetrating Spain's midfield, the French team swiftly altered their strategy. In the 42nd minute, after regaining possession in their defensive third, they launched a long ball that bypassed the midfield entirely. The ball reached the flanks, where Bayern's Ribery galloped forward, demonstrating his magical footwork, evading Arbeloa to find himself one-on-one. However, when confronted by Valdez, his shot towards the far corner was valiantly parried away. France squandered what was, up to that point, their best opportunity of the first half. After Valdez deflected Ribery's shot, he clenched his fists and let out a roar of triumph. With Casillas injured in the Copa del Rey match, Valdez, who had long been a substitute for the national team, finally seized his moment to shine. In the recent matches, whether facing Uruguay, Finland, or the current opponent, the French team, Valdez has consistently showcased commendable performances. This has earned him the trust of the coaching staff, establishing him as Spain's undisputed goalkeeper during Casillas' absence. However, with Casillas' return from injury, the decision of who will assume the role of the primary goalkeeper will pose a dilemma for Bosque. After missing a significant scoring opportunity, neither team was able to capitalize on the remaining time in the first half. During the intermission, Deschamps offered words of consolation to Pogba, encouraging him not to bear too heavy a psychological burden. He reassured Pogba that losing to Spain's formidable midfield was nothing to be ashamed of. Even if they were to lose this match, it was not solely his responsibility, nor was it the end of the world. The worst-case scenario would be to participate in the playoffs, where, as long as they avoid facing Europe's elite teams, their chances of advancing remain substantial. Comforted by Deschamps' support, Pogba felt a sense of relief and appeared to regain some confidence. Paul, in the second half, refrained from marking Lin Quan. He is too agile for you to contain. Noticing Pogba's renewed fighting spirit, Deschamps began to assign him a task. In the second half, focus on Xavi. His age has diminished his mobility and physicality. If you can limit Xavi's influence, we still have a chance in this match. From his observations in the first half, Deschamps identified Xavi as the engine of the Spanish midfield. If they could curtail Xavi's passing, Spain's offensive threat would significantly diminish. Pogba nodded emphatically, filled with confidence at the thought of facing Xavi, who was significantly less agile than Lin Quan. If I cannot contain Lin Quan, can I not handle you? The second half commenced swiftly, with both teams returning to the field. Spain began cautiously, seemingly wary of an aggressive French start. The French indeed sought to capitalize on Spain's unsteadiness at the outset. However, upon recognizing their opponent's preparedness, they prudently refrained from pressing forward. 5 minutes later, both sides gradually loosened up, and the pace of the match quickened dramatically. In the 51st minute, Cabai delivered a pass from the baseline, and Benzema's shot soared high. Regrettably, Benzema waved his fist in disappointment as the ball flew over the crossbar, yet consoled himself, acknowledging that it was at least an improvement from his previous attempt, which had been a complete miss. With his mindset adjusted, Benzema's threat in front of the goal began to increase. In the 57th minute, Valbuena crossed from the baseline, and Benzema outmuscled his club teammate Ramos to claim the position. Unfortunately, his header grazed the post and went out of play. This attempt had improved upon his earlier shot, and had it not been for Ramos's interference, it might have found the net. Let us continue playing like this. I feel we are on the brink of scoring. In the commentary booth of French television, the analysts, witnessing the team's offensive rhythm returning, particularly noted Benzema's rising performance. They sensed hope and even predicted an imminent goal for the team. Indeed, merely 2 minutes had elapsed when another goal graced the field. Regrettably, it was Spain that found the net, rather than the French team. In the 59th minute, Spain's left-back Monreal, who had been hastily signed by Arsenal for $8.3 million during the winter transfer window, showcased his dribbling prowess. After maneuvering past an opponent on the left flank, he delivered a low cross into the box, where Iniesta, sprawled on the ground, managed to poke the ball into the back of Lloris's net. 0-3. France now faced a daunting 3-goal deficit on their home turf. The suddenness of this goal left the French squad utterly unprepared. They had been mounting a commendable offensive and were gradually regaining their form, seemingly on the verge of scoring. Yet, this momentum was abruptly shattered by Spain's strike. At this juncture, they should have been celebrating their own goal, but instead, they were forced to witness their opponents revel in triumph. This blow severely dented the morale of the French players. Trailing by 3 goals is a far cry from being behind by 1 or 2. A draw was simply unacceptable. A 3-goal deficit meant they would need to score at least 4 to secure victory. But to net 4 against the Spaniards? Surely, this was a fanciful notion. If the Spaniards committed themselves to solid defense, conceding even 1 goal would prove an arduous task, let alone 4. In the 2010 World Cup, Spain conceded merely 2 goals. And in the knockout stages, they did not concede at all en route to their championship. In the 2012 European Championship, they allowed just 1 goal, also maintaining a clean sheet in the knockout rounds on their way to victory. Scoring 4 against them seemed an insurmountable challenge. After establishing a significant lead, Spain opted to make substitutions. Villa entered the fray, replacing David Silva. Since Llorente had secured his starting position, Spain's forwards had faced an unfortunate lack of playing time. Torres and Villa, among others, found it difficult to earn minutes, which seemed somewhat unjust for these veteran players who had made notable contributions to the team. Thus, Del Bosque attempted to reinstate them into the game after taking the lead, allowing them to regain their rhythm and prevent their skills from rusting before the pivotal matches ahead. Upon entering the pitch, Villa exhibited remarkable energy, and Llorente seized the opportunity to provide him with several exquisite passes. However, Villa's extended time on the bench seemed to have adversely affected his shooting form, as he squandered 2 excellent opportunities in quick succession. Llorente, I apologize for wasting your brilliant assists. Next time, feel free to shoot when the chance arises. Villa sheepishly approached Llorente to express his apologies. No worries. Our possession is high, and we have plenty of shooting opportunities. Missing 1 or 2 is inconsequential. Llorente took it in stride, well aware of his teammates' shooting capabilities. Spain had wasted numerous opportunities in this match, so he had long since acclimated to such occurrences. Despite the considerable deficit, France did not concede defeat. Rather, they shed their burdens and played with abandon. In the 62nd minute, Cabé's long-range effort soared over the crossbar. Spain quickly responded in kind, with Xavi's own long-range attempt also flying over the bar. In the 65th minute, the French team seized a promising opportunity. After Ribéry evaded a defender, he delivered a cross into the penalty area. Although Benzema failed to make contact with the ball, the on-rushing Matuidi managed to receive it. Regrettably, faced with Valdés, he took his shot too hastily, sending the ball directly into Valdés's embrace, which was easily collected by the opposing goalkeeper. This marked the second squandered golden chance for the French team in this match, both of which were expertly dealt with by Valdés. The Barcelona goalkeeper's performance in this game was nothing short of miraculous. The French fans were left utterly speechless, lamenting, "You were given opportunities, yet you faltered." If only they could capitalize on a single chance, the French team would not find themselves in such a precarious position. On the sidelines, Bosque applauded Valdés while contemplating whether, upon Casillas's return, he should afford Valdés more playing time. As time dwindled, the French team grew increasingly frantic. In the 68th minute, Pogba fouled Xavi and received a verbal warning from the referee. 2 minutes later, Xavi was again brought down from behind by Matuidi. This time, the referee showed no leniency, issuing a yellow card to the latter. The French team's repeated fouls on Xavi seemed to stifle Spain's attacking momentum. However, their own offense remained lackluster. In the 74th minute, the French team encountered what was arguably their best opportunity thus far. A communication error in the Spanish defense saw Valdés and Ramos fail to synchronize, leading to a misjudgment by Valdés, who could not seize the ball from Varane's feet. With Valdés out of position, Varane faced almost an open goal. Astonishingly, under Monreal's interference, Varane failed to score even with the gaping net before him. The French team had squandered their third prime opportunity of the match. The disheartened French fans, witnessing this blunder, expressed their frustration vocally, with some resorting to harsh criticisms. What a disgraceful performance. Even a dog could play better than this. Refund our ticket money. We came to see you win, not to witness such a rout. Given the team's struggle, particularly with the presence of numerous black players, they had not garnered much support from fans in their homeland, especially among white spectators. After finally igniting a sense of patriotism that brought fans to the stadium, the team delivered such a dismal display. Observing the fans turn against them, the French team's morale plummeted further. Meanwhile, sensing the Spanish side's waning confidence, Bosque made substitutions, bringing on Fabregas for Iniesta and warming up Martinez to replace the targeted Xavi. However, before Martinez could enter the pitch, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. In the 76th minute, as Pogba intercepted Xavi in midfield, Xavi executed his signature, turned to evade him. Just as Xavi was about to deliver a decisive pass, Pogba, in an inexplicable decision, raised his foot and aimed a stomp at Xavi's ankle. Although Xavi initially refrained from making contact and attempted to withdraw his foot, he was ultimately unable to evade, resulting in a foul by Pogba. Upon falling to the ground, Xavi appeared to be injured, writhing in agony while clutching his foot. Spanish players rushed in, encircling Pogba in a protective barrier. Are you trying to kill him? The fiery Ramos was ready to strike. Despite their rivalry at the club level, they were teammates on the national team, and seeing a fellow player being wronged, Ramos instinctively stepped forward. French players hurried to safeguard their teammate, separating Pogba from the Spanish players. Tensions escalated as the players pushed and shouted at one another, the atmosphere becoming increasingly charged. Lin Quan, witnessing the severity of Xavi's injury, urgently signaled for the medical team to come to the pitch. The Spanish physician swiftly approached with a medical kit, removing Xavi's sock to reveal a noticeably swollen ankle. Soft tissue contusion, but the bone is intact. The doctor sighed in relief upon noticing that Xavi's ankle had not been deformed. However, a soft tissue contusion is not a trivial injury. For a player of Xavi's age, such an ailment would necessitate at least 6 to 8 weeks of recovery. If the healing process is slow, it could extend beyond 2 months. This sight only intensified the anger among the Spanish players. The referee acted decisively, issuing a red card to Pogba, expelling him from the match. His earlier reckless tackle constituted a severe foul, warranting not only an immediate red card but potentially further sanctions as well. Pogba was left in a daze, unsure of his thoughts or motivations. Upon receiving the red card, he lowered his head and silently made his way to the sidelines, bypassing his coach and heading straight to the locker room. Deschamps was infuriated with Pogba. He had instructed him to mark Xavi, not to resort to such foul play. Now, with a significant deficit and one man down, defeat was all but assured, not just in score, but also in personnel. Following Xavi's injury, Spain swiftly made a substitution. Martinez entered the field to replace the injured Xavi. Notably, both Casillas and Puyol were absent from this match, and the captain's armband was worn by Xavi. Before departing, he entrusted the armband not to Ramos, but to Lin Quan. Feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, Lin Quan hesitated, only to hear Xavi say, "Lin, I can no longer continue the match. Wear it and lead us to victory on my behalf." Nodding earnestly, Lin Quan accepted the captain's armband, placing it on his left arm. This marked the first time Lin Quan donned the captain's armband in his professional career, and it was for the national team. Journalists captured this poignant moment. The transfer of the armband symbolizing the passing of the torch between the veteran and the newcomer within the Spanish national team. On the sidelines, Del Bosque watched anxiously as Xavi was carried away on a stretcher. Upon hearing the team doctor state that Xavi might be sidelined for 2 months, Del Bosque's countenance darkened significantly. 2 months. This meant that Xavi would miss all remaining matches in the Spanish World Cup qualifying group stage. Damn it. Del Bosque struck the edge of the coaching bench with his fist, muttering a curse under his breath. Although Xavi had aged, he remained an integral part of the Spanish team. His absence would considerably weaken Spain's midfield strength. After being reduced to 10 men, the French team could no longer launch any threatening attacks. Enraged, the Spanish side unleashed a relentless assault on their opponent's goal in the final stages of the match, with the French players firmly pinned in their own half, utterly powerless to retaliate. This scene left the attending French fans disheartened, prompting many to depart prematurely. With their team trailing and no hope of equalizing in sight, they feared witnessing a rout and thus chose to leave. With both Xavi and Iniesta substituted, Lin Quan, donning the captain's armband, assumed the role of midfield orchestrator for Spain. He exhibited no signs of discomfort in this position, having a background as a defensive midfielder. He had also engaged in organizing attacks up front. Under Lin Quan's adept direction, the rhythm of the match was firmly under Spain's control. In the closing moments, Spain's offensive surged like a tide. In the 85th minute, a pass sliced through the French defense, landing at Alonso's feet. After adjusting his angle, Alonso opted for a long-range shot, unfortunately misfiring as the ball soared into the stands. 2 minutes later, a defensive lapse from the French team allowed Villa to exploit a gap. Lin Quan delivered an exquisite curved pass that evaded the defenders and rolled invitingly to Villa. However, French goalkeeper Loris reacted swiftly, averting the impending crisis. Lin Quan was genuinely impressed. His teammates' shooting skills were somewhat extraordinary. If ground shots were ineffective, perhaps a high ball could do the trick. Ramos had been in good form lately. Maybe he could head one in. During stoppage time, Spain earned a corner kick. Lin Quan floated the ball into the penalty area, and although Ramos managed to make contact, his header lacked power, allowing Lloris to comfortably gather the ball. After squandering this opportunity, Spain could not extend their lead further. With the final whistle blown at 90 minutes, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Iniesta, Spain triumphed over France with a commanding 3-0 victory on their turf. Upon hearing the referee's final whistle, the French players visibly exhaled with relief. Finally, it was over. They could hardly endure anymore. The relentless onslaught from the Spaniards had been terrifying, and if given a choice, they would never wish to encounter this Spanish team again. Lin, may I exchange jerseys with you? Benzema, whose performance had been lackluster, approached Lin Quan earnestly with a request to swap jerseys. Witnessing Benzema's swift action as he removed his shirt and approached Lin Quan, Ribery awkwardly scratched his head, regretting not having acted more quickly. Damn, I should have moved faster. Sure, no problem. Upon hearing Lin Quan's response, Benzema chuckled, his laughter rather innocent. In that moment, Lin Quan suddenly comprehended why Benzema had always been the scapegoat within the Real Madrid squad. His seemingly harmless demeanor made him an easy target for blame. Apart from Benzema, the other French players exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, with only a handful exchanging jerseys with their Spanish counterparts. The rest hastily departed the field at the conclusion of the match, returning to their locker rooms. Among the French supporters who remained in the stands of the Stade de France, numerous individuals were vocally expressing their discontent, eager to vacate the dismal venue. Once back in the locker room, the players deliberately ignored Pogba, who had made a grave error. As they silently approached their lockers to retrieve towels and clothes in preparation for a shower, suddenly, the locker room door swung open forcefully. The French national team's coach, Deschamps, stormed in, his face a mask of fury. His gaze swept across the room until it landed on Pogba, who was huddled in a corner, head bowed, distanced from his teammates, who seemed equally unwilling to acknowledge him. Deschamps, initially seething with anger, softened upon witnessing Pogba's forlorn state. Paul, come with me to the press conference. Pogba, taken aback, lifted his head to look at his coach. The other players paused in their actions, turning to glance at Deschamps, questioning the coach's judgment in bringing a player who had committed a reckless foul and been ejected from the match to face the media. Noticing Pogba's reluctance to move, Deschamps' frustration boiled over. Are you planning to be a coward for the rest of your life? Come, follow me to the press conference and publicly apologize to the opponents. Making mistakes is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is the lack of courage to acknowledge one's errors and confront them. He foresaw the harsh criticisms that the French media would unleash upon Pogba, likely tearing him apart with their words. If he remained passive, Pogba risked being irreparably damaged by this match. If he wished to avoid carrying the burden of psychological scars for a lifetime, it was imperative to step forward and shield him. However, this required Pogba's cooperation. If he proved to be a hopeless case, even Deschamps could not assist him. Pogba, possessing a fair degree of emotional intelligence, understood that his coach was attempting to protect him. Hence, he nodded earnestly and followed Deschamps to the post-match press conference. On the Spanish side, Lin Quan accompanied Del Bosque to the press conference. I apologize for my irrational behavior on the field, and I am sorry for the harm caused to my opponents. I wish for Xavi to recover swiftly. As Pogba approached, he bowed sincerely before the cameras, his demeanor earnest. The journalists in attendance swiftly raised their cameras, capturing the moment. A Spanish reporter, indignant, spoke up. Pogba, do you believe that your poor performance and irrational actions have burdened the team, ultimately leading to France's defeat in this match? The issue of France's defeat has been unjustly placed squarely on Pogba's shoulders. While Pogba bears some responsibility, the blame is excessive. Spanish journalists seem unable to accept Pogba's apology, deliberately challenging him with pointed questions. I am truly sorry. I have let down the trust of my coach and teammates, as well as the expectations of our fans. He expressed sincerely. Pogba's attitude remains earnest. From now on, I will strive with double the effort to reach the heights anticipated by our supporters. A French journalist posed a question to Deschamps. Coach, will you continue to utilize young, reckless players like Pogba in the future? Clearly, the French press harbors doubts about Pogba's future with the national team. His dismal performance in today's match has made it difficult for them to place their trust in him once again. Deschamps responded, certainly. The team requires fresh talent at all times. I will continue to assess those young players excelling in major leagues, should they meet my standards. I will offer them opportunities to represent the national team. Deschamps is resolutely committed to rejuvenating the French squad, having lost faith in the veterans currently on the roster. If the national team aspires to achieve success in next year's World Cup and the European Championship in 3 years, a rebuilding process must commence now. The midfield will be the focal point of this reconstruction. Not only Pogba, but also Griezmann, who has been performing exceptionally well in La Liga this season, is among those under close scrutiny. The French journalists were skeptical of Deschamps' assurances. Are you not concerned that young players might perform as poorly as Pogba did on the pitch? We have nearly forfeited our hopes of qualifying directly for the World Cup. After consecutive defeats to Spain, they have essentially lost any chance of securing the top spot in their group. The French team can now only hope to secure second place and enter the playoffs, striving to qualify for the World Cup. When it comes to young players, we must exhibit a bit more patience. They require time to develop and cannot be expected to deliver stellar performances immediately. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience, as a Spanish journalist provocatively remarked. Then why is it that the merely 17-year-old Lin Quan has integrated so well into the Spanish squad, consistently delivering exceptional performances? The underlying implication was a subtle jab, suggesting that the French players pale in comparison to their Spanish counterparts. Otherwise, how could their young talents shine so brilliantly while yours falter? Geniuses like Lin Quan cannot be compared to ordinary players. Deschamps' statement left the gathered journalists in astonishment. What is happening? The French coach is actually praising a Spanish player? Has he confused scripts? Shouldn't such praise come from the Spanish coach? Del Bosque observed with caution. Is this lad perhaps eyeing our treasure? Thus, he too began to extol Lin Quan's virtues, showering him with accolades. The Spanish journalists enthusiastically applauded the exchange. With a significant victory, their newcomers triumphed over the French rookies in a decisive contest. This situation allowed them to hold their heads high in front of their French counterparts, each one seemingly looking down their noses at the others. The journalists from France were understandably frustrated, yet helpless, with even their own coach betraying them. What more could they say? They could only lament the absence of players who could rival Lin Quan. Deschamps' suspicions were indeed validated. Following the match, Pogba's dismal performance became the target of ire among the French supporters. Although Pogba promptly chose to apologize, the Spanish fans remained dissatisfied, joining the chorus of criticism against him. In truth, it was not only Pogba who faced condemnation. Deschamps himself was also under fire. Fans accused him of poor judgment in player selection and mismanagement. In such a pivotal match, his decision to field younger players yielded no positive results and led to a grievous defeat for the team. The French media expressed a pervasive sense of pessimism, believing that a significant gap had emerged between their team and top-tier squads like Spain. The French team was no longer among Europe's elite. In stark contrast to the general despondency of the French media, the Spanish press and fans were far more optimistic. Following this match, Spain held a substantial lead in their group, 6 points ahead of the second-place team. If they managed to win just 2 of their remaining 3 matches, they would secure the top spot in the group and advance to the World Cup finals. While the nation of Spain reveled in celebration, brimming with confidence for the future, Lin Quan harbored some concerns. The Spanish lineup exhibited clear signs of aging. Veterans like Puyol and Xavi were nearing the end of their careers. After this World Cup, they would gradually retire, and the younger generation of Spain did not quite measure up to these world-class players. Conversely, under Deschamps' bold policy of promoting new talent, the French team was destined for resurgence. In the not-so-distant future, Spain would find itself facing yet another formidable rival on the international stage. After concluding the match against France, Lin Quan did not return to Spain with his teammates. Instead, he boarded a flight from Paris back to Germany. He had scarcely landed when he received a call from his agent. "Père, is someone seeking my endorsement?" he inquired. "Indeed, and it's a rather lucrative contract." Père confirmed from the other end of the line. Based on the suggestions and reminders from readers, certain modifications were made to the previous chapter. I typically begin writing in the afternoon and may not see everyone's comments in a timely manner. I welcome everyone to join the group to encourage the author. The group is filled with wonderful individuals who are pleasant to converse with and incredibly entertaining. End of chapter. Chapter 133. A 3-year contract worth $9 million? Who do they think they are looking down upon? Upon learning that Lin Quan had returned to Germany, Père promptly traveled from Spain to meet with him. The swift response from the other party made Lin Quan realize that this could indeed be a significant contract. "Per, what sort of contract is it?" he asked. "Take a look first, and we can discuss it as you go." Per filled a glass of water for himself and, after downing it in one go, finally spoke. "The contract with Bayern is nearly finalized, and Adidas, as their sponsor, has had their eyes on you for quite some time, intending to sign you. However, previously, your reputation was limited to the Bundesliga, and your influence in the broader football world was quite restricted. Consequently, Adidas did not regard you with much seriousness, and the contract they offered lacked sincerity, which I rejected. So what has prompted them to take notice of this relatively unknown player now?" Lin Quan closed the contract in his hands and smiled at Per. "Ahem. Firstly, it is due to your increasingly impressive performances in the Bundesliga, proving you are not merely a flash in the pan. Secondly, you have steadily established yourself in the national team, and it seems you are on the verge of becoming a core player for the next generation of the Spanish national team. Unless something unexpected occurs, there is undoubtedly a place for you in the future of football. Adidas may have been observing you previously, but now they can no longer remain passive. If they do not act soon, they risk losing this future star to other competitors who may approach you first." Lin Quan nodded. There are numerous giants in the realm of sports brands. Adidas may not be the strongest, but their headquarters in Germany has drawn their attention to him first. As his fame in football grows, there will surely be many sponsors seeking collaboration. Players of the caliber of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi are approached by sponsors rather than the other way around. Adidas's contract is indeed quite generous, offering $9 million over 3 years. Should he sign with them, they would leverage their connections in European football to wholeheartedly assist him in vying for this year's Golden Boy Award. Per was clearly intrigued by this offer. After all, Cristiano's contract was merely $24 million over 4 years. For a newcomer like Lin Quan, securing such a contract is already quite impressive. However, Per's words did not seem to sway Lin Quan. Indeed, Cristiano's current contract seems modest, yet it was signed 3 years ago, and next year, his contract with Nike will expire. At that time, Nike will undoubtedly significantly increase the renewal amount. If Lin Quan recalled correctly, Cristiano's next contract would be a 5-year deal worth a staggering $50 million. This means that starting next year, Cristiano will receive at least $9 million annually from Nike. So, receiving a $9 million contract from Adidas now feels like an insult. Lin Quan had never held a favorable view of Adidas, not to mention their distasteful actions in later years. Just considering the offer itself, he felt it was an affront to his worth. Neymar's contract with Nike, signed in 2011, was worth $4.5 million per year, and that was when Neymar had yet to break into one of the top 5 leagues, only beginning to make a name for himself in the Brazilian league. Once Neymar makes his entrance into one of the 5 major leagues, it is likely that his contract value will rival that of Messi and Ronaldo. It is now 2013, and the contract offered by Adidas to Lin Quan pales in comparison to the deal that Nike extended to Neymar 2 years prior. What utter disdain this exhibits. "Lin, are you dissatisfied with the monetary offer?" Per, under the impression that Lin would accept the proposal, was taken aback when Lin swiftly declined. Thus, he inquired further, "Uncle Per, do you believe this contract amount is substantial?" Per pondered for a moment before responding. For an ordinary player, securing such a contract before the age of 20 could indeed be considered a significant achievement. Lin smiled and replied, "Do you consider me an ordinary player?" Per hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. "Ah, my oversight. Given your current display of prowess, I believe an annual remuneration of 4 to 5 million euros would be more fitting, considering that Ronaldo earns merely 6 million euros a year." Per did not propose an exorbitant figure, as sponsors are unlikely to offer Lin a sponsorship fee that rivals those of Ronaldo and Messi. However, given Lin's immense potential, a figure of 4 to 5 million euros does not seem unreasonable. It ultimately depends on whether these sponsors are willing to take a chance on his potential. Seeing that Per understood his sentiment, Lin remarked with a smile, "There is no need for haste. With over 3 months remaining until the summer transfer window, it would be more advantageous to negotiate with sponsors once my next club is determined." Per nodded in agreement, aware that stars from smaller clubs inevitably lack the commercial value of those from prestigious teams. This is precisely why sponsors are more inclined to offer substantial contracts to the latter, elucidating why so many top players gravitate towards elite clubs. Not only do these top-tier clubs offer higher salaries, but they also present greater commercial opportunities and a higher likelihood of success. thus ensuring both reputation and wealth. In addition to this contract, I have brought along several smaller agreements, unrelated to the sporting realm. Would you care to take a look? Pair initially approached these lesser contracts with a sense of ambivalence, but with the largest contract falling through, only these minor opportunities remained. Upon reviewing, Lin noted the wide array of industries represented. There were contracts from the fast food giant McDonald's and the local cuisine of Kaifeng, as well as soft drinks from Pepsi and Coca-Cola and hair care products from Head Shoulders and Clear. Lin even spotted a sponsorship advertisement from Durex, which surprisingly offered a considerable sum. Nuremberg, Adidas headquarters. What? He rejected our offer? Jimmy Dano, the sports marketing director at Adidas, was taken aback upon learning that Lin's agent had declined their proposal. Indeed, they seemed dissatisfied with our contract offer. Jimmy scoffed, 3 years for €9 million. Which player under 20 has ever secured such a lucrative sponsorship deal? Does he truly believe he is on par with Messi or Ronaldo? Should we continue to engage with them? Upon hearing Jimmy's words, the assistant assumed that he intended to abandon the contract with Lin Quan. They decided to pause the engagement, allowing some time for reflection. The assistant nodded and prepared to exit the office. Have there been any other brands in contact with them recently? Jimmy seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired. Currently, no other sports brands have been identified, though numerous other brands seeking endorsements from them have emerged. Jimmy nonchalantly nodded. As long as it is not those Nike folks attempting to undermine us, it is acceptable. By the way, we must closely monitor his interactions with other sports brands during this period. If no third party intervenes, we shall firmly secure the contract amount. What if a third party does intervene? In that case, we will adjust our offer according to the competitor's proposal. In any case, we shall not yield to the player's extortion. Jimmy Dano appeared confident, firmly believing that ultimately it would be the players who would be compelled to compromise first. Adidas has always exhibited a great deal of arrogance. Given that they hold the upper hand, expecting them to make concessions is unrealistic. Furthermore, the players under their wing consistently receive lower sponsorship fees compared to Nike. The rationale is straightforward. In European football, Adidas wields a greater influence than Nike. Players signing contracts with Adidas can derive more intangible benefits, advantages that monetary measures cannot directly quantify. Neither Adidas nor Lin Quan is in a hurry. After the weekend's away match against Mainz, he found time to shoot his first commercial advertisement. This was for a KFC endorsement, and the filming was quite straightforward, taking approximately half an hour to complete. The endorsement fee for KFC is relatively modest, amounting to €500,000 a year. Although the price is not high, the tasks are simple and easy, requiring only the filming of a few advertisements. Additionally, KFC's hamburgers are quite appealing, and Lin Quan occasionally indulges in them. Following the advertisement shoot, he enjoys certain privileges, such as complimentary access to the wide hamburger he endorses. Furthermore, on Crazy Thursdays each week, KFC outlets provide him with various perks. However, for a professional athlete, fried foods are not particularly healthy. They can be consumed, but only in moderation. Eating them once or twice a week is acceptable, but excessive consumption may lead to weight gain and health issues. On April 6th, during the 28th round of the Bundesliga, Werder Bremen hosted Schalke 04. The two teams had no significant animosity previously, but last year, during Bremen's visit to Veltins Arena, they encountered a rather unpleasant experience. The opposing player, Neustadter, committed a grievous foul against De Bruyne, causing Bremen's midfield linchpin to miss nearly a month of matches. During this time, Bremen had no choice but to rely on Lin Quan to lead the team single-handedly. In addition to the unsportsmanlike behavior displayed by the opposing players on the field, the various restrictions imposed on Bremen's fans at their home ground also left the club's members quite displeased. Consequently, Bremen decided to reciprocate in kind this time around. In the home ground, with over 50,000 tickets available, Schalke was allocated a mere 2,000, with more than 10,000 Schalke fans traveling to the match. Only 1/5 managed to secure tickets to enter the Weser Stadium and witness the game. The discontent among Schalke supporters was palpable as they gathered outside the stadium to protest. Werder Bremen, however, chose to disregard their demonstrations, recalling that it was Schalke who instigated the hostilities initially. We are merely returning the behavior you exhibited in kind. If blame must be assigned, it rests solely upon your shoulders. As for this match, no further motivation was necessary. Inside the locker room, Coach Schaaf cast a glance at his team and was met with faces brimming with determination, which filled him with immense satisfaction. There was no need for words. It was time to crush Schalke. Yes, let us vanquish them decisively, strive for a resounding victory, and deliver them a crushing defeat. The players of Werder Bremen were infused with fervor, eager to dismantle Schalke 04. Such fervent spirit and animosity were seldom witnessed, even in the Northern Derby against Hamburg. This exemplified just how thoroughly Schalke had provoked them. On the visiting side, Schalke's coach was also rallying his troops. We must secure the 6th position in the standings, trailing Bayer Leverkusen by 6 points. Should we fail to triumph over Werder Bremen away from home, the gap between us and Leverkusen could widen further. Can you bear the thought of competing without Champions League football next season? The Schalke players, eyes aflame, shouted in unison, "We cannot accept that." Very well. Let your actions on the field demonstrate your resolve. Thus, both teams departed the locker room with unwavering confidence and made their way to the player tunnel. Although separated by less than half a meter, the players treated each other as if they were mere phantoms, not sparing a glance, completely ignoring one another's presence. The officiating crew exchanged wary glances, sensing the palpable tension between the two teams. It appeared that stricter officiating would be necessary, otherwise, given the fierce animosity, injuries could well occur during the match. As the players entered the field, the Werder Bremen fans chanted the names of their players, showering them with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Conversely, when the visiting players emerged, they were met with a chorus of boos. While the Weser Stadium may not boast the opulence of Velten's Arena, the atmosphere here was equally charged. Even before the match commenced, Schalke's players sensed the impending difficulty of the encounter. At 15:30, with the referee's whistle, the match officially began. There was no period of testing between the two sides. Within the first minute, attacks were launched. Werder Bremen played without burden, their focus solely on offense, and more offense. For them, the lead in the standings was substantial. Even should they lose this match, Borussia Dortmund could not displace them from their second position. Therefore, they were able to unleash their full potential, charging relentlessly towards the opponent's goal. However, for Schalke 04, this match was one they could not afford to lose. A defeat would plunge them into a dire situation in the race for a Champions League spot. As the offensive exchanges unfolded, Schalke 04 faltered first. They had no choice. The opposing onslaught was utterly terrifying. The number 10 from the rival team was akin to a dribbling machine, single-handedly wreaking havoc along Schalke 04's left flank. Meanwhile, the number 6 seemed to have imbibed some potent elixir, consistently delivering penetrative passes that put their defensive line to the test. Beyond these two significant threats, the other players from Werder Bremen exhibited a frenzied determination, relentlessly probing into Schalke's penalty area at every opportunity. This dogged style of play was unprecedented for Schalke 04. Even during the Ruhr Derby against Dortmund, they had never faced such unbridled aggression. Madmen, an entire squad of madmen. Chapter complete. Chapter 134. A bloody slaughter shocks the football world. In the realm of football, the principle that only the brave triumph when paths converge holds true. At this moment, had Schalke 04 not succumbed to fear, they could have seized the opportunity presented by Werder Bremen's full-on assault to execute a few successful counterattacks, significantly increasing their chances of scoring. Yet, Schalke retreated. They opted to consolidate their forces, withdrawing to their half to bolster their defense, intending to weather the storm of Werder Bremen's offensive frenzy. This choice played directly into coach Schaaf's hands in his strategy. Had Schalke not faltered and engaged in an offensive exchange, Werder Bremen would have had to temper their assault within a mere 10 minutes, as sustained pressure would exhaust the players' stamina. Moreover, a prolonged attack without success could lead to frustration and lapses in concentration, resulting in conceding a goal. Now, with most of the opposing players stationed in their own half, Schalke posed no threat of a counterattack, leaving Werder Bremen with no reason to hold back. The dynamics of the game swiftly shifted, with Werder Bremen besieging Schalke 04's goal. It was peculiar. Schalke 04, a team that had reached the knockout stages of the Champions League, found themselves so passive on the pitch. I had not seen them display such passivity even against Bayern Munich. Schalke had succumbed to fear. Werder Bremen, unburdened by the pressure of expectations, launched their attacks with confidence. Unlike Schalke 04, who faced an unfriendly schedule ahead, they were set to encounter a series of formidable opponents at the top of the standings, each match a fierce battle, leading them to approach this game with caution, fearing that excessive exertion might hinder their performance in the subsequent matches. It begs the question, how did Schalke drop to 6th place in the standings? Just a few years ago, they were consistently among the top 3. The reason is quite simple. Werder Bremen has risen this season, usurping Borussia Dortmund's position, which in turn has pushed Dortmund down to Schalke 04's former rank. Coupled with Bayer Leverkusen's remarkable performance and the surprising ascendance of the promoted team Eintracht Frankfurt, Schalke has now slipped to 6th place. Ultimately, it boils down to Schalke's own shortcomings. Even if they cannot surpass the top 3 teams, overtaking Leverkusen and Frankfurt should not pose a significant challenge. The fact that they failed to seize this opportunity is hardly anyone else's fault. This season, the competition for UEFA Champions League spots in the Bundesliga appears exceedingly fierce. Beneath Werder Bremen, the gap between 3rd and 6th places is minimal, suggesting that any team could potentially seize the opportunity. Borussia Dortmund's 3rd position seems relatively secure. Apart from facing Bayern Munich in round 32, their remaining opponents are considerably weaker, making it easier for them to accumulate points. Conversely, Bayer Leverkusen has a tougher schedule than Dortmund, facing formidable opponents in Werder Bremen and Schalke 04 in their next 6 matches. And a slip could see them tumbling down the standings. However, one might argue that Schalke 04 is in the most dire situation. Not only must they confront 2nd-placed Werder Bremen in this match, but their next encounter pits them against direct rivals for the Champions League spot, Bayer Leverkusen. Following that, they will face 5th-placed Eintracht Frankfurt, making each of these 3 matches a daunting challenge, particularly against Leverkusen. A loss would effectively extinguish their hopes of qualifying for the Champions League next season. The Werder Bremen players are indifferent to Schalke's forthcoming opponents. Their sole focus is to unleash relentless attacks. In the 28th minute, Lin Quan, while dribbling just outside the penalty area, was brought down by Neustadter, granting Werder Bremen an excellent free-kick opportunity. De Bruyne executed a superbly struck set-piece, leaving Schalke's goalkeeper unable to react as the ball sailed into the net. Werder Bremen broke the deadlock. Following the goal, the morale of Werder Bremen's players surged. With a 1-goal advantage, they felt emboldened and less fearful of conceding. Under the relentless barrage of Werder Bremen's offense, Schalke's defense was soon breached again. Merely 5 minutes later, Lin Quan received a brilliant pass from De Bruyne inside the penalty area. Faced with an advancing goalkeeper, he deftly lifted the ball over him and slotted it into the empty net, bringing the score to 2-0, which visibly shattered Schalke's spirit. Seizing the moment, unlike previous seasons when a 2-goal lead might have prompted Werder Bremen to ease off, the rivalry ignited fierce determination. Werder Bremen would not relent. Instead, they would revel in inflicting further pain upon Schalke. In the 38th minute of the first half, De Bruyne's long-range shot forced a fumble from Schalke's goalkeeper, leading to chaos in the penalty area as both teams scrambled for the ball. Amidst the turmoil, Lin Quan managed to poke the ball into the net just before the goalkeeper could reclaim it, escalating the score to 3-0. The first half had not yet concluded, and Werder Bremen was already leading Schalke by a significant margin. But this was far from over. In the stoppage time of the first half, Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered the ball into the penalty area, where Arnautovic, overpowering the opposing defender, headed the ball into Schalke's net. The score reached 4-0. The atmosphere was electric with excitement. Werder Bremen had completely unleashed their fury. This match was rapidly spiraling towards what seemed to be a rout. The Schalke players had utterly lost their fighting spirit, their faces etched with dejection and confusion. They were acutely aware of their dismal performance, having conceded 4 goals in merely 1 half. Fortunately, the referee's timely whistle signaled the end of the first half, allowing Schalke's players a brief respite. Otherwise, given their current state, they might have continued to concede more goals. "You did wonderfully. Let's maintain this momentum in the second half." In the locker room, Coach Schaaf lavished praise on the team's performance, encouraging them to persist in their efforts. Clearly, Coach Schaaf had no intention of easing off. Having raised the metaphorical sword, he was determined to deliver a crushing defeat. There would be no retreat. On the guest side, although Schalke's coach delivered what he believed to be a stirring rallying cry, attempting to rekindle the players' fighting spirit for the second half, the players' responses revealed the ineffectiveness of his exhortation. The Schalke players were thoroughly bewildered. Those 45 minutes had been nothing short of a torment for them. The mere thought of enduring further humiliation in the second half left them disinclined to continue playing. Their adversaries had gone berserk, scoring 4 goals in the first half. Who could predict how many more they might net in the second? Should a true calamity unfold away from home, the players would find themselves forever branded with shame. At that moment, their only wish was to escape the cursed confines of Weser Stadium. If possible, They never wished to return to this place of sorrow. Yet, as in life, the show must go on, and the second half of the match was destined to be played. 15 minutes later, the halftime break concluded, and both teams re-entered the field. Werder Bremen showed no signs of complacency, nor did they indulge in celebratory champagne. Thus, the torment of Schalke continued. In the 52nd minute of the second half, Werder Bremen executed a corner kick tactic to score once more. 7 minutes later, Lin Quan, with a whimsically unpredictable free kick, found the back of the net, bringing the score to 6-0. In the 78th minute, substitute Peterson delivered a breathtaking volley within the penalty area, further extending Werder Bremen's lead. The score reached 7-0. Weser Stadium erupted into a fervent celebration, transforming into a joyous sea of Bremen fans. For the supporters of Werder Bremen, the price of the ticket for this match was indeed a worthy investment. They not only achieved a resounding vengeance, but also repeatedly humiliated their rivals. When the team netted the third goal, effectively sealing their victory, the fans' mindset relaxed completely, allowing them to immerse themselves in the sheer joy of the match's beauty. The melodies and cheers from the crowd were unceasing. Each time the team scored, the fans erupted in enthusiastic applause and exultation. Some supporters, overwhelmed by the sheer number of goals, found themselves shouting until their voices nearly gave out. What a thrilling match it was. As for the Schalke fans, when Werder Bremen netted their fifth goal in the second half, they could no longer bear to watch and began to exit the stadium in droves. They were not masochists, and witnessing their team's collapse was too painful. It was better to leave this sorrowful venue early, to avoid seeing the impending disaster unfold. It was a wise decision indeed. Despite their voices being nearly hoarse, the enthusiasm of the Werder Bremen supporters remained undiminished. This match allowed them to vent their frustrations splendidly. Dealing with such uncouth minors required this straightforward and brutal approach. This calamity would haunt Schalke fans for a lifetime, waking them from dreams in sheer terror. The spectators, reveling in the spectacle, were unbothered by the unfolding tragedy, as it was not their own team's suffering. As the architects of this debacle, they could hardly empathize with their opponent's grief and humiliation. Not only the fans present at the venue were astonished, those online were equally taken aback by the match's outcome. What was happening? Werder Bremen 7, Schalke 0 4-0, and the match was not yet concluded? Such a disparity in score was astonishing. Was this not a disaster in the making? Not merely a disaster, but a veritable massacre. Could this be the most significant defeat in Schalke 04's history? A score of 7-0, so lopsided against a team of Schalke's caliber, was indeed an exceedingly rare occurrence. Although there were many seasoned football fans online, they had seldom witnessed such a scoreline, especially not against Schalke. Upon investigation, I found that Schalke's largest away defeat occurred during the 1966-1967 season against Borussia Mönchengladbach, where they suffered an 0-11 loss, marking it as their record defeat. This seemed like a silver lining for Schalke fans. At least they need not worry about a new record loss at the Weser Stadium. That was indeed a piece of good news. After scoring the seventh goal, the coach began to substitute key players such as Lin Quan. Having secured victory and orchestrated a calamity for their rivals was sufficient. There was no need to exhaust the primary players in pursuit of additional goals, especially with league matches and the DFB-Pokal semifinals on the horizon. After having eliminated Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund, winning just 2 more matches would bring them the trophy. They could not afford to falter at this crucial juncture. With Lin Quan and De Bruyne absent, Werder Bremen's attacking prowess diminished significantly. Although the substitutes entered the fray with great enthusiasm, they failed to add any further goals. Ultimately, Werder Bremen achieved a resounding victory over Schalke 04 with a score of 7-0 at home. Following this defeat, Schalke 04 found themselves 6 points adrift of Bayer Leverkusen in the standings, leaving them with only a theoretical hope of entering the Champions League zone. The staggering scoreline reverberated throughout German football, prompting numerous legends and experts to express their bewilderment. On paper, the two teams appeared closely matched, with Schalke even boasting a more balanced squad. So what accounted for such a lopsided score? Various experts and media outlets have offered their analyses. In my view, the remarkable disparity in the final score can be attributed primarily to the outstanding performance of Werder Bremen's midfield and forward lines, particularly the illustrious Kevin De Bruyne. In their previous encounter with Schalke, De Bruyne had exited the match due to injury, and he returned to this game with a vengeful spirit, as evidenced by his performance. He scored 1 goal and provided 2 assists, directly contributing to 3 of the 7 goals. Since the beginning of the second half of the season, the Belgian has displayed an increasingly composed demeanor in midfield, exuding the qualities of a master playmaker. Chelsea's investment of £8 million has proven to be exceptionally worthwhile. While some attribute the success to De Bruyne, others argue that Lin Quan's contributions were even more significant. Lin Quan's performance in the attacking front was nothing short of spectacular, as he netted 2 goals and assisted 3 others, directly influencing 5 of the 7 goals scored. Without his exceptional display, it is fair to say that Werder Bremen would not have triumphed so effortlessly. In addition to the stellar performances of the twin stars, De Bruyne and Lin Quan, some also credit the coach, Ole Werner, for his influence. This season, Werner's coaching style has evolved significantly, previously known for his offensive prowess. He has made notable strides in defensive organization, particularly in the latter half of the season. Since their match against Bayern Munich, Werder Bremen's defense has seemingly found its footing, becoming markedly more solid. Over the last 6 matches, they have conceded only 2 goals, making it increasingly difficult for other teams to threaten their goal. The consensus across the Bundesliga is that Werder Bremen has indeed strengthened. Yet, the extent of their improvement remained a mystery until they showcased their formidable capabilities through a remarkable streak of 7 consecutive victories. A week later, Werder Bremen secured a 3-1 away victory against Düsseldorf, marking their 5th consecutive win in the league. 3 days later, in the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal, they triumphed at home with a 4-1 victory over Wolfsburg, advancing to the finals while establishing a 7-match winning streak in both league and cup competitions. In the aftermath of this match, Bild newspaper adorned a celebratory image of the Werder Bremen players embracing with the bold headline, "Champions, here we come." Chapter 135, De Bruyne. A feeling of being green as April commenced, Werder Bremen's schedule intensified. Following the DFB-Pokal semi-finals, they were immediately faced with the challenge of Wolfsburg once more. This marked the second time within a week that Werder Bremen would host the Wolves. Both teams battled fiercely on the field of the DFB-Pokal, exhausting their energies to the utmost. Had they faced a different opponent, Werder Bremen, in its current form, might have found itself at a disadvantage. However, Wolfsburg gained nothing from this encounter. In their quest for revenge against Werder Bremen, they faced a crushing defeat at the Weser Stadium, suffering a loss by 2 goals. With this victory over Wolfsburg, Werder Bremen has now achieved an impressive streak of 8 consecutive wins in both league and cup competitions. Yet, despite this remarkable achievement, there remains no indication of narrowing the gap with the league leaders. After the conclusion of the 30th round, Werder Bremen holds a commendable 75 points, positioned second in the standings, trailing Bayern Munich by 9 points. With only 4 matches remaining in the league, Bremen's hopes of clinching the title exist only in theory. For them to secure the championship, they must win all their remaining matches while simultaneously relying on Bayern to lose all 4 of theirs. If Bayern wins even a single match, their superior goal difference will guarantee them the title. Yet, to expect Bayern to suffer for consecutive defeats? Such a scenario is more improbable than winning the lottery. Consequently, no one at Werder Bremen believes they have a genuine shot at the league trophy. The coveted Salat Bowl has already been earmarked for Bayern. In this round of matches, Bayern Munich decisively triumphed over Hamburg with a resounding score of 9-1 at home, setting a new record for Hamburg's largest away defeat in history. Ironically, this record was originally established by Bayern themselves. In the 1963-1964 season, Bayern had previously overwhelmed Hamburg with a score of 9-2 at home. Following their victory over Hamburg, Bayern's league points surged to 81. There is no doubt about their claim to the league title. The only uncertainty that remains is how many rounds in advance they will secure it. This season, under the astute guidance of Jupp Heynckes, Bayern Munich has displayed an extraordinarily fearsome dominance. In the recently concluded UEFA Champions League knockout stage, they swept aside the Italian giants Juventus with a score of 4-0. Furthermore, since the 18th round of the Bundesliga, they have embarked on an impressive streak of 13 consecutive victories. This remarkable run is tantalizingly close to their own historical record of 15 consecutive wins set in the 2005-2006 season. Bayern's 13 consecutive victories and their overwhelming performances at home have once again sent shockwaves through German football. Given the vast disparity in strength between the two teams, the impact of Bayern's recent dominance may not be as pronounced as Werder Bremen's significant triumph over Schalke 04. After all, Bayern is notorious for inflicting heavy defeats in the Bundesliga. However, no one poses a genuine threat to Bayern, allowing them to effortlessly achieve 13 consecutive victories and consistently inflict crushing defeats. This is the very concern that weighs heavily on the minds of those within German football. Bayern's monopolistic hold on the Bundesliga is not a healthy phenomenon. A thriving league requires multiple teams capable of challenging for the championship title, ensuring that the suspense surrounding the title race remains until the very end of each season. The premature loss of suspense inevitably diminishes the allure of the league, adversely affecting viewership, attendance, and broadcasting revenues. A significant part of the Premier League's commercial success is attributed to the thrilling and unpredictable nature of its matches. Should the Premier League mirror the Bundesliga, where a team akin to Bayern Munich secures the championship title well in advance each year, it would render the spectacle rather uninspiring. It is likely that, in no time, the audience for the Premier League would dwindle. Hence, there exists a desire for someone to emerge and thwart Bayern, preventing the championship suspense from dissipating too early. Currently, among the teams at the top of the standings, the matches between Werder Bremen and Bayern have concluded, leaving them powerless in this regard. However, they have managed to eliminate Bayern from the DFB-Pokal, achieving a measure of success against them in the cup competition. Borussia Dortmund, sitting third in the table, still has a match against Bayern, which will take place in the 32nd round of the Bundesliga. This encounter between Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund is poised to be the most significant clash of the Bundesliga season, potentially a pivotal moment. Should Bayern triumph in this match, they would equal the longest winning streak in their history and the league's history. Given the relatively weak opposition Bayern faces in the final two rounds, a victory over Dortmund could very well lead them to break that record. Dortmund is unlikely to allow Bayern to achieve such a milestone at their expense, thus ensuring an exhilarating match. Can you thwart Bayern? Upon seeing reports from German media, Lin Quan sent a message to Reyes. Of course, Reyes promptly replied, his swift response leaving Lin Quan to wonder if he was conversing with someone special, given the rapidity of his reply. Oh, such confidence? Bayern and Dortmund are the two closest competitors in the Bundesliga. If anyone can impede Bayern, it must be Dortmund. However, one cannot claim absolute confidence, primarily due to Bayern's unfortunate draw in the Champions League semi-finals against the formidable Barcelona. It's as if your own draw was significantly better, considering you faced the Galacticos of Real Madrid as well. Dortmund's schedule mirrors that of Bayern Munich, both teams playing at home first before heading to away matches. The two Bundesliga matches are sandwiched between their two Champions League fixtures. For these teams, completing 4 matches in 10 days is a daunting task, including 2 high-intensity Champions League knockout matches, with travel involved. Truly a devilish schedule. The 4 teams that reached the semifinals happen to be from 2 leagues, conveniently avoiding the fate of facing domestic rivals. Had they drawn an opponent from their own league, the ordeal would have been less taxing. However, from a spectator's perspective, a domestic clash in the Champions League semifinals is undoubtedly less thrilling than encounters with teams from other leagues. Regrettably, the giants of the Premier League and Serie A were eliminated early on. In recent years, the performance of Premier League teams in the Champions League has indeed been lackluster. Manchester United has repeatedly faltered at the quarterfinals, while Arsenal has consistently been eliminated in the round of 16. Wealthy Manchester City has even failed to progress beyond the group stage, and last season's Champions League winner, Chelsea, met an early exit in the same phase. Had they performed slightly better and reached the semi-finals to disrupt the balance, we might not witness the dominance of the Bundesliga and La Liga. Royce, upon hearing Lin Quan's words, erupted into laughter. What do you mean? Lin Quan asked, but Royce merely smiled without responding. Consequently, Lin Quan took it upon himself to search online for the Champions League semi-final schedule. Upon glancing at it, he immediately recognized the discrepancy. Why is your match scheduled a day earlier than Bayern's? Finishing the match a day in advance means Dortmund would have an additional day of rest before the crucial clash, which is decidedly unfair to Bayern. No wonder Royce had expressed confidence. It turns out he was reaping such a significant advantage. Hey, how could they schedule such a vital match on the same day? Lin Quan pondered. If both matches were held simultaneously, how could the viewers choose? The broadcasting ratings for such matches would be substantial, leading to substantial revenue, which is why UEFA deliberately staggers the fixtures to maximize profits. Considering Lin Quan had never played in the Champions League, Royce patiently elucidated the differences. Champions League matches differ from league matches. The latter strives for fairness by scheduling key fixtures at the same time. However, in the Champions League, especially during the knockout stages, it is preferable to avoid overlapping matches. While leagues emphasize fairness, the Champions League balances fairness with commercial interests. The prize money and broadcasting revenue are crucial for the participating clubs, which is why there are seldom complaints regarding such arrangements. Lin Quan felt a wave of frustration. Royce had become rather arrogant since playing in the Champions League. If they were to enjoy such an advantage and still lose to Bayern, he could only wish for misfortune upon them. Tofu. I enjoy Chinese cuisine. Will you treat me to a meal? Royce, upon deciphering Lin Quan's reference, searched online and finally understood its context. Whenever you visit Bremen, I shall treat you. Royce replied with an exasperated expression. Our matches have concluded. And you won TB at Werder Bremen next season. Where shall I find you to treat you? Then how about you invite me to Dortmund to watch a match? And I'll treat you to dinner? Lin Quan suggested, knowing that Dortmund was set to host Real Madrid for the first leg in 4 days. The distance from Dortmund to Bremen was manageable. A train ride would take merely an hour. Lin Quan had traversed this route with the team twice before, making him quite familiar with it. To appreciate the elite competition of the UEFA Champions League up close is an irresistible temptation for anyone. Very well. I shall reserve a ticket for you. Do remember to come and collect it. Tickets for Borussia Dortmund are notoriously difficult to obtain, especially for matches of this caliber in the Champions League knockout stage. Without the right connections, one would have to pay exorbitant prices to scalpers. 2 tickets. As I intend to bring a friend along. Lin Quan attempted to negotiate. He wished to invite De Bruyne to broaden his horizons and to observe Mourinho's coaching style. Alas, there is only 1 ticket available. Take it or leave it. Royce was displeased, feeling it was an unfair advantage. He indeed had 2 tickets. But if Lin Quan brought along another person, how could he expect to treat him to a meal? 1 ticket it shall be. Perhaps you can check with your teammates to see if they have any spare tickets. I can always purchase one myself. Ultimately, Royce relented and provided him with 2 tickets without requiring payment. After securing the tickets, Lin Quan eagerly shared the splendid news with De Bruyne. Are we going to watch the match between Real Madrid and Dortmund? De Bruyne's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of attending a game. Of course, the ticket is not an issue. However, what about the coach? The match would take place in the afternoon, allowing them to go after training. However, they feared that by the time the match concluded, it would be quite late, possibly affecting their training the following day. The coach is quite understanding. We can simply inform him that it won't interfere with tomorrow's training. The two then approached Schaaf's office and explained their desire to attend the Champions League semi-final in Dortmund. Go ahead. The sooner you return, the better. Just be cautious during your travels. Schaaf, upon hearing their request, did not hesitate to grant permission, even approving half a day off. If they found themselves unable to return by the morning, they could always join the training session in the afternoon. Such is the mark of an exceptional coach. After arriving in Dortmund on the Intercity Express, Lin Quan contacted Royce to collect the tickets. Ahem. This is my friend Marco Royce. Noticing the astonished expression on De Bruyne's face, Lin Quan formally introduced the two. They had indeed crossed paths during the league, and De Bruyne's surprise stemmed from his unawareness of Lin Quan's clandestine friendship with Royce. This revelation left him feeling somewhat perplexed, as if something was amiss. Hello. I've seen you play. Your passing is truly remarkable. Royce smiled as he extended his hand, to which De Bruyne quickly responded, You are quite impressive as well. De Bruyne was evidently less conversational than Royce, his pleasantries coming across as rather stiff. In the Dortmund locker room, Royce was the darling of the team, while De Bruyne, in the Werder Bremen locker room, was more reserved. He would not utter a word unless approached. You may enter the stadium on your own. I must return to warm up. Remember, no cheering for Real Madrid, and absolutely no asking Cristiano Ronaldo for an autograph. Royce's words were directed towards Lin Quan, who harbored some doubts. Was this lad's intention to attend the match at Westfalen merely to catch a glimpse of Cristiano Ronaldo? After all, for many young athletes, Ronaldo and Messi epitomize their idols. With Ronaldo's superior external image, it is evident that he enjoys greater popularity. Understood, understood. Off you go. I wish you a triumphant victory. A resounding win against Real Madrid. Thank you for your kind words. If we do indeed win, dinner is on me tonight. Upon hearing Lin Quan's blessing, Royce's spirits lifted. You said it, I didn't twist your arm. Lin Quan's eyes sparkled as he recalled Borussia Dortmund's stunning 4-1 victory against Real Madrid at home. Royce chuckled silently, waved goodbye to the two, and hurried back. The duo then followed the throng of fans into the Westfalenstadion. The vast stadium was already packed to capacity. And on the south stand, where the most ardent Dortmund supporters gathered, a massive banner had been unfurled well in advance. Half an hour later, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-final between Dortmund and Real Madrid officially commenced. Chapter complete. Chapter 136. Barcelona and Real Madrid's shocking defeat. The greatest beneficiary turns out to be Lin Quan. Watching the match from the stands evokes a sensation entirely distinct from playing on the field. From the audience, one is easily swept away by the emotions of the thousands of fans surrounding them. A moment of offensive play, which might seem trivial through a player's professional lens, becomes electrifying when the surrounding spectators erupt in cheers or anxious boos. Once the match commenced, both teams exhibited vigorous play. In the 6th minute, Dortmund intercepted the ball in their defensive half. Reus, seizing the opportunity, advanced through the center circle and surged into Real Madrid's penalty area. Faced with Diego Lopez, he coolly directed a shot into the far corner, changing the score to 1-0. This dreamlike opening sent the Westfalenstadion into a frenzy. As the yellow-black legion of fans erupted like a volcano, the sudden surge of sound nearly deafened Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Lin Quan covered his ears while feeling a pang of confusion. He recalled that Reus's shot had been saved by the goalkeeper, and that all of Dortmund's goals in this match had come from Lewandowski. Yet, the reality seemed to diverge from his memory. Could it be the result of the butterfly effect he had inadvertently created? After scoring, Reus exuberantly dashed to the corner flag, striking a commanding celebratory pose. His recent shot was a product of inspiration drawn from another. Before taking the shot, Reus had paused momentarily, utilizing that rhythmic change to deceive the goalkeeper. Otherwise, given the goalkeeper's prowess, he would have certainly been able to thwart Reus's attempt. Lin, thank you for coming to cheer for me. I scored this goal using the technique I learned from you. Are you satisfied? Lin Quan, lost in thought in the stands, failed to notice this exchange. However, from the very beginning, De Bruyne, who was particularly attentive to every move of Reus, astutely discerned a notable difference. The manner in which that fellow struck the ball bore a striking resemblance to Lin. Was this merely coincidence? After taking the lead, Dortmund immediately exuded an air of confidence. Merely a minute later, they orchestrated a brilliant play down the flanks, with Götze delivering a cross. Lewandowski, amidst the encirclement of two Real Madrid defenders, skillfully positioned himself and deftly flicked the ball into the net. 20. Within less than 8 minutes of the match, Real Madrid found themselves 2 goals behind. Upon witnessing this goal, Lin felt a profound sense of relief. The game seemed to have returned to its rightful course. At least this goal was indeed scored by Lewandowski. Yet, with Dortmund adding another to their tally, could the final score of this match diverge from that of another realm? Unwilling to fall further behind, Real Madrid surged forward in the subsequent play, striving to reclaim the lost ground. Even if they could not equalize, they at least needed to secure an away goal. Otherwise, returning home with a score of 0-2 would place their advancement in a precarious position. In the 24th minute, Real Madrid was awarded a free kick in the attacking third. Ronaldo showcased his exquisite free kick technique. De Bruyne, also a maestro of set pieces, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Ronaldo take the shot. This free kick, struck from 30 meters out, was of exceptional quality, yet it narrowly missed the target, thwarted by the goalkeeper's intervention. De Bruyne's expression reflected disappointment. He believed Ronaldo had executed the kick splendidly, and the failure to score was indeed a stroke of bad luck. However, one must acknowledge that free kicks are inherently unpredictable. Scoring 1 or 2 out of 10 attempts is considered quite commendable. As Dortmund capitalized on Real Madrid's offensive pressure, their counterattacks were notably menacing. With the inclusion of the swift and skillful Reus, Real Madrid's defense faced a daunting challenge. Throughout this match, Reus's performance was outstanding. His presence was felt both offensively and defensively. Was this fellow under the influence of some potent brew? His enthusiasm was remarkable, even retreating deep into his own defensive line. Witnessing Reus return to the edge of his penalty area to partake in defense left Lin astonished. The defensive prowess of this player seemed comparable to his own, and his commitment to the game was commendable. Not only Reus, but even Ronaldo, the sole privileged player within Real Madrid, frequently applied pressure on Dortmund's players in the attacking third. The attitude of both teams was remarkably proactive, with the desire for victory evident in every player's expression. Does the allure of the Champions League truly possess such extraordinary power? Lin, who had never experienced a Champions League match, found himself irresistibly drawn to the grandeur of the stage. The prospect of competing on a larger platform against more elite players seemed an irresistible opportunity for any athlete. Beside him, De Bruyne appeared to share a similar sentiment. Observing his rapt expression, Lin inquired, "Whom do you believe will triumph?" In the realm of Borussia Dortmund, their home ground has always been a formidable fortress. Leading early by 2 goals, the players of Real Madrid appeared somewhat anxious. Should they fail to score in the first half, the likelihood of their defeat would increase substantially. As 2 individuals engaged in conversation, the dynamics on the field shifted unexpectedly. In the 41st minute, it was once again Marco Reus, who deftly maneuvered down the left flank, breaching the Real Madrid defense. Upon entering the penalty area, he was brought down by the right back, Werder. The Dortmund players clamored for a penalty, yet the referee remained silent. Seizing the opportunity, Real Madrid launched a swift counterattack. The Dortmund goalkeeper, in a moment of misjudgment, failed to secure the ball, allowing Cristiano Ronaldo to connect with Higuaín's cross, effortlessly slotting it into an unguarded net. The score transformed to 2-1, eliciting a chorus of boos from the Westfalenstadion as the Dortmund supporters expressed their discontent. They not only jeered Ronaldo for his goal, but also directed their ire at the referee. In the eyes of the Dortmund fans, had the referee not overlooked the foul and awarded a penalty, the score would have been 3-0, placing them on the brink of the final. However, due to this grievous error, they found themselves not only without a goal, but also conceding one. This away goal was particularly significant. Even if Real Madrid were to ultimately lose 1-2, they would certainly accept the outcome. De Bruyne, who had previously asserted that Dortmund would triumph, now wore an awkward expression after witnessing that goal. "Forget what I just said." Lin Quan chuckled, "I maintain that Real Madrid will lose. And quite possibly by a significant margin, perhaps by 3 or even 4 goals. Let us not jest. This is Real Madrid, one of Europe's elite clubs. Moreover, they are under the stewardship of Mourinho, the most adept defensive tactician in football. How could his team possibly suffer such a heavy defeat?" De Bruyne dismissed Lin Quan's words entirely, asserting that Real Madrid was not Werder Bremen, incapable of conceding 4 or 5 goals to Dortmund. After all, football is full of surprises. Lin Quan refrained from further explanation, as the eventual score indeed surpassed all expectations. As the second half commenced, neither side made personnel changes. Both Dortmund, unwilling to settle for a mere single goal, and Real Madrid, reluctant to accept a loss on enemy ground, simultaneously intensified their offensive efforts. However, this pace evidently favored Dortmund. In the 50th minute, Dortmund orchestrated an attack on the right wing. Reus, from the edge of the penalty area, misfired his long-range shot, which fortuitously rolled to Robert Lewandowski's feet. The latter converted effortlessly, altering the score to 3-1. Following this goal, Dortmund's morale surged, and just 5 minutes later, Lewandowski struck again, completing his hat trick and extending the lead to 4-1. De Bruyne was left astounded, realizing that Lin Quan's predictions were indeed accurate. Yet the drama was far from over. In the 67th minute, Reus was felled in the penalty area by Alonso, and this time, the referee awarded a penalty. Lewandowski confidently converted, achieving an extraordinary 4-goal performance and adjusting the score to 5-1. Mourinho has evidently sensed the impending danger. He comprehends that returning to the Bernabeu with a 15-point deficit makes it exceedingly challenging for Real Madrid to advance to the Champions League final. The loss of this season's Champions League would inevitably lead to his dismissal from the club. In response, Mourinho began to make frantic substitutions, bringing on attacking players such as Benzema, Di Maria, and even Kaká. However, these changes bore little fruit. The long-absent Kaká failed to assume the role of savior that the team so desperately needed. Observing Kaká's fervent efforts and relentless running on the pitch, striving to assist his team in securing a victory, Lin could not help but reflect on the fallen Son of God. Since departing from San Siro, he had gradually become a marginal player within the Galacticos. This scene would evoke a sense of nostalgia in anyone witnessing it. The root cause of Kaká's significant decline in form is ultimately attributed to injuries. Thus, it is imperative to accumulate enough points to unlock elite injury talents. How did I perform in this match? Reus, who delivered an outstanding performance, scoring a goal, earning a penalty, and providing an assist, appeared somewhat smug. Not too shabby. Lin recognized the boy's attempt to boast, but chose not to indulge him. TSK, your expectations are rather high. However, given your talents and vision. I suppose my performance in this match could merely be deemed adequate. Royce was unfazed. Let's go out for a meal, my treat, but you choose the place. I crave authentic Chinese cuisine. Following their victory, Royce was visibly elated, fulfilling his promise to treat, as long as someone else is footing the bill. Finding a dining location posed no challenge for Lin. The conclusion of the Champions League semi-finals sent shockwaves throughout the footballing world. Borussia Dortmund triumphed over Real Madrid with a score of 5-1 at home, while Bayern Munich dispatched Barcelona 4-0 on their turf. This outcome surpassed the expectations of nearly everyone. Prior to the matches, the two Spanish powerhouses were favored. Many La Liga fans envisioned a clash between their two teams in the Champions League final, yet unexpectedly, it would be two Bundesliga teams contending for the title. Although there remains a second leg to be played, both teams face a daunting 4-goal deficit, making a comeback exceedingly difficult. Historical data indicates that no team has ever overturned a 4-goal deficit in the first leg of a Champions League knockout match. The largest comeback previously recorded was by Deportivo La Coruña, who, after losing 4-1 to AC Milan away, returned home to win 4-0, thus advancing with a 5-4 aggregate score. However, that was merely a 3-goal deficit, whereas now both La Liga teams find themselves trailing by 4. Real Madrid, at least, has the comfort of an away goal. But Barcelona is in dire straits, having failed to score away from home. Upon returning to their own ground, they must net at least 4 goals to level the score while ensuring their opponents do not score. Should Bayern manage to score once more, Barcelona would need to net at least 6 goals to progress. Consequently, following the match's outcome, nearly everyone concluded that Barcelona's fate seemed sealed. Even if they are a cosmic team, it is of no consequence. As for Real Madrid, theoretically, hope exists, albeit faintly. Yet the results of the matches reveal that they harbor no hope whatsoever. In this season's UEFA Champions League, Real Madrid faced Borussia Dortmund in the group stage. Resulting in 1 defeat and 1 draw, they gained no advantage whatsoever. Now, having suffered a staggering defeat on the road against an opponent they have never triumphed over, it is exceedingly difficult to believe they could win by 4 goals. The two titans of La Liga have been so thoroughly humbled that many who previously overlooked or underestimated the Bundesliga have begun to pay attention. Upon glancing at the Bundesliga standings, they were taken aback. The Borussia Dortmund team, which had triumphed over Real Madrid with a resounding score, unexpectedly found themselves behind a team named Werder Bremen in the rankings. Many fans, unfamiliar with the less renowned Werder Bremen, were astonished to discover that they held an impressive 11-point lead over Dortmund. What is this Werder Bremen? How formidable are they? Could it be that the Bundesliga is indeed a treasure trove of talent, concealing another hidden giant alongside Bayern and Dortmund? Consequently, they sought out highlights of Werder Bremen's matches. Watching with curiosity, to their astonishment, they found the attacking prowess of Werder Bremen to be quite formidable, particularly that of their number 10 player. His dribbling skills and goal-scoring efficiency were simply remarkable. A glance at the Bundesliga's top scorers revealed another surprise. This player had already netted 38 goals in the league. Furthermore, he had scored against both Bayern and Dortmund. In comparison, Messi failed to score against Bayern Munich, while Cristiano Ronaldo managed only 1 goal against Dortmund, yet Lin Quan? His tally against these two teams exceeded 10 goals. Observing his age, the prevailing thought among the spectators was, this is truly a monster. Without the stark comparisons, people might not have recognized Lin Quan's strength. However, following the dismal defeats of Barcelona and Real Madrid, they finally acknowledged the formidable prowess of this 17-year-old. Thus, within a matter of days, Lin Quan's name rapidly spread among the fan bases of the top 5 leagues. Consequently, the number of followers on his Bluebird account surged from 500,000 to over 1 million. Previously, his fan base was limited to supporters of Werder Bremen and the Spanish national team. Now, his admirers spanned across the top 5 leagues. This unexpected turn of events left Lin Quan himself somewhat astonished. What was supposed to be a clash between the Bundesliga giants and the La Liga behemoths ended up benefiting him. Was this a stroke of luck from the heavens? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 137, Nike's next move. A commitment of $25 million to secure Lin Quan. The unexpected rise to fame has exceeded Lin Quan's own imagination, as Lin Quan unexpectedly gained popularity during the UEFA Champions League semi-finals. Another sporting giant, Nike, took notice. After viewing Lin Quan's highlights from league and national team matches, along with his meteoric rise in social media popularity. Nike quickly realized that he could potentially be the next player of Messi and Ronaldo's caliber. They deemed it imperative to secure him without delay. Consequently, they dispatched representatives from the United States to Europe to engage with Lin Quan and his agent, seeking to persuade them to join the Nike family as a signed athlete. Nike's roster of football players in Europe is relatively modest, featuring prominent stars such as Cristiano Ronaldo, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Neymar, and Radamel Falcao. Previous signings like Thierry Henry, Ronaldinho, and Didier Drogba have either retired or are nearing the twilight of their careers, rendering them unable to uphold Nike's prominent representation in the football arena. While the 28-year-old Ronaldo is still in his prime, it is anticipated that his peak performance can only be sustained for an additional 4 to 5 years. Nike must proactively identify new, influential talents capable of succeeding Ronaldo and embodying their brand image in the football domain. This necessity also underscores their substantial investment in Neymar. Initially, Nike held high hopes for Neymar, as many football experts believed in his exceptional talent, foreseeing him as the potential third figure alongside Messi and Ronaldo. However, Lin Quan's emergence has introduced a compelling new option. The external evaluations of Lin Quan, coupled with his outstanding performances in the Bundesliga, serve as testament to his genuine prowess as an athlete. Signing such a player, with his existing achievements as a safety net, minimizes the risk of Nike incurring significant losses from a misjudgment. Moreover, Lin Quan's youth signifies boundless potential for the future. By securing him before he fully establishes his fame and market value, Nike stands to conserve considerable costs. From a commercial development perspective, Lin Quan's Asian heritage could facilitate Nike's expansion into the Greater China market, an opportunity that Neymar could not provide. Thus, following a thorough analysis by Nike's internal experts, they concluded that Lin Quan's significance surpassed that of Neymar, placing him just behind Ronaldo. Therefore, it was imperative to expedite the negotiation process and not delay. Having learned from Adidas' previous experiences, Pair was not taken aback by Nike's visit. However, upon receiving their contract offer, his heart raced with astonishment. Nike's generosity was indeed remarkable. Adidas had only proposed $9 million for 3 years, while Nike's initial offer was a staggering $21 million for 5 years. The contract amount doubled, with an extension of only 2 years. Calculated on average, this equates to an annual remuneration of $4.2 million. The offer exceeded that of Adidas by a substantial 40%. However, upon seeing the amount of the contract, Pair shook his head and declined, stating, "I'm afraid we cannot sign this contract with your esteemed company." "Why? Have you already entered into an agreement with another company?" Nike's football director, Babelli, was taken aback, fearing they had missed their chance. Lin Quan, currently playing in the Bundesliga, was most likely to be approached by Adidas. The thought of Adidas securing such a promising player filled Babelli's heart with trepidation. "Though this involves commercial confidentiality, I can inform you, given your company's earnestness, that my player has not signed with any other entity." Upon hearing Pair's words, Babelli breathed a sigh of relief. The absence of a signed contract meant that Nike still had a chance. Yet, the rejection from the other party raised questions. His initial thought was that they were dissatisfied with the contract amount, so he cautiously inquired, "Since Lin Quan has not signed with anyone else, why not consider Nike?" Pair recognized that Babelli was probing for insights into their stance, yet he had no intention of being evasive. "My player requires a contract that reflects his capabilities and status. Your company's offer lacks a touch of sincerity." It was indeed a matter of the contract amount, Babelli realized. This issue was both easily and challenging to resolve. The straightforward aspect was that it could be addressed with financial compensation. The challenging part was that his authority might not suffice to meet the demands. Lin Quan is undoubtedly a player of considerable talent and potential, and Nike is sincerely interested in collaborating with him. Noticing that his counterpart remained unmoved, Babelli gritted his teeth and presented what he believed to be a generous offer, one that was near the limits of his authorization, a 5-year contract, unchanged, with a total amount of €25 million. "What do you think?" Pair raised an eyebrow. This amount had increased by €4 million, averaging to €5 million per year. Although it did not surpass Cristiano Ronaldo's contract, it was a remarkable 70% higher than Adidas' offer. This was likely their limit. Any higher would exceed what someone of his standing could propose. "I sense your company's sincerity, and I shall convey your offer to Lin," Pair responded. Babelli felt a wave of relief wash over him. With this affirmation, the trip would not have been in vain. He could now await news. 25 million for 5 years. From Nike? Upon receiving Pair's call and hearing Nike's offer, Lin Quan was somewhat astonished. It was said that Nike was lavish in their dealings. And today he had witnessed that firsthand. This price was significantly higher than Adidas, indeed very enticing. However, for various reasons, he held no interest in either Nike or Adidas. Moreover, the lengthy term of the contract posed a risk. If he were to sign, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Do not rush to respond to them. Instead, observe the reactions of other brands. After all, he is not anxious at this moment. It is the sponsors who are truly concerned. He wishes to leverage the opportunity presented by Nike and Adidas's offers to gauge the reactions of other brands, to ascertain their interest in him. With Adidas's influence in Germany and the fact that Nike representatives have approached Lin Quan, they are likely already aware of the situation. Have they caught wind of the insider information? What offer has Nike put forth? Adidas harbors some apprehension regarding the engagement between Nike and Lin Quan. Nike is known for its substantial financial backing and is not one to shy away from monetary investment. While their influence in the realm of football may not match that of Adidas, their willingness to spend is noteworthy. Jimmy Dano is increasingly worried that Nike may extend a lucrative offer to Lin Quan. Fearing that Lin Quan might be swayed by their financial proposal and ultimately sign with Nike. Although it has been less than half a month since their last interaction with Lin Quan, his standing in European football has escalated significantly during this time. He is no longer the obscure talent he once was. He has evolved into a bona fide star. Alarmingly, given his rapid development and the expanding scope of his influence, he is subtly embarking on the path to superstardom. This unforeseen trajectory has instilled a sense of insecurity in Adidas, who initially felt confident in their proposal. If this trend continues, Adidas may be compelled to enhance their contract offer to secure him. Currently, there are no updates. However, Nike is known for their generous offers. Our sources indicate that Babel departed from Bremen with a smile, suggesting that their discussions were quite fruitful, likely with Nike presenting a substantial figure. Upon hearing this, Jimmy Dano felt restless. Send someone back to Bremen. He urged. Is it the same contract as before? His assistant inquired. Increase the offer by 1 million. Let's propose 3 years at 10 million. Surely, this should satisfy him. Jimmy gritted his teeth, lamenting as if that additional million were a piece of flesh being severed from him. In response to Adidas's second offer, Lin Quan rejected it outright upon hearing the contract amount. An increase of 1 million? That is nearly tantamount to no increase at all. Adidas's proposal can be deemed utterly insincere. In the 31st round of the Bundesliga, Werder Bremen faced Bayer Leverkusen away. For Werder Bremen, this match was a matter of revenge. They had previously suffered a 2-4 defeat at home to Leverkusen, which shattered their unbeaten record at home. Due to De Bruyne's absence, the team had to rely solely on Lin Quan to lead them during that match, leaving Bremen feeling unjustly wronged by their defeat. Since the latter half of the season, Werder Bremen's performance has steadily improved, and their results have followed suit. The players have long been eager to seek retribution against Leverkusen for that earlier loss. This match holds little consequence for Werder Bremen, as their points are already sufficient to secure a Champions League spot for the upcoming season. As for the distinction between the third and second ranks, the difference is negligible. After all, neither possesses points for European competitions, and upon reaching the Champions League stage, they are likely to be relegated to the third tier. However, for Bayer Leverkusen, this match is undeniably pivotal, with Schalke 04 having triumphed over Hamburger. A defeat in this encounter would diminish their lead to a mere 3 points. With 3 rounds remaining in the league, a 3-point advantage is far from secure. Therefore, Bayer Leverkusen must aim for at least a draw, if not a victory, against Werder Bremen. Unlike other teams, Leverkusen harbors no fear of Bremen, having previously triumphed over them, granting them a psychological edge. At the outset, Leverkusen intended to replicate their previous strategy, launching an aggressive attack to catch their opponents off guard. To their astonishment, Werder Bremen had a similar plan, and their offensive threat proved far more formidable. Merely a minute into the match, Bremen executed a high-quality shot that posed a significant threat to Leverkusen's goal. Taken aback, Leverkusen hastily fortified their defense, preparing to withstand this initial onslaught. They opted to focus on marking Bremen's key forwards, employing a tactic that had previously silenced Bremen's attack effectively. However, this time, their familiar strategy yielded disappointing results, even backfiring. With De Bruyne in their ranks, Merely marking the forwards could not stymie Bremen's defense. De Bruyne himself possesses remarkable finishing prowess. In the 20th minute of the first half, after a series of intricate combinations with his teammates, De Bruyne received a return pass at the edge of the penalty area. He unleashed a powerful strike exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, breaching Leverkusen's goal and opening the scoring for his team. After a season of cohesive play, Lin Quan and De Bruyne had become thoroughly acquainted with their teammates' playing styles, enabling seamless synchronization. Lin Quan initiated the play from the flank, drawing defenders away and creating space for De Bruyne's long-range shot. Moreover, the team's central forward, Arnautovic, acted as a pivot, returning the ball to De Bruyne, allowing him to execute a high-quality shot unencumbered. Leverkusen's players mistakenly believed that conceding this goal was merely a stroke of luck for their opponents. Unaware that it was the result of Bremen's tactical acumen, they would soon pay the price for this oversight. In the 38th minute of the first half, almost in identical fashion, Lin Quan instigated an attack, penetrating the penalty area and drawing defenders' attention before passing to a teammate. The teammate then relayed the ball to a better positioned player, making a late run, facilitating yet another shot. Once more, it was De Bruyne who, from an even closer range to the goal, executed another long-range effort. The velocity of this shot surpassed that of the previous one, leaving the goalkeeper utterly unresponsive as he could only watch the ball soar into the net. Having missed the last match, De Bruyne made a resounding statement to Bayer Leverkusen's fans with a remarkable brace. Underestimating him or failing to prioritize his defense would yield dire consequences. Evidently, Leverkusen learned this lesson the hard way, promptly intensifying their defensive measures against De Bruyne, denying him any opportunity to make penetrating runs for a shot on goal. However, the duo of stars leading Werder Bremen was unfazed by one-on-one marking. After all, if one was closely guarded, the other would inevitably slip through the cracks, particularly when the other was a master of dribbling. Thus, as Leverkusen concentrated their defensive efforts on De Bruyne, Lin Quan seized the moment. In the 53rd minute, his breakthrough resulted in a foul by Woolshade, leading to the latter's yellow card and granting Werder Bremen a favorable free kick. Instead of opting for a direct shot on goal, De Bruyne executed a tactical interplay with Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin swiftly advanced towards the right side of the penalty area, drawing Leverkusen defenders to him before promptly passing the ball back to De Bruyne. Following this, De Bruyne delivered a precise through ball behind the defenders. The Leverkusen defenders, unable to pivot in time, could only watch as Lin Quan surged past them. In a moment of desperation, they resorted to pulling Lin Quan down within the penalty area. The referee, positioned nearby, clearly observed the foul and decisively brandished a yellow card while pointing towards the penalty spot. Lin Quan hastily rose to his feet and approached the penalty mark. Had the defenders not fouled him, the outcome could have been uncertain, given the presence of several defenders in the area. However, it seemed the opponents acted without lucidity in that moment, making the gravest of errors. Yet, since they had unwittingly presented him with a golden opportunity, Lin Quan was not inclined to be courteous. He took it upon himself to convert the penalty he had earned, confidently slotting the ball into the net and extending their lead to 3 goals. With this goal, Leverkusen's hopes of a comeback were effectively extinguished. Coach Schaaf quickly made personnel adjustments, introducing young talents Füllkrug and Peterson to provide them with valuable match experience. As the season approached its conclusion, the coaching staff at Werder Bremen had to confront a pressing reality. How would they compete next season without Lin Quan and De Bruyne? End of chapter. Chapter 138. Shocking news in the football world. The Mountain Clash approaches on May 1st. The second leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-finals commenced. Borussia Dortmund, facing Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, withstood the onslaught of their opponents. Although they succumbed to a 2-0 defeat, they advanced to the Champions League final with a 5-3 aggregate score. This outcome was not unexpected, as Real Madrid had suffered numerous defeats on the road. Following the defeat, a conflict seemingly erupted within the Real Madrid dressing room, with Jose Mourinho unable to maintain control over the situation. Reports emerged of club president Florentino Perez hastily entering the locker room to calm the players' emotions. This news further solidified the external perception that Mourinho's departure was inevitable following the match. This season, Real Madrid has failed to secure any titles, falling 11 points behind their rivals Barcelona in the league and missing the chance to defend their championship. In the Champions League, they were eliminated by Borussia Dortmund, suffering another disheartening setback. Mourinho was brought in at a high cost, with hopes that he would lead the team to victory and suppress their archrivals, Barcelona. However, it now appears that he has been unable to fulfill either of these objectives. Insiders from within the club have indicated that the patience of the Real Madrid hierarchy with Mourinho has run out. Following the conclusion of the La Liga season, it is certain that the Portuguese manager will depart. The only uncertainty lies in whether he will resign voluntarily or be dismissed by the club. Should he choose to resign, he would forfeit the remaining salary on his contract. Conversely, if he is dismissed, he would receive a substantial severance payout. Mourinho, known for his tenacity, values his reputation over financial compensation. Thus, after the Champions League match, he announced in a press conference that he would not continue as the coach of Real Madrid after the season. This revelation immediately sent shockwaves through the assembled journalists. Although many had speculated about this outcome, the realization of their suspicions left them astonished. Objectively speaking, Mourinho's tenure at Real Madrid cannot be deemed unsuccessful. Under his guidance, the team secured a league title from Barcelona and won a Copa del Rey trophy. Additionally, he led the team to the Champions League semi-finals on 2 occasions and to the quarterfinals once. While they did not clinch the title, he succeeded in lifting the club from the shadows of previous early exits. Following Mourinho's announcement to conclude his coaching career at Real Madrid, speculation arose regarding his next destination, with Chelsea emerging as the frontrunner. Before the journalists could fully digest the monumental news from Madrid, a crisis unfolded at Barcelona as well. In the second leg of the semi-finals, Barcelona faced Bayern Munich at home, and as the world anticipated a miraculous turnaround, they suffered a devastating 0-3 defeat on their own turf. Over the 2 legs, Barcelona was outscored 7-0. This scoreline is extraordinarily lopsided, especially considering Barcelona is not a mere underdog, but a powerhouse often lauded as a cosmic team by fans. A top-tier club boasting Lionel Messi and the most luxurious midfield in the world was swept aside, without scoring a single goal across both matches. This is an exceedingly humiliating outcome. The result sent shockwaves throughout the footballing world, leaving countless individuals in profound disbelief. In their minds, Barcelona still embodied the invincible team that thrived under Pep Guardiola. How is it that just a year after Guardiola's departure, the situation has deteriorated to such an extent? In the latter half of the season, the condition of Tito Vilanova has worsened significantly, and it has been confirmed that he is unable to continue coaching the team. At this juncture, Barcelona has suffered such a humiliating defeat in the Champions League, prompting countless fans to reminisce about their former coach, Guardiola. Many supporters even flocked to Guardiola's social media accounts, beseeching him to return to Barcelona and reclaim the managerial role. Guardiola experienced a bittersweet mix of emotions. He felt joy that Rosel's reckless actions had finally borne fruit, yet sorrow at witnessing the team he once guided suffer such a devastating loss. Especially seeing the distress of his former colleagues and players, particularly Messi. This internal conflict led him to refrain from publicly addressing reporters' inquiries regarding the match. Instead, he privately reached out with comforting calls to some club colleagues and familiar players, in stark contrast to the somber mood among La Liga fans. The Bundesliga supporters were buoyed after the results of the second leg matches were revealed, with each of their 2 teams advancing to the Champions League final, setting a record for the Bundesliga. This achievement marked the league as the 4th to reach this milestone in the history of the Champions League. Regardless of who ultimately lifts the trophy, it is clear that this season's Champions League title belongs to the Bundesliga. Inspired by this success, numerous German media outlets began to extol the virtues of their league, asserting that the Bundesliga, owing to its remarkable performance in the Champions League, has surpassed the declining Serie A to claim the 3rd spot among Europe's top leagues, trailing only the Premier League and La Liga. Some media outlets even boldly speculated that should they maintain their dominance in the Champions League, surpassing La Liga or even the Premier League to ascend to the pinnacle of the top 5 leagues could be a feasible achievement. The Bundesliga's pride, Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich, were naturally lauded to the heavens. Dortmund earned the moniker of the Young Guard, while Bayern snatched the title of Cosmic Team from Barcelona, earning the affectionate nickname Cosmic Bayern from fans. Following this match, the appellation of Barcelona's Cosmic Team became a relic of the past, forever tainted by their 0-7 defeat to Bayern. As the most prominent player within Barcelona, Messi inevitably faced public scrutiny after such an embarrassing loss. Failing to score in 2 matches was simply unacceptable. Doubts began to arise regarding whether the legendary duo could sustain the brilliance of the previous year. In response to the external criticism, Messi chose not to voice any objections. Instead, he dedicated himself to additional training, striving to enhance his abilities through diligence. If Lin Quan could lead his team to victory over Bayern in the Bundesliga, why couldn't he? Messi increasingly pondered this question, questioning whether he was indeed inferior. Yet, within him, a sense of pride prevailed. He refused to believe he was truly outmatched by anyone. Thus, the reason for the loss must be attributed to a lack of personal effort. Consequently, each day upon returning home, he devoted even more time to analyzing Lin Quan's match footage on his computer. Achu, far away in Bremen, Lin Quan could not suppress a sneeze. Is someone speaking ill of me? How is it that I have sneezed several times this morning? Lin, are you feeling unwell? Schaaf also noticed this and beckoned Lin Quan over, inquiring with genuine concern. No, thank you for your concern. Coach, I am fine. Lin Quan waved his hand dismissively. This was his final month at Werder Bremen, and he had no intention of skipping work. Well, take care of yourself. During this period, avoid falling ill or getting injured. We have a very important match ahead. Lin Quan nodded in acknowledgement. The significant match referred to by Coach Schaaf was the final of the DFB-Pokal. Whether Werder Bremen would finish the season empty-handed or walk away with a championship trophy depended entirely on their performance in the final. After exchanging a few words with Lin Quan, Schaaf allowed him to return to the field for training, while he himself began contemplating the tactical approach for the upcoming season. Werder Bremen's modest stature was destined to lose both Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Without their formidable offensive prowess in the front line, the team's attacking capabilities would undoubtedly suffer a severe decline. However, it was fortunate that this season, Füllkrug had shown rapid improvement, and Peterson had also expressed a desire to remain with the team. Peterson was initially signed by Bayern for over €2 million as a backup forward, intended to serve as a substitute for Gomez. Unexpectedly, Mandzukić's outstanding performance at Bayern eclipsed Gomez, securing the starting position for himself. Once Mandzukić established himself as the primary forward, Bayern had little need for substitutes, especially for a player like Peterson, whose style was evidently less compatible with Bayern's tactical framework than that of Mandzukić. Consequently, Bayern essentially neglected the loaned Peterson, showing little interest in his development. During the match where he eliminated Bayern from the DFB-Pokal, Peterson celebrated exuberantly at the Allianz Arena, completely disregarding his status as a Bayern player. This led to his disdain among Bayern fans, who were unwilling to see him return. With no place for him in the team and the fans' disfavor, Peterson naturally wished to stay away. He was thriving at Werder Bremen, and with Lin Quan and De Bruyne departing next season, no one would contest his starting position. Here, he could not only secure a starting role, but also participate in Champions League matches. Should he shine against a prestigious club in the Champions League, he might even catch the eye of a potential suitor. With Füllkrug and Peterson on the roster, although the attacking firepower might diminish, there would at least be a reliable fallback. However, who could replace De Bruyne's position? Fritz was already 32, with only a few years left in his career, and he was not particularly gifted as a player. It is quite improbable to expect him to deliver passes as astonishing and precise as those of De Bruyne, akin to the precision of a surgical scalpel. Therefore, during the summer transfer window, the team must prioritize the acquisition of midfield players. As before, Werder Bremen intends to pursue a strategy of loaning, seeking to acquire young talents from other clubs, particularly from prestigious teams. Players who attract the attention of elite clubs generally possess commendable abilities, yet due to fierce competition, they may not secure consistent playing time. Consequently, many young players from these elite clubs are loaned out to hone their skills elsewhere. The prospect of participating in the UEFA Champions League next season presents a significant allure for these young athletes, potentially enabling the team to attract a cadre of high-quality foreign players. However, it is unlikely to replicate this season's fortune of securing extraordinary talents akin to Lin Quan and De Bruyne. After years of coaching, Schaaf has a clear understanding of the talents and capabilities of these two players, who are destined to leave their own legends in the world of football. On May 4th, the third-to-last round of the Bundesliga commenced. Among the matches, the focal clash between Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich was particularly noteworthy. Having recently triumphed over the Spanish giants in the Champions League semi-finals to reach the final, this encounter was perceived as a prelude to the Champions League final. Capitalizing on the momentum generated by the semi-finals, the Bundesliga made concerted efforts to promote this match, scheduling it for 7:30 p.m. To prevent other leagues from diverting viewership and attention, The match between Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim was set for 3:30 p.m. Currently, Hoffenheim sits second to last in the standings. However, unlike the already relegated Fürth, they still retain a glimmer of hope. With 27 points, they trail Augsburg and Düsseldorf by 3 points. If they manage to secure an upset victory against Werder Bremen in this round, they might close the gap and prolong the suspense of relegation until the final round. With this mindset, Hoffenheim aggressively initiated their attack against Werder Bremen from the outset. Knowing that their final match is against Dortmund, a draw in this game would hold no value for them, leading Hoffenheim to take a desperate gamble. Indeed, Hoffenheim's strategy proved to be quite formidable. Their number 9 striker, Schaaf, inadvertently scored a goal just 3 minutes into the match. A long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Initially deemed harmless due to its straight trajectory, deflected off the leg of a defender upon entering the box. Militz was nearly caught off guard, as the ball's path diverged significantly from his positioning, leaving him powerless to respond. Following this goal, Hoffenheim's morale soared, and they surged forth to attack Werder Bremen, unexpectedly scoring another goal in the 10th minute. To everyone's astonishment, it was Schaaf who scored the goal. As he surged into the penalty area, he unexpectedly fell, and the referee, positioned at a distance and unable to discern the details, awarded Hoffenheim a penalty. The slow-motion replay on the large screen revealed this to be a grievous error. Schaaf had slipped on his own accord. Nevertheless, he would not admit to his misstep. Upon witnessing the referee's decision, he sprang to his feet, clutching the ball, eager to take the penalty kick. The players of Werder Bremen protested to the referee, but upon realizing there would be no reversal of the call, they resigned themselves to the situation. Despite trailing by 2 goals within the first 10 minutes, the Werder Bremen players appeared remarkably composed, exuding an air of confidence and tranquility. Having triumphed over formidable opponents in the past, they had cultivated a demeanor of strength and self-assurance. They trusted in their capabilities. What did it matter if they were 2 goals behind? After Hoffenheim converted the penalty, bringing the score to 0-2, Werder Bremen began to exert their influence. In the 24th minute, the players executed a fluid and harmonious sequence of play in the opponent's half. Following a series of 7 passes among 5 players, the ball was effortlessly delivered into the net by Bruyne. During this exchange, Hoffenheim's players could not even hope to touch the ball. Their eyes struggled to keep pace with its swift movement. This method of scoring left them feeling the sting of a demoralizing realization. The gap in strength between the teams was indeed vast. It dawned on Hoffenheim's players that their opponents had been holding back, not revealing their true prowess. Regrettably, this recognition came too late. In the 35th minute, Werder Bremen struck again with another seamless display of teamwork. Lin Quan, with the ball at his feet, penetrated the penalty area and executed a delicate lob that found the back of the net with ease. Before the halftime whistle, Werder Bremen had leveled the score, bringing both teams back to a level playing field. However, this was merely the beginning. A fully unleashed Werder Bremen was a force to be reckoned with, even intimidating to themselves. In the 38th minute, they launched a rapid counterattack, with Lin Quan assisting Peterson, who scored, transforming the scoreboard to 3-2, allowing Werder Bremen to take the lead. By the 56th minute, they added another goal as De Bruyne delivered a stunning free kick, clocked at 128 km/h, directly into the net, bringing the score to 4-2. Ultimately, as the match concluded, Werder Bremen, having initially conceded 2 goals, surged back to claim 4, casting Hoffenheim into the depths of relegation. The players and fans of Hoffenheim deeply experienced the sensation of plummeting from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. Following the match against Hoffenheim, the team did not disperse immediately. Instead, they gathered in the activity room, preparing to watch the climactic battle between Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich. Chapter 139. Do not bet against Lin Quan. It will end in misery. As the Werder Bremen players congregated, there remained half an hour until the match commenced. Some players pulled out snacks, while others uncapped beers. As they indulged in snacks, a fervent discussion erupted. Which team do you favor? Bayern, undoubtedly. They've achieved a remarkable 14 consecutive victories and have utterly dominated Barcelona in the Champions League. Their current form is indeed formidable. I believe Dortmund also stands a chance. The atmosphere at Signal Iduna Park is no laughing matter. Since everyone has their preferred teams, why not engage in a little wager? Absolutely. I wager 5,000 euros on Bayern's victory. I too stake 5,000 on Bayern. I put forth 10,000 for Bayern. The group readily agreed. each producing cash that had clearly been prepared in advance for this very occasion. The fervor of the betting suggested that this was no mere whim, but rather a well-orchestrated plan. The majority of the players were backing Bayern, with a total of 75,000 euros bet on their win. Oh, since you all are betting on Bayern, I shall place my bet on Dortmund. Arnautovic, noticing the hefty sum on the opposing side, realized that should he win, all those 75,000 euros would be his. Thus, he pulled out 5,000 euros, aiming to transform a modest wager into a grand victory. That's quite unfair. You think 5,000 euros can match our 75,000 euros? Arnautovic's national teammate, Genozavic, was the first to voice his protest. He was taken aback by his friend's cunning strategy of risking 5,000 to potentially win 75,000. With so many betting on Bayern, even if they won, they would merely split the 5,000 euros. Hardly a worthy gamble. Indeed, are there any other supporters of Dortmund? If so, place your bets quickly to balance the odds. The Bayern supporters clamored. Good-natured Fritz, not wishing to dampen his teammates' spirits, pulled out 15,000 euros to bet on Dortmund's victory. What a bold move. Truly fitting for a captain. The players who had already placed their bets began to sing Fritz's praises, and with his lead, several others soon followed suit in betting on Dortmund. Even De Bruyne joined in, contributing 5,000 euros to wager on Dortmund. Having previously attended a Dortmund match with Lin Quan, he held a favorable view of their capabilities. Although Bayern's paper strength was superior, Dortmund still had a fighting chance, with odds estimated at roughly 55 to 45. However, the number of players favoring Dortmund remained sparse, with the total wager only amounting to 550,000 euros, falling short by 2,000 compared to their rivals. That's enough. We can't increase our stakes any further. Bayern is indeed somewhat stronger, so the odds favor them. We cannot be expected to match your amount given your higher likelihood of winning. That would be utterly unfair. Arnautovic exclaimed, noticing the impasse. The players backing Bayern decided not to dwell on it any longer. It was merely a game, and taking it too seriously might jeopardize their camaraderie. Lin, are you not placing a bet? After the bets were placed, the group noticed Lin Quan had yet to wager and turned their curious gazes toward him. Well, I'm still on a youth team contract, earning only 220,000 euros, Lin Quan said, shrugging his shoulders, indicating his financial constraints. Most of those present were players earning over 1 or 2 million annually, yet his salary seemed pitiable, barely a fraction of theirs. In truth, he was not entirely devoid of funds. He simply refrained from participating in his teammates' gambling activities, fearing he might lose control and win all the stakes on the field. No worries, just call me brother and I shall lend you some, Arnautovic said, draping an arm around Lin Quan's shoulder, adopting a tone that suggested camaraderie and protection. It was common knowledge that Lin Quan would be joining a prestigious club next season, and once he did, his wages would undoubtedly soar, making an annual salary of several 100,000 euros a mere triviality. Thus, when he claimed he was short on cash, it was only a temporary state. In a few months, he would be financially secure. This was precisely why Arnautovic felt confident in lending him money, harboring no fears of default. They would even prefer that he didn't repay, as it would foster goodwill. Lin Quan nudged Arnautovic playfully. I wasn't planning to play, but you pushed me into it. All right then, lend me 50,000 euros. I'll bet on a draw between Dortmund and Bayern. Is there an option for a draw? Arnautovic scratched his head. If there isn't, just create one. Lin Quan is heading to a top club next season. This is a parting gift for us. The other teammates quickly covered Arnautovic's mouth, anxious that he might reject Lin Quan's bet by claiming the absence of such an option. If that were to happen, they would incur a loss of 50,000 euros in bonuses. Is it really a gift? De Bruyne observed the faintly embarrassed smile on Lin Quan's face and sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Recalling Lin Quan's uncanny prediction of Borussia Dortmund's victory over Real Madrid, which had left a lasting impression, De Bruyne felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he should have placed a bet on the draw as well. Amidst the players' raucous banter, the match between Dortmund and Bayern Munich commenced. This fixture was not only a prelude to the Champions League final, but also marked the 100th official encounter between Dortmund and Bayern across all competitions. In their previous 99 meetings, Bayern had the upper hand with 45 victories, 29 draws, and 25 losses. However, in their last 5 encounters, Bayern had not managed to secure a win against Dortmund, suffering a clean sweep in the previous season's league and cup matches. In their first clash of the current season, they had failed to best their rivals at home, the match ending in a 1-1 draw. If one were to disregard the team's current forms and solely consider their recent historical encounters, Dortmund appeared to have the greater chance of triumph. However, Bayern arrived with an impressive streak of 14 consecutive league victories and a formidable momentum from their recent demolitions of Juventus and Barcelona in the Champions League. The previous match records had lost their relevance. Analyzing the current forms and paper strengths of both teams, Bayern clearly held the advantage. This was also the reason why many observers favored Bayern. For Bayern, a victory in this match would not only see them equal the Bundesliga's consecutive win record, but also provide an opportunity to break it in the forthcoming matches. For Borussia Dortmund, the primary objective is to uphold their dignity on home turf, refusing to serve as a mere backdrop for the opposing team to set records. At this juncture, Dortmund has already achieved 6 consecutive victories in the league, and a win in this match would see them set a new club record for consecutive league wins. However, one might wonder why so many substitutes were deployed. The starting lineup left the players of Werder Bremen momentarily astonished. Both Bayern and Dortmund opted for a plethora of substitutes. Bayern made a staggering 7 adjustments to their starting lineup, with stalwarts such as Lahm, Schweinsteiger, Robben, and Ribery absent from the 18-man roster. Their bench featured only Thomas Müller and Martinez as mainstays, alongside for substitutes under the age of 20. Dortmund's situation wasn't much better. Aside from Götze's injury absence, Klopp chose to rotate 5 players for this match, granting opportunities to Grosskreutz, Santana, Sahin, Kell, and Schieber, while the likes of Reyes and Hummels found themselves on the bench. It seems Klopp possesses a modicum of integrity compared to Hanks, as at least his key players remained poised on the sidelines, unlike Bayern, whose bench was sparse. Hanks, that audacious old man, appeared to dismiss the significance of the league's record of 15 consecutive wins in his quest for strategic concealment. Observing the formations of both teams, Schaaf couldn't help but marvel internally. Such extensive rotations were employed to obfuscate each team's current form, avoiding potential targeting in the Champions League final. Comparatively, Dortmund, playing at home, was more eager for victory, resulting in fewer changes to their starting lineup, with several key players expected to emerge from the bench in the second half. In stark contrast, Bayern's strategy seemed utterly reckless, as their main players were entirely omitted from the lineup, clearly signaling indifference towards the match's outcome. Upon seeing the starting rosters, the previously optimistic supporters of Bayern turned a shade of green. Had both teams fielded their absolute first-choice players, Bayern would undoubtedly have had the upper hand. Yet now, with a mix of half starters and half substitutes, it is Dortmund who appears to hold the advantage. Disheartened, a supporter who had wagered on Bayern's victory lamented, "I want my money back." As he quietly reached for the prize pool, smack, Arnautovic swatted his hand away, admonishing, "A bet is a bet. How can you retract it?" With dreams of a payout of 50,000 plus 75,000 euros, he mused, "Surely I can claim at least 10 or 20,000, right?" His countenance, dripping with avarice, suggested he had already secured victory. Yet the match had only just commenced. Despite the numerous rotations, the spectacle of the game remained captivating. The clash between Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich erupted with intensity from the outset. Capitalizing on their home advantage, Dortmund launched a fierce assault against Bayern, while Bayern exploited their flanks to mount rapid counterattacks. The pace of the match between the two teams was exceedingly rapid, and the competition appeared intensely fierce. Goals came swiftly. In the 11th minute, Dortmund initiated an assault down the left flank. The Bayern players were preoccupied with the opposing wingers and forwards, neglecting the surging right back, Grosskreutz, who advanced at great speed from the rear. As Grosskreutz penetrated the penalty area, a timely pass from a teammate reached his feet. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a deft volley, sending it into the net. Neuer was rendered powerless against this strike, as he too had not anticipated that the final shot would come from the opposing right back. This goal ignited jubilation among Dortmund fans, for Grosskreutz was considered a harbinger of fortune for the team. In the previous 20 matches, whenever Grosskreutz scored, Dortmund emerged victorious. His contribution now opened the scoring, bringing a sense of relief to many supporters. While superstition lacks scientific basis, the consistent success of such beliefs over 20 instances raised the question, could this time be different? Reality proved that superstition is indeed unreliable. 10 minutes later, Bayern equalized with a header from Gomez. This marked his 138th goal in the Bundesliga, allowing him to surpass Schiller on the all-time scoring list, ascending to 16th place. After scoring, A smile finally broke through Gomez's tense expression. Due to injuries this season, his starting position had been usurped by Mandzukic, who was originally intended to be a substitute. This fueled his discontent. However, no amount of dissatisfaction could alter the fact that Mandzukic's style better suited Bayern, garnering the coach's favor. This season, he had only appeared in 11 Bundesliga matches, making it difficult to maintain form. With the World Cup approaching next year, Gomez was determined not to be overlooked by the national team, prompting thoughts of a transfer to secure more playing opportunities. He contemplated discussing his position with Guardiola upon his arrival at Bayern to ascertain whether he had a role in the coach's plans. If not, he would have no choice but to seek a transfer elsewhere. The current German squad was exceptionally strong, presenting perhaps their best chance at victory. Gomez was unwilling to miss out on this opportunity. As the score returned to parity, the intensity of the match escalated further. In the 28th minute, Bayern launched an offensive down the right flank. Right winger Shaqiri delivered a low ball, but Gomez's attempt to redirect it at the near post went wide of the goal, missing a chance to alter the scoreline. Dortmund quickly retaliated. In the 31st minute, Lewandowski accelerated past Van Buyten and Boateng on the left side of the penalty area. After receiving a pass from a teammate, he executed a sharp angle shot, which Neuer adeptly thwarted with his body, deflecting it out for a corner. Both teams unleashed relentless assaults, but repeatedly squandered opportunities, unable to change the score. As the 1-1 stalemate persisted for 60 minutes, the Werder Bremen players appeared utterly despondent. According to this scoreline, after the match concludes, everyone is destined for a significant loss, save for Lin Quan, who uniquely placed his bet on a draw. Just when the spectators felt the tension of the game, with the score seemingly unchangeable, a dramatic turn of events unfolded on the pitch. A long-range shot from Dortmund struck the arm of a Bayern player within the penalty area, and referee Gagelman, having witnessed the incident clearly, decisively awarded a penalty. Oh, the excitement, the anticipation of rewards, my bonuses. As Lewandowski approached the penalty spot to take the shot, Arnautovic stood ready with his bag, prepared to collect the winnings. If Lewandowski converted the penalty, the score would rise to 2-1, sealing Dortmund's victory. How could the Flying Dragon lose? However, under the gaze of the crowd, Lewandowski's penalty was spectacularly saved by Neuer, leaving Arnautovic and his bag frozen in disbelief. Subsequently, even as Bayern's Rafinha was sent off with 2 yellow cards within 2 minutes, the 10-man Bayern resolutely withstood Dortmund's relentless attacks, maintaining the 1-1 score until the final whistle. At the moment the referee signaled the end of the match, a profound silence enveloped the Werder Bremen locker room. "You are all too generous, insisting on showering me with money. I shall graciously accept." Lin Quan swiftly snatched the bag from the still-stunned Arnautovic, promptly filling it with cash. He then extracted 50,000 euros, returning a portion to Arnautovic. "Thank you all. Your gifts have brought me great satisfaction." Lin Quan raised the bag filled with money, politely expressing his gratitude to the crowd. "I had clearly stated my disinterest in playing. Now, perhaps you regret not heeding my words? Betting against someone like me? A reincarnator, what were you thinking? Oh, by the way, you weren't aware of my reincarnated status? Then, it matters not." End of chapter. Chapter 140. Under the spotlight. Can Lin Quan break the 40-year-old record? In the 33rd round of the league, Werder Bremen triumphed over Frankfurt with a score of 2-1 away from home, marking their 10th consecutive victory in the league. This achievement also set a new record for the longest winning streak in the club's history. Lin Quan, who scored in this match, brought his total goals to 40, equaling Gerd Müller's single-season goal record in the Bundesliga from the 1971 to 1972 season. Should he score again in the upcoming final match against Nuremberg, he would surpass this record, etching his name into the annals of Bundesliga history. During this period, Lin Quan had intentionally tempered his desire to score. He aimed to maintain his hunger for goals, ensuring he could present his best form in the German Cup final to help the team clinch the championship. Additionally, after the team gained the lead, coach Schaaf typically substituted early, allowing players like Füllkrug and Peterson to gain experience. As a result, Lin Quan's goal tally was modest in the second half of the season, totaling only 12 goals. Had he sustained his formidable scoring rate from the first half, he might have already shattered the Bundesliga goal record. Inevitably, what is destined to happen will transpire. In the final home match for Werder Bremen, should they manage to break this record, it would serve as a heartfelt farewell gift to their devoted supporters. This might indeed be the most fitting tribute as the final round of the league approaches. The outcome of the Bundesliga is already largely determined. Bayern Munich has clinched the championship 2 rounds in advance, while Greuther Fürth has been relegated prematurely. The last relegation spot will be contested between Hoffenheim and Düsseldorf. Given that Hoffenheim trails Düsseldorf by 2 points and faces Borussia Dortmund in their last match, their chances of relegation appear more pronounced. However, in a surprising twist, Hoffenheim managed to stage a remarkable comeback, defeating Dortmund 2-1 on their turf. While Düsseldorf succumbed to Hanover with a score of 3-0, Düsseldorf, who once held a significant advantage, only needed to secure a draw in this match to have a chance at survival. Yet, they faltered unexpectedly, allowing Hoffenheim to defy the odds and create a miraculous turnaround. This turn of events was indeed dramatic. Although the championship had long been settled, the suspense surrounding relegation persisted, adding a layer of intrigue to the Bundesliga. Nevertheless, Hoffenheim has not yet secured their place in the top flight, as they must still contend with the third-place team from the second division for a spot in the next Bundesliga season. Should they fall short in the playoff against the third-place team from the Bundesliga, relegation would still await them. On May 18th, at 19:30, the Weserstadion was aglow with lights. This marked the culmination of the Bundesliga season, as well as the final match for Lin Quan and Kevin De Bruyne at the Weserstadion. For the fans of the Green-Whites, this match signifies the last time they would witness Lin Quan and De Bruyne donning the Werder Bremen green, battling for the team. In anticipation of witnessing their farewell ceremony, nearly all tickets were swiftly purchased by eager supporters, even the exorbitantly priced ones controlled by scalpers that fans typically hesitated to buy. Besides the Werder Bremen faithful, journalists and scouts flocked to the Weserstadion, as the long-standing goal record of the Bundesliga, which had remained unbroken for 40 years, was poised to be shattered in this match. Reporters awaited the opportunity to document this historic moment, while scouts were there to evaluate potential players, hoping to bring them to their respective clubs during the summer transfer window. With Lin Quan's contract with Barcelona nearing its conclusion and no agreement reached on an extension, it appears increasingly likely that he may become a free agent this summer. The prospect of such a highly sought-after player entering the market is immensely alluring for top clubs. Given Lin Quan's age, securing him would alleviate concerns regarding their team's core for at least the next decade. Thus, no prominent club wishes to miss out on this grand occasion. Nearly all with an ounce of ambition have made their presence felt. Oh, it appears your son is quite the sensation. In a private box at the Weserstadion, Bayern sports director Matthias Sammer made a statement laden with double meanings. Indeed, the number of supporters present at the stadium to cheer for him was quite remarkable. Guardiola, seemingly oblivious to Sammer's subtle implication, surveyed the packed stands of the Weserstadion and remarked with a hint of nostalgia that during his time playing at Camp Nou, he had never experienced such treatment. The popularity of this young man among the fans was indeed enviable. Sammer, somewhat speechless, clarified that he was referring to the numerous representatives from other clubs present, not the home supporters. Lin Quan had scored an impressive number of goals and won many matches during his season at Werder Bremen. Wasn't it only natural for him to garner such popularity? What was so surprising about that? Once he joined Bayern, if he were to replicate his success, the Allianz Arena crowd would undoubtedly shower him with applause and cheers. It became evident that Guardiola had underestimated Lin Quan's stature in the hearts of the Werder Bremen fans. During the introduction of the players, after all others had been presented, the host passionately proclaimed, "There is one individual who, upon joining the team and donning the green jersey of Werder Bremen, humiliated the Bundesliga giants with an astonishing hat-trick on his away debut." Upon hearing this, Sammer's expression soured slightly. However, the surrounding fans erupted in joyous laughter. Their victory against Bayern in the Telecom Cup was undoubtedly a moment of sheer exhilaration. There is one player who, time and again, has risen to the occasion during perilous moments, aiding the team in overcoming crises. The big screen began to showcase Lin Quan, adorned in the number 10 jersey, as he single-handedly battled through challenges, scoring goals that rescued the team from dire straits. Remarkably, in his first season with Werder Bremen, he netted 47 goals across all competitions. The highlights of his goals in the Telecom Cup, DFB-Pokal, and the league played on the screen. Unbeknownst to him, he had already made 39 appearances for Werder Bremen, scoring 47 goals. Both his single-season goal tally and his astonishing average of 12 goals per match had dramatically shattered the club's historical records. Had he not been limited to just one season with the team, he would undoubtedly have surpassed the club's all-time scoring record, becoming the leading goal scorer. Shout out loud and tell me, what is his name? The host suddenly raised his voice, posing the question to the audience. Lin Quan. Over 50,000 spectators resounded with the name. Upon hearing his name, Lin Quan waved to the fans while making his way onto the pitch. To be honest, he was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to be the last to enter and to receive the cheers and applause of the entire crowd. This gesture deeply moved him, strengthening his resolve to offer a victory and a record as a gift to the beloved fans of Werder Bremen. Upon the appearance of Lin Quan, the crowd erupted in a fervent cheer, with over 50,000 fans rising in unison to applaud him. The supporters expressed their heartfelt gratitude for his contributions to the team this season and wished him smooth sailing in his future endeavors. The players from Nuremberg cast envious glances at Lin Quan, a mere 17 years old, yet already achieving feats that most of them could only dream of in a lifetime. He was on the verge of potentially setting a new record for the most goals in a single Bundesliga season, a record that had remained unbroken for 40 years. This record, established by Gerd Müller in a year when he was in extraordinary form, scoring an astounding 85 goals, had proven insurmountable since then. As the match unfolded, this young prodigy aimed to challenge that historic benchmark, while others anticipated the moment he would shatter the record. The Nuremberg players were determined not to serve as mere backdrop to his ascent. Thus, their mantra was clear: they could accept defeat, but they would not allow Lin Quan to score. From the outset, they adhered resolutely to this principle. When players from Werder Bremen possessed the ball, they would often refrain from deploying a defender against them. However, the moment the ball reached Lin Quan's feet, 2 or 3 defenders would rush in to thwart him. The intention to prevent Lin Quan from scoring was blatantly obvious. Sensing their strategy, Lin Quan opted for a tactical approach rather than recklessness. He leveraged the attention he garnered, increasing his movement, passing, and creating space, minimizing his time on the ball to generate opportunities for his teammates. Although breaking the record was significant, securing a victory in the season finale took precedence. If he were to set a record but lose at home, it would tarnish the achievement. With Lin Quan's assistance, Kevin De Bruyne seized a prime opportunity in the 36th minute of the first half to score the opening goal, giving their team a 1-0 lead. Initially, one might have expected Nuremberg to become anxious and push for an equalizer, which could have allowed them to shift their focus away from Lin Quan. However, to their astonishment, the opposing team seemed indifferent to the outcome of the match. They accepted that a loss was inconsequential, as long as it wasn't a disastrous defeat. After all, this was their final game, and their points were sufficient to ensure their survival in the league. Werder Bremen soon recognized this shift in mentality. Initially, they had begun to create opportunities for Lin Quan to help him break the record after taking the lead. However, Nuremberg's relentless defense against Lin Quan rendered their efforts futile. No matter how skilled Lin Quan was at maneuvering, with 2 to 3 defenders shadowing him at all times, he could hardly receive the ball, let alone showcase his dribbling prowess. Why was it that Lin Quan could not find the net today? Indeed, as the first half of the match nears its conclusion, he has yet to take a single shot on goal. The Werder Bremen fans in attendance are growing increasingly restless. While they certainly care about the outcome of the match, their primary concern lies with whether Lin Quan can break Gerd Müller's record. However, based on the current gameplay, the opportunity to achieve this seems utterly elusive. Nuremberg's defense is exceptionally targeted. Wherever Lin Quan moves, he is flanked by 2 or 3 defenders, leaving him unable to gain possession of the ball. It appears that Nuremberg is unwilling to serve merely as a backdrop for an opponent's record-breaking moment. From the commentary booth, the German broadcaster's commentator quips about the situation on the field. If I were in their shoes, I might do the same. If Lin Quan were to break the record against his own team, Nuremberg would gain notoriety, albeit of a rather unfortunate kind. While the commentators comprehend the tactical choices made by the opposing team, the fans present and the journalists eagerly awaiting a significant story are less forgiving. Score one. Score one. They begin to chant. Initially, it is just a small group, but as more voices join, the entire stadium reverberates with the demand for a goal. The fans' rallying cry instills a sense of pressure in Lin Quan, yet the unyielding defense of his opponents leaves him struggling to find an opportunity to score. Just as he grapples with this predicament, De Bruyne's recent goal inspires him. He shouts loudly to his teammates on the field, "Don't mind me. In a moment, I'll draw their defenders back, and you take advantage of the numbers to overwhelm them." Even if he cannot score today, he is determined to create chaos for them. The Werder Bremen players nod in agreement. The opponent's cumbersome defense clearly belittles them. Though they may not possess Lin Quan's formidable prowess, they are no pushovers. Who do you look down upon with such a defense? They assert. Consequently, they adjust their offensive strategy, no longer deliberately passing to Lin Quan, but instead seizing any opportunity to shoot themselves. This alteration quickly yields results. In the 43rd minute, Werder Bremen launches an attack from the left side. De Bruyne, after making a run, delivers a swift pass, and the on-rushing Peterson executes a clever shot that sends the ball into the net. The score becomes 2-0. In this goal, Lin Quan indeed executed his earlier directive, purposely leading his markers back towards their own half. Although Nuremberg's players hesitated momentarily, they still followed suit. Lin Quan had deliberately raised his voice during his call, ensuring they heard him. Thus, they were fully aware of the opposing intent. Yet they remained reluctant to relinquish their pursuit of Lin Quan. The consequence of their decision? They conceded yet another goal. As the second half commences, both teams resume play, and Lin Quan employs the same tactic once more. As Werder Bremen embarks on another offensive, he not only retreats but continues to run back towards his own half. This time, the Nuremberg players display clear signs of hesitation. However, they did not hesitate for long and quickly resumed their intense defense on Lin Quan, leaving him no opportunity whatsoever. De Bruyne was observing while dribbling. Had the opposing team relaxed their defense on Lin Quan, he would have immediately passed the ball to him. Unfortunately, the defense remained steadfast, and he was compelled to distribute the ball to other teammates. In the 55th minute, Werder Bremen once again extended their lead. With no interference, De Bruyne unleashed an exceptionally high-quality long-range shot from outside the penalty area, breaching the opponent's goal for the third time. This goal caused the psychological defenses of the Nuremberg players to waver. Had there been some interference on that shot, preventing such a comfortable strike, the goal might not have been conceded. The issue was, however, that their defense was entirely vacant. 3 players had followed the opposing number 10 into their half, leaving the remaining 7 to defend against 10 opponents. How could they possibly withstand such odds? Furthermore, with the opposition encroaching upon their territory, sending 3 players into the opponent's half seemed utterly foolish. Thus, when Werder Bremen initiated another attack, intending to employ the same tactic, they were not caught off guard. The player closely marking Lin Quan was reduced from 3-1, with the remaining 2 stationed near the center circle. Witnessing this, De Bruyne and Lin Quan exchanged a knowing glance. Both recognized that the opportunity to break the record had arrived. Chapter 141. Farewell, Werder Bremen. Farewell, De Bruyne. Alas, with such tight marking on me, it seems today is not my day to score. Lin Quan strolled across the field, casting a sidelong glance at the defender beside him, deliberately speaking out loud. Marcus, tasked with marking Lin Quan, smirked at his words, just as well that you know it. Today, you shall behave and abandon any thoughts of scoring. I will ensnare you completely, leaving you no chances whatsoever. Before Marcus could finish his sentence, he witnessed Lin Quan, who had been strolling just a moment before, suddenly spring into action, swiftly darting past him. Damn, I've been duped. This guy was intentionally distracting me. Marcus realized he had fallen for Lin Quan's ruse, but at that moment, his mark had already evaded his defense. Receiving a pass from De Bruyne near the center circle and charging towards Nuremberg's half with great strides, the 2 Nuremberg players remaining at the center circle, upon seeing Lin Quan break free, immediately surged towards him. However, with Lin Quan's speed now fully unleashed, intercepting him was no longer as simple as before. Confronted by the 2 advancing defenders, Lin Quan first executed a deft nutmeg to bypass one, then passed the ball to De Bruyne, engaging in a wall pass that allowed him to elude the other. After maneuvering past these 2 Nuremberg players, he found himself with a clear path ahead. The remaining defenders were mostly positioned within or near the Nuremberg penalty area, still at a considerable distance from him. Stop him. The coach of Nuremberg observed Lin Quan advancing with the ball into their half, prompting him to leap from the bench in alarm, vociferously directing his players to intervene. 2 players from Nuremberg, almost in unison, charged forward, attempting to wrest the wretched football from Lin Quan's feet. However, Lin Quan's pace was too swift, his footwork too agile. They resembled clumsy bears, chasing after him only to be skillfully outmaneuvered, unable to seize the ball. Fools! Commit a foul, quick! The Nuremberg coach seethed, his frustration evident as he scolded his players for attempting to steal the ball, instead of using a foul to halt that young man. With such superior dribbling skills, how could they hope to easily dispossess him? At that moment, the most effective strategy to curtail his offensive prowess would have been to foul him. Just knock him down. and the problem would be resolved. On the home team's bench, Schaaf, upon hearing the opposing coach's exhortations, immediately protested to the fourth official at the sidelines. "Sir, do you hear this? Is this acceptable? Is there no law? He is encouraging his players to commit fouls." The fourth official gestured for Schaaf to calm down. "Mr. Thomas, he is merely advising his players to foul, not to commit a crime. Furthermore, tactical fouling is permissible in football, should they indeed foul. I trust the main referee will impose the appropriate sanctions." Schaaf was left speechless. How could fouling be encouraged? The coach's loud voice resonated throughout the nearby stands, where fans of Werder Bremen clearly heard his call for Nuremberg players to use fouling tactics against Lin Quan, prompting a chorus of boos directed at him and his team. On the field, Lin Quan also caught wind of the opposing coach's shouts. As he observed the frantic players rushing toward him, desperately trying to thwart his record-breaking endeavor, he opted not to act recklessly. Instead, he deftly dribbled laterally, maneuvering along the outer edge of the penalty area. The Nuremberg players, upon seeing Lin Quan alter his direction, instinctively followed suit. From an aerial perspective, Lin Quan appeared as a general surveying his defensive line. Wherever he moved, the opposing players trailed closely behind. It was only when he skillfully evaded Nuremberg's left back and surged into the penalty area that the Nuremberg players began to panic. "Oh no, he has breached the penalty area. We cannot afford to foul recklessly now." In truth, when Lin Quan initially shifted his dribbling to the side, they had an opportunity to commit a foul. However, fouling in that position would have easily granted an advantageous free kick. Lin Quan had previously demonstrated his ability to score directly from free kicks in the Bundesliga. Granting him a prime opportunity could very well lead to conceding a goal. Yet, their hesitation to foul at that critical moment allowed Lin Quan the chance to penetrate the penalty area. Now, they found themselves in a precarious situation. While a foul outside the penalty area might result in a free kick or a card, a foul within the box would lead not to a free kick, but to a penalty. Given Lin Quan's exceptional penalty success rate, granting him a penalty is tantamount to bestowing a goal upon him. Consequently, the players from Nuremberg found themselves paralyzed by fear, hesitant to make any challenging moves. At that moment, they not only refrained from fouling Lin Quan, but even recoiled at his approach, fearing that any contact might be misconstrued by the oblivious referee. Lin Quan had initially prepared himself for a fierce contest, ready to fight tooth and nail. However, upon sensing the opposition's trepidation, he decided to seize the opportunity without hesitation. As he penetrated the penalty area, he glanced at the goalkeeper's positioning and feigned a shot towards the far corner. The goalkeeper, anticipating the strike, instinctively shifted towards that direction, crouching low in preparation for the save. The defenders from Nuremberg, witnessing Lin Quan's imminent shot, abandoned their caution and lunged to block him. Yet Lin Quan, astutely observing their movements, retracted his right foot, nudged the ball to his left foot, and deftly leaped, evading the defender's desperate slide tackle. As the goalkeeper lunged toward the ball, which had momentarily escaped Lin Quan's control, he found himself outpaced by Lin Quan's swift response. Barely touching down, Lin Quan unleashed a stunning volley before the ball could settle, sending it like a cannonball past the goalkeeper's fingertips and into the net. Goal number 41. At this moment, a record that had stood unbroken for 40 years in the Bundesliga was finally shattered. In the aftermath of his goal, Lin Quan exuberantly pounded his chest, roaring in triumph as he sprinted towards the sidelines. Upon reaching the edge of the pitch, he removed his jersey to reveal a white undershirt emblazoned with a German phrase, "Long live Werder Bremen." Although he had only spent a single season with Werder Bremen, it was here that he truly stepped into the limelight of the top 5 leagues, achieving remarkable success. The camaraderie and shared battles with his teammates had forged countless cherished memories during that season. Thus, even in departure, his love for the club and the hallowed ground would endure eternally. The spectators, having awaited this moment for far too long, erupted in jubilation upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal. Many Werder Bremen fans, moved by the words on his undershirt, found tears streaming down their faces. They felt a profound sense of loss at the thought of Lin Quan leaving, wishing fervently that he could don the iconic number 10 jersey for all eternity, playing until the day of his retirement. They yearned for him to become a legend uniquely theirs. Yet, the harsh reality was that he was merely a loaned player from a prestigious club, not a permanent member of their squad. Once the loan agreement expired, they would part ways. Contemplating this, countless fans could not help but feel a wave of melancholy wash over them. Nevertheless, through their tears, they applauded Lin Quan, celebrating his extraordinary achievement. Witnessing this poignant scene, Guardiola in the private box could scarcely contain his emotions. He reminisced about his own departure from Camp Nou, embarking on an adventure in Serie A. On that day, as he prepared to leave the hallowed grounds of Camp Nou, his sentiments likely mirrored those of Lin Quan at this moment. By the time Lin Quan scored, the match had already lost its suspense, and his goal not only altered the score to 4-0, but also marked a monumental achievement in surpassing Gerd Muller's record. Consequently, the players of Nuremberg abandoned their rigorous defensive tactics. Their initial tight marking of Lin Quan stemmed from a desire to avoid becoming mere footnotes in a record-breaking narrative. Now, having unwittingly assumed that role, their spirits had deflated. With the match nearing its conclusion and a lengthy holiday awaiting them, they found little motivation to expend energy on a game they were destined to lose. Instead, they pondered where to spend their upcoming respite. Lin Quan, feeling slightly disrespected by their laxity, sensed their disregard for him as the Bundesliga record holder. While Nuremberg's players had capitulated, Werder Bremen had not relinquished their offensive ambitions. Although Lin Quan had already shattered the Bundesliga scoring record, there were no stipulations preventing him from further eclipsing his own recent achievements. His teammates, well aware of this, tirelessly sought to assist him in setting a new benchmark. Lin Quan, in turn, did not disappoint their goodwill. In the 78th minute, capitalizing on a blunder from Nuremberg's midfielder Simons, Werder Bremen executed a swift interception, promptly passing the ball to Lin Quan. The Nuremberg defense was momentarily caught off guard, failing to engage immediately. By the time Lin Quan received the ball, he had surged into the penalty area, presenting him with a one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper. As the keeper advanced, Lin Quan deftly lifted the ball with his foot, executing a delicate lob that sailed over the goalkeeper's head and nestled into the net. With that, he reached an astounding tally of 50 goals, marking his 42nd goal of the Bundesliga season, thus eclipsing his own freshly established record. This strike ignited a fervent eruption of cheers from the fans, who expressed their admiration and congratulations through applause. A tally of 42 goals in a single season seems a formidable barrier for future challengers to surmount. Considering Lin Quan's age at which he achieved this milestone, the record appears all but insurmountable. While the fans of Werder Bremen rejoiced, the players of Nuremberg seethed with indignation. One goal was acceptable, but another? Did they perceive themselves as mere soft targets? Consequently, they reverted to their staunch defensive tactics against Lin Quan. Yet, as in the first half, the same predicament arose. While they managed to contain Lin Quan, they could not account for his teammates. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Lin Quan provided an assist to De Bruyne, enabling the latter to complete a hat-trick, marking his final goal in the Bundesliga. This also signified the last direct collaboration between the two in the league. Ultimately, with De Bruyne's hat-trick and Lin Quan's brace, Werder Bremen triumphed at home with a resounding 6-0 victory over Nuremberg. As the final whistle blew, the fans of Werder Bremen rose in unison, applauding to express their gratitude towards all members of the team for the exhilarating match they had witnessed. Led by their captain, Fritz, the players of Werder Bremen made a lap around the pitch, acknowledging the support of their loyal fans. In a poignant farewell, Lin Quan bent down to kiss the grass of the Weser Stadium, signifying his departure. It is likely that his next visit to this venue will be as an opponent, and he hopes that the fans who once cheered for him will not jeer him then. Journalists captured this moment, and some fans who lingered in the stands witnessed the scene. Though they said nothing, they silently reassured themselves that Lin Quan would forever remain a part of Werder Bremen, and his departure would not alter that bond. For the reporters present, the outcome of the match held little significance. The connection between fans and players could be worth noting, yet it paled in comparison to the pressing question of whether Lin Quan had scored or set a Bundesliga record. That was the true headline. Lin Quan did not disappoint, successfully breaking the record and leaving the eagerly anticipating journalists satisfied. After the match, he was escorted by Schaaf to the press conference, responding patiently to most inquiries. He refrained from addressing the more sensitive questions, such as which team he would join next season, whether he would renew his contract with Barcelona, or if he would remain in the Bundesliga. That concludes today's press conference. Thank you for your presence. Until next season. After Schaaf finished addressing his queries, he stood to bid farewell to the journalists before departing with Lin Quan. On their way back to the locker room, Schaaf appeared to have something on his mind, yet ultimately chose not to voice it. Observing his demeanor, one could sense that these thoughts remained unspoken. Schaaf opted not to return to the locker room, but instead headed back to his office, where Olaf's had been waiting. Noticing Schaaf's expression, Olaf surmised that he had failed to convey his intended words. "No, I didn't say anything," Schaaf replied, shaking his head, unable to articulate such sentiments. "Well, the unspoken words may lead to difficulties for us next season," Olaf remarked with a self-deprecating smile as he exited Schaaf's office. Watching his longtime partner leave, Schaaf felt a twinge of doubt. Would Lin truly move to Bayern Munich? Upon Lin Quan's return to the locker room, he beheld De Bruyne waiting outside for him. "Do you need something?" Pushing open the door, he discovered that his teammates had all departed after their showers. The expansive locker room felt exceedingly desolate, with only the echo of his own voice resonating within. He silently approached his locker, gently caressing the label affixed to it, before resolutely tearing off the tag bearing his name. He would no longer return here. This locker must be vacated for the new arrivals. Well, they could hardly be called teammates anymore. Rather, they were the new players of Werder Bremen. De Bruyne was engaged in a similar task, and upon completion, he retrieved a football from his backpack and handed it to Lin Quan. "What is this?" Lin Quan paused, casting a puzzled glance at De Bruyne. "According to our original agreement, the first goal after I score a hat trick is yours." De Bruyne had tirelessly endeavored throughout the season, yet he had been unable to achieve a hat trick until this final match, where, despite the opponent's stringent defense against Lin Quan, he finally seized the opportunity to accomplish it. Although it was somewhat belated, it was not too late. Otherwise, failing to fulfill their agreement before his departure would have left him with a lingering regret. Lin Quan found himself lost in thought, reminiscing about the hat trick he had completed in last year's Telecom Cup against Bayern Munich. After that match, he had inscribed his name and the date on the football and gifted it to De Bruyne. Glancing at the football in his hands, he indeed noticed De Bruyne's meticulous handwriting, which included the date of the match and a small inscription, "For my dearest friend Lin Quan, De Bruyne." Chapter 142, Guardiola's personal welcome, Barcelona's embarrassment. After packing his belongings and bidding farewell to De Bruyne, Lin Quan returned to his host family. The William family awaited him at the door, accompanied by Guardiola, who had left the stadium early and driven over to assist with his move. "Lin, thank you for your contributions to Werder Bremen over the past season." Upon seeing Lin Quan's return, William stepped forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. As a devoted fan of Werder Bremen, William had witnessed the monumental changes Lin Quan had brought to the team throughout the season. He had seen Lin Quan evolve from an obscure player into a formidable presence that instilled fear across the Bundesliga, etching his name into the memories of countless fans. "Thank you for your family's hospitality. I truly appreciate the trouble I've caused you." Lin Quan expressed his gratitude to the William family, presenting the gifts he had prepared in advance for William, Anna, and their children. "Brother Lin Quan, can you not leave?" 11-year-old Greenie had completely transformed into Lin Quan's ardent fan. The prospect of Lin Quan departing, never to see him don the Werder Bremen green jersey on the field again, left the young boy utterly despondent. "Granny, please refrain from making requests that would put your brother Lin Quan in a difficult position." Anna, Grenier's mother, interjected swiftly, attempting to halt her son's unreasonable demands. "The choice to stay or leave rests solely with Lin Quan, and others have no authority to interfere." From the perspective of the Werder Bremen supporters, it is undoubtedly their wish for Lin Quan to remain. However, from Lin Quan's personal standpoint, staying at Werder Bremen could prove detrimental to his future career. "Well then, may I request one of your signed jerseys?" Lin Quan asked, ruffling his hair. "No problem," he replied, promptly retrieving a jersey he had once worn at the club. With a flourish, he inscribed his name upon it, accompanied by a heartfelt message, wishing Grenier the best. "May you soar on the green fields just as I have, Lin Quan." Upon receiving this thoughtful gift, Grenier finally broke into a smile. Lin Quan's belongings had already been packed, and with the assistance of William and Guardiola, they were swiftly loaded onto the vehicle. Before departing, at Guardiola's invitation, the father and son treated the William family to a farewell dinner. After the meal, Lin Quan opened the car door for Guardiola and waved goodbye to the William family. This farewell left them uncertain of when they would meet again. "Where are we headed now?" Once in the car, Lin Quan suddenly realized he had not inquired about their destination. "Of course, Munich. We can't just drive straight back to Spain, can we?" Guardiola shrugged. "The distance from Germany to Spain is considerable. Driving back would be utterly exhausting." Lin Quan privately disagreed, considering that Bremen is merely about 700 kilometers from Catalonia. Such a distance is trivial back home, as many people drive 2 or 3,000 kilometers during the Spring Festival just to return home for the new year. Admittedly, such sentiments of returning home are rare in the West. Have you secured a place in Munich? Guardiola had signed with Bayern in January. Unless there was a breach of contract, he would undoubtedly be coaching Bayern next season. To coach at Bayern, however, he first needed to resolve his personal and family arrangements. Excluding Lin Quan, Guardiola and his wife, Celia, have 3 children. In Europe, it is quite uncommon for the patriarch to toil alone in a different location while his family remains separated. Thus, when Guardiola moves to Bayern, his family will surely join him there. Including Lin Quan, that makes a total of 6. Finding a spacious residence is essential. Well, I have my eye on 2 places, one on Sophienstrasse and another in the suburbs. I'll take you to see them, and you can give me your thoughts and suggestions. Guardiola asked eagerly, by the way, will you be living with us? Since the winter break, after honing their skills together on the training ground, Guardiola has found himself longing for a practice partner. Unfortunately, the skill levels of those around him paled in comparison to Lin Quan, rendering such encounters rather dull. If Lin Quan were to move in, they would have the opportunity to practice together every day. I am uncertain, as I have yet to finalize a contract with Bayern. Thus, it remains unclear where I will be next season. Lin Quan shrugged his shoulders, deliberately attempting to intimidate Guardiola. Is that so? However, I heard from Peer that you and Bayern have already reached a preliminary agreement. Guardiola was not deceived by Lin Quan, with an insider on his side. He found it easy to keep track of Lin Quan's transfer movements. Mr. Guardiola, do you wish for me to issue a gag order to another Mr. Guardiola? Lin Quan feigned indignation, expressing his discontent over Guardiola's inquiries regarding his transfer. No, it was my mistake, but Peer is innocent. Please do not involve him. Upon hearing Guardiola's apology, Lin Quan chose not to pursue the matter further. The two tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the topic any longer. Who do you favor in the Champions League final? During the drive, which was rather dull, the loquacious Guardiola soon sought new subjects for conversation. Bayern has a greater chance of victory. Lin Quan, aware of the match's outcome, thought that if the butterfly effect he brought did not wield significant influence, Bayern would likely emerge as champions. Indeed, I also believe it will be Bayern. To be honest, Hanks has achieved remarkable results with the team. If Bayern wins the championship, it may prove quite challenging for me to coach this team next season, Guardiola remarked, furrowing his brow. Any championship team, particularly one that has secured the Champions League title, possesses its own sense of pride. Bayern is currently experiencing a surge, boasting commendable performances, adaptable tactics, and high morale among its players. In such circumstances, a sudden change in management poses a challenge for both parties. To be frank, Guardiola felt a twinge of regret. Had he known earlier that Bayern could clinch the championship this season, he might have hesitated to take the reins. Facing a freshly crowned championship squad, even with his esteemed reputation, he would hesitate to initiate significant reforms. However, if he were to refrain from reforming and merely continue with Hank's strategies, what would be the point of Bayern hiring him? Conversely, if he were to implement drastic changes and the team's performance suffered a downturn, discontent would surely arise among the fans and players. The sensation of dancing with shackles, living in the shadow of his predecessor, is undeniably discomforting. Reflecting on this, he found himself unexpectedly sympathetic towards Villanova. He wondered whether Villanova had endured the same struggles of living under his own shadow after taking over Barcelona. Lin Quan could only shrug in response. You chose this. The German Autobahn imposes no speed limits, and with few cars on the road at night, Guardiola drove with exhilarating speed, allowing Lin Quan to experience the thrill of velocity and passion. Upon arriving in Munich, it was already past 3 in the morning. Both were utterly fatigued. Upon reaching their reserved hotel, they collapsed into slumber, not stirring until around 10 the following morning. A call to the front desk resulted in a thoughtful delivery of the prepared breakfast, accompanied by several copies of that day's newspapers. Lin Quan needed only to glance at the title and cover photo to discern that this was undoubtedly a report on last night's match. Upon opening the paper, he found it to be true. Witnessing history, the Bundesliga's new superstar emerges, shattering a 4-decade-old record, the birth of a legend. Barcelona's young talent breaks 8 Bundesliga records in a single season. A remarkable 42 goals in a single season, the 3rd in history. Amused by the newspaper's exaggerated praise of him, Lin Quan felt a tinge of embarrassment. In contrast, Guardiola appeared thoroughly engrossed, nodding frequently at viewpoints he resonated with, exuding the demeanor of a kindred spirit. Although the newspaper did not extol him directly, he seemed even more elated than if the accolades were directed at himself. The newspapers delivered to Lin Quan were merely a fraction of the extensive coverage following this match. Major media outlets had lavished attention on his remarkable achievement of breaking the Bundesliga record. Gerd Muller's record was notoriously difficult to surpass, having remained untouched for 40 years. The Bundesliga features 2 fewer teams than other major leagues, resulting in 4 fewer matches each season. Scoring 40 goals in a 34-match league season poses a significantly greater challenge than in other leagues. Consequently, the media was astounded by Lin Quan's newly established record. They not only published extensive reports, but also sought out the former record holder, Gerd Muller, for an interview. Muller, displaying remarkable grace, did not express any displeasure over Lin Quan breaking his record. Rather, he was quite optimistic about him, praising Lin effusively during the interview. He is an exceptionally outstanding player. The value of this new record is far greater than that of my own, Muller remarked with a smile, not out of modesty, but in earnest. His record was achieved while playing for Bayern Munich, whereas Lin Quan set his record with the smaller club Werder Bremen. The disparity in caliber between Bayern and Werder Bremen is stark. At Bayern, Muller had the support of high-level teammates, while Lin Quan lacked such advantages at Werder Bremen, where his teammates were evidently not as formidable as those Muller had. The assistance Lin Quan received from his teammates was considerably less than the support Muller enjoyed in his prime. Thus, a significant portion of Lin Quan's goals were a testament to his exceptional individual skill. In concluding the interview, Muller once again urged Lin Quan, "I firmly believe that a player of Lin's caliber should join us at Bayern Munich. Here, he could achieve greater honors and reach new heights, just as I did." Muller's desire to bring Lin Quan to Allianz Arena was not a new sentiment. Yet his enthusiasm this time was markedly more pronounced. In stark contrast to the Bundesliga media, the La Liga press was more invested in speculating about Lin Quan's next destination. News from Barcelona indicates that Lin Quan's contract is nearing its expiration, yet there has been no progress in negotiations for renewal. This has led many to believe that Lin Quan will not be extending his contract with Barcelona, resulting in the imminent loss of this prodigious talent for the club. Such an outcome would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Barcelona. However, for other teams in La Liga, it appears to be rather fortuitous. Given Lin Quan's prowess, his return to Barcelona would pose a formidable challenge to rival teams. One Messi is already a daunting presence. Another would render them utterly defenseless, prompting thoughts of surrender rather than competition. From this perspective, these teams would prefer Lin Quan not to return to La Liga or Barcelona. Conversely, should he choose to join their ranks, they would welcome him with open arms. In the office of the president of Barcelona, a newspaper was slammed onto the desk with a resounding thud. The headline, accompanied by an image of a figure clad in a green number 10 jersey, was painfully conspicuous to Rosell. Barcelona's Supernova fails to renew contract, may join Real Madrid. He never anticipated that the young man he once considered expelling would evolve into such a pivotal player. What made matters worse was the realization that Lin Quan harbored dissatisfaction towards the club due to Rosell's prior actions, leading to his reluctance to renew. If Barcelona were to allow him to depart, the club would suffer a profound loss, and Rosell himself would inevitably face scrutiny and backlash from the fans. Damn Enrique. With this thought, Rosell resumed his tirade against the already departed Enrique. In his view, this predicament was entirely Enrique's fault, had he not mishandled matters. Rosell's current situation would not be so precarious. However, Rosell was not the only one troubled within the club. Their sporting director, Subisarita, shared the same gloomy sentiment. Jorge Messi, the father and agent of Lionel Messi, approached him to inquire about Lin Quan's situation. "Mr. Subisarita, I would like to know if Lionel's starting position at Barcelona next season is secure. Lin Quan occupies a position on the field akin to Messi's, shares a similar style of play, and possesses formidable talent. Should he return, it would undoubtedly disrupt Messi's standing." This was an eventuality that Jorge Messi could not countenance. He sought assurances from the club that Messi's paramount status would remain unthreatened. "Mr. Jorge, have you heard any rumors?" "Why pose such a question?" Subisarita responded, astonished by the concern conveyed. "Messi is the cornerstone of our Barcelona, our marquee player. Rest assured, we would never jeopardize his starting position." The ongoing contract renewal issue with Lin Quan was already a significant headache, and now complications were arising concerning Messi as well. Is that so? Then why do I not sense the club's sincerity? Jorge's reference to sincerity undoubtedly pertained to financial assurances. Upon hearing this request, Subasarita felt an immediate wave of frustration. Jorge is an avaricious individual, previously leveraging Messi's contributions to Barcelona to coerce the club into granting Messi a salary increase. He insisted that Messi's annual earnings should not fall below Cristiano Ronaldo's remuneration at Real Madrid, claiming that failing to do so would be a sign of disrespect and unworthy of Messi's stature in the football world. While there is merit to this argument, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Ronaldo only possesses partial image rights at Real Madrid, whereas Messi enjoys complete image rights at Barcelona. The disparity between these two situations is significant. It can be said that Ronaldo's lucrative salary is a result of trading a portion of his image rights. If Messi were to relinquish 40 of his image rights to Barcelona, the club would be more than willing to offer him a salary that matches or even surpasses Ronaldo's. Furthermore, Messi's current salary is already substantial, amounting to 11 million annually, and when bonuses are included, it escalates to 16 million. This figure is after tax. If we consider pre-tax amounts, Barcelona's annual expenditure on Messi reaches 36.4 million. With such a high cost, Messi's father still demands that the club increase his son's salary, to which Barcelona has responded that it is simply unfeasible. Apologies, Mr. Jorge, but we have truly reached our limit regarding salary increases. However, I am aware of certain methods that could assist Messi in augmenting his income. End of chapter. Chapter 143. A gift worth millions. The generous Manchester City owner. In Munich, outside a luxurious residence on Sophie Street, Guardiola parked his car. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Miss Sophia. Standing outside the mansion was a young lady, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, clad in a black professional outfit. Adjusting her black-framed glasses, she extended her hand and replied, "No worries, I just arrived as well." "And who is this?" Noticing a familiarity with the young man beside Guardiola, she felt a tinge of curiosity. "This is my son, Lin Quan." "Lin, allow me to introduce you to our property consultant, Miss Sophia." Lin Quan politely offered his hand for a handshake. "Ms." Sophia gazed at his face for a moment before her eyes widened in realization. "You are the Lin from the newspapers?" Upon witnessing her reaction, Lin Quan recognized that he had been identified. However, such occurrences are inevitable, given his rising fame in Germany. The fact that she did not recognize him immediately suggested that she likely did not follow football closely. "Miss Sophia, may we commence our house viewing?" Lin Quan expressed his desire to focus on the matter at hand without wasting time on trivialities. "Please, this way." Guardiola had his sights set on two properties. One was situated in the heart of Munich, while the other resided in the southern suburbs. The city center property was primarily for convenience, facilitating commutes to work and school for the children. The suburban residence, on the other hand, was envisioned as a weekend retreat or a getaway during holidays, allowing them to unwind and revel in the beauty of pastoral landscapes. Munich is not far from the Alps, and according to Guardiola, the suburban house he favored offers a direct view of the majestic mountains. If time permits, the family could even drive out to enjoy some skiing or ice skating. The house on Sophie Avenue is a magnificent 3-story mansion with 6 bedrooms, encompassing approximately 450 square meters. The overall layout of the house is exceptionally well designed, boasting ample natural light and generous room sizes. In addition to the individual rooms for each of the 6 family members, there are also 2 studies, a storage room, and a recreation room. Furthermore, the property includes 2 yards, a spacious balcony, a basement, and a garage among its amenities. What particularly captivates Lin Quan and Guardiola is the expansive backyard, which is nearly the size of a half football field. Indeed, with a goalpost and a little lawn care, it could easily serve as a small football pitch, provided they can persuade Sela not to convert it into a swimming pool. Lin Quan's remarks silenced Guardiola, who, although not entirely under his wife's thumb, was uncertain about his ability to sway her decisively. "The front yard seems quite appealing as well. Why don't you help me convince Sela to place the swimming pool there?" Lin Quan could not help but roll his eyes. Who has a swimming pool in the front yard? Aren't front yards typically adorned with flowers and greenery? After viewing the property on Sophie Avenue, both Lin Quan and Guardiola found it to be quite appealing. However, upon inquiring about the price, Lin Quan fell silent. The asking price for this house is a staggering 7.5 million euros, which is indeed exorbitant. Ahem, let us first take a look at the estate in the suburbs. Guardiola also felt the price was somewhat excessive. While he could afford it given his current worth, he felt it would deplete his savings significantly. Nonetheless, if they truly found a place they liked, it was essential to proceed with the purchase. For families like theirs, having a home is undoubtedly imperative. Moreover, the current economic climate in Germany is relatively favorable, with property prices on the rise. Acquiring this place could also be seen as an investment. Once his contract with Bayern concludes, he could potentially sell it for a profit. Sala displayed no signs of impatience and, upon hearing Guardiola's request, promptly drove them to visit the estate located in the southern suburbs. This estate is situated in a quaint village south of Munich and exudes luxury from its exterior. The village rests at the foothills of the Alps, surrounded by vast expanses of meadows and gently rolling hills. From a distance, one can see numerous sheep grazing leisurely on the mountainside, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a painting. The scenery here is truly splendid, and the air is refreshingly crisp. Lin Quan took a deep breath, feeling a sense of serenity wash over him, as if all his burdens had been lifted. Guardiola's discerning eye has indeed proven accurate. He too has taken a liking to this place. I find myself uncertain regarding the pricing in this area. However, being situated away from the city center, the land prices are likely not exorbitant. Surely, it cannot exceed the cost of the luxurious residence on Sophian Street, can it? Within this quaint village, apart from the opulent estate that has captured Guardiola's interest, there are numerous traditional manor houses. The residents here are likely to be individuals of considerable means. The population is sparse, and the surroundings exude a serene tranquility, reminiscent of a peaceful utopia. Lin Quan has likely discerned why Guardiola is so enamored with this place. The man relishes solitude, and the ambience here seems perfectly suited to his preferences. The estate sprawls over approximately 135,000 square meters, with the indoor area around 1,000 square meters. Should you choose to purchase this property, it would be prudent to employ professional caretakers and a housekeeper for its upkeep. Lin Quan was taken aback by the figure quoted. How many square meters? 135 million? That equates to the size of 20 football fields, ample enough for horse racing. A tinge of concern washed over him. Perhaps the price would indeed rival that of Sophian's estate. Initially, Guardiola dismissed Madame Sophia's remarks. Considering the estate merely a larger house and believing that their family of 6 could easily manage it without the need for a housekeeper. However, after spending 3.5 hours exploring the estate, his legs nearly giving out, Guardiola's perspective shifted. Employing help became a necessity. The sheer size of the estate would render cleaning a Herculean task without assistance. What, then, is the valuation of this estate? After touring the entire property, both Guardiola and Lin Quan were exceedingly pleased. The infrastructure, natural surroundings, and living conditions here surpass those in the city center by a significant margin. If the price is right, Guardiola would undoubtedly consider acquiring it. At 5 million. If you were to purchase both properties together, we could extend a concession, totaling 12.9 million for the duo. What are your thoughts? A discount of 100,000 seems rather insignificant, does it not? Guardiola appeared somewhat tempted, feeling an impulse to make the purchase immediately. Lin Quan, however, sensed that hasty decisions were unwise. Negotiations had yet to commence. Cough, Miss Sophia. Could we perhaps negotiate a lower price? In response to Lin Quan's attempt to haggle, Madame Sophia maintained a professional smile, responding with gentle finesse. This is already the discounted price. The properties we hold are premium real estate, and this price is quite reasonable. Observing her demeanor, Lin Quan subtly asserted, yet, given such a lofty price, even for these exquisite properties, securing a sale may prove to be a formidable challenge, would it not? With figures like 5 or 6 million euros, there are few who can afford such sums, primarily affluent businessmen and elite athletes. Noticing Sophia's silence, Lin Quan felt his suspicions confirmed. He thus gained confidence in his assessment. Miss Sophia is likely aware of my father's profession, is she not? Conducting a fundamental survey of one's clients is an essential professional quality that an exceptional real estate consultant ought to possess. Thus, in response to Lin Quan's inquiry, Sophia nodded, indicating her awareness of who Guardiola is. Given her knowledge of him, she must also be aware that he will be taking the reins at Bayern next season. As a prestigious club, Bayern is likely to make significant moves during the summer transfer window, and it is highly probable that they will recruit some top-tier stars from other clubs. Once these stars arrive at Bayern, will they not require residences to settle in? At this juncture, if someone could introduce them to your esteemed company, Lin Quan paused, confident that the other party, being astute, would grasp the immense advantages of cultivating a relationship with Guardiola. After all, elite stars are not short on funds. Opulent mansions and luxury cars are practically standard for them. Securing such high-caliber clients is an aspiration for them. However, accessing these individuals is no simple task. Without an introduction, it is challenging to reach them. Realizing this, Sophia promptly revised her approach. Mr. Guardiola, out of respect and admiration for you, we are willing to extend an additional discount on top of the existing offer, totaling 12 million euros for both properties. What do you think? Given that Guardiola was already contemplating a purchase at 13 million euros, the prospect of a reduction of 1 million euros was certainly appealing. Sophia's eloquence had unexpectedly saved him a considerable sum. Consequently, he resolved to acquire the two properties. The trio then returned to Sophia's company to finalize the contract. Upon arriving, Guardiola and Sophia went to retrieve the documents while Lin Quan sat idly on the sofa in the reception area, engrossed in his phone. Just then, a voice, tinged with surprise and delight, interrupted him. Lin Quan looked up to see a man in a tailored suit, possessing a distinctly Middle Eastern appearance. The man seemed somewhat familiar, though Lin Quan could not recall where they had met. Haha, I am Mansour. We met previously in Qatar. Do you not remember? Upon hearing the self-introduction, Lin Quan quickly recognized the individual as the owner of Manchester City. Indeed, they had shared a brief encounter during a friendly match between Spain and Uruguay. Following that match, Mansour had distributed prizes to the Spanish players as sponsors, and Lin Quan had received a luxurious watch. However, the ostentatious nature of the item had deterred him from wearing it frequently. Mr. Mansour, it is a pleasure to encounter you here. The fact that he was generous and had previously engaged with Manchester City did not elicit any aversion from Lin Quan. On the contrary, he harbored a degree of fondness for the affluent individual from the Middle East. After all, who does not appreciate a boss with minimal demands and ample resources? Haha, I am equally delighted to see you here. Your performance in the Bundesliga has been absolutely remarkable. I am a devoted fan of yours. Mansour, resembling an ordinary football fan, lit up with excitement upon seeing his favorite star, completely devoid of the demeanor one would expect from a billionaire. This stark contrast took Lin Quan by surprise. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Really? It is an honor to have a fan like you. Haha, Lin, could you please give me your autograph? I am an admirer of your number 10 jersey from Werder Bremen, Mansour exclaimed, as he received a green jersey from his assistant. Upon unfolding it, Lin Quan recognized it as the very jersey he had worn during his time at Werder Bremen. Lin Quan was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that Mansour's comment about being his fan was merely a polite gesture, but to his astonishment, it was genuine. If he truly did not admire him, why would he carry his jersey? Yes, I must sign it. Even if Mansour were merely an ordinary fan, Lin Quan could not turn down such a request. He took the jersey, carefully inscribed his name upon it, and then returned it to Mansour. Thank you, Lin. You have gifted me something special, and I cannot let you leave empty-handed, Mansour said, beckoning his assistant, who presented a set of car keys. There's a decent vehicle outside. Consider it a token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Though Lin Quan did not recognize the emblem on the keys, he knew Mansour's car could not possibly be ordinary. It must be quite luxurious. However, he did not have a driver's license nor the ability to drive. Mr. Mansour, you are too generous. I don't have a license and cannot drive. Perhaps we should forgo this gift? Lin Quan felt uneasy about accepting such a lavish present for merely signing an autograph, leading him to decline politely. Mansour was taken aback, not expecting Lin Quan to lack a driver's license. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Lin Quan was not yet 18, and according to the laws of various European countries, he indeed did not qualify for a license. Mansour had inadvertently overlooked Lin Quan's age due to his exceptional performance. My apologies for not conducting proper research beforehand. Let us exchange gifts instead. Just then, Guardiola and Sophia emerged from the building. Upon noticing Sophia bringing forth a contract, Mansour understood that Lin Quan and Guardiola were likely interested in purchasing property. Madam, the property that Mr. Lin is interested in, please charge it to my account, Mansour declared. Sophia, well aware of Mansour's identity as a wealthy individual from the Middle East, recognized the significance of his offer. His Emirates Group had extensive business dealings in Germany, and their collaboration with her own company was frequent. It could be said that the recent surge in German real estate prices was partly due to the investment activities of Middle Eastern consortiums. Very well, Mr. Mansour, Sophia replied, even before Lin Quan could express his agreement. I shall not disturb you further. I wish you a delightful time in Munich. Mansour waved goodbye to Lin Quan and Guardiola, and, surrounded by his assistants, turned to leave. Guardiola was left in a state of bewilderment. What had transpired during his brief absence of 5 minutes? Why would the owner of Manchester City present Lin Quan with a property worth several million? Chapter 144. The Invitation of the Champions League and the Super League Giants. Unable to refuse the generous offer, especially with Mansour's insistence, Sophia swiftly produced the contract. Lin Quan had no choice but to comply. He had set his sights on a manor in the suburbs and opted for that particular property. Since it was Mansour footing the bill, discounts were not a consideration. Thus, the manor was sold to Lin Quan at its original price of 5 million. Consequently, Guardiola managed to acquire the luxurious city center apartment for merely 5 million euros. In essence, they had effectively saved half the expenditure. However, the distinction lay in the fact that both properties originally belonged to Guardiola. Yet now the title for one was registered in Lin Quan's name. Owning a manor necessitated proper upkeep. Therefore, in the following week, Lin Quan and Guardiola busied themselves with their respective homes. On May 25th, after more than a week of diligent work, they could finally exhale in relief. Just then, Bayern sent Guardiola tickets for the Champions League final, prompting the two to board a flight to London to witness the clash between Bayern and Borussia Dortmund. The Champions League final was held at Wembley Stadium, marking the first instance of a German derby in the history of the tournament. The match was fiercely contested, with Dortmund launching a relentless offensive in the first 20 minutes. However, Bayern's goalkeeper, Neuer, repeatedly thwarted their attempts, ensuring his net remained unbreached. Subsequently, Bayern counterattacked. Alaba delivered a splendid pass that set up Robben for a one-on-one opportunity. As Robben received the ball, he found himself alone, with no defenders in sight, only him and the Dortmund goalkeeper. Yet, facing what seemed to be an almost certain goal, Robben squandered the chance once more. This miss evoked memories of his previous blunder in the World Cup final. Guardiola frowned at the sight, with so much space and no defenders nearby. How could Robben have allowed the goalkeeper to deny his shot so easily? If it had been Messi in that position, he was certain the likelihood of scoring would exceed 90. A deft touch could have made a difference, as the goalkeeper's weight was already shifted, complicating his ability to adjust. Lin Quan also found Robben's miss rather disappointing. Perhaps he was simply too anxious? He recalled that in last year's Champions League final, Robben had missed a penalty. Lin Quan voiced his thoughts aloud. Indeed, his penalty had been accurately anticipated by Cech, who had easily saved it. Guardiola had a profound understanding of Bayern's matches and was particularly struck by their previous defeat against Chelsea in the last Champions League final. Missing golden opportunities in the finals of 3 consecutive significant tournaments will likely exert immense psychological pressure on the players. Lin Quan pondered. Should he himself squander a crucial chance in a World Cup or Champions League final, he would undoubtedly face scathing criticism from fans. He recalled the infamous moment in the 2014 World Cup when Messi squandered a one-on-one opportunity, which resulted in a wave of condemnation directed at him, leading Messi to entertain thoughts of retiring from international duty. Such prime opportunities were similarly missed by Robben on 3 occasions. Had he been in Robben's shoes, he might have been left with a lasting psychological scar. However, he underestimated Robben's mental fortitude. Under immense pressure, the veteran redeemed himself in the second half. In the 58th minute, Robben, after drawing the goalkeeper's attention within the penalty area, delivered a pass to the front of the goal, assisting his teammate Mandzukic in scoring with a simple tap-in. Bayern led 1-0 against Dortmund. Following this goal, Bayern's players and fans erupted in a frenzy, as matches of such magnitude rarely see wide margins. Mandzukic's goal was likely pivotal in securing the coveted Champions League trophy for them. The Dortmund fans, well aware of this, wore expressions of despair. Yet, in a crucial moment, Reyes stepped up. In the 66th minute of the second half, he surged into the penalty area and, just as he was about to bypass a Bayern defender, was brought down by Dante. The referee awarded a penalty. However, slow-motion replays suggested that this incident warranted both a red card and a penalty. Dante's high-footed challenge did not connect with the ball, but rather sent Reyes tumbling to the ground in pain, clutching his abdomen and struggling to rise. Due to Lewandowski's previous penalty miss against Bayern, and Reyes being sidelined for treatment, the responsibility for the penalty fell to Gundogan. He deceived Neuer and slotted the ball into the bottom left corner, leveling the score at 1-1. This equalizer invigorated Dortmund, who then launched an aggressive assault on Bayern's goal. However, Bayern seized an opportunity to counterattack swiftly. Thomas Müller, holding off a Dortmund defender, rounded the goalkeeper and delivered a cross to the front of the goal. It was an exquisite chance. Dortmund's net was gaping. Yet, Robben's slightly delayed reaction allowed Subotic to clear the ball off the line. Had Robben managed to make contact, it would have undoubtedly been a goal. Witnessing the crucial clearance, Klopp, impeccably dressed, exuberantly waved his fists in excitement, having been genuinely startled by the near miss. From that moment onward, Bayern gradually asserted dominance over the match. They relentlessly pressed forward, launching attack after attack on Dortmund's goal, inching ever closer to another score. Dortmund found themselves in peril. Guardiola, with his keen understanding of the game, made an astute assessment. As anticipated, in the 88th minute, Bayern's offensive maneuvers led to chaos within the Dortmund penalty area. Robben burst forth from the crowd, deftly evading the tackles of the defenders, and maneuvered the ball into the penalty area, once again securing a one-on-one opportunity. This time, Robben did not squander the chance. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he calmly placed a precise shot into the far corner of the net, scoring a goal. The score transformed to 2-1, and Bayern regained the lead. It was a dramatic winner. Following his goal, Robben was overwhelmed with emotion, sprinting towards the sidelines, his arms flailing in jubilation, while he seemed to utter incantations, perhaps expressing his sentiments. 3 years. A full 3 years. After enduring the anguish of missing a similar chance in the World Cup final, he finally liberated himself from the shadows of previous final defeats with this singular strike. Upon the resumption of play, Borussia Dortmund launched a furious assault against Bayern, striving to equalize. However, Bayern steadfastly defended against their onslaught. After 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. With goals from Robben and Mandzukic, Bayern triumphed over Dortmund with a score of 2-1, hoisting the trophy of the UEFA Champions League for the 2012-2013 season. At the sound of the final whistle, Bayern's players exuberantly dashed across the field in celebration. Even the usually composed coach, Hanks, was animatedly pumping his fists in celebration of this hard-won championship. On the other hand, the Dortmund players appeared utterly drained, some standing vacantly on the pitch, others bent over, hands on their knees, gazing at the turf. A few collapsed in exhaustion, their faces etched with disappointment. As for Reyes, he knelt on the ground, prostrated upon the grass, his shoulders shaking, clearly weeping in secret. They had once been so close to victory, yet now it felt so distant. Witnessing Reyes's sorrowful visage, Lin could not help but sigh. This was perhaps Reyes's closest brush with the Champions League title, if he continued to stay with Dortmund. The opportunity to reach the final might never come again. This season marked the last flourish of Dortmund during Klopp's era. If Reyes were to consider a transfer to another club, he might find greater opportunities. Yet, given his profound love for Dortmund, Lin could not bring himself to suggest such a departure, knowing full well that Reyes would likely reject the notion. Therefore, all Lin could do was wish him well in his heart, hoping he would take care of himself and suffer fewer injuries. Following the Champions League final, Lin did not return to Munich with Guardiola. Instead, he headed directly to Berlin to prepare for the DFB-Pokal final. The match was scheduled for June 1st at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. This game would mark the season's finale for Werder Bremen, as well as Lin's last match with the team. He hoped to conclude this season's journey on a perfect note. After disembarking from the plane and traveling to the designated meeting point, Lin believed he had arrived quite early. To his surprise, someone was there even earlier. "Lin, I thought you wouldn't show up." Upon seeing Lin Quan, Arnautovic, who was practicing his headers on the field, brightened up and hurried over to give him a bear hug. "Where's everyone else? Are you the only one here?" Lin Quan glanced around the training ground and noticed only a handful of players present. I just finished with the national team match and came over. They are probably still engaged in the World Cup qualifiers." Upon hearing this, Lin Quan suddenly realized. In Spain's group, there were only 5 teams, and they had to bye this round, with no match to play. Conversely, other groups were less fortunate, each comprising 6 teams, and thus having matches scheduled for this round. "Wow, judging by your cheerful demeanor, you must have scored in the national team," Lin Quan remarked. Just 1 goal, nothing to brag about." Arnautovic, despite wearing a smug expression, feigned humility. The stark contrast amused Lin Quan, who thought to himself, at least try to act a little more convincingly. By the way, Lin, are you aware of the situation in the Chinese Super League? As Lin Quan removed his jacket and picked up a football from the ground, preparing to train, Arnautovic leaned in with a question. Lin Quan paused for a moment. Had news of the Super League's interest in him leaked so quickly? After the Bundesliga season concluded, several invitations had reached Pereira from Chinese clubs. Among them, Evergrande's offer was the most generous, presenting a staggering annual salary of $25 million and a signing bonus of $50 million to invite Lin Quan to join. Aiming to elevate its brand through the allure of football, Evergrande was willing to invest heavily in the sport. Just 2 years ago, they had made headlines by acquiring the Brazilian League MVP for a mere $1,000, successfully raising their profile. If they could attract the world's most skilled Chinese players with a higher offer now, the promotional impact would far surpass that of their previous recruitment of Kanka. Lin Quan calmly inquired, I have some understanding. What is up? Is a Chinese Super League team interested in you? He recalled that Arnautovic had indeed transferred to play in the Chinese league in another timeline. However, that had occurred in 2019. Why was it happening so much earlier now? You guessed it right. My brother said that I am quite popular in China, and my abilities have garnered recognition from Super League clubs. Several clubs are keen to sign me. Upon hearing Arnautovic's words, Lin Quan felt relieved. Arnautovic's brother, Daniel, served as his agent, and since he mentioned it, it appeared that Chinese teams had indeed reached out to him. Yet, Lin Quan couldn't comprehend how Arnautovic could be popular domestically. What Lin Quan was unaware of was that this season, Werder Bremen had garnered significantly more attention in China compared to previous seasons. This was not only due to their impressive performance and attractive style of play, but perhaps more importantly, the presence of a player like him, a Chinese descendant, within the team. Although he cannot represent the national team, witnessing a player of Chinese descent shine on European stages, especially in a pivotal role leading their team to triumph, brings immense joy to many domestic fans. Much like Jeremy Lin, who dazzled the NBA last year yet does not hold Chinese nationality. The absence of homegrown players in the NBA allows fans to rally behind a Chinese athlete excelling in that arena. Which team has caught your eye? The Chinese Super League is fraught with complexities, and its competitive level is rather lacking. Thus, it is generally advised against pursuing riches there unless one is nearing the twilight of their career, struggling to find playtime in the top 5 leagues, or lured by an exorbitant salary. However, it is worth noting that the Super League is still in the nascent phase of its financial extravagance, not yet plunged into the wild spending spree of expansion. Who possesses such wealth? A club based in Shanghai, seemingly named Shenhua? Avoid it. What? Avoid Shenhua, as they are known for defaulting on salaries. Is that true? Arnautovic was taken aback. If a club cannot even disburse wages punctually, how can one continue to play? Indeed, both Drogba and Anelka faced dire situations. Haven't you followed the news? Arnautovic hastily grabbed his phone to search for relevant articles online. After reading, he broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he did not go. Had he done so, he would have surely been taken advantage of. Some teams in the Super League are indeed lavish, willing to spend generously, such as another team in Shanghai or one in Guangzhou. If you seek financial gain, these two clubs might be worth exploring. Lin Quan presented the news of Argentine midfielder Kanka's annual salary of $7 million at Evergrande to Arnautovic. Upon seeing Kanka's earnings, Arnautovic's eyes widened in disbelief. A player from the Brazilian league, with no experience in the top 5 leagues, earning $7 million. If he were to join as a key player in the Bundesliga, wouldn't he be able to command a salary of $10 million? This amount surpasses his earnings at Werder Bremen by fivefold. Playing 1 year there equates to 5 years in the Bundesliga. Nonetheless, I would advise against rushing to earn money. The level of play in the Super League is not high, and securing a starting position on the national team may become precarious. Austria's footballing prowess is not to be underestimated, with numerous players competing in the top 5 leagues. Arnautovic's stability as a starter for the national team this season is primarily due to his commendable performance at the club level. However, should he venture into a league of such lower caliber, the Austrian national team coach may question his form and hesitate to recruit him. All right, I understand. The thought of the salaries offered in the Super League made Arnautovic swallow hard. In the following days, teammates who had participated in the national team matches gradually arrived at the training ground. However, the figure of De Bruyne was conspicuously absent. Chapter completed. Chapter 145. Mourinho, I want Lin Quan. Why hasn't De Bruyne shown up yet? Is he not coming? This fellow wouldn't he have abandoned us after returning to Chelsea and gaining new teammates, would he? As the date of the match drew nearer, De Bruyne still failed to appear. The atmosphere within Werder Bremen began to grow uneasy, with players speculating about what might have transpired. Not only the others, but even Lin Quan himself felt something amiss. He understood De Bruyne's character. He was not the sort to forsake his teammates. Thus, he privately called De Bruyne to inquire about the situation. To his surprise, the call could not be connected. Now, Lin Quan was left uncertain. Could it be that something unfortunate had befallen him? In London, within Chelsea Football Club, De Bruyne, preparing to depart for Berlin to participate in the match, was halted by the club. Why am I being prevented from returning to play? De Bruyne exclaimed, filled with anger. He had fought alongside his teammates throughout the entire season, and just before reaping the fruits of victory, he was barred from participating by Chelsea. In the face of De Bruyne's fury, Chelsea's sporting director, Arnezen, remained unfazed. Kevin, you know that your loan contract with Werder Bremen expired on the final day of the Bundesliga. You are now a Chelsea player and are under no obligation to fulfill duties for Werder Bremen any longer. But the season for Werder Bremen isn't over yet. I need to return and fight alongside my teammates. De Bruyne protested vehemently. The final match of the DFB-Pokal was far more significant than any game in the league. He did not wish to be absent, nor could he afford to be. If his absence led to the team's defeat and loss of the championship, he would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Kevin, do you know who the club's new head coach is? Arnezen, witnessing De Bruyne's obstinacy, felt compelled to remind him further. The team's head coach position is currently vacant, but the next coach has been determined. It is none other than Mourinho, who recently resigned from Real Madrid. If all goes as planned, he will sign with the team and be announced in a few days. Mourinho's coaching style is markedly different from that of his predecessor, Benitez. He will implement sweeping reforms. Given that Chelsea boasts a plethora of skilled midfielders, your priority now should be to win Mourinho's favor, rather than fixating on that damned Werder Bremen. Do their matches hold more significance than your future at Chelsea? Arnezen's frustration was palpable, his mustache quivering with agitation. Were it not for how much he valued De Bruyne, he would not have been so incensed. De Bruyne fell silent, acutely aware that Arnezen's words came from a place of concern for his well-being. Indeed, at this pivotal moment of managerial change within the club, he cannot abandon the team. In the central and attacking positions that De Bruyne occupies, Chelsea boasts talents such as Hazard, Mata, and Oscar. Rumors suggest they are also eyeing Willian and Skirl. Should these two join, the competition would undoubtedly intensify. Departing at this juncture could very well leave a negative impression in Mourinho's mind. Moreover, given that he is not the archetype of player favored by Mourinho, the cumulative effect could see him relegated to the bench at Chelsea. Is he truly willing to gamble with his career? As De Bruyne hesitated, visions of Lin Quan, Coach Schaaf, and his fellow teammates at Werder Bremen flooded his mind, along with the memories of battles fought side by side. I cannot be a coward. De Bruyne finally resolved to take a stand. Mr. Anderson, I still wish to compete in Berlin. Anderson stared at De Bruyne, whose gaze was resolute, almost stubborn. Unlike before, De Bruyne did not avert his eyes, choosing instead to hold Anderson's gaze. Go seek Emmanuel. If he agrees to your request, let him send someone with you to Berlin. Your current loan agreement has ended, and even if you wish to play for Werder Bremen, it would not be procedurally legitimate. Ultimately, Anderson offered some assistance. Had he not reminded De Bruyne, given De Bruyne's headstrong nature, he might have indeed ventured alone to Berlin. After sincerely thanking Anderson, De Bruyne hurriedly left his office to seek out the club's general manager, Emmanuel. Emmanuel is in Portugal and may not return for several days. Kevin, do you have business with him? The response from Emmanuel's assistant chilled De Bruyne's heart. If the manager was unavailable, what would happen to his match? He attempted to solicit help from others, but as a newcomer at Chelsea, he found himself lacking in connections. The club personnel were indifferent, neither willing to assist nor daring to overstep their bounds. Such matters required the explicit approval of the club manager. Do you have Emmanuel's phone number? After encountering a series of obstacles and wasting considerable time, De Bruyne had no choice but to find Emmanuel's assistant again. Yes, I do. I will send it to you. After receiving Emmanuel's number from the assistant, De Bruyne promptly dialed it. In a luxurious mansion somewhere in Portugal, Chelsea's general manager, Emmanuel, received a call. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he opted to decline the call. He was engaged in a jovial conversation with the notoriously eccentric Mourinho and had no time to entertain a call from an unknown party. If it were indeed something of importance, his assistant would surely inform him. Such unsolicited calls were likely from individuals who had somehow acquired his number, seeking to leverage his connections to gain entry into Chelsea. He had encountered such players numerous times and paid them little mind. Compared to such trivial matters, engaging in serious discussions with Mourinho is of paramount importance. This pertains to the preliminary transfer list for the upcoming season. Should any player catch your eye, Mr. Abramovich will wholeheartedly support your pursuit, as financial constraints are not an issue. Mourinho, with a stoic expression, nodded slightly, casting a glance over the names on the list. Pointing to one particular name, he stated, "I want him. Can you secure his transfer?" Emnero glanced at the name and nearly choked on his drink. "Oh well, that's quite challenging." The player in question, who had captured Mourinho's attention, was none other than Lin Quan. Emnero thought to himself that this was no ordinary player. He was, apart from Messi and Ronaldo, the most anticipated rising star in contemporary football. Many clubs were vying for his signature, and while Chelsea had the financial resources, the situation had evolved beyond mere monetary considerations. With numerous elite clubs in pursuit, the power of choice lay entirely in the player's hands, and the decision of which team to join depended solely on his personal preferences. This reminded him of his previous visit to Guardiola, where he faced a cold reception. Guardiola seemed to harbor a bias against Chelsea, unwilling to coach the team. Thus, he pondered whether Lin Quan, influenced by Guardiola, might share a similar prejudice against Chelsea. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was yet another unknown number. Feeling somewhat irritable, Emnero declined the call and blocked the number without a second thought. Damn it! Do they not discern the appropriateness of their calls? De Bruyne was somewhat taken aback. Why was no one answering the phone? Unable to reach the club manager, who would assist him with the necessary paperwork. Just as he felt lost and helpless, his phone rang again. Thinking it was a return call from Emnero, he answered eagerly. "Mr. Emnero, I need you to arrange for someone to accompany me to Germany to handle the paperwork. I want to help Werder Bremen finish their last match." The voice on the other end hesitated. "Ahem, Kevin, this is Lin Quan." It turned out that the delay was due to issues with the paperwork. No wonder. He had suspected that De Bruyne was not the type to abandon his teammates. "Lin, I'm sorry. I may not be able to participate in the match. I apologize." Upon realizing that it was Lin Quan on the line, De Bruyne's emotions began to unravel. It was not a return call from manager Emnero, extinguishing his final glimmer of hope. "What is going on? Please tell me everything. Perhaps I can assist." Noticing the tone of De Bruyne's voice filled with frustration and dismay, coupled with his earlier remarks, Lin Quan deduced that he must be facing significant troubles. At that moment, De Bruyne felt as if he had found a lifeline, recounting all the difficulties he was encountering. After listening to De Bruyne's account, Lin Quan released a sigh of relief. This matter does not appear to be particularly challenging. It seems that De Bruyne simply has not discovered the appropriate approach. You should promptly return to gather your belongings and book the nearest flight directly to Berlin. Leave the formalities to me. Very well, I shall set off at once. De Bruyne did not inquire how Lin Quan could assist him, yet in his heart, Lin Quan epitomized an omnipotent figure. Since he assured De Bruyne that everything would be taken care of, it was certain that he would handle it adeptly. After ending the call with De Bruyne, Lin Quan opened his phone's contacts and scoured through until he found Emnero's information. This was recorded on a business card he had obtained when Emnero visited Guardiola in Spain. Although he had noted the contact details, he had never reached out to Emnero before. De Bruyne had likely attempted to contact Emnero as well, but it seemed he could not get through. This indicated that Emnero might not answer calls from unfamiliar numbers. He would need to reach out through someone he knew. The first person who came to Lin Quan's mind was George Evans, the Chelsea scout whom he had inadvertently struck with a football. The world may perceive Lin Quan as the second coming of Messi, yet upon meticulous analysis, I have discovered that his offensive prowess rivals that of Messi, and his defensive contributions greatly surpass those of the latter. Such a player would be ideally suited for the team I coach. Mourinho was unconcerned with the difficulties Emnero faced. Since the latter had stated he could choose freely, he desired Lin Quan. Others could be disregarded, but this summer, he wished to see Lin Quan at Stamford Bridge. Emnero began to perspire nervously. He dared not give an unequivocal answer, as this matter presented considerable challenges. I shall endeavor to facilitate this situation. Mourinho was not satisfied with Emnero's response and was about to press for further demands when the latter's phone rang again. Emnero breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the caller ID, and saw it was one of his scouts. He hastily answered the call. At that moment, it mattered not whether the caller was a familiar voice or a stranger, he had to respond. The pressure from Mourinho was overwhelming, making Emnero feel as though he were treading on thin ice. Hello, George, what is it? Who wants to see me? Lin Quan. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and have him call me. No, give me his number, and I shall call him personally. After hanging up, a smile graced Emnero's face. Lin Quan had taken the initiative to reach out to him. Could it be that he had set his sights on Chelsea? If this were the case, then Mourinho's request would be satisfactorily fulfilled by the club. Soon, George sent over Lin Quan's phone number. Without a moment's hesitation, Emnero dialed the number. After Lin Quan had called George, he was left waiting for a return call. However, instead of receiving a call from George, he was surprised to find Emnero calling him. Wasn't it agreed that he would make the call? Why had it turned into Emnero reaching out to him? Nevertheless, he dismissed his concerns. It mattered not who was calling. Hello, Manager Emnero, this is Lin Quan. I am calling primarily to request your assistance. Please put down your phone. Emnero's expression was notably gloomy. He had anticipated that the call was an opportunity for Chelsea, yet the reality was starkly different, leaving him with a sense of disillusionment. Abramovich's call. Mourinho inquired casually as he returned from outside after seeing Emnero finish his call. The only individual capable of causing such a significant shift in Emnero's demeanor, other than Abramovich, was hard to fathom. No, it was Lin Quan's call. Really? He called you? Mourinho's interest was piqued, and he couldn't help but think, oh, Emnero, you've even managed to get a player's number, yet you come to me lamenting about difficulties. It was indeed Lin Quan's call, but the circumstances were not as he had imagined. Emnero felt compelled to elucidate the matter patiently. After hearing the explanation, Mourinho too felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. No worries. As long as we have his contact information, arrange a time for him to meet with me. I will speak with him personally. Mourinho believed that for a player like Lin Quan, it was essential for the head coach to personally convey his coaching philosophy and tactical vision within the team. Otherwise, attracting such talent might prove exceedingly challenging. Whether it would work could only be confirmed after they had a direct encounter. On May 31st, with less than a day remaining before the match, De Bruyne finally arrived at the training base. As he set foot there, Chelsea promptly dispatched staff to facilitate his arrival. The efficiency of it all even surprised Lin Quan. Emnero was keenly aware of the significance of Lin Quan's requests. He did not wish to jeopardize matters and leave a negative impression of Chelsea in Lin Quan's eyes. With the assistance of Chelsea's staff, De Bruyne signed a supplementary agreement with Werder Bremen. This agreement did not extend his loan period but specifically added the upcoming German Cup final to the original contract. Consequently, De Bruyne would continue to represent Werder Bremen in the match. Apologies for my tardiness. I regret any inconvenience caused. After resolving these matters, De Bruyne finally exhaled in relief. Upon his arrival at the training base, he immediately bowed and apologized to all team members and the coaching staff. What are you saying? This is not your fault. Lin Quan approached him, playfully punching him on the shoulder, saying, however, being late surely warrants a punishment. Don't you all agree? Indeed. But what should the punishment be? How about he washes our socks? In this sweltering heat, I end up changing multiple pairs of socks after a practice match. There is hardly enough time to wash them before they start to smell. Peterson suggested a rather mischievous punishment. Just hearing Peterson's suggestion seemed to conjure the scent of foul socks in De Bruyne's mind, causing his complexion to change as he murmured, "Am I still in time to run away?" End of chapter. Chapter 146. We are champions. At 7:30 p.m. on June 1st, the Olympic Stadium in Berlin, the capital of Germany, was ablaze with lights. On the north and south stands occupied by fans of Werder Bremen and Stuttgart, two enormous team flags unfurled majestically. Even before the match commenced, the supporters had already begun their spirited contest. The harmonious chants emanating from both sides reverberated throughout the stadium, which accommodates 76,000 spectators, constantly filled with resounding melodies. This match held significant importance for both teams, who have endured years without a trophy. Securing a victory would rewrite their history. Consequently, fans from both sides flocked to Berlin, eager to witness their team lift the coveted cup. Beyond the fortunate few who managed to obtain tickets and enter the venue, tens of thousands of latecomers lingered outside, unable to secure admission. As the team buses arrived at the stadium, they encountered minor obstacles. However, unlike the usual intimidation of rival fans, This time, it was their own supporters who surrounded the buses. Let us go defeat them. Go Werder Bremen. Cheer for Lin Quan. Cheer for De Bruyne. Cheer for Werder Bremen. The fervent enthusiasm of the fans invigorated the players within the bus, instilling a grand atmosphere typically reserved for finals. Do not be anxious. Treat this match as any ordinary game. Coach Schaaf, keenly aware of the players' shifting mindset, endeavored to soothe their nerves. Yet, such matters could not be resolved with mere words of comfort. The squad of Werder Bremen was predominantly youthful, aside from a few seasoned players like Fritz. Most had never experienced a match of such magnitude. The inherent instability of young players' mental fortitude appeared to pose a potential risk at this crucial juncture. Faced with the weight of the occasion, young athletes often found themselves consumed by thoughts of potential failure. What if we lose? Will the fans blame me? Will I regret this for the rest of my life? These concerns were not easily dismissed, as they occupied their minds in the moments leading up to the game, to the extent that they struggled to absorb the tactical instructions laid out by the coach. Clap. Noticing the players' excessive tension, Schaaf clapped his hands to capture their attention and spoke. I understand that you are anxious, but the more you fret, the worse your performance will be. Trust in your abilities and in your teammates. Look at Lin Quan. He is completely unperturbed, initially intending to have the veteran players share their insights. Schaaf quickly reconsidered upon observing Lin Quan's calm demeanor. As the youngest member of the team, Lin's presence would carry more weight than that of the older players. All eyes turned to Lin Quan, who appeared self-assured, causing the tension within the group to dissipate slightly. As the tactical linchpin of the team, if he remained untroubled, what reason did they have to be anxious? When the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. Lin, could you share with your teammates why you feel no apprehension? Schaaf was equally intrigued by Lin Quan's remarkably composed demeanor. It is a rarity to encounter such maturity among young players. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Our opponents are weaker. The ones who should feel the pressure are they. This simple statement cascaded over the assembled crowd like a bucket of cold water, illuminating their thoughts. Indeed, we possess greater strength and higher odds of victory. Why should we feel apprehensive? Reflecting on our two resounding victories against Stuttgart this season, including a staggering 5-1 triumph in the away match of the 21st round, the players of Werder Bremen felt a surge of confidence. Stuttgart, mere vanquished foes. Observing the players regain their composure, Schaaf breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly gave Lin Quan a thumbs up. What a clever lad he is. However, it appeared the players had swung from one extreme to another. Previously anxious, they now seemed to teeter on the edge of arrogance. Ahem. The final is distinct from an ordinary match. The intensity is significantly heightened, and our adversaries will undoubtedly exert every effort to thwart our championship aspirations. Thus, we must not be complacent. Once the match commences, we need to secure an early goal and maintain control of the game. Schaaf retrieved his tactical board and reiterated his strategy. He had devised a plan to launch an aggressive attack at the onset, followed by a swift retreat to defend and counterattack from our half. Given that Werder Bremen's strength surpasses that of Stuttgart, if they are willing to adopt a defensive approach, Stuttgart will stand no chance whatsoever. Of course, this tactic may later be criticized as pragmatic football, focused solely on victory. Yet, Schaaf remained unfazed. No matter how aesthetically pleasing the play, if it does not yield a win, it is ultimately futile. In a final match, the appearance of the game is irrelevant. What matters is victory. The players expressed no dissent to this notion. This was their last match. Winning would allow them to return home for a joyous vacation, while a loss would cast a shadow over their entire summer. Moreover, this match marked the final opportunity to fight alongside their teammates, the twin stars of the team. No one desired to leave with regrets. As the clock struck 19:45 minutes, the players began to depart the locker room, entering the tunnel in preparation for the match. Prior to the game, Stuttgart's players could not resist glancing at their opponents, with the most scrutiny directed at Werder Bremen's twin stars, Lin Quan and De Bruyne. They had received whispers suggesting De Bruyne might miss the match due to his delayed arrival, only to be disheartened upon discovering he would indeed play. How fortunate it would have been had he not shown up. Perhaps then, they could have snatched the championship trophy from Werder Bremen. However, witnessing their formidable opponents, Stuttgart's players felt a wane in their confidence. Following the entrance ceremony, the pre-game handshake, and the coin toss, at precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the final of the 2012-2013 DFB-Pokal commenced. In the arena, Werder Bremen, donned in green jerseys, commenced their offensive from left to right, while Stuttgart, clad in white, advanced from right to left. At the instant the whistle blew, 5 players from Werder Bremen surged into Stuttgart's half with fervor. A Stuttgart player, who had just returned the ball, was taken aback by the sudden onslaught, resulting in an unexpected interception by their opponents. A precarious situation unfolded. In the commentary booth, the announcer, unable to complete the introduction of the players, was compelled to interrupt due to the swift turn of events on the field. Werder Bremen's relentless pressing forced Maxim into a hesitant pass, leading to another interception. De Bruyne seized possession, scanning for his teammates' movements. He passed. A moment of danger. The ball found the net. Oh my goodness, it was unbelievable. Within a mere 15 seconds of the match's commencement, Werder Bremen capitalized on an opponent's blunder to take the lead. The goal came so swiftly that the commentator struggled to keep pace, failing to articulate the sequence of the goal. It was only when the slow-motion replay commenced that he was able to fully narrate the intricacies of Werder Bremen's attack. Stuttgart's initial carelessness was the primary cause of the goal conceded. They were caught off guard by the opponent's aggressive start. Maxim, having just received a back pass from a teammate, was besieged by 2 rival players before he could even release the ball. The dynamic duo of De Bruyne and Lin Quan executed the interception, and immediately after, Lin Quan surged forward, drawing the defender's attention and creating space for De Bruyne's pass. De Bruyne astutely chose not to deliver the ball directly to Lin Quan, instead opting for a diagonal pass to the midfielder, Hunter, who then relayed it to the open Lin Quan. The latter assisted Elia, who made a decisive cut into the penalty area from the flank, resulting in the goal. The entire offensive sequence unfolded with just 4 passes, exposing significant gaps in Stuttgart's defense as they all converged on the ball carrier, Lin Quan, mistakenly anticipating a shot. After the goal, the players of Werder Bremen exuberantly rushed towards the front, toppling the goalscorer Elia and his assisting counterpart Lin Quan to the ground, playfully ruffling their hair and patting their bodies. Prior to the goal, a hint of anxiety lingered in their hearts. However, once the ball hit the back of the net, their tension dissipated entirely. They had expected to toil for a breakthrough, but to their astonishment, they scored on their very first attack. Indeed, as Lin Quan had remarked, their opponents were utterly vulnerable. On the sidelines, Coach Schaaf was equally taken aback by the swift goal upon witnessing Elia's opening strike. He exuberantly leaped from the coaching bench to embrace every colleague and even the substitute players in celebration. Conversely, on the Stuttgart bench, an air of astonishment enveloped all present, as they were left dumbfounded by the outcome. Trailing just 15 seconds into the match, how could they possibly continue? A sense of despair began to permeate their ranks. What deepened their despair was that after the restart, Werder Bremen ceased their offensive play, retreating entirely to their half, leaving only a solitary forward up front. Astonishingly, the opposing team adopted a defensive formation. The Stuttgart coach, upon witnessing this, was nearly driven to expletives. Was it not utterly shameless? After all, you are the second in the Bundesliga, having decisively triumphed over us in both legs. What is there to fear? Come forth and engage us in an open contest. Werder Bremen retorted that only a fool would willingly engage in such an exchange. With the lead in hand, would it not be wiser to focus on solid defensive counterattacks? Stuttgart, languishing in 13th place this season, found themselves grappling with a significant issue, a lack of offensive prowess. In the 34 matches of the Bundesliga this season, Stuttgart managed a mere 33 goals, averaging less than 1 per match. This statistic placed them second from the bottom, only slightly ahead of Greuther Fürth's 26 goals. Consequently, Stuttgart's pre-match strategy was to employ a defensive counterattack, hoping to capitalize on any errors from their opponents to snag a goal or 2. Should they fail to score, they aimed to prevent the opposition from finding the net, striving to extend the match to a penalty shootout. They were acutely aware of their inferiority in skill, necessitating a mindset adjustment to approach the game as the underdogs. Yet, plans often falter. Before they could even set up their defense, the opposing team had scored. Now, they were compelled to venture forth into an offensive realm they were ill-equipped for. Stuttgart's players timidly launched an attack against Werder Bremen, only to be countered. In the 9th minute, Rudiger delivered a cross from the right flank, and Maxim's left-footed strike narrowly missed the goal. Werder Bremen initiated a rapid counterattack, with De Bruyne threading a precise pass to Lin Quan within the box. Lacking a favorable angle for a shot, Lin Quan opted to cross from the left. Arnautovic leapt high, overpowering Stuttgart's defender, Molinaro, to head the ball towards goal. It appeared to be a certain score, given the proximity to the net and the quality of the header. However, Stuttgart's goalkeeper, Ulrich, in that moment, performed a miraculous save, thwarting the seemingly inevitable goal. Arnautovic, witnessing the ball soar away, clutched his head in disbelief. After making contact, he felt certain of success. Yet how could the opponent possibly save such a close-range effort? Was this even human? A header is far more challenging to save than a shot with the foot. At such a close distance, and with such a sudden motion, it severely tested the goalkeeper's reflexes and fundamentals. Not only did Arnautovic find it hard to believe, but even Lin Quan couldn't help but glance in admiration at the goalkeeper. Truly, no wonder he was sought after by Bayern. This goalkeeper possessed remarkable skill. This extraordinary save seemed to imbue Stuttgart's players with a newfound courage, prompting them to adopt a bolder approach in subsequent attacks. In the 24th minute of the match, Stuttgart seized a promising opportunity for offense. Maxim's free kick soared directly into the penalty area of Werder Bremen, where a defender misjudged the flight of the ball, inadvertently granting the opposing forward an opportunity for a header. Regrettably, Ibisevic seemed unprepared, and in his haste, directed his attempt too directly, allowing the goalkeeper to easily seize the ball. After reclaiming possession, Militz swiftly initiated a rapid counterattack. He threw the ball into the center circle, locating Lin Quan, who was positioned nearby. Upon receiving the ball, Lin deftly maneuvered past the advancing Boca and surged toward the edge of the opponent's penalty area. After assessing Jürgensen's positioning, Lin feigned a shot. The two Stuttgart defenders, caught off guard, rushed forward to block. However, Lin did not take the shot. Instead, he gently passed the ball to the left side of the penalty area. De Bruyne, arriving unmarked, unleashed a powerful strike, once again breaching Stuttgart's defenses. Jürgensen had no recourse. Although he had already initiated a save and even made contact with the ball, the force of De Bruyne's shot was too great for him to alter its trajectory, leaving him only to watch helplessly as the ball found its way into the net. The score transformed to 2-0, with Werder Bremen poised on the brink of victory. Stuttgart's players were visibly disheartened. Despite being in a promising attacking position, they found themselves conceding a goal instead. The alarming speed of Werder Bremen's counterattacks left Stuttgart players in disarray. Most were still in the opponent's half, having just participated in the attack, and were unable to retreat in time before Bremen launched their swift counter. If this pattern continued, they feared further goals against them. Consequently, Stuttgart's players hesitated to press forward. As time progressed, they adopted a more defensive stance, while Werder Bremen, with a 2-goal advantage, remained unhurried. The first half swiftly concluded, with Werder Bremen returning to the locker room leading by 2 goals. During the halftime break, Schaaf made no tactical adjustments, resolutely committed to executing a defensive counter-strategy. This decision left Stuttgart disheartened, and their fans began to voice their frustrations vocally. The audacity of Bremen, a stronger team leading by 2 goals, to play so conservatively was met with disbelief. Even neutral fans in the stands found it difficult to tolerate. They had come to witness Werder Bremen's renowned attacking football, yet were instead met with a team that seemed to park the bus. Where had the team known for their dazzling offensive play vanished to? It seemed they were determined to meet the expectations of their fans. In the 65th minute of the second half, Werder Bremen abruptly shifted from their defensive counter style. They suddenly unleashed a furious pressing game, launching a relentless assault on Stuttgart. This sudden change caught Stuttgart off guard, as they had grown accustomed to their opponents retreating into their half, waiting for them to attack. The unexpected tactical shift led to immediate consequences for the complacent Stuttgart side. After successfully intercepting the ball in the front line, Werder Bremen executed a series of swift passes to the right flank. Lin Quan received the ball on the right, skillfully cutting into the penalty area before threading a precise through ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne delivered a low, ground-hugging cross, penetrating the defense effortlessly, finding Lin Quan in perfect position. Faced with an open goal, Lin Quan calmly slotted the ball home, altering the score to 3-0. A goal that decisively extinguished any remaining suspense in the match. With a significant deficit, Stuttgart appeared devoid of spirit, fully relinquishing control of the game to Werder Bremen. In the 81st minute, coach Schaaf opted for a substitution, replacing Lin Quan, the hero of the match, with 2 assists and a goal, allowing him to bask in the adoration of the home crowd. As Lin Quan jogged towards the bench, he applauded the fans scattered throughout the stands, expressing gratitude for their unwavering support throughout the season. This substitution might very well mark the last time he dons the green jersey of Werder Bremen. The home supporters, save for a few Stuttgart fans, rose to their feet, offering a resounding ovation for Lin Quan. 2 minutes later, Schaaf substituted De Bruyne, granting him the same opportunity to receive the crowd's applause. This also marked De Bruyne's final appearance for Werder Bremen. As he departed, his eyes glistened with emotion. After embracing the substitute Götze, he lingered at the sidelines, gazing at the pitch and his teammates, reluctant to return to the bench. Despite Stuttgart's attempts to alter the score following the exits of Bremen's 2 key players, their offensive efforts bore no fruit. Ultimately, Werder Bremen triumphed with a score of 3-0, clinching the DFB-Pokal title, their first trophy in nearly 4 seasons. To the tune of Queen's classic "We Are the Champions," the entire Werder Bremen squad ascended the podium. The 2012-2013 season marked a defining moment for the golden generation of Werder Bremen. A new journey is about to commence. Chapter 147, the transfer market opens. A frenzy of arms race among major clubs. What's the matter? You seem rather glum. 10 days have passed since the conclusion of the DFB-Pokal final on June 11th. In a manor situated in the southern outskirts of Munich, Lin Quan had just finished his training session. Upon returning home, he found Guardiola slumped on the sofa, prompting his curiosity to inquire. "I've received word from Bayern that they wish to recalibrate their objectives for the team." Lin Quan pondered this. Could it be that they are raising their sights to defend the UEFA Champions League title? When they initially recruited me, Bayern had just barely advanced from the group stage, with the round of 16 yet to commence, and the championship was far from assured. Thus, Bayern expects me to lead the team to conquer the Champions League, which is their utmost demand of me. Lin Quan nodded. Such an expectation was not unreasonable, given Bayern's prowess and Guardiola's coaching acumen. And what now? Now that Bayern has secured the championship, the club's executives have conveyed to me their desire for a smooth transition, with no expectations for a Champions League title. Is this not a positive development? Lin Quan found this perplexing. While pressure can indeed be beneficial, there is only one Champions League title awarded each year. Among the multitude of prestigious clubs across Europe, none can confidently assert their certainty in clinching the coveted trophy. Should Guardiola be tasked with the objective of defending the Champions League title, the burden upon him would be immense. It would be akin to dancing with shackles, leaving little room for personal expression. Guardiola, known for his strong personality, likely does not relish such a predicament. Is this truly advantageous? The establishment of this goal by Bayern's upper management indicates that they will not be making substantial investments in the team's operations over the next few years, resulting in a significantly constrained transfer budget each season. So, it appears they are tightening the purse strings on transfer fees. What budget have they allocated to you? Lin Quan was quite curious about Bayern's summer transfer budget. 30 million euros. Guardiola raised 3 fingers, expressing his exasperation. Surely not. That amount wouldn't even suffice to acquire Götze. Götze had already announced his intention to transfer to Bayern. However, due to Dortmund's resolute stance against a bargain sale, Bayern was compelled to pay a buyout clause of 37 million euros to secure him. If Bayern were indeed limited to a budget of 30 million, how would they manage to sign Götze? By selling players to raise funds. For instance, your teammate at Werder Bremen, Peterson, has already been earmarked with a bid of 3 million euros. Guardiola has already considered Lin Quan as part of Bayern. Thus, he harbors no intention of concealing any insider information. 3 million for Peterson is quite a reasonable deal, considering Werder Bremen's squad. Even if Bayern were to offer 5 million euros, it is likely that the opposing side would still need to invest. In addition to Peterson, Gomez has also expressed a desire to leave. After the Champions League final, he approached me to inquire about his tactical role within the team. I informed him that I would continue to utilize Mandzukic as the primary striker, to which Gomez indicated his wish to transfer. I consented, allowing him to seek his next destination, and it is anticipated that he has nearly finalized discussions with a prospective club, awaiting the commencement of the transfer window to complete the transaction. Guardiola is not particularly adept at employing a central striker and does not heavily rely on one. It was not until he faced the challenges of lacking a quality striker that he fortuitously encountered a player named Haaland. Even if Gomez did not proactively request a transfer, it is highly probable that Guardiola would still seek to part ways with him. Even Mandzukic, the hero of the Champions League victory, may struggle to secure a guaranteed starting position within Guardiola's tactical framework. Lin Quan nodded. It seemed that nothing had changed in this regard. Gomez's next destination. if all goes as expected, appears to be Fiorentina in Serie A, with a proposed transfer fee of 20 million euros, comprising an initial payment of 16 million euros, followed by an additional 4 million euros in installments. This price is remarkably economical for a forward of Gomez's caliber. Bayern exhibited grace in their dealings with the club's key contributors, refraining from being overly stringent regarding transfer fees. However, this situation has left them with a rather meager sum. With Peterson's 3 million, coupled with Gomez's 16 million, and the original 30 million, the total amounts to 49 million. Subtracting Götze's 37 million leaves a mere 12 million. What can one procure in the transfer market with 12 million euros? It appears that only young talents under 20 can be acquired, and even then, they are unlikely to be exceptionally gifted. As for established stars in their prime, they are, most probably, unattainable. Thus, player sales become imperative. The midfield at Bayern is somewhat congested, and I intend to offload a few individuals, favoring Martinez over Gustavo. Implicitly, this suggests that Gustavo must depart. The Brazilian has seen scant playing time this season, appearing only twice in the league, with limited opportunities to showcase his skills. Therefore, his clearance comes as no surprise to Lin Quan. Considering Gustavo's age and abilities, if he were to be put on the market, he could fetch around 15 million euros. Consequently, Guardiola's available transfer budget would be approximately 27 million euros. This sum could at best secure a player of decent caliber. Had Götze not been purchased, I would possess 65 million euros, allowing me to make a bid for Busquets. Guardiola lamented that he genuinely admires the young maestro. His capabilities are unquestionable, displaying remarkable prowess in both offensive and defensive phases. Moreover, what garners the most praise is his astute intellect. He possesses a keen awareness of when to execute specific actions on the pitch, even employing the tricks learned at La Masia to cleverly earn a yellow card when necessary. Compared to Busquets, while Götze is indeed younger, he does not align with Guardiola's desired profile. Without Lin Quan, acquiring Götze would have been a commendable choice. However, in light of Lin Quan's presence, this transaction appears somewhat superfluous. Götze undoubtedly possesses commendable skills, yet his positioning overlaps with that of Lin Quan. If Bayern's transfer budget were abundantly generous, spending 37 million on Götze would pose no issue. It would not only strengthen the team's roster, but also diminish the prowess of direct competitors in the league. However, with a constrained budget, being locked into Götze's 37 million transfer fee leaves Guardiola quite displeased. Beside him, Lin Quan remained silent, pondering whether the 3 million signing bonus from Bayern had also been included in this year's transfer budget. If so, he might inadvertently be the culprit behind Guardiola's financial constraints. On July 1st, the transfer window officially opened. Barcelona, having already finalized all conditions with the Brazilian sensation, eagerly announced Neymar's transfer. Barcelona invested a staggering 57 million euros to bring this highly coveted superstar from Brazil. Neymar's arrival has significantly bolstered Barcelona's prowess on the flanks. Enthusiasm abounds regarding the anticipated chemistry between him and Messi. As Barcelona took the initiative, their arch-rivals Real Madrid could not remain idle. The latter swiftly secured Isco for a sum of 30 million euros, followed by the announcement of the acquisition of Real Sociedad's prodigious talent, Asier Illarramendi, for 32 million euros the very next day. Barcelona invested 57 million euros, while Real Madrid spent 62 million euros, showcasing that they are unafraid of financial competition. However, this was not the most substantial transaction. Real Madrid is currently in discussions to acquire Tottenham's winger Gareth Bale. Reports suggest that should this deal materialize, it could potentially shatter the record for transfer fees in football. With acquisitions come departures. Following the dismissal of Mourinho, many players he brought in are set to be offloaded. Among them, Ozil has joined Arsenal for 50 million euros, while the diminutive Gonzalo Higuain has transferred to Napoli for 37 million euros. Additionally, players like Callahan and Alvaro Arbeloa have also moved on, and Kaká, having terminated his contract with Real Madrid, has returned to Serie A, rejoining his former club AC Milan without a fee. As the two Spanish giants commence their endeavors, other elite clubs could hardly restrain themselves. Paris Saint-Germain from Ligue 1 has once again splurged extravagantly, securing Napoli's star Edinson Cavani for 64 million euros. Another Ligue 1 heavyweight, Monaco, has also entered the arms race, spending 60 million euros on Atletico's star striker Radamel Falcao and 45 million euros on Porto's emerging talent James Rodriguez. In the English Premier League, the Manchester clubs could no longer hold back. With the influx of Middle Eastern investment, Manchester City has made lavish expenditures exceeding €100 million, acquiring Fernandinho, Steven Jovetic, Alvaro Negredo, and Keylor Navas. Meanwhile, Manchester United has invested €32 million in Marouane Fellaini. A plethora of transactions, each worth tens of millions of euros, continues to emerge, rendering this year's transfer market exponentially more frenzied than the last. Conversely, the Bundesliga, particularly Bayern Munich, appears unusually subdued. They have yet to announce the addition of new players, and even the confirmed transfer of Mario Götze remains unfinalized. This has raised eyebrows and intrigued observers. Bayern's general manager, Uli Hoeneß, feels the weight of pressure. During a report to club president Karl-Heinz Rummenigge, he expressed his predicament. When we pursued Götze, we pledged to guarantee him a starting position and playing time. However, should we sign Lin Quan as well, their positions would overlap, jeopardizing Götze's assured minutes on the pitch. Hoeneß subtly hinted to Rummenigge that they could only choose one of the two players. Rummenigge, too, finds himself in a quandary, having engaged with Götze long ago. To entice this shining star of the Bundesliga, Bayern extended exceedingly generous terms. Now that Götze has officially announced his decision to join Bayern, a reversal on the club's part would lead to considerable complications. Therefore, this transaction must proceed, regardless of circumstances. Bayern's reputation cannot be compromised, and acquiring Götze for €37 million is undoubtedly a sound investment. Götze's performances in both the league and the Champions League are indisputable, showcasing his remarkable talent and potential. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Lin Quan is equally formidable, if not superior. His achievements with Werder Bremen are equally impressive, especially when compared to Borussia Dortmund's disappointing season. Under Lin Quan's leadership, the relatively weaker Werder Bremen clinched the DFB-Pokal title and even eliminated Bayern Munich from the competition. Even if others fail to recognize Lin Quan's prowess, can Bayern, having succumbed to him twice, truly deny his capabilities? Is it possible to continue negotiations with Götze's camp? We can assure them of fair competition within the team. Rummenigge is reluctant to part with Lin Quan. This opportunity to sign him for free may not arise again. Very well, I shall speak with his agent, though I believe the prospects for compromise are slim. You see, Götze is the unequivocal linchpin at Dortmund, and his arrival here would only see him as a starter, not the core, a significant concession in itself. Thus, persuading him to make further concessions seems exceedingly challenging. Rummenigge nodded. Although he understood the likelihood was low, he still encouraged Hoeneß to make an attempt. Meanwhile, he contacted Sammer, urging him to engage with Lin Quan's camp to ascertain whether Götze would be amenable to a substitute role. Bayern is not a small club, they are a powerhouse, participating in numerous competitions each season. With league matches, cup fixtures, the Champions League, the Club World Cup, and the Super Cup, it is common to play 50 to 60 matches in a year. If Lin Quan could accept the substitute role, he would certainly play 20 to 30 matches. However, would Lin Quan acquiesce? The answer is no. Upon hearing the conditions proposed by Sammer, Peer rejected them outright. Mr. Sammer, given Lin's performance in the Bundesliga, do you not find it ludicrous to suggest he play as a substitute? Sammer certainly found it absurd. Last season, Lin scored 42 goals and provided 21 assists, shattering Bundesliga records in both categories. For a superstar with such exceptional statistics to be relegated to a substitute role is an absurdity that only the most accommodating individual might accept. Nonetheless, Sammer, tasked with representing Bayern, pressed on. Mr. Peer, Lin is only 17. It is quite extraordinary for someone of his age to be a starter at Bayern. This was a clear attempt to exploit Lin's youth, but Peer was unfazed. Among the elite clubs in the top 5 leagues, there are several willing to offer Lin a starting position and guarantee him playing time. If Bayern insists on this arrangement, my player will have no choice but to seek opportunities elsewhere. Sammer recognized that Peer was not merely bluffing. Lin Quan was indeed a coveted prospect in the transfer market. Thus, he dared not continue the conversation and could only return to report to Rummenigge. Coincidentally, Hoeneß had also returned. Much like Sammer, Götze did not accept the notion of fair competition. It seemed he had caught wind of the situation, realizing that Bayern was in contact with Lin Quan. This revelation incensed him and his agent, leading them to feel deceived by Bayern. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Götze had already officially announced his intention to join Bayern. Hence, even if both parties wished to retract, it was no longer feasible. Surely, Götze could not return to Dortmund in disgrace. Reports suggested that Götze had recently refrained from venturing outdoors, as some radical fans had surrounded his residence, even setting his jersey ablaze outside his home. Upon hearing this news, Rummenigge's lips twitched slightly. Götze's situation was indeed dire. End of Chapter 1. The Confederations Cup unveiling. The provocation of the five-star Samba. As for the transfer market, Lin Quan had no time to spare. The 2013 Confederations Cup was on the verge of commencing. He instructed Pair to keep an eye on the movements within the transfer market, while he himself focused on the impending Confederations Cup matches. This edition of the tournament was hosted in Brazil, serving as a precursor to the 2014 World Cup. As the reigning World Cup champions, Spain was one of the most anticipated teams in this Confederations Cup. Alongside them, the defending champions and hosts, Brazil, garnered significant attention from the public. For Spain, this Confederations Cup represented a crucial examination. With the aging of the squad that triumphed in the 2010 World Cup, Spain faced the pressing issue of generational transition. Much like many other teams, to ensure a smooth evolution of the team's roster and strive for commendable results in the upcoming World Cup, Del Bosque planned to refine the tactical framework of the team, firmly establishing the core and primary structure for the next World Cup. Following significant adjustments, the team required practical experience to test the efficacy of the reforms. Consequently, he viewed this Confederations Cup as an excellent opportunity for preparation, intending to utilize the champion teams from various continents to assess the quality of his squad, particularly the capabilities of the younger players. Otherwise, should issues be postponed until next year's World Cup, it might be too late for regret. However, with Lin Quan at the helm, Del Bosque felt a sense of reassurance. Lin, you have finally arrived. The Spanish training camp had commenced some time ago, and Lin Quan had just concluded the DFB-Pokal final, allowing Del Bosque to grant him additional rest. During Lin's absence, Del Bosque harbored a lingering uncertainty, which dissipated only upon Lin's arrival. The seasoned coach greeted Lin with a warm embrace, taking a moment to appraise him before nodding in approval. Excellent. You've bulked up considerably. The key is that you haven't sustained any injuries. Coach Tony added. Indeed, remaining injury-free is crucial. Bosch has always harbored concerns about whether Lin Quan might sustain an injury during the league matches, for he is an indispensable member of the team. Should he be injured, the attacking framework of the Spanish midfield would require a complete overhaul. Come, let us greet our teammates. Coach Tony patted Lin Quan on the shoulder and led him to the training ground. Upon arrival, the Spanish internationals, who had already gathered, were engaged in their training with remarkable organization. Among them, Lin Quan noticed several new faces, including the newly transferred Real Madrid star Isco and the young Chelsea talent Azpilicueta. After exchanging pleasantries with his old teammates, Lin Quan approached the younger players who had just joined the squad and extended his hand. I am Lin Quan. It is a pleasure to have you join the team and fight alongside us. Here, we share a singular identity as members of the national team. So let us set aside all other matters, including club rivalries, when we don the national colors. Isco and Azpilicueta exchanged glances. The latter seemed younger than them, yet spoke with the tone of an elder brother. However, both were astute enough to recognize Lin Quan's esteemed status within the team from the camaraderie he shared with the seasoned players. Hello, Lin Quan, I am Isco. I look forward to your guidance, said Isco. Greetings, I am Azpilicueta, chimed in Azpilicueta. Nearby, Morata feigned authority, declaring, let me tell you. Do not underestimate Lin Quan due to his age. He is the foremost talent of the post-85 generation, the tactical linchpin of our squad, the future captain, and the vanguard of Spain's footballing renaissance. So, you know whom to follow. Isco, fresh from winning the Golden Boy Award, initially harbored reservations about Lin Quan's prowess. Yet, upon hearing Morata's impressive litany of accolades, he was taken aback. Is he truly that formidable? The future tactical core of the team? As he reflected on how he had only recently been recruited to the national team after earning the Golden Boy Award. While Lin Quan had represented Spain before even reaching adulthood, Isco felt a pang of humility. Understood, we shall follow Lin Quan from now on, they both quickly affirmed, pledging their loyalty to him. Hearing Morata's words, Lin Quan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You certainly have a flair for embellishment. Such praises are beyond my own capacity to proclaim. In the latest 23-man roster for Spain, several familiar faces were notably absent. Xabi Alonso, for instance. had suffered a severe injury during club matches, rendering him unable to participate in the Confederations Cup. Alongside Martinez, he had been a stalwart in Spain's defense, and his absence would significantly impact the midfield's resilience. Nevertheless, the overall framework of the team remained intact, with minimal alterations. The roster of the Spanish national team for the 2013 Confederations Cup comprises the following 23 players: goalkeepers, Iker Casillas, Real Madrid; Victor Valdés, Barcelona; David De Gea, Manchester United. Defenders: Nacho Monreal, Arsenal; Jordi Alba, Barcelona; Gerard Piqué, Barcelona; Sergio Ramos, Real Madrid; César Azpilicueta, Chelsea; Alvaro Arbeloa, Real Madrid. Midfielders: Andrés Iniesta, Barcelona; Santi Cazorla, Arsenal; Sergio Busquets, Barcelona; Xavi, Barcelona; Juan Mata, Chelsea; David Silva, Manchester City; Cesc Fabregas, Barcelona; Isco, Real Madrid; Javi Martinez, Bayern Munich. Forwards: Pedro, Barcelona; David Villa, Barcelona; Fernando Torres, Chelsea; Alvaro Morata, Real Madrid; Lin Quan, Barcelona. Among them, Real Madrid is represented by 5 players, while Barcelona boasts 10. The Barcelona contingent in the national team continues to hold a dominant position over their Real Madrid counterparts. However, Lin Quan's contract with Barcelona is nearing its conclusion, rendering him effectively a free agent. Furthermore, David Villa has lost his starting position following Neymar's arrival and is actively seeking a transfer. Consequently, the number of Barcelona players has dwindled to 8, diminishing their advantage over Real Madrid. 2 days later, the draw for the Confederations Cup takes place, with Spain enjoying good fortune as they are placed in Group B. Their opponents include Uruguay, who they defeated in a warm-up match, African champions Nigeria, and the Oceanian champions, the Tahitian Islands. Except for Uruguay, which poses a potential threat, the remaining 2 teams are virtually pushovers, particularly the Tahitian Islands, whose key players include many who are neither professional nor semi-professional athletes. Facing such rivals, Spain need not deploy their main squad, as even their substitutes could easily secure victory. In contrast, the luck of Group A is less favorable. The host nation, Brazil, draws European runner-up Italy, along with Central American champions Mexico and Asian champions Japan. Italy's formidable defensive prowess is well known, and Mexico, ranked 17th in the world, is no easy opponent. Even the weakest team, Japan, is not to be underestimated, as they are frequent participants in the World Cup and often advance to the knockout stages, showcasing their considerable strength. A lackluster performance against them could lead to an unexpected upset. Following the group draw, fans engage in fervent discussions about the results. The situation in Group A appears dire. The hosts have drawn unfavorable opponents. Indeed, it is true that none of the 3 adversaries can be considered a soft target, and full effort is required against each. Perhaps, however, this could be a blessing in disguise. If they can find their rhythm early in the group stage, they might encounter a sluggish Spain in the knockout rounds, potentially leading to a surprising elimination for the latter. An upset, indeed. How deeply do you underestimate the Brazilian team? The strength of Brazil has never waned. Their elimination of Spain was hardly surprising. I firmly believe that Brazil will clinch the title in this Confederations Cup. The illustrious 5-time World Cup champions boast the highest number of titles in the tournament's history, and with a plethora of football stars emerging from Brazil, the team enjoys immense popularity worldwide. However, Spain, having secured consecutive European championships and a World Cup, also commands significant admiration on the global stage. Consequently, dissenting voices among fans quickly emerged. Come on, what does Brazil have to contend with Spain, with a squad comprising numerous players who have never graced the top 5 leagues? How much strength can they truly muster? In this Confederations Cup, a staggering 12 out of Brazil's 23-man roster hail from leagues outside the top 5. And among the 6 forwards, only Neymar, who recently transferred to Barcelona, belongs to one of these prominent leagues. While the Brazilian Serie A boasts commendable standards in South America, it pales in comparison to the top 5 leagues. If it were otherwise, why would so many of Brazil's elite footballers choose to ply their trade in Europe? Europe not only offers higher-tier leagues, but also the opportunity to compete in the Champions League, a platform of greater prestige and fierce competition. Thus, faced with a plethora of players lacking experience in the top 5 leagues, ordinary fans hardly recognize them, making it difficult to believe they possess the prowess to challenge Spain. a dominant force in European and world football. Indeed, Spain's roster far surpasses Brazil's in terms of luxury, with their team valuation exceeding Brazil's by more than double. Yet, as if to suggest that higher valuations guarantee victory, if that were the case, we could forego the annual Champions League matches and simply award the trophy to Barcelona and Real Madrid. Neither side's supporters can sway the other, and the online disputes swiftly spilled into the real world. As Brazil's star player, Neymar, confidently stated during a press interview, "Yes, our goal in this Confederations Cup is the championship. We aspire to lift the trophy on our home soil. No one can thwart our quest for glory." While he refrained from naming Spain directly, the implication was unmistakably aimed at them. Such audacity. One might wonder if he fears his own bravado might backfire. Who is Neymar? After all, I'm only familiar with Lin Quan. Unfamiliar. Upon hearing Neymar's bold declaration, Spanish fans scoffed. What audacity for a newcomer. Fresh from a transfer to a top-5 league, and yet to establish his prowess, to utter such presumptuous words. It is worth noting that Lin Quan, who recently shattered the Bundesliga scoring record, has not displayed such arrogance. Who does Neymar think he is? The reporters are acutely aware of the public's intrigue. As the spotlight shifted to the young talents of Neymar and Lin Quan, they hastened to Spain's training camp, eager to interview Lin Quan. For the media, creating conflict and igniting disputes is essential. Without sensational stories, how could they hope for promotions and salary increases? Thus, inciting and stirring up trouble has become their primary objective. However, when confronted by reporters, Lin Quan did not yield to their expectations. Instead, he extolled the virtues of the Brazilian team. Brazil is a squad steeped in historical significance, with 5 World Cup titles to their name. Their prowess is undeniable, and my teammates and I will certainly not underestimate them. Neymar? He is an exceptionally talented player, brimming with skill, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to compete alongside him on such a grand stage. The journalists and surrounding fans were taken aback. Why is he deviating from the norm? Shouldn't he be showcasing his unwavering determination to win and disparaging the opponent in the process? Instead, he is singing their praises. Of course, Lin Quan is not so magnanimous, nor would he engage in actions that bolster his rivals at his own expense. After praising his adversaries, he swiftly shifted his tone. However, Brazil and we are not in the same group. We can only meet in the knockout stage. Yet, from their demeanor, they seem quite confident in their advancement, dismissing the other competitors in their group. Following the broadcast of Lin Quan's interview, the other teams in Group A were indeed incensed. The reigning World Cup champions, Spain, have never boasted about their guaranteed advancement from the group stage, so what gives Brazil the right to look down upon us? Consequently, in the opening match, the stimulated Japanese team performed exceptionally well, nearly toppling the hosts. The Japanese team employs a technical style, while their players may not possess elite physical attributes. Their footwork is commendable. When facing Brazil, the Japanese team often executed fluid combinations, creating significant threats on the host goals several times. Although Brazil ultimately triumphed with a score of 2-1, thanks to goals from Neymar and Paulinho, the victory was hard-fought. The invigorated Japanese team continued to launch attacks until the final moments of the match, striving to alter the scoreline. Their tenacious spirit exacted a considerable toll on Brazil, depleting their energy reserves and thoroughly disrupting coach Scolari's rotation strategy. However, for Brazil, this was not the gravest concern. The most daunting challenge lay ahead in their schedule, facing Japan first, followed by Mexico, and finally Italy. According to the original plan of the Samba squad, they aimed to hone their skills against Japan and Mexico before facing the strongest team, Italy, at their peak form. Emerging successfully from the group stage, they would be in prime condition to confront any opponent in the knockout rounds, ultimately surging into the finals to claim the championship. Yet now, with the other teams in Group A brimming with fervor and even indignation, the arrangement for the hosts appears to have backfired, akin to lifting a stone only to strike their own foot. End of Chapter 2. The terrifying might of a fully formed Spain. Following Brazil's opening match, it was Spain's turn to take the stage the next day. In stark contrast to the Samba squad's match arrangement, Spain's sequence was structured to face more formidable opponents first before encountering the easier ones. In their inaugural match, they faced the most formidable opponent in their group, Uruguay. Just a few months prior, the two teams had clashed in a friendly, where Spain triumphed over their adversary with a score of 3-1. Historically, Spain boasts an impressive record against Uruguay, remaining undefeated with 5 victories and 5 draws, establishing a clear dominance. Consequently, pre-match sentiments leaned heavily in favor of Spain. However, the Uruguayans held a different perspective. In the lead-up to the match, several prominent forwards from the Uruguayan squad expressed their determination to avenge their past failures against Spain and to break the jinx of their winless streak. Cavani remarked, "Spain is strong, but I have discovered the key to breach their defense. We will put an end to Spain's 22-match unbeaten run." Since losing to England in November 2011, Spain has maintained an astounding unbeaten streak of 22 matches in official competitions, a testament to their formidable dominance in the football realm over the years. Suarez asserted, "The Spanish defenders cannot contain me and my teammates. We are destined to win this match." Despite his infamous biting incident on the pitch, his threat in the penalty area remains undeniable. Given the opportunity, he possesses the capability to alter the scoreline. With their opponents making bold declarations, Spain's star players were equally unyielding. The flamboyant Pique was the first to respond. "Oh, Suarez claims he can breach our defense? Is he planning to use his teeth?" This statement mocked Suarez's biting scandal that had transpired 2 months earlier in the Premier League, which resulted in a hefty suspension by the English Football Association, sidelining him for 10 matches and causing him to miss the remainder of Liverpool's fixtures. Pique's jibe had an immediate effect, inciting Suarez's ire, who warned Pique to be cautious on the field. Pique, unfazed, lodged a complaint with the tournament committee, asserting that his personal safety was at risk. The committee was compelled to intervene, promising to impose strict penalties for any egregious breaches of sportsmanship on the field. Following this admonition from the committee, Suarez subdued his provocations. The verbal exchanges between the players garnered significant attention from fans, and coupled with the anticipation surrounding this highly awaited match since the tournament's inception, it drew a considerable crowd. Among the spectators, half were supporters of the respective teams, while the other half comprised local Brazilian fans. For the Brazilian supporters, this match was purely for entertainment. Uruguay, being their historic rival, harbored many grievances, and thus, Brazilian fans would not lend their support to Uruguay. Moreover, Spain was perceived as the primary competitor in this Confederations Cup, so they too would not cheer for Spain. Nonetheless, there were exceptions, notably among the Chinese Brazilian fans. This match attracted numerous Chinese spectators, who came not only to relish the thrilling contest between the two teams. Another purpose was to witness the brilliance of Lin Quan, the prodigious talent of Chinese descent. "Lindsay Gu, look this way." During the pre-match warm-up, as Lin Quan made his entrance, he was greeted by a chorus of cheers from the sidelines. Hearing the familiar language in a foreign land momentarily left him in a daze. However, upon seeing the faces of those who were calling his name, a knowing smile blossomed on his face. He waved to the fans, signaling that he had acknowledged their presence. To his surprise, this gesture sent the fans into a frenzy. "Wow, the Emperor Lin acknowledged me." "Nonsense, he was clearly greeting me." "You two stop being vain. Let us all shout together and ask the Emperor Lin for an autograph." Consequently, this group of Chinese fans united in a fervent chant, "Emperor Lin, we are your fans. Could you grant us an autograph?" Since the match had yet to commence, the sounds in the stadium were somewhat chaotic, lacking the synchronized cheers typically heard. Thus, the harmonious calls from these few dozen fans reached Lin Quan's ears distinctly. Not only Lin Quan, but even his teammates took notice. "Lin, are those your fans?" Morata approached with an envious expression, his curiosity piqued. "Why is no one cheering for me? After all, I am a rising star for both the national team and Real Madrid. It should be that way. I'll go over for a moment." Lin Quan picked up a soccer ball from the ground, cradling it as he walked towards the sidelines. As he approached, he borrowed a pen from a staff member and signed his name on the ball. "Thank you all for coming to support me. This soccer ball is for you." After handing the ball to the group of fans and signing a few more autographs, he returned to his training. It wasn't until Lin Quan had left that the fans processed what had just happened. "Wow, the Emperor Lin actually signed for us. Sorry guys, I was too excited to hear clearly. Did the Emperor Lin just speak Mandarin?" "Indeed, it was standard Mandarin, even more precise than how I speak." A member of the crowd, a Chinese expatriate visiting from abroad, remarked, "Alas, it's a pity Lin Quan has already represented the Spanish national team. How wonderful it would be if he could play for our national team. Please spare the Emperor Lin. You know the state of our national team. It's a melting pot of chaos, and anyone who enters is bound to be tainted." "That is true. The national team's situation is so dire that bringing in one or two superstars won't make a difference. Lin Quan remained oblivious to the discussions among the fans after he departed. Upon returning to the field, he devoted himself earnestly to his training. However, during practice, he noticed someone was intently watching him. Curiously glancing over, he recognized the individual as Diego Forlan, an Uruguayan player with a headband and a mane of thick hair. Upon realizing Lin Quan had noticed him, Forlan smiled and averted his gaze. As a former prolific striker who once scored 30 goals in a single season for Atletico Madrid, Diego Forlan, upon seeing Lin Quan, seemingly glimpsed the reflection of his younger self. Ah, the joys of youth. How wonderful it would be to possess such youthfulness once more. At 34, Diego Forlan finds himself nearing the twilight of his illustrious career. After being dismissed by Inter Milan, he found himself without a club in the top 5 leagues and was compelled to return to the Brazilian league. Thus, this Confederations Cup may very well be his final opportunity to represent his nation. Given his current form, the upcoming World Cup, with another year added to his age, will likely see him excluded from the national squad. Therefore, this match holds immense significance for Diego Forlan. Following the warm-up, players from both teams retreated to their locker rooms to prepare for the match. In the locker room, Bosque reiterated his tactical arrangements, emphasizing that Spain must play to their strengths. Conversely, Uruguay's coach seized the moment to instruct his players on crucial points. You have already witnessed the prowess of their number 30. We conceded all 3 goals last time due to him. Thus, it is imperative that we keep a close watch on him, allowing him no opportunities. Understood? Understood, boss. Excellent. Let us take the field. Tassover stood at the entrance, exchanging high fives with each player as they prepared to march onto the battlefield like valiant warriors. For Uruguay, this marks their return to the Confederations Cup after a 16-year hiatus. The entire nation is hopeful for a commendable performance, at the very least avoiding defeat in their opening match. However, their opponents possess formidable strength, leaving them without the assurance of victory. Consequently, the Uruguayan squad remains on high alert, putting forth their utmost effort to confront their adversaries. In stark contrast to the focused Uruguayan players, the Spanish contingent appears remarkably relaxed. Notably, the Barcelona players in the forward line engage in light-hearted banter, displaying no signs of tension. This nonchalance from their opponents incenses the Uruguayan players. Hey, we are a powerhouse. The team with the most Copa America titles in all of South America. How dare you disregard us? The Uruguayan players are enraged. As the match commenced, they instantly launched an offensive against Spain. The Uruguayan fans in attendance, witnessing their team's vigorous play, were invigorated, raising their voices in support. If they start this aggressively, let's see how they fare in the second half, when fatigue sets in, chuckled a Spanish supporter. They think they can seize the ball under our feet? They are sorely mistaken. In contrast to the exuberant Uruguayan supporters, the Spanish fans remained remarkably composed. Such scenes were nothing new to them, having encountered similar situations on numerous occasions. In response to Uruguay's tenacious pressing, the Spanish players increased the frequency of their passing. The ball rarely lingers beneath any player's foot for more than 2 seconds, rendering the fervent efforts of the Uruguayan players ineffective. Merely relying on the frontline players is insufficient to intercept the ball from the Spanish. They must deploy greater manpower. However, should they choose to do so, the formidable attacking ensemble of Spain would surely teach them a lesson. Thus, after a mere 5 minutes of intense pursuit, Uruguay's offensive momentum began to falter. What is Uruguay attempting to accomplish? They must either commit to a collective press or refrain from pressing altogether. Their current approach is merely exhausting the players' stamina. The Brazilian national team players, who had made a special trip to watch the match, were perplexed by Uruguay's strategy. Perhaps their previous defeat to Spain has instilled a sense of trepidation? Marcelo, the flamboyant left-back of Real Madrid, having suffered at the hands of Barcelona in the league, is acutely aware of Barcelona's prowess. The backbone of the Spanish national team is constructed around Barcelona, and their forward configuration is even stronger. Previously, without the presence of Lin Quan, they seemed to lack a crucial element, their attacking potency slightly diminished. Yet now, with the addition of this super winger, whose prowess rivals that of Messi, Spain has evolved into their complete form. The extent of Spain's capabilities in this state can only be truly comprehended by those who have faced them on the field. Uruguay possesses experience in this regard. Their defense may be average, but their attacking strength is formidable. They ought not to abandon their advantages, but rather actively cultivate their strengths. Thiago Silva. hailed as the world's premier defender, holds little faith in Uruguay's defensive line. Conversely, he harbors considerable apprehension regarding their attacking front. If tasked with defending against Suarez and Cavani, he would not be certain of his ability to contain them. Displaying a lack of confidence before the battle has even commenced, Uruguay appears destined for defeat. Upon hearing their two elder teammates' analyses, the other Brazilian players began to view Uruguay with skepticism. Although Uruguay's paper strength may not match that of their rivals, even in defeat, this match should elicit valuable insights from Spain, which would be advantageous for us. Alves, the defender from Barcelona, spoke up, being the most familiar with Spain's style of play within the Brazilian squad. Upon his remarks, the others fell silent, settling down to watch the match intently. As Uruguay ceased their pressing efforts, Spain's attack began to assert its dominance. In the 5th minute of the match, Lin Quan exchanged positions with Pedro while in possession of the ball. Pedro executed a maneuver akin to a pick-and-roll in basketball, shielding Lin Quan from the defenders and granting him the space to initiate his run and breakthrough. Lin Quan capitalized on the opportunity created by his teammate, swiftly advancing into the penalty area. After drawing the attention of two defenders, he delivered a low, rapid cross that was perilously close to the goal. Should anyone make contact with its trajectory, it would likely result in a goal. Regrettably, David Silva's sliding shot in front of the goal failed to make contact with the ball, causing it to slip past the post and leaving the Uruguayan players in a cold sweat. Following this missed opportunity, Silva gave Lin Quan a thumbs up, indicating that his pass was commendable. However, due to his limited height and lack of long legs over 1 meter, he felt that he might have converted the chance had he been taller. Although this opportunity was squandered, Spain's offensive momentum was already building. In the 10th minute, Alba made a low cross from the left, and Fabregas, positioned approximately 16 meters from the goal, controlled the ball and swiftly took a shot. The ball evaded the goalkeeper's fingertips but was denied by the left post. Within 5 minutes, Spain had failed to capitalize on two excellent scoring chances. Yet, Spain's assault was far from over. Iniesta followed up with a shot that struck the goalkeeper squarely in the face, leaving the opponent momentarily stunned. The Uruguayan goalkeeper instinctively attempted to dodge the ball, but its speed was too great, resulting in a direct hit to his face. The silver lining was that the ball did not find the net, but the downside was that the goalkeeper appeared to be suffering from a mild concussion. Consequently, after just 10 minutes of play, Uruguay was compelled to make a substitution. They replaced the injured Muslera with backup goalkeeper Juan Castillo. This change would prove to be a grave miscalculation. Barely a minute after stepping onto the pitch, Castillo was breached by a Spanish attack. In the 11th minute, after a series of wall passes between Iniesta and Lin Quan, they nearly penetrated the opponent's defense. The Uruguayan defenders were drawn to their movement, leaving a vast space on the opposite side. Seizing the opportunity, Iniesta decisively passed to the unmarked Fabregas. Fabregas unleashed a powerful shot that caused the goalkeeper to fumble, and Lin Quan, ever alert, seized the moment to follow up before the goalkeeper could regain control, slotting the ball home to alter the score to 1-0. Spain had achieved a dream start. Chapter complete. Chapter 3. Toying with the South American champions. Spain played with utter audacity. Witnessing his disciples score, Bosque excitedly raised his fist in triumph. Taking an early lead allowed him to finally relax his anxious heart. Spain's gameplay was remarkably steady. They had rarely been overturned in matches where they held the lead. Previously, they had maintained an unbeaten streak of 73 matches in which they scored first. In those 73 matches, they boasted an impressive record of 71 wins and 2 draws, making an early goal essentially synonymous with victory. Bosque reflected on the immense impact Lin Quan had on the front line, realizing he had truly underestimated him. His contributions in organizing play, linking teammates, and launching attacks were exceptional, rendering Spain's offensive maneuvers extraordinarily fluid and threatening. Although Lin Quan had not taken many shots in the first half, he had created numerous opportunities for his teammates. Had they not squandered several chances, the scoreline would have been quite different. If he could merely pass and assist, he might not stand out so prominently within the Spanish squad, as their midfield maestros all possessed such abilities. Lin Quan's most satisfying attribute lies in his finishing ability at the forefront. With this young lad on the field, Bosque no longer has to experience the trepidation he once felt, fearing his team might struggle to score. This fellow possesses an infinite array of methods to find the back of the net. In stark contrast to Bosque, The Uruguayan coach's mood soured immediately upon witnessing his team concede a goal. Clearly, the opposition was seizing upon a moment of vulnerability. They had just substituted in a backup goalkeeper who had not yet had the opportunity to warm up or acclimate to the pace of the match. And yet the opponent found the net. However, despite being acutely aware of their adversary's opportunism, they found themselves at a loss for words. It would be unreasonable to demand that the opposition refrain from attacking during those crucial minutes, allowing their goalkeeper a leisurely warm-up, would it not? Moreover, even if the goalkeeper had not completed his warm-up, what were the defenders doing? How could they so easily allow the opposing side to breach their defenses and threaten their goal? Ultimately, it reflects poorly on their own performance, truly inadequate. In the stands, the Brazilian players, upon witnessing this goal, could not help but express their frustration. Initially expecting to witness a high-level contest, they were left disappointed. From the first half's proceedings, apart from a few minutes at the onset, Uruguay was thoroughly dominated by Spain. The relentless offensive onslaught from their opponents consistently threatened their goal, and they were unable to capitalize on any counter-attacking opportunities, nor could they withstand the sustained pressure. At this rate, Spain was poised to secure an effortless victory, and relying on Uruguay to unveil any hidden trump cards seemed rather unrealistic. Nonetheless, their attendance at this match served dual purposes, not only to scout for any potential vulnerabilities in the Spanish team, but also to evaluate Lin Quan's prowess. How formidable is that young man? Marcelo, noticing the silence among his teammates, could not contain himself and spoke first. Very strong. Thiago Silva responded gravely. His technical skills are indisputable. His dribbling and ability to navigate through defenders are of the highest caliber. His ball sense is exceptional, and his anticipation in front of goal is remarkably acute. This fellow must not be underestimated. From the perspective of Thiago Silva, the world's premier defender, he sensed that Lin Quan was the type of player who would be exceedingly difficult to contain. In open play, he might be manageable, but once the ball was at his feet, his threat level surged to an entirely new echelon. Successfully neutralizing him in a one-on-one situation would be a monumental challenge, necessitating assistance from teammates. Hearing his brother-in-law's remarks, Barcelona defender Alves chimed in, "You are absolutely right." From his performance over the past few minutes, it is evident that he plays with remarkable ease, and he hasn't even exerted himself to the fullest. This is not yet his peak condition. What? This is not his strongest self? Just how terrifying could his peak performance be? I do not know. But the Uruguayan defenders have not applied sufficient pressure to force him to unleash his full potential, so we may not witness it in this match. Alves, with his discerning eye, recognized that Lin Quan's playing style bore a striking resemblance to that of Messi. It cannot even be said to be very similar. It is simply identical. Having frequently trained alongside Messi in practice matches, he possesses a deeper understanding than any one of the threats posed by such players. Once the ball reaches his feet, even one-on-one or two-on-one situations may not suffice to contain him. Messi consistently dazzled in matches for Barcelona, executing a series of dribbles and scoring amidst multiple defenders' attempts to thwart him. Upon hearing the words of the two elder statesmen, Gustavo, who plays for Bayern Munich, cleared his throat and remarked, "Last season, Lin Quan led Werder Bremen in 4 encounters against us, winning 2 and drawing 1. In the drawn league match and the cup match they won, he seemed to have exerted all his strength. I will look for the footage later. We can all take a look." The others nodded in agreement, with both elder statesmen from top clubs making such statements. The Brazilian players naturally could not afford to underestimate Lin Quan. As a team with championship aspirations, they must thoroughly analyze their greatest rival in this Confederations Cup. Otherwise, they risk suffering from a lack of understanding should they encounter them in the knockout stages or finals. However, with such formidable players on the opposing side, they have their own. Many Brazilian players involuntarily glanced towards their own rising superstar, Neymar, who had previously attracted the attention of giants like Barcelona and Real Madrid. Both are prodigies, both play as wingers. It remains to be seen who among them is stronger on the field. Neymar focused intently on the red figure adorned with the number 30, and his competitive spirit began to surge. In matters of artistry, there is no first. In matters of martial prowess, there is no second. Let us determine who is superior in the knockout rounds. On the field, the Spaniards continued their relentless assault on Uruguay's goal. In the 20th minute of the first half, Spain earned a corner kick. After a brief discussion with Lin Quan, Xavi opted to forego taking the corner, positioning himself outside the penalty area to receive the ball instead. Noticing Lin Quan's movement, Uruguayan forward Cavani swiftly vacated the penalty area to closely mark him. Regardless of whether Spain truly intended to execute a tactical corner, they could not afford to allow this player a comfortable opportunity to receive the ball. Xavi glanced at Lin Quan, retreated a few steps, then charged forward to strike the ball with vigor. The ball traced a beautiful arc as it descended into the penalty area. As Xavi prepared to take the kick, Lin Quan deliberately ran towards the left side of the box, creating the illusion that he was about to engage in a tactical play with Xavi. The Uruguayan defenders on the left were drawn towards Lin Quan, instinctively gravitating closer to him. However, once Xavi delivered the corner, they realized they had been deceived. The ball was aimed at the far post, not intended for Lin Quan at all. Spain's tallest player, Martinez, seized the opportunity at that location, but his header struck the crossbar and rebounded out. The ball flew out of the penalty area, landing at the feet of Spanish winger Pedro. Seeing the ball hurtling towards him, Pedro executed a volley without stopping it. Despite being approximately 25 meters from the goal, his strike carried significant power. Uruguayan defender Diego Lugano observed the trajectory of the ball approaching him and instinctively attempted to intervene. However, his clearance faltered, resulting in the ball striking his calf and veering into the net, nestled in the lower left corner. Remarkably, since Pedro's shot had struck within the confines of the goal frame, this incident was not deemed an own goal, but rather credited as Pedro's strike, marking his 13th goal for the Spanish national team, boasting an impressive average of 0.45 goals per match, an admirable efficiency among his compatriots. Yet, when compared to certain others, it still fell short. Trailing by 2 goals, the Uruguayan players appeared somewhat bewildered. In their last friendly match, despite succumbing to their opponents with a scoreline of 1-3, it seemed that the opposing team had not displayed such overwhelming dominance. How, in just a few months, had their adversaries' prowess escalated so dramatically? The lineups looked remarkably similar, with minimal changes in personnel, yet Spain exuded an aura of transformation. Unwilling to concede defeat, Uruguay launched a counter-offensive against Spain. In the 24th minute, Cavani's long-range attempt was thwarted by Casillas, who deflected it onto the crossbar, granting Uruguay their first corner of the match. The corner was taken, but Cáceres' header was parried away by Casillas, who deflected it off the right post, causing Uruguay to squander their best opportunity of the first half. Noticing Uruguay's growing momentum, Lin gestured to his teammates to moderate the pace of the game, aiming to suppress the opponent's momentum. His teammates nodded in agreement, and the tempo of the match immediately slowed. The reason became evident as the Spanish players began to play short passes in their defensive third. Upon witnessing their opponents deliberately stalling the game with back passes after taking the lead, the Uruguayan fans were incensed, emitting a chorus of boos aimed at the Spanish players. "How shameless! You are world champions. Can't you show some dignity?" they lamented. "Is this how you play, stalling with back passes? If you're so confident with a 2-goal lead, why not attack?" Conversely, the Spanish fans, reveling in their team's clever play, wore knowing smiles. "We will play as we please. Who says we cannot play from the back?" they retorted. "If you're dissatisfied, then come and take the ball. No one is stopping you." After a brief verbal skirmish with the Uruguayan supporters, the Spanish fans applauded their team's performance, encouraging them to continue this strategy. "We aim not only to win but to toy with them, making them feel the dread of being dominated by Spanish possession football." Neutral spectators, however, were not drawn into the fray of insults. They found the Spanish team's backpassing somewhat soporific. On the sidelines, Uruguayan coach Tabarez, witnessing the opposition's evident intent to waste time, inwardly cursed their shamelessness before signaling to his players to apply pressure and deny Spain the luxury of time on the ball. The Uruguayan players, having reached their limit, surged forward upon receiving their coach's command, initiating a vigorous press against the Spanish players. After increasing the number of players pressing high, Spain's ability to circulate the ball in the back line was severely hindered. The position was perilously close to their own goal, and any misstep could be capitalized on by the opponents for a counterattack. Observing this, Lin Quan signaled once more and proactively withdrew to receive the ball. His teammates understood his intent and passed the ball to him. 2 nearby Uruguayan players immediately rushed in to encircle him, aiming to intercept the ball. In the face of their pressing and encirclement, Lin Quan remained unflustered, calmly returning the ball to a teammate in a safer position, thereby neutralizing Uruguay's attempt to pressure. On the sidelines, Bosque was pleasantly surprised by Lin Quan's composure in handling the situation. This young man was demonstrating exceptional skill, even in the defensive midfield role. Indeed, his distribution of possession and control of the tempo were commendable. After he dropped back, his teammates gained a secure outlet, making it difficult for opponents to reclaim the ball, while he consistently managed to deliver safe passes. Consequently, Uruguay's pressing lost its threat. Coach Tony was equally astonished, recognizing this as a hallmark of a defensive midfielder's prowess. This lad was truly versatile. If we weren't lacking an attacking core, I would consider placing him in the defensive midfield position to replace Xavi. Xavi, now 33 years old, was beginning to show signs of decline due to age. By the time of the World Cup next year, he would be nearing 35. Whether he could still serve as Spain's midfield linchpin was uncertain. On the opposite side, Uruguay's coach Tabarez felt a sense of resignation upon witnessing how Spain's backline, orchestrated by Lin Quan, effectively countered their pressing. Why was there no such talent in my squad? If only Uruguay had a midfield genius. Our formidable forwards would be feasting on opportunities. The Uruguayan players, thoroughly outmaneuvered, finally reached their limit. In the 29th minute, as Lin Quan carried the ball, Cavani tackled him fiercely, releasing his pent-up frustration. The referee was unyielding, promptly issuing a yellow card to the Uruguayan. Seeing the referee brandish the card, Lin Quan quickly rose from the ground, not lingering in agony. Cavani's challenge was indeed severe, despite the mitigating effects of his injuries. Lin Quan still felt a sharp pain from the tackle. After several minutes of backpassing, Uruguay's briefly regained attacking momentum was completely disrupted. Noticing this, Lin Quan ceased further backpassing and, upon receiving a pass from a teammate, decisively accelerated, evading the defender before delivering the ball diagonally to Iniesta. Understanding Lin Quan's intention, Iniesta gently nudged the ball forward. Just as he passed it, a swift red figure rushed past, seizing the ball before the opposing players could intervene. The receiver was none other than Lin Quan, who had just assisted Iniesta. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan glanced at the goalkeeper's position and unleashed a shot from 30 meters out. The ball was struck with a magnificent strike, a world-class goal. The Uruguayan goalkeeper, Juan, was slightly slow to react. By the time he attempted to make a save, it was already too late. The football grazed the left post and flew into the net. Spain once again altered the scoreline, leading 3-0 before the 30-minute mark in the first half. The South American champions seemed rather lackluster in comparison. It appeared easier to play against them than against the French team. Chapter completed. Chapter 4 recounts the triumph led by Lin Quan, with Spain decisively defeating Uruguay 5-1. Witnessing Uruguay concede 3 goals in under 30 minutes, the expressions of the Brazilian players on the sidelines grew somber. As fellow South American competitors, Brazil had faced Uruguay numerous times and were well aware of their capabilities. Uruguay currently ranks among the top 3 in South America, only behind Brazil and Argentina. Moreover, they have proven their mettle against these two teams, having eliminated Argentina in the Copa America 2 years prior, ultimately claiming the championship. Yet now, this South American champion was being thoroughly outplayed by Spain, leaving the Brazilian players in shock. Just how formidable is Spain? Gulp. Someone nervously swallowed, seemingly feeling the oppressive presence of Spain even from the sidelines. With a 3-goal deficit, the Uruguayan players were on the brink of despair. Their demeanor grew increasingly frantic, and their actions on the field became more exaggerated than before. The Japanese referee, Yuichi Nishimura, appeared to show sympathy towards the trailing Uruguayans, favoring them in some of his decisions. In the 35th minute, Alba was struck in the face by Rodriguez and fell to the ground, yet the referee remained unresponsive. Uruguay continued their offensive, and in a moment of anger, Ramos directly took down Ramirez. This time, the Japanese referee was not blind, rushing over to issue a yellow card to the Real Madrid defender. Ramos, incensed, raised his fists, eager to argue with the referee. His teammates quickly restrained him, fearing that his temper might lead to expulsion. Nonetheless, Busquets and Xavi, among others, amicably engaged in discussion with the referee. The official remained steadfast in his decision, asserting that the yellow card was justified, while he chose to ignore the previous foul by the Uruguayan team. Uruguay earned a well-positioned free kick, and once the debate between Spain and the referee concluded, Suarez took charge of the set piece. With commendable precision, Suarez lofted the ball into the penalty area, finding his fellow forward, Cavani. Positioned just 7 meters from the goal, Cavani's header was deftly intercepted by the alert Casillas. As the first half drew to a close, a light rain began to fall. The players had to contend with the elements, but fortunately, the rain was not particularly heavy, and no standing water formed on the pitch, minimizing its impact. During halftime, the rain intensified gradually. By the time the second half commenced, some puddles had begun to appear on the field. The accumulation of water on the pitch has significantly impacted Spain's ground offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Uruguay launched a counterattack, eager to capitalize on this moment to alter the scoreline. Unlike Spain, who relies on a technical style of play, Uruguay does not depend on ground advancement. If the ground proves ineffective, they are more than capable of employing aerial tactics and long passes. In the 64th minute, Uruguay executed a long clearance from their defense, targeting striker Luis Suarez. As he faced the defending Peak, Suarez feigned a move, successfully deceiving Peak. Just as he was about to penetrate the penalty area, Peak pulled him down from behind, resulting in a foul just outside the box. The referee issued Peak a yellow card and awarded Uruguay a well-positioned free kick. Earlier in the match, Suarez had taken a similarly positioned free kick, opting to deliver the ball into the box in search of a teammate. This time, however, after surveying Casillas' positioning, he chose to strike directly at goal. The quality of his shot was exceptional, as the ball arced beautifully through the air, heading straight for the upper right corner of the net. Casillas, hindered by his height, was unable to reach the ball, merely watching as it found the back of the net. Uruguay capitalized on the free kick opportunity, with Suarez scoring a goal, bringing the score to 3-1. In the aftermath of his goal, Suarez flashed a triumphant smile at Peak, seemingly responding to pre-match provocations. He had restrained his instinct to bite, instead using his remarkable skill to teach his opponent a lesson, which filled him with pride. Uruguay still had hope. Indeed, Spain's technical style was more adversely affected by the rain than Uruguay's approach. In the stands, Brazilian players, who initially believed Uruguay was finished, felt invigorated upon witnessing the goal. They fancied they had discovered a vulnerability in Spain, which thrilled them immensely. Alas, if only we could control the weather. How advantageous it would be to have rain when we face Spain. The Brazilian players believed Uruguay could turn the tide with the rain, and the Uruguayans shared this sentiment. As the rain intensified, more areas of standing water appeared on the pitch. Spain's passing error rate began to rise, no matter how skilled they were. Their technical prowess faltered under such conditions. Consequently, the more intricate their tactics became, the less effective they proved. Conversely, their long passes and crosses emerged as simpler yet more effective strategies. Thus, from the moment of the goal, Uruguay's offensive became increasingly vigorous, frequently threatening Spain's goal. As the situation grew more dire for Spain, compounded by mistakes due to the waterlogged field, there was a real risk of conceding another goal. Lin Quan recognized the necessity of stepping up. He retreated from the forward position, joining the defensive effort just outside the penalty area. His presence inspired his teammates to retreat as well, compressing the space available for Uruguay's attackers. With an increased number of defenders both inside and around the Spanish penalty area, Uruguay's usual tactics began to lose their efficacy. Neither Cavani nor Suarez possessed the muscular ferocity characteristic of a player like Drogba. While they exhibit considerable impact, their ability to assert themselves within the penalty area is somewhat lacking, particularly when faced with Spain's towering defensive midfielder, Martinez, who frequently retreats to bolster the defense. They find it difficult to gain an advantage in one-on-one confrontations. When Cavani is effectively contained, Suarez's threat tends to escalate. Compared to Cavani, Suarez may lack some speed and explosiveness, yet he compensates with exceptional awareness and a keen instinct for the game, alongside remarkable physical attributes and technical prowess. One distinctive trait of Suarez is his uncanny ability to discover various adept methods to propel the ball into the net, whether through conventional or unconventional means. In 2013, Suarez had yet to reach his pinnacle. It was only upon his transfer to Barcelona, where he formed the formidable MSN trio with Messi and Neymar, that the world truly witnessed his formidable prowess. In the 69th minute, Suarez skillfully maneuvered past Alba, but his shot narrowly missed the post. By the 73rd minute, receiving a pass at the edge of the penalty area, while onlookers anticipated a chest control followed by a shot, Suarez opted instead for an unconventional choice, a subtle crouch followed by a header aimed at the goal. This rare decision, taken from nearly 20 meters away, is seldom seen. Yet its unexpected nature caught the goalkeeper off guard. Casillas, renowned for his swift reflexes, reacted almost instantaneously upon the moment of Suarez's header. Yet, he was fractionally late and ultimately failed to make contact with the ball. The fans of Uruguay were on the verge of celebration when, With a resounding thud, the ball struck the crossbar and rebounded away, eliciting a wave of sighs from the crowd, leaving the Uruguayan supporters profoundly disheartened. Fortune smiled upon the Spaniards. Lin Quan, recognizing the precarious position of his team, sensed that Suarez was regaining his form. If allowed to continue unabated, a goal seemed imminent. Moreover, on the sidelines, Diego Forlan was warming up, preparing to enter the fray. Should he join forces with Suarez to form a fearsome attacking trident, Spain's defense would face an even greater challenge. Consequently, Lin Quan began to assertively demand the ball, determined to retain possession. His teammates placed their trust in him, and following a goal kick from Casillas, Alba promptly relayed the ball to Lin Quan. Initiating an attack from his own half, Lin Quan advanced with the ball, and Suarez promptly appeared before him. With his confidence soaring, Suarez seemed eager to snatch the ball from Lin Quan's feet and seize an opportunity to shoot. Sensing Suarez's urgency, Lin Quan anticipated a momentary lapse, hoping to draw out the opponent's foot. Unbeknownst to the naive Suarez, who misinterpreted Lin Quan's intentions as a mistake, he decisively attempted to intercept the ball. However, as he extended his foot, Suarez suddenly realized something was amiss. Where had the ball gone? Lin Quan executed a deft turn, skillfully maneuvering past Suarez, and swiftly surged towards the Uruguayan half. Prior to launching his offensive, he had already signaled to his teammates. At this moment, his fellow players in the Spanish midfield were hastily dashing forward, converging towards the opposing territory. The Uruguayan players, sensing the imminent threat, felt a wave of urgency. Stop him! Two players immediately charged towards Lin Quan, but before they could encircle him, he had already relayed the ball to a teammate. The defender assigned to Fabregas had shifted to assist in containing Lin Quan, leaving him with ample space, unmarked. Lin Quan's pass was executed with perfect precision, allowing Cesc to effortlessly bring the ball under control. Well done. Cesc silently praised Lin Quan's exceptional delivery. The ability to make such a well-timed pass amidst the heavy rain and puddles on the pitch showcased remarkable skill. Lin Quan's exquisite pass not only facilitated an easy reception for Cesc, but also provided him with the opportunity to assess his teammates' positioning and the defensive alignment of the opponents. Pedro appeared to be on the verge of an offside trap. Passing to him could lead to entrapment. Iniesta, though slightly out of position, was devoid of defenders within a 2-meter radius, making him a viable option for a pass. Time was fleeting, and as this thought crossed his mind, Cesc swung his leg with vigor, striking the ball with force. The football soared past the Uruguayan midfield, landing at the edge of their penalty area. Just in time for Iniesta to arrive, he advanced with the ball, executing a splendid nutmeg to bypass the opposing defender, creating a clear opportunity on goal. Faced with the Uruguayan goalkeeper, Iniesta opted for a shot directed at the far corner. The strike was astutely placed, and although one stretched his arms in an effort to block, he could not make contact. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the inner post and ricocheted into the net. The score now stood at 4-1. Just as Uruguay had managed to recover a goal, they found themselves struck down once more, thwarting their hopes of narrowing the gap. Following this goal, Uruguay's chances had all but evaporated. By the time Spain concluded their celebration, the match had reached the 77th minute. Time was slipping away. After the goal, Spain opted for substitutions. Mata replaced Pedro, and Cazorla took over for Xavi. At his age, having played for over 70 minutes, Xavi had exceeded his expected time on the pitch. Such seasoned veterans deserved ample rest. Fortunately, after this strenuous encounter with Uruguay, the upcoming 2 matches appeared to be less challenging, granting Xavi sufficient time to recuperate. Post-substitutions, Del Bosque reclined comfortably in the coach's seat, humming a gentle tune while observing the match with an appreciative gaze. With a 3-goal lead and Lin Quan still on the field, the remaining minutes dwindling, could victory possibly escape their grasp? As the rain intensified, the water accumulated on the pitch, greatly constraining Spain's ground-based, penetrating style of play. Consequently, in the final minutes of the match, Lin Quan consciously began to increase the frequency of high crosses, urging his teammates to vie for headers within the penalty area. Ramos, who had nearly achieved a header hat-trick in a previous national team match, was eager to showcase his aerial prowess. Whenever a set-piece opportunity arose, he would surge into the opponent's box, actively seeking chances to head the ball towards goal. Observing Ramos's enthusiasm, Lin Quan ensured that his efforts were not in vain. In the 83rd minute, Spain was awarded a corner. Piquín Martínez provided cover for Ramos, who was lurking at the back post, deliberately making runs towards the front post. Being the two tallest players on the Spanish squad, they attracted the closest attention from the Uruguayan defenders, mistakenly believing the ball would be delivered to the front post. The defenders followed their lead, inadvertently creating space in the box. Now was the moment. Lin Quan swiftly directed the ball towards the back post. After evading his marker, Ramos leapt and executed a powerful header, sending the ball crashing into the Uruguayan net. In a state of euphoria following the goal, Ramos instinctively reached for his shirt to celebrate, but halted midway, reminded of his yellow card. Undeterred, he charged towards Lin Quan, signaling for a chest bump celebration. Acknowledging that he deserved half the credit for the goal, Lin Quan leaped up, colliding with Ramos midair. With a resounding thud, Ramos found himself seated on the ground, astonished as he gazed at Lin Quan. "Well done, young man. You've got some strength," he exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected display of power. Not only Ramos, but also the other Spanish teammates were equally surprised. Lin Quan, standing 10 centimeters shorter than Ramos, appeared diminutive in stature. It was anticipated that Lin Quan would be the one at a disadvantage in the collision, but to everyone's astonishment, he had knocked Ramos down. "Haha. No wonder you're a little tank honed in the Bundesliga. With that physicality, you could easily thrive in the Premier League," remarked Peake, who had a brief stint at Manchester United, as he helped Ramos to his feet. David Silva, currently with Manchester City, concurred, "Indeed, if I can handle the Premier League, Lin has no problem at all." Chapter conclusion. In Chapter 5, a remarkable achievement of 12 goals was recorded, breaking the historical record of the Confederations Cup. Ultimately, the match concluded with Spain triumphing over Uruguay with a resounding score of 5-1, marking a triumphant debut in the Confederations Cup. Lin Quan, who excelled with 2 goals and an assist, was rightfully awarded the MVP title post-match. Anyone who witnessed the game would agree that this accolade was well-deserved, as his performance on both offensive and defensive fronts was nothing short of exceptional. Following this pivotal match, South American spectators were left with a profound impression of this young player hailing from Spain. As one of the twin stars of the Confederations Cup, Brazil's prodigious talent Neymar ignited a fervor within himself after witnessing Spain's match. Unwilling to lag behind, he contributed with a goal and an assist just 2 days later in a resounding 2-0 victory over Mexico. Although the scoreline suggests a comfortable win for Brazil, the match itself was anything but devoid of suspense and excitement. Neymar, in splendid form, netted a goal merely 9 minutes into the match, establishing an early lead for the hosts. However, Mexico retaliated swiftly, with Javier Hernandez scoring in the 14th minute, only for the goal to be disallowed by the referee, as the linesman flagged for offside. Yet, slow-motion replays revealed the goal to have been legitimate. Undeterred by the disallowed goal, the Mexican players launched a series of counterattacks in the first half, exerting considerable pressure on Brazil's defense. In an effort to curtail the opposing offense, key defenders Thiago Silva and Dani Alves both received yellow cards. The tension remained palpable until the 90th minute, when Neymar once again rose to the occasion, assisting a teammate to secure a final score of 2-0, thus sealing the victory. Despite Brazil's win, their performance did not exhibit the same dominance as Spain's overwhelming 5-1 triumph over Uruguay just days prior. Moreover, Mexico's capabilities were not on par with those of Uruguay, ranked 5th in the world, compared to Mexico's 14th position, highlighting a significant disparity between the two teams. This display by Brazil has instigated concerns. Can they truly prevail against the currently formidable Spain? Following the match, while Brazil secured victory and advanced from their group, the expectations for their title defense in the Confederations Cup diminished. Betting odds reflected this shift, with Spain widening the gap over Brazil. Spain's odds stood at 1.73, while Brazil's were at 2.18, indicating a stronger belief in Spain's potential to win. Despite the skepticism surrounding Brazil's chances for a repeat championship, Neymar's performance in the match garnered abundant praise from the media. His contributions in both matches were commendable, not only scoring in consecutive games, but also assisting his teammates in finding the net. His flamboyant style of play has endeared him to many fans, as South American players are renowned for their exquisite footwork and captivating technique, contrasting sharply with their European counterparts. Just as Neymar dazzles with his flair, fellow player Lin Quan offers a more straightforward, pragmatic approach. Neymar consistently showcases his skills and dribbling prowess, and each successful display often elicits cheers from the crowd. However, in Lin Quan, one can hardly observe an abundance of flamboyant maneuvers and intricate techniques. His repertoire is rather straightforward, employing simple yet effective tactics such as a deft flick or a subtle touch, utilizing variations in rhythm to execute dribbles and breakthroughs. He rarely resorts to flamboyant moves like the bicycle kick. As for techniques like the cowtail or the pendulum dribble, they are seldom witnessed in his gameplay. These two distinctly contrasting styles inevitably result in a completely different audience of fans. Enthusiasts who appreciate simplicity and practicality often find it challenging to admire the extravagant flair of a player like Neymar, perceiving his style as overly ostentatious. Conversely, those who revel in exquisite techniques may struggle to appreciate Lin Quan's approach, deeming it rather mundane. Of course, there exists no hierarchical distinction in football skills. As long as the ultimate objective is achieved, all techniques are commendable. However, while skills may be equal, the championship trophy is singular. Whosoever secures victory in this Confederations Cup will undoubtedly hold the upper hand in their rivalry. After concluding their match against Uruguay, Spain was granted a 4-day respite. Following this interlude, they faced the weakest opponent in their group, Tahiti. Given the overwhelming disparity in strength, coach Del Bosque opted to field numerous substitutes. Only Martinez and David Silva, who had started the previous match, remained on the pitch. Several key players, including Lin Quan, found themselves on the bench. Thanks to the extensive rotation within the team, players like Torres and Villa were afforded the opportunity to start. Since Lin Quan's arrival at the club, Torres had not seen a starting position for quite some time. He found himself reminiscing about the days when he was a regular starter, contributing significantly to Spain's triumphs. Eager to seize the moment, T9 exhibited an exemplary attitude in this match. Merely 2 minutes into the game, Torres struck first, putting Spain ahead 1-0. In the 15th minute, David Silva added another goal, extending the lead to 2-0. 10 minutes later, Torres netted his second, making it 3-0. By the 39th minute, Villa, affectionately known as the Little Hero, scored his first goal of the match, bringing the score to 4-0. By halftime, Spain had already established a commanding 4-goal advantage, and statistics reflected their dominance, boasting an 88% possession rate with 19 shots, 11 of which were on target. In stark contrast, their opponents had yet to register a single shot, possessing a meager 12 of the ball. The ball rarely lingered at their feet for more than 5 seconds before being reclaimed by a Spanish player. Yet, one cannot entirely fault them. With a mere population of 170,000, assembling 11 players is a formidable task. Only one player on their team is a professional, competing in a low-tier Oceania league, while the majority are semi-professional or amateur athletes who do not rely on football for their livelihoods. To them, playing football is merely a pastime. Thus, defeating such opponents poses no challenge for world champions. It is the prospect of losing that presents a true difficulty. Even a single goal conceded on the field would undoubtedly make headlines the following day, inviting ridicule from fans worldwide. Observing their teammates dominate the game, the starters seated on the bench feel quite at ease. Might they be playing a bit too aggressively? Indeed, it seems so. If this continues, the match score may very well escalate into double digits. However, it has been quite some time since Torres and the others last played, making it implausible for them to temper their performance. After voicing their thoughts, everyone turned to Lin Quan, who, since his arrival, has made it so that not only Torres, the center forward, but even Villa, capable of playing as a winger, has seen his opportunities dwindle. Lin Quan feigned innocence, asking, "Why are you all looking at me? It's the coach's preference for a no-striker formation, not my fault. His position is that of a half-forward, rather than a traditional forward stationed at the front line. It is indeed an unfair characterization to say he has usurped the positions of Torres and others. If Spain requires a forward in the future, Torres will still have a chance. Nonetheless, Morata's rapid development suggests that he may completely eclipse Torres's position in a few years." During halftime, Spain made no personnel changes. As the second half commenced, the relentless Torres and Villa showed no intention of easing up. In the 49th minute, Villa netted his second goal of the match, bringing the score to 5-0. 8 minutes later, Torres completed a hat trick, altering the score to 6-0. 7 minutes thereafter, Villa also achieved a hat trick, pushing the score to 7-0. 2 minutes later, Mata scored from a direct free kick, elevating the score to 8-0. In the 69th minute, Torres added another goal, achieving a remarkable 4-goal tally, with the score now standing at 9-0. Shouldn't someone remind them to temper their approach? If this continues, I fear the opponents may suffer lasting psychological trauma. On the bench, the compassionate Morata could hardly bear to watch. This was truly a rout, with over 20 minutes remaining. The score was nearing double digits. It seemed they heard their unspoken plea, as Del Bosque began to make substitutions. Lin Quan came on for Cazorla, Iniesta replaced Mata, and Morata took Villa's place. Del Bosque's intention in bringing Lin Quan and Iniesta onto the field was to warm them up and prepare for the upcoming match against Nigeria. Given Nigeria's average strength, Spain would still rotate their squad. However, to ensure a solid performance, Lin Quan and Iniesta would be deployed. As for veterans like Xavi, they would remain on the bench, with decisions to be made based on the match's progression. Once on the pitch, Lin Quan naturally assumed the role of midfield conductor, while Iniesta took Mata's position, acting as the team's left winger. Morata replaced Villa, taking on the role of right winger. This individual possesses a remarkable balance with both feet, rendering him versatile in his positioning on the field. He seems capable of playing as a center forward or on either wing, reminiscent of Lin Quan. However, his technical prowess and passing vision fall short of Lin Quan's, thus limiting his ability to play as an attacking midfielder. Lin, pass it to me, pass it to me. Let me score. Upon seeing Lin Quan in possession, Morata immediately gestured for the ball, as if he had completely forgotten the words spoken from the bench moments prior. It remains unclear who suggested he should show restraint. Morata's movement off the ball is exceptional. When he called for the ball, his positioning surpassed that of Torres. Consequently, Lin Quan acquiesced to his request and, after evading an approaching defender, delivered a precise through ball. The pass was timed perfectly. Had Morata failed to outpace the defender before him, he would have missed the opportunity. What a remarkable Morata. Once he received the pass from Lin Quan, he swiftly accelerated, brushing aside the defender, and surged into the penalty area before unleashing a powerful shot that found the back of the net. In contrast to his towering height of nearly 190 centimeters, the Tahitian defender standing against him was under 180 centimeters and weighed nearly 10 kilograms less. Moreover, as they were not professional players and lacked rigorous training in physical confrontations, their physical capabilities were clearly mismatched. Morata's shove bore a striking resemblance to the way Holland would overpower defenders a decade later. However, while Holland faced top-tier defenders from Europe's major leagues, Morata's competition was far less formidable. After scoring, Morata dashed towards Lin Quan, who deftly sidestepped to avoid his embrace, adopting an expression of unfamiliarity with the exuberant striker. The score had escalated to 10-0. Yet there was no sign of despair or defeat among the Tahitian players. On the contrary, they exhibited a spirited determination, fully engaged in the match, seemingly relishing the experience. This marked Tahiti's inaugural participation in an international tournament. Having seized the opportunity to compete in the Confederations Cup after the reigning Oceania champions, New Zealand, were unexpectedly eliminated by a lesser team. For the Tahitian players, merely standing on this grand stage was already a victory. They were not so presumptuous as to believe they could triumph over the world powerhouse, Spain. Furthermore, in their previous match against Nigeria, despite suffering a defeat, they managed to score a goal, achieving a historic breakthrough on the world stage. With that single goal, even if they were to face overwhelming losses in subsequent matches, they would hold no regrets. The unwavering spirit of the Tahitian players, coupled with their positive attitude and indomitable will, earned them the applause of the spectators. Even with the scoreline reading 10-0, the audience remained thoroughly entertained and passionately cheered them on. Score one. Score one. Many Brazilian fans, reveling in the spectacle, even hoped that the Tahitian Islands would manage to score against Spain. Such an outcome would serve both as a reward for their earnest efforts and a means to humiliate the world champions. However, their scheme appeared rather improbable. Once Lin Quan took to the field, he meticulously organized Spain's midfield, firmly controlling the pace of the match and leaving no opportunities for the opponents to counterattack. In the 78th minute, Torres seized a gap and was about to signal for the ball when Lin Quan's brilliant pass reached his feet. Surprised yet delighted, Torres marveled at the finesse of his teammates' delivery. He wasted no time capitalizing on Lin Quan's exquisite assist. After maneuvering past the goalkeeper, he slotted the ball into the empty net, securing his 5th goal of the match. Following the goal, Torres immediately ran to Lin Quan, embracing him in celebration. "Thank you for the pass. It was splendid." Since Lin Quan joined the team, Torres had lost his starting position, and to claim he bore no resentment would be disingenuous. However, After receiving this assist, all his grievances evaporated. The opposing team's prowess indeed surpassed his own, and Lin Quan's contributions to the team were invaluable. Losing to him was something Torres accepted wholeheartedly. You excel in your positioning. Lin Quan, unaware of Torres's internal sentiments, offered him praise. Although Torres's explosiveness had diminished post-injury, his experience and awareness remained intact, qualities that Morata still needed to cultivate. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan scored his first goal of the match from a free kick, leading the team to a resounding victory over the Tahitian Islands with a score of 12-0. This score shattered the record for the largest margin in a single match in the Confederations Cup, previously held by Brazil's 8-2 rout of Saudi Arabia in 1999. Spain had doubled that record, unless another team as weak as the Tahitian Islands appeared in future Confederations Cups. It would be nearly impossible for subsequent teams to surpass this feat. Chapter conclusion. After the match, the players from the Tahitian Islands bore no signs of disappointment or sorrow. They seemingly had prepared themselves mentally for such a disastrous outcome. More than the scoreline, they were eager for the post-match ritual of exchanging jerseys. Having only seen these Spanish stars on television, they now stood before them, and the opportunity to obtain jerseys and autographs was too alluring to pass up. Consequently, after the match, they flocked to the Spanish players, hoping to exchange jerseys. Despite the lopsided score, the Spanish players felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet they graciously agreed to the exchanges. As a young player on the team, Lin Quan initially thought few would seek to swap jerseys with him. To his surprise, he turned out to be the second most popular player after Iniesta. 3 individuals eagerly sought to exchange jerseys with him, rendering a single jersey utterly insufficient. Typically, such exchanges would suffice. However, after acquiring the jerseys, these individuals did not spare even Lin Quan's shorts, socks, or shoes. Lin Quan found himself in a state of bemusement. These fellows resembled nothing less than a throng of fervent fans rather than fellow players. Yet, upon glimpsing the equally stripped-down Iniesta and the immaculate Harvey seated on the bench, who had not set foot on the field for even a minute, he felt a sudden sense of equilibrium wash over him. Why is no one seeking to swap jerseys with me? Morata lamented, his expression one of discontent. He believed that, as a star hailing from Real Madrid, he should garner more recognition, even if he could not attain the same status as Lin Quan or Iniesta. A simple jersey exchange would suffice. Perhaps once you establish your position as a key player at Real Madrid, comparable to Cristiano Ronaldo, then that might change. Morata scoffed. Yet, how simple did that sound? Having worked alongside Ronaldo, he had come to realize the formidable talent he possessed. Morata felt himself leagues away from that level. Furthermore, rumors circulated that the club was in discussions with a swift Welsh winger. Should that individual join the team, Morata's chances of playing would likely diminish further. This contemplation cast a shadow over Morata's mood. As a product of Real Madrid's youth academy, he held a deep affection for the club and aspired to make a name for himself there, unwilling to consider leaving. However, if that Welsh winger truly proved exceptional, he would have to seriously contemplate his future. Following their match against the Tahitian Islands, Spain had secured qualification. As long as they did not lose to Nigeria by 13 goals in their next match, they would clinch the top spot in their group. Given Spain's prowess, no team in the world could best them by that margin. Thus, although theoretically possible, they had effectively assured themselves of group leadership. In light of this, Bosque granted the team a day off to bask in the warmth of the Brazilian sun and the beauty of its beaches. The players responded with enthusiastic cheers and applause to their coach's decision. After a few chants extolling his wisdom, they swiftly packed their belongings and departed. Rio de Janeiro is a renowned tourist destination, celebrated for having the finest sunshine and beaches in all of Brazil. Naturally, beyond the sun and sand, what captivated the Spanish players were the voluptuous beauties of various forms gracing the shores. Due to Brazil's less-than-ideal safety conditions, Bosque advised the players against venturing out alone, urging them to explore in pairs. Consequently, Lin Quan, Morata, and several other young players made arrangements to go out together. This one earns a 9. A perfect physique and an 8 for looks. Morata and his companions reclined on their loungers, critiquing the parade of beautiful women passing by. This won't do. Just look at that. Now that is truly remarkable. TSK, lacking discernment. This one is far more enchanting. Look, he even cast a flirtatious glance my way. Morata, with an air of understanding, seemed almost to have the words experienced written across his forehead. Chelsea's young defender, Azpilicueta, gazed at him in admiration. Martin, you are so perceptive. Well, of course. We are figures renowned in the nightclubs of Madrid. How could we not understand? Morata declared. Come, let me show you how to charm the ladies. Merely watching here is of no use. We must take the initiative. As Pilicueta nodded eagerly, while Isco appeared somewhat reluctant. He felt that mingling with Morata was beneath him, as their true leader was Lin Quan. Unfortunately, Lin Quan had little interest in the beauties on the beach and had dashed off to play beach soccer with others. Is beach soccer truly that enjoyable? Isco, intrigued, moved closer to observe. After a few glances, his eyes became fixated. Who was that hefty fellow opposite Lin Quan? Skillfully maneuvering despite his size? This defied logic. Then there was another man, sporting a prominent overbite, wearing a black, fuzzy hat, with a scruffy beard and a laugh that was almost grotesque. His use of the cow tail was delightful, leaving spectators in awe. Isco felt a sense of enlightenment. It was no wonder Brazil was a footballing powerhouse. The level of beach soccer here was astonishing. Yet, Lin Quan, despite his prowess, was trailing the opposing team by a point. Wait a moment. Upon closer inspection, Isco finally recognized these disheveled figures. Wasn't that Ronaldinho and Ronaldo? It had been a while since he last saw them. How had they both let their physiques deteriorate to such an extent? Ronaldo was somewhat understandable, having been retired for over 2 years. South American players are typically not very disciplined, and it's reasonable to expect a lack of physique management post-retirement. However, Ronaldinho, Isco recalled that he had yet to retire. Though he had completely departed from the top leagues, he was still an active player. How could he neglect his image management to this degree? With his unkempt stubble and that greasy hat that appeared to have not been removed for days. Isco shook his head, choosing to dismiss such thoughts and refocus on the match. The rules of beach soccer differ from traditional football. The format is somewhat akin to basketball. The entire game is divided into 3 segments, each lasting 12 minutes. Moreover, beach soccer allows for continuous substitutions, akin to basketball, with players being able to re-enter unless sent off with a red card. Unlike conventional football, players must play barefoot, a challenge for those accustomed to wearing cleats, as they must quickly adapt to the sensation of the sand. Lin Quan was experiencing this firsthand. In the first segment of the match, Lin Quan's team was already trailing by a goal. Little Ronaldo delivered a splendid pass to Big Ronaldo, who executed his signature pendulum dribble, deftly maneuvering past the goalkeeper to score into an empty net. In the second quarter, Lin Quan began to acclimatize, collaborating with his teammates to net a goal. However, little Ronaldo showcased a spectacular flick and turned, adding another goal to the tally, thus asserting dominance over Lin Quan's team with a score of 2-1. The match was enthralling, and the crowd, having recognized the identities of Big Ronaldo and Little Ronaldo, grew in number. Who is this fellow? Even Big and Little Ronaldo cannot subdue him? He appears to be of Asian descent. Could he be Japanese? Brazil has a significant population of Japanese immigrants, exceeding 2 million. No, I think I've seen him on television before. He seems to be a player from Spain. Now that you mention it, this guy appears quite formidable. He scored 2 goals against Uruguay previously. Is that true? Is Uruguay really that weak? As the Confederations Cup was being held in Brazil, and considering Spain was viewed as Brazil's principal rival, many had watched Spain's matches and quickly recognized Lin Quan. Upon realizing that their opponent was a Spanish international, the curiosity of the onlookers peaked. Would the duo of Little and Big Ronaldo triumph? Or could this remarkable young Spaniard turn the game around? Soon, the third quarter commenced. Lin Quan, having fully adapted to playing barefoot, displayed a marked improvement compared to the previous 2 quarters. This left Big and Little Ronaldo furrowing their brows. Could this young man still enhance his game? No, they had to suppress him. He must not gain momentum. Big Ronaldo rushed over to personally defend Lin Quan. After gaining weight, he had ballooned to nearly 100 kilograms, granting him a significant advantage in physical confrontations. When Lin Quan made contact, it felt as if he had collided with a wall, making it difficult to unsettle him. Consequently, he quickly altered his strategy, opting to avoid physical clashes with Big Ronaldo. Lin Quan nudged the ball to the left, shifting his weight in that direction, feigning an attempt to break through from the left. Big Ronaldo immediately adjusted his weight, striving to match his opponent's rhythm. However, upon seeing Lin Quan's weight shift, he swiftly transferred his focus to the right. Although Big Ronaldo was attempting to adjust his center of gravity, his movements were noticeably lagging. Yet, as he was readjusting, Lin Quan shifted his weight back to his left leg, then quickly rebounded, nudging the ball away with his right foot, leaving Big Ronaldo momentarily stunned. Wait a moment. A pendulum dribble? Big Ronaldo was left in shock after being outmaneuvered by his own signature move. Was that truly a pendulum dribble? It seemed similar yet different. The motion resembled it, but a true pendulum dribble does not touch the ball until the final moment. However, this player swung his body while simultaneously manipulating the ball, creating a greater deception and a more challenging execution. What extraordinary ball control must one possess to execute such a maneuver? In a fleeting moment of distraction, he failed to employ a foul tactic to impede Lin Quan, merely watching as Lin Quan deftly maneuvered past his teammates and scored. The score was leveled. How does it feel? Xiao Luo approached and patted De Luo's shoulder, observing Lin Quan celebrating with his teammates, and inquired. Remarkable. His ball sense surpasses mine, and his physical flexibility is unmatched, De Luo humbly replied. Xiao Luo glanced at his protruding belly, pondering that given his current condition, it was hardly surprising that the opponent outperformed him. I meant in peak condition. That is precisely what I referred to, De Luo emphasized, seemingly reading Xiao Luo's thoughts. Now it was Xiao Luo's turn to be astonished. Is that true? You cannot surpass him even at your peak? Let me defend against him. Xiao Luo, skeptical, believed that De Luo's inability to guard him was merely a consequence of his long retirement and subsequent decline in form. After all, he had yet to retire. Surely his competitive state must be superior to that of the hefty De Luo. Facing Xiao Luo, Lin Quan once more executed a feint to the left. However, Xiao Luo was more agile than De Luo and matched Lin Quan's rhythm. You think to deceive me with this trick? I won't fall for it. Just as he felt triumphant, he realized that Lin Quan, using the outside of his foot, deftly redirected the ball with the same foot's inside, altering its trajectory from left to right. This was a continuous touch, not akin to a mere double touch. Such a dribbling technique was Xiao Luo's signature move. The cowtail, the sudden shift caught Xiao Luo off guard. Despite his preparations, he was cleanly evaded. Witnessing Lin Quan penetrate their defense once more, he scored again, turning the match in his team's favor. Xiao Luo stood with hands on hips, helplessly watching Lin Quan's retreating figure. This fellow, was it intentional or merely accidental? De Luo sauntered over, nudging him with his elbow, and teasingly asked, how does it feel to be outmaneuvered by your own signature skill? Xiao Luo shot a glare at the gleeful De Luo and solemnly admitted, I concede your earlier claim. This chap is formidable. However, he cannot possibly compare to my peak performance. He retained some confidence in this regard. The cowtail of others was simply not on par with his own. Though Lin Quan executed the cowtail exquisitely, Xiao Luo believed that the opponent likely did not frequently employ such a technique, resulting in certain imperfections in his execution. Should the young man lower himself to seek his guidance, Xiao Luo would willingly offer some insights. Yet, given Lin Quan's innate ball sense and his ability to harmonize with the ball, it appeared that he might not require such techniques. Overusing the cowtail could place significant strain on one's ankles. It was wise to avoid it when possible. Ultimately, under Lin Quan's leadership, his team triumphed over Xiao Luo and De Luo's squad with a score of 3-2. Kid, you played remarkably well. How old are you this year? After the match, Ronaldo displayed an exuberant demeanor. Having fulfilled the requests for photographs and autographs from the enthusiastic fans in attendance, he proactively approached Lin Quan to engage in conversation. Lin, who is a mere 17 years and 5 months old, caught the attention of Isco, who, upon witnessing his childhood idol taking the initiative to inquire, was overwhelmed with excitement and eagerly responded to Ronaldo on Lin's behalf. Only 17? Goodness, it's truly inconceivable. Ronaldo expressed astonishment upon learning Lin's age, seemingly taken aback by the remarkable skills exhibited by such a young lad. This revelation sparked in him a genuine admiration for talent, prompting him to suggest, I have considerable connections in Brazil. Would you like me to introduce you to a professional club? Both Isco and Lin were momentarily stunned by his proposition. Noticing their disbelief, Ronaldo hurriedly brought over Ronaldinho. This guy currently plays for Atlético Mineiro. He can assist you. Ronaldinho covered his face with his hand, exclaiming, cough, cough. This young man is the starting forward for Spain, a player for Barcelona. Ronaldo replied, cough, cough. My apologies, I haven't been keeping up with La Liga recently. But since you are a Spanish player, I shall make it a point to observe your performance on the pitch. Ronaldinho hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Ronaldo that he was not in La Liga, but rather in the Bundesliga. Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that if Ronaldo seldom watched La Liga, he was unlikely to follow the Bundesliga. "All right, enough of this embarrassment," he said, waving to Lin Quan and swiftly leading Ronaldo away. Nevertheless, Ronaldinho was eagerly anticipating Lin's performance on the field, prompting the two of them to turn back and check the schedule for Spain's matches. And they promptly purchased 2 tickets for their game against Nigeria. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 7. Match footage released, sparking nationwide debate. Alberto, a fervent supporter of the Brazilian national team, like many of his compatriots, has harbored a passion for football since childhood and remains unwavering in his support for his nation's squad. The ongoing Confederations Cup, held on home soil, has naturally captivated the attention and sparked discussions among countless Brazilians. As a dedicated fan, Alberto has not missed a single match, ensuring his presence at every game featuring the Brazilian team. Prior to the final group stage match between Brazil and Italy, Alberto arrived at the stadium early, as was his custom, and settled into his seat. With time to spare before the match commenced, he took out his phone to browse social media, eager to catch up on the latest updates from the players he followed and influential figures. The online discourse regarding the comparative prowess of Neymar and Lin Quan had garnered increasing attention and debate. Brazilian supporters predominantly rallied behind Neymar, asserting his superiority, while the fans in Europe largely favored Lin Quan, believing him to be the stronger player. As a Brazilian fan, Alberto had consistently monitored Neymar's performance, possessing unwavering confidence in his abilities. What nonsense! This Spanish newcomer could never match Neymar's strength. Neymar is unworthy of receiving even a pair of shoes. With this thought in mind, he commented on the topic. The Spaniard should learn some skills before boasting. Only when he can execute tricks like the bicycle kick, the elastico, and the pendulum dribble on the field will he have the right to compare himself to Neymar. Alberto had never witnessed Lin Quan's matches, yet he had heard from others that the opponent lacked any skills, which led him to harbor a certain disdain for him. This viewpoint holds considerable sway within Brazil. Brazilian players are renowned for their exquisite footwork and a plethora of tricks, showcasing extraordinary creativity on the pitch. In contrast, European players emphasize discipline, often appearing as a mechanical assembly devoid of distinctive flair. Such a style of play does not sit well with Brazilians. After making his comment, Alberto scrolled to a video. It was a clip filmed by a tourist at the beach, capturing a group engaged in a match of beach soccer. This sport is commonplace in the football kingdom of Brazil. Passionate Brazilians, even while basking in the sun by the seaside, cannot resist the urge to bring a football along for some fun on the sand. Initially, Alberto was not particularly interested in this video and merely clicked on it casually. However, upon discovering that the beach soccer players were Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, his attention was instantly captivated. Ronaldo, often referred to as the alien, and Ronaldinho, known as the elf on the pitch, are held in high esteem by Brazilian fans. They had once united to secure a World Cup trophy for Brazil, and that particular team is celebrated as the strongest Brazil team in history. With these thoughts, a wave of nostalgia washed over Alberto. He had assumed that with both Ronaldo and Ronaldinho on their team, victory would come easily. Yet, upon seeing the final score, he was taken aback, 3-2. The team of Ronaldo and Ronaldinho had actually lost? How could this be? Were they up against a squad of professional players? He patiently watched the entire video and was astounded. The young player on the opposing team was exceedingly audacious, performing the pendulum dribble in front of Ronaldo and the elastico in front of Ronaldinho. Moreover, he managed to outmaneuver both of them. Wait a moment. This player looks somewhat familiar. Had he seen him somewhere before? Suddenly, it struck Alberto like a bolt from the blue. This was none other than the winger from the Spanish team, who was often compared to Neymar. He could actually execute the elastico and the pendulum dribble. Alberto recalled his previous online comment and felt as though he had been slapped in the face, experiencing a sharp sting of humiliation. He was not the only one who discovered this video, thanks to the tags featuring Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Lin Quan. The video garnered significant views and engagement. Its view count swiftly soared into the millions, even reaching tens of millions, and it rapidly spread from South America to Europe, capturing the attention of many more. Is this truly Lin Quan? The pendulum dribbling is extraordinary. Haha, even Ronaldo is astonished. Who knew the pendulum could be employed in such a manner? Lin Quan's cowtail move is impressive too. Those who claimed Lin Quan lacks the cowtail and similar skills must surely be feeling embarrassed now. It is indeed surprising to discover the vast array of techniques Lin Quan possesses. However, one must wonder why we have not seen him employ these skills in matches. The answer lies in his superior dribbling abilities. Moves like the cowtail or the bicycle kick ultimately serve to help players bypass defenders. Lin Quan accomplishes this without resorting to such techniques. Thus, why would he need to employ them? As this video continues to circulate, Lin Quan's popularity escalates. Several sponsors have approached Pelé, eager to have Lin Quan endorse their brands. Neymar, take a look at this. Inside the Brazil team's locker room, a teammate handed Neymar his iPad, displaying footage of Lin Quan's beach soccer match against Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. What is this? Neymar curiously glanced at it, his gaze instantly fixated. It seems I have underestimated him. This fellow's prowess surpasses my expectations. Nonetheless, it matters not. I shall demonstrate through my performance in the upcoming matches who truly is the standout player of this Confederations Cup. Half an hour later, the match between Brazil and Italy commenced. Neymar's demeanor was unusually serious, displaying remarkable activity on the field. He frequently penetrated the opposing penalty area with the ball, and even when Italy initiated an attack, he retreated to participate in defense at the edge of his own penalty area. His fervent defensive efforts even earned him a yellow card for an overly aggressive challenge. Such an enthusiastic attitude quickly caught the attention of the spectators and the Brazilian coaching staff. What has sparked Neymar's intensity today? Why is he performing with such zeal? Scolari inquired curiously to his assistant. Within just 20 minutes, he had observed Neymar actively engaging in defense multiple times, a rarity in the past. I'm not sure. Perhaps that young Spaniard has provoked him? The assistant coaches speculated, uncertain of the reasons behind Neymar's transformation. The media often juxtaposes Neymar with Lin Quan, and perhaps this comparison has incited Neymar's newfound determination. If that is indeed the case, it may prove beneficial for both parties. Scolari chuckled. Talented prodigies like Neymar, distinguished among their peers, can easily develop an arrogant disposition. Such an attitude undoubtedly hinders their potential for greater advancement. If they can recognize that formidable opponents exist beyond their immediate sphere and rectify this detrimental trait to become more proactive, it would be advantageous not only for the players themselves, but for Brazilian football as a whole. In the stands, seasoned scout Joseph Minguella from Barcelona nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing Neymar's attitude on the pitch. He turned to the club's sporting director, Andoni Zubizarreta, and remarked, "We have made an exceptional transfer. Neymar's prowess and talent are unparalleled, and his arrival will undoubtedly provide tremendous assistance to the team." With both Messi at his peak and the burgeoning star Neymar, Barcelona might very well contemplate reclaiming the coveted Champions League trophy that has eluded them for so long. Upon hearing Minguella's words, Zubizarreta felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment and instinctively inquired, "Who do you believe is superior, Neymar or Lin Quan?" The decision to part ways with Lin Quan would forever remain an indelible stain on both him and Rosell. Moreover, as Lin Quan continued to grow stronger on the field, the pressure on the two of them naturally escalated. Thus, Zubizarreta harbored an even greater desire than anyone else for Neymar to decisively overshadow Lin Quan. To this end, he would even support Brazil in their quest for victory, forsaking his own homeland of Spain. Minguella furrowed his brow, seemingly discontent with the comparison between Neymar and Lin Quan. Nonetheless, regarding the current display of their abilities, he candidly stated, "Lin Quan is indeed stronger. However, if Neymar were to collaborate with Messi, they could potentially create a synergy that surpasses expectations." Zubizarreta appeared to only hear the first half of that statement, and his expression instantly darkened. On the field, the proactive Neymar finally reaped his rewards just before the first half concluded. In the 45th minute, he executed a free kick, assisting his teammate Dante in scoring, putting Brazil ahead 1-0. Although Neymar did not score the goal himself, he was the architect of the opportunity that led to it. As the second half commenced, Italy seized a counterattack opportunity, with Giacarini finding the net to equalize the score. Following the equalizer, Italy's defense became increasingly resolute, demonstrating the effectiveness of their coordinated defense. Just as the match appeared to be veering into a stalemate, Neymar once again emerged as a pivotal figure. He capitalized on a free kick opportunity, breaching Buffon's defenses to score, thus altering the scoreline to 2-1. This goal marked Neymar's achievement of scoring in 3 consecutive matches, making him the first player in this Confederations Cup to reach such a milestone. Furthermore, with 3 goals, he drew level with Lin Quan at the top of the scoring chart. Following Neymar's goal, Brazilian fans erupted into exuberant celebration. Over 70,000 supporters in attendance chanted his name in unison, as if to crown him king in that very moment. Since the retirement of Ronaldo, the fading presence of Ronaldinho from the top leagues, and Kaká's decline due to injuries, the once illustrious Brazilian team has gradually lost its star appeal. Although they still boast numerous players in the top leagues, they lack true superstars akin to Messi and Ronaldo. This reality is simply unacceptable and intolerable for the footballing nation of Brazil. At this moment, Neymar's emergence illuminated a glimmer of hope for the Brazilian fans. Countless supporters placed their aspirations upon his shoulders, yearning for him to lead the five-time champions of Brazil back to their rightful throne. Alberto, like many other Brazilian fans, was overwhelmed with excitement, his voice nearly hoarse from cheering and his hands reddened from applause. Once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but ponder, what kind of performance would that Spanish player deliver against the Italian team? In a private box within the stadium, Spanish players, witnessing Neymar's extraordinary display, began to murmur among themselves. This player appears formidable. No wonder Barcelona invested 57 million to acquire him. He truly possesses remarkable talent. They had not closely followed Brazil's previous matches, but the outcome of this game against Italy would directly determine their next opponent, prompting the Spanish side to pay attention. Even without observing Neymar's prior performances, his brilliance and innate talent were evident in this match alone. His playing style was resplendent, brimming with imaginative flair, embodying the quintessential South American player. However, unlike many other flamboyant South American players, his style was not only dazzling but also lethal. Italy's predicament of trailing on the scoreboard was significantly influenced by Neymar's prowess. Could Italy equalize? It was uncertain, with the unpredictable Balotelli on their team. Who could stop him when he was in form? Yet, if he were off his game, he would be of little use. David Silva, who had previously been Balotelli's teammate, could not refrain from voicing his criticism. Balotelli's talent was undeniably exceptional. His technical skills and physical attributes were top-notch. Yet, he lacked one crucial component: a wise mind. Had his intellect been even slightly more attuned, his achievements in football would surely surpass his current status. Just as Silva concluded his remarks, Balotelli collapsed in Brazil's penalty area. The referee, noticing a foul, promptly blew his whistle. However, in that instant, Chiellini surged forward and volleyed the ball into the net. The referee hesitated, momentarily unsure of how to adjudicate the situation. Balotelli, having quickly risen to his feet, joyfully stripped off his jersey and dashed to celebrate. Ultimately, the referee deemed the goal valid. This decision incited considerable discontent among the Brazilian team. Their goalkeeper, Caesar, asserted that he refrained from making a save because he heard the referee's whistle, thus nullifying the goal. Nevertheless, the referee maintained that Chiellini's shooting motion was already completed when he blew the whistle, making the goal count. Boos erupted from the Brazilian fans, and the players expressed their fervent protests to the referee for a prolonged period. Despite the controversy, the referee remained steadfast in his ruling, and the match continued. Having taken the lead twice only to be equalized each time, one might have expected Brazil's momentum to falter. However, the Brazilian team, ignited by their fury, scored 2 goals within the subsequent 5 minutes, altering the score to 4-2. At this juncture, Italy found themselves utterly powerless to recover. Ultimately, the match concluded with Brazil triumphing over Italy with a score of 4-2, achieving 3 victories and securing the top position in the group to advance to the semifinals. Meanwhile, Italy, finishing second in the group, would face Spain in the semifinals. The long-anticipated clash between Spain and Brazil would have to wait until the finals to unfold. Chapter completed. Chapter 8. Dribbling past multiple opponents, astonishing Brazilian fans. On the final day of the group stage, Spain faced off against the African Eagles of Nigeria at the Maracana Stadium. While Nigeria's strength was not formidable, it was not particularly weak either. Consequently, Spain fielded a lineup that was half main players and half substitutes. Although the Spaniards perceived this as half of their reserves, the Nigerian players regarded their opponent's substitute lineup as more extravagant than their own starting team. Thus, even with substitutes on the field, victory was not guaranteed for Spain. The progression of the match confirmed this sentiment. Merely 3 minutes into the game, Lin Quan made a breakthrough on the flank, cutting inside after dribbling past 3 defenders, and entered the penalty area. Faced with the goalkeeper, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner, executing a stunning solo effort that altered the score. The goal was truly remarkable, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. In front of Lin Quan, the opposing defenders appeared as clumsy as wooden stakes, having no chance to react as he elegantly glided past them. Even the Brazilian fans, despite their unwavering support for Neymar and their initial disdain for Lin Quan, had to concede that this particular goal was executed with exquisite finesse. While Neymar has achieved similar solo goals, they are rare and often appear far less effortless than Lin Quan's effort. During the execution of this recent goal, Lin Quan employed no flashy maneuvers. Rather, it was a simple flick and touch, combined with a change of rhythm, that allowed him to effortlessly bypass the defenders. In the face of his exceptional footwork and rapid pace, the opposing defenders seemed utterly outmatched and unable to keep up with his tempo. This style of dribbling left the Brazilian fans in profound awe, despite their earlier condescension towards the perceived lack of flair in Lin Quan's play. The impact he delivered on the field made them reconsider. Perhaps such an efficient dribbling technique was indeed superior? Following this goal, Lin Quan's tally in the Confederations Cup rose to 4. Neymar had only just managed to equal his goal count in the previous match, yet within a mere 3 minutes, Lin Quan surged ahead, claiming sole possession of the top spot. The Nigerian players had scarcely settled into the match when their defense was breached, leaving them in a state of bewilderment, trailing early on, compounded by the formidable prowess of their opponents. The pressure to advance from the group stage began to weigh heavily on the Nigerian players, leading to a destabilized mindset. In the 11th minute of the first half, while Lin Quan was dribbling the ball, Nigeria's defender Kenneth Omeruo attempted a tackle but inadvertently pulled a muscle in his thigh during the process. This truly exemplifies the adage of losing more than one gains. Not only did he fail to secure the ball, but he also found himself unable to continue. Consequently, Nigeria was compelled to make a substitution. With the loss of a key defender, Nigeria's backline became increasingly vulnerable. Spain, demonstrating their tactical acumen, seized upon this weakness. Their targeted attacks soon bore fruit. In the 34th minute of the first half, Spain extended their lead. Lin Quan, receiving the ball in the midfield, delivered a precise long pass that found Torres at the edge of the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Torres, quick to react before the opposing defender could close in, made a decisive advance into the box and unleashed a powerful shot that found the back of the net. This marked Lin Quan's second assist to Torres, indicating a promising synergy between the two on the pitch. After scoring, Torres was visibly elated, running over to embrace Lin Quan in celebration, expressing his gratitude. With 2 goals in 2 matches, no one could dismiss Torres as merely a bystander. He had indeed made a significant contribution to the team. Faced with Spain's formidable midfield, Nigeria found it exceedingly difficult to mount a threatening counterattack. The score remained 2-0 as the first half concluded. As the second half commenced, Spain began making substitutions, bringing on Isco in place of Fabregas. This marked Isco's debut for the Spanish national team. The rookie was brimming with enthusiasm, fervently pursuing the opposing defenders in a relentless quest for the ball. However, he failed to seize the ball and, in his fervor, was cautioned with a yellow card by the referee for a foul. Within less than 5 minutes on the field, he had already received a yellow card. A rather unfortunate predicament. On the sidelines, Bosque was alarmed by Isco's early indiscretion. Damn it, can't he be a bit more composed? That foul was entirely unnecessary. He did not expect Isco to contribute offensively. His sole purpose for being on the pitch was to immerse himself in the atmosphere of the game. However, should Isco incur a second yellow card and be sent off, it would be a source of embarrassment. Why can't these young players be as reliable as Lin Quan? Bosque lamented internally. Isco, rein in your emotions. Do not be overly exuberant. There is still ample time left in the match. If you receive another card and are sent off, I can assure you that your place in the national team will be jeopardized. Noticing Isco's heightened excitement, Lin Quan took the opportunity during a stoppage of play to offer him a word of caution. I understand. Thank you, Lingo. Isco nodded earnestly, acknowledging his understanding of the situation. Unlike Balotelli, who often seemed to lack common sense, Isco was an astute individual. After regulating his emotions, he quickly regained his composure. Once settled, Isco's performance began to improve markedly. Observing Isco's transformation, Bosque finally breathed a sigh of relief. Have you noticed that Lin enjoys remarkable esteem among the younger players? Reflecting on the recent scene where Lin proactively approached Isco to offer guidance, Bosque turned to his companion, Coach Tony, and inquired, I have indeed observed it. "Did you not see how Morata and the others have been revolving around Lin?" Tony replied, clearly having recognized this phenomenon sooner than Bosque. "This lad is truly the leader of the younger generation of players." Upon hearing Tony's words, Bosque began to ponder seriously. Undoubtedly, Lin is destined to be the tactical nucleus of Spain for the foreseeable future, even spanning a decade or more. Being such a pivotal member of the team, it is only fitting that he be entrusted with additional responsibilities, such as assuming the captaincy and embodying the role of the team's spiritual leader. This idea had long been percolating in Bosque's mind, yet he hesitated due to Lin's relatively brief tenure in the squad and his youthful age. However, now that Bosque acknowledges Lin's standing among the younger players, he feels it is time to make preparations. Given Lin's current level of experience, appointing him as captain of Spain might raise eyebrows. Yet, designating him as a vice-captain, or perhaps the third or fourth captain, would likely encounter little resistance. With such a title, once the older generation of players gradually steps away from the national team, he would seamlessly ascend to the role of captain and spiritual leader. Contemplating this, Bosque resolutely decided to wait until after the Confederations Cup to initiate this gradual transition, should they secure the championship. And if Lin performs admirably in the subsequent matches, he could seize the opportunity to announce this decision, potentially facing significantly less opposition. In a private box within the stadium, Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, who had agreed to watch the match together, began to discuss Lin's performance after witnessing a substantial portion of the game. "This kid's positioning in the attack is quite fluid. He plays reminiscent of Messi at Barcelona." Ronaldinho, who shares a close relationship with Messi and has always been attentive to him, observed that Lin operates in the same free role up front as Messi. This position is notoriously challenging, as it demands a fluidity that entails varying responsibilities. On the flanks, one must possess both dribbling and passing skills. In the forward line, the ability to act as a pivot while receiving and distributing the ball, coupled with exceptional finishing capabilities, is essential. In midfield, one requires robust organizational and passing skills, alongside a keen tactical awareness and expansive vision to seize fleeting opportunities in the opponent's defense, utilizing passes to penetrate their lines and execute a decisive strike. Possessing even one of these skills marks one as a commendable player. Having two nearly elevates one to the status of a star. To embody all three, however, undeniably signifies the presence of a top-tier superstar. Even someone as formidable as Ronaldinho would not claim to flawlessly fulfill such a role. Ronaldo furrowed his brow, his interest in the notion of a free role in the attack decidedly lacking. As a forward, he is particularly concerned about how many goals Lin Quan scores during the match. This fellow, apart from that splendid individual effort at the beginning, seemed to have little intention of challenging the goal thereafter. At times, when he clearly had opportunities to shoot, he chose instead to pass to a teammate. Such decisions left Ronaldo perplexed. After all, isn't a forward's primary duty to score? If that is indeed the case, why pass the ball instead of taking the shot himself? Having witnessed Lin Quan's dribbling prowess, he could hardly believe that the Nigerian defense could withstand Lin Quan's advances. It was impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Thus, it appeared that this player had unwittingly constrained himself. In what seemed a response to Ronaldo's silent plea, in the 71st minute of the match, Lin Quan seized an opportunity from a free kick to score, achieving a remarkable brace. Well, a free kick counts, doesn't it? Although Ronaldo himself had scored infrequently from free kicks, he could not deny that scoring directly from such a situation is still a testament to skill. Following this goal, Lin Quan was substituted. However, this single goal elevated his total in the Confederations Cup to 5, putting him 2 ahead of Neymar in second place. Considering that the Brazilian team had at most 2 matches remaining and facing formidable opponents, Neymar's chances of catching up grew increasingly slim. Spain made a double substitution, bringing on David Silva to replace him. Morata also entered the fray, taking Pedro's place. Once on the pitch, Morata, like Isco, was eager to find the back of the net. Yet, fortune did not seem to favor them. In the 79th minute, Morata found himself with a clear chance, but unfortunately, he took too heavy a touch, allowing the advancing goalkeeper to snatch the ball away. Morata was filled with regret, wishing he had opted to shoot instead of taking that extra touch. Had he done so, he might have had a genuine opportunity to score, but now, the moment was lost. Moreover, after missing such a clear chance, his teammates might begin to doubt his abilities, and future opportunities might not come his way again. Reflecting on this, Morata began to reminisce about Lin Quan. If Lin Quan were on the pitch, Given their rapport, he might have continued to provide him with chances. The absence of goals from Morata and Isco did not imply that other Spanish players were devoid of opportunities. In the 88th minute, Alba unleashed a stunning strike, sending the ball into the corner of the net, altering the score to 4-0. After scoring, Alba glanced at Isco and Morata, seemingly flaunting his technique. If you wish to score, this is how it is done. Both Morata and Isco felt a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Having been scorned by a defender, how humiliating. Ultimately, Spain triumphed over Nigeria with a score of 4-0, completing the group stage with 3 victories and advancing confidently to the semifinals. Their opponents in the semifinals would be the second-place team from Group A, Italy, who had previously faced Spain in the Euro final, but had not performed admirably during the group stage of this Confederations Cup. Their chain defense appears to have progressively lost its potency. In the group stage, Italy conceded a total of 8 goals. Aside from being overwhelmed by the host nation Brazil, who scored 4 against them, Italy astonishingly allowed 3 goals from the weakest opponent in their group, Japan. During that match, Italy consistently trailed behind their adversary, and had it not been for Japan's calamitous own goal at a crucial moment, Italy might have faced defeat. The struggle against the diminutive Japanese team has raised concerns regarding Italy's form. How could the esteemed European runner-up have fallen to such depths in such a short span? Why has Spain not encountered a similar plight? Despite having a plethora of seasoned veterans, Spain's performance in this Confederations Cup has been nothing short of exemplary. They completed their 3 matches with a staggering tally of 21 goals, conceding merely 1. Averaging 7 goals per match, they have set a historic record in the Confederations Cup. Moreover, their solitary conceded goal starkly contrasts with Italy's defensive reputation. It seems that Spain has become the more adept defensive team, rather than Italy. Given the starkly contrasting performances of both teams in the group stage, the general sentiment leans heavily towards Spain advancing to the finals. It is hard to fathom how an out-of-form Italy could pose a threat to the world champions. This sentiment is not limited to observers. The Spaniards themselves share this belief. With their opponents in poor form, and having previously triumphed over Italy by a resounding 40-point margin in the European Championship final, both the current state of the two teams and their recent head-to-head statistics suggest that Spain holds the upper hand. Thus, facing such an opponent has instilled a sense of optimism throughout the Spanish squad. It seems they believe defeating Italy is hardly a daunting task. Many have even begun to strategize for their potential final opponent in preparation for the decisive match. Chapter 9. Neymar's diving criticized, Lin Quan praised. The semifinals commenced with the host nation facing Uruguay. This match, an internal conflict within South America, was laden with animosity even before it began, filling the air with palpable tension. As Brazil's most prominent player, Neymar's individual prowess is indisputable, having gained widespread recognition during the group stage. However, his character has come under scrutiny from fans. It appears that, upon joining Barcelona, he has swiftly mastered the theatrical skills taught at La Masia. His clumsy and exaggerated diving performances have left many fans feeling embarrassed on his behalf. The critical issue is that Neymar himself remains oblivious to this, frequently resorting to such tactics on the pitch, sometimes even deceiving the referee to earn free kicks or provoke yellow cards against opponents. This has transcended mere embarrassment and veered into the realm of shamelessness. Fans of teams that have faced Brazil harbor deep disdain for Neymar's diving antics, taking to the internet to assail his character and brand him as a shameless individual. As the match had yet to commence, Uruguay's captain Lugano publicly denounced Neymar for frequently resorting to theatrics to deceive referees. I find it perplexing that such a gifted young talent would not rely on his own technical prowess to triumph in the game, but instead choose to transform football into a mere spectacle through such clumsy tactics. Following the captain's remarks, the media reported them, igniting a considerable uproar. Brazilian fans, naturally indignant, took to the internet to assail Lugano. The Brazilian Football Confederation swiftly intervened, issuing a statement of protest prior to the match. Neymar is an integral member of the Brazilian squad, and the threat he poses to opponents is evident. Faced with such a formidable and elusive talent, adversaries often resort to aggressive maneuvers, even fouls, to curtail his offensive efforts. Neymar's actions are not a performance, but rather a means of self-preservation. The Uruguayan critique is utterly absurd. Their concern regarding Neymar's potential threat on the field has led them to attempt to sway the referee's judgment through such remarks, leaving a negative impression that could influence officiating decisions. We vehemently oppose and strongly protest this. The Brazilian Football Confederation's response holds some merit. While it cannot be dismissed that the opponents may seek to curtail Neymar's influence through foul play, the rebuttal from Uruguay is equally sharp. Bad character is simply bad character, irrespective of skill or talent. Lin Quan, equally talented and formidable, has not engaged in diving or simulation. We may have faced defeat against Spain, yet we do not question the character of our opponents, for we accept our loss with grace. This retort strikes hard, leaving the Brazilian Football Confederation momentarily speechless. In terms of creating threats, Lin Quan matches Neymar's capabilities, if not surpasses them. However, no adversary who has faced Spain has ever accused him of diving or other unsportsmanlike conduct. In juxtaposition, Lin Quan has effectively countered Neymar's reputation. Once again, Lin Quan finds himself unwittingly embroiled in controversy. What began as a skirmish between Uruguay and Brazil has unexpectedly entangled him. Nevertheless, the outcome seems favorable. Previously, such direct comparisons were absent, so no one perceived the issue. Yet, with Neymar serving as a cautionary example, Lin Quan's image has risen significantly in the public's esteem. It was previously unnoticed that Lin's sportsmanship is remarkably commendable. Possessing great ability, striking looks, and excellent character, he has become increasingly endearing. Initially indifferent towards Lin Quan, one cannot help but become a fan upon recognizing his commendable sportsmanship. It seems the critics upstairs have revealed their true colors. True fans refer to Lin Quan as Brother Lin, who among the detractors would call him Lin Huang. In light of the pre-match skepticism, Neymar felt compelled to publicly assert, "Everyone is entitled to freedom of speech. The criticisms regarding my alleged diving will not affect me. I remain unfazed by the verbal onslaughts from adversaries. My sole focus lies in assisting my teammates and my squad, striving to bring joy to all Brazilian supporters and fans of the national team." This declaration is indeed commendable. However, mere words are insufficient. Neymar must substantiate his claims through tangible actions on the field, and he does not disappoint. Right from the outset, he showcased a world-class dive along the sidelines. In the 3rd minute of the match, as Neymar embarked on a dribbling foray, he encountered Uruguay's captain, Lugano. Neymar initiated a dazzling bicycle kick maneuver, attempting to evade his opponent. Yet, Lugano, seasoned and shrewd, remained unperturbed, observing Neymar with an expression of bemusement. When Neymar realized this tactic bore no fruit, he accelerated in a bid to outpace Lugano. However, Lugano was no novice. He swiftly positioned himself to intercept, relentlessly pursuing the ball. In the ensuing tussle, both players engaged in mutual shoving, with subtle antics from each. Seizing a moment when Lugano raised his right hand, Neymar commenced his theatrics. He abruptly halted, arched his back, and covered his face with exaggerated agony. With a dramatic flourish, he flung himself backward, crashing to the ground with the flair of a gymnast, a spectacle of ostentation. This display provoked the ire of the Uruguayan players, who converged to express their disapproval. Lugano, standing nearby, spread his arms in feigned innocence while silently mocking the fallen Neymar. As if to say, "See, I told you this fellow would dive." The referee, with a stern countenance, approached, disregarding Neymar's theatrics, signaling him to rise while awarding the ball to Uruguay. The nearby Uruguayan players erupted in applause for the referee's discernment, while the Brazilian players wore expressions of embarrassment. Only Neymar persisted in his protestations to the referee, claiming he had been wronged. However, in the referee's eyes, he had already been relegated to the blacklist, rendering his pleas futile. Realizing his protests bore no fruit, Neymar eventually relented. In the 13th minute, Uruguay launched an offensive, with Lugano himself penetrating the penalty area, poised to shoot, only to be felled by David Luiz. The referee decisively awarded a penalty, placing the host nation on the precipice of despair. The Brazilian supporters could hardly contain their anxiety. Would the tragic events of 50 years prior repeat themselves? Would they face elimination at the hands of their perennial rivals, Uruguay? On home soil? At a critical juncture, the goalkeeper Cesar, formerly of Inter Milan, exhibited remarkable prowess, thwarting Diego Forlan's attempt, thereby salvaging his team. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a fierce midfield struggle, yet both faltered, unable to seize control of the game, leading to a tense stalemate. Observing their team's inability to secure a lead, the Brazilian fans grew increasingly anxious, vociferously calling out the players' names, urging them to rise to the occasion and secure victory for their team. Among the cacophony of voices, the name that resonated the most was that of Neymar. Inspired by this fervor, the morale of the Brazilian team surged. In the 41st minute, following a midfield interception, Paulinho lofted a pass into the penalty area. Neymar, receiving the ball, elegantly maneuvered past a defender. Rather than opting to pass to a teammate, he chose to take matters into his own hands. The Uruguayan goalkeeper, fully focused, parried Neymar's deft backheel shot. However, the ball fell within the box, where Fred seized the opportunity, deftly flicking the ball into the net from just 5 yards out, thus altering the score to 1-0. Witnessing their team take the lead, the Brazilian fans erupted in joyous celebration, their faces aglow with smiles as they envisioned their team advancing to the finals. Yet, the tide turned dramatically at the onset of the second half. Merely 2 minutes in, capitalizing on a blunder by the Brazilian defenders, Uruguay equalized. The culprit of this lapse was none other than Marcelo, the left-back for Real Madrid. After receiving the ball, he hesitated in his pass, allowing Cavani to intercept. The other Brazilian defenders failed to provide timely support, granting Cavani a one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper. As the transfer king of the summer window thus far, Cavani was not one to squander such a chance. Following the equalizer, the match grew increasingly tense, with both teams launching fervent attacks, yet neither could find the net. With just 5 minutes remaining in regulation time, the score still stood at 1-1, leaving the Spanish players observing the match in uncertainty about who would advance to the finals. Brazil seemed to be struggling, while they were more familiar with Uruguay, having faced them twice before. If Uruguay were to progress, it might prove more advantageous for them. Yet it was difficult to predict. Uruguay's momentum had evidently surged, and their defense appeared significantly more robust. Facing them again might not be as seamless as before. Why dwell on such thoughts? Regardless of who reached the finals, Ramos brimmed with confidence, believing they possessed ample capability to triumph over any opponent and seize the Confederations Cup trophy. With unwavering self-assurance, he seemed to dismiss both contenders. In his view, Spain's current lineup was even stronger than the squad that claimed the World Cup 3 years prior. With such formidable strength, why fear anyone? As the match edged toward extra time, Neymar, who had been relatively subdued throughout, finally emerged as a pivotal force. In the 86th minute, Brazil earned a corner kick. Neymar, standing at the corner area, surveyed the positioning of his teammates and opponents before delivering the ball to the far post. There, Paulinho, the Brazilian defensive midfielder, muscled past the opposing defender, leaping high to connect with a powerful header, thus shifting the score to 2-1. Scoring at such a critical juncture was nearly a death blow to the opposition. With under 4 minutes remaining, even accounting for stoppage time, the match would last fewer than 8 minutes. If they could maintain this slender lead and prevent the opponent from scoring, the path to the finals would be theirs. As the Brazilian fans and players reveled in their recent goal, the large screen at the venue replayed the earlier altercation between Neymar and Uruguayan player Gonzalez in the corner area. The two appeared to engage in a heated exchange, and as Gonzalez exited the field, Neymar made a gesture resembling a kiss towards him. Undoubtedly, this kiss, alongside the verbal spat, will capture the attention of media reporters in the aftermath of the match. Ultimately, with goals from Paulinho and Fred, Brazil triumphed over Uruguay with a score of 2-1, advancing to the finals. Despite the many controversies surrounding the match and the ensuing verbal skirmishes between fans of both nations due to Neymar's antics, the focus swiftly shifted to another semi-final encounter. Perhaps due to Neymar's ostentatious display on the pitch or his failure to maintain his scoring streak in the previous match. Discussions regarding who is superior, Lin Quan or Neymar, seemed to tilt in favor of Lin Quan before the match between Spain and Italy commenced. Currently, Lin Quan leads Neymar by 2 goals on the scoring chart. Should he find the net again in this match, he would surpass Neymar's consecutive goal tally and prevent his rival from catching up. Furthermore, if Lin Quan scores, he would hold a minimum 3-goal advantage over Neymar heading into the finals. Historically, achieving a hat trick or even a quadruple in a final is exceedingly difficult, especially against a formidable opponent like Spain. Thus, if Lin Quan manages to breach Italy's defense, he would essentially secure the title of the tournament's top scorer. Considering he has already netted 5 goals, he is merely 2 shy of the Confederations Cup's historical scoring record. If he can score 3 goals in the remaining 2 matches, he will surpass Romario's record of 7 goals set in the 1997 Confederations Cup. However, this record is not easily broken, as Spain's upcoming opponents are also formidable. making it a challenging endeavor to score thrice against both Italy and Brazil, under the watchful eyes of the public. The highly anticipated semi-final between Spain and Italy commenced as scheduled the following day, yet unfolded quite differently than fans had envisioned. Upon the match's commencement, Italy's entire team exhibited remarkable performance. Their cohesive defense seemed rejuvenated, thwarting the opponent's attacks time and again outside the penalty area. By halftime, the score remained 0-0, with Spain struggling to find opportunities to score, returning to the dressing room in frustration over the stalemate. This outcome left all spectators astonished. Just recently, Italy had conceded 4 goals in a single match to Brazil and 3 to a relatively weak Japan. How could they now pose such a challenge to the world champions? Could it be that the world champions are not as formidable as they had seemed? In the locker room, a serious-looking Bosque addressed his players, stating, "We have underestimated our opponents." With that, the chapter drew to a close. Chapter 10. Pirlo. The youth lack martial virtue. Upon hearing Bosque's words, the players nodded expressionlessly. Having played a full half, if they still believed Italy to be a mere pushover, they could brace themselves for a downfall. "We shall alter our strategy in the second half." Observing the expressions on his players' faces, Bosque understood that they were beginning to take the matter seriously. Thus, he unveiled his new tactics and began assigning individual roles to each player. Italy's chain defense is characterized by its ability to compress the attacking space effectively. In front of the ball carrier, 2 chains are formed. The first chain locks onto the ball carrier, obstructing his passing lanes, while the second line maintains a certain distance from the first, providing protection while simultaneously suffocating the passing options for the forwards, rendering them unable to receive the ball. Consequently, they can almost stifle all of the opponent's forward advances, keeping them at bay from the penalty area and denying them shooting opportunities. Moreover, their defensive line is not static. Rather, it shifts in tandem with the opponent's ball carrier, ensuring the integrity and synchronization of both lines during movement. This demands an exceptionally high level of skill and mutual understanding among the players. If any segment falters, the chain defense could easily unravel. Perhaps only a tactical maestro like the Italians would invest such effort in training their players to execute such a complex defensive strategy. Bosque's solution to counter this was quite straightforward: to entrust the ball to Lin Quan, allowing him to act as the focal point. Utilizing his individual prowess, he could penetrate the opponent's defense in one-on-one confrontations, drawing other defenders in and thereby creating opportunities for openings. Of course, should the situation allow, Lin Quan could attempt to break through both lines consecutively, thus potentially finding himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. As the match resumed, the Italian players immediately noticed this alteration in their opponent's approach. The number 30 player from the opposing team significantly increased his touches on the ball and, after gaining possession, actively sought to break through, no longer opting to pass to teammates as frequently as in the first half. On the sidelines, Italian coach Prandelli frowned. Italy had evidently come prepared for this match, with many of their strategies specifically tailored to counter Spain. A year prior, in the European Championship final, the 2 teams had faced off, resulting in a humiliating defeat for Italy. Prandelli, who had steadfastly advocated for attacking football, had naturally faced criticism from the Italian media and fans post-match. After reflecting on that painful experience, Prandelli decided to revive the chain defense employed by his predecessors. When facing formidable opponents, one must avoid the folly of engaging in open combat and instead leverage Italy's defensive strengths to confront the adversary. He is well aware of the consequences of engaging in a direct confrontation, yet he remains steadfast in adhering to traditional defensive strategies, as evidenced by the goalless stalemate in the first half. This tactic has proven to be remarkably effective. Even a formidable team like Spain was rendered scoreless. Thus, Prandelli is not inclined to alter his tactics at this juncture. He fears that reverting to previous strategies might leave Italy vulnerable to being overwhelmed by Spain, whose capabilities have significantly advanced since the European Championship final a year prior. In the 55th minute of the second half, Lin Quan received a pass from Schaaf. At that moment, the player tasked with defending against him was none other than Pirlo. Born in 1979, Pirlo is now 34 years old. In many national teams, such an age might preclude one from being a starter. However, in Italy, Pirlo is an indispensable midfield maestro. Without his passing prowess, Italy's offensive threat would diminish by half. Nevertheless, age has taken its toll on Pirlo, and his defensive capabilities are not particularly robust. Facing Lin Quan, a master of dribbling, presents a rather daunting challenge for him. Lin Quan holds great respect for Pirlo, a seasoned veteran, but that does not imply he will show any mercy. On the contrary, he intends to target Pirlo specifically, for the latter is perceived as the most vulnerable link in Italy's defensive line. Pirlo's right arm is adorned with a black armband, a tribute to the late Italian national team forward, Bognorvo, who passed away due to illness. Prior to the match, the Italian team had petitioned FIFA to allow a minute of silence for Bognorvo, but their request was denied. Consequently, the players chose to wear black armbands as a sign of mourning. Confronted by this emerging rival, Pirlo is acutely aware of the need for vigilance. Though Lin Quan may be youthful, his technical skills are formidable. Prior to the match, the Italian coach explicitly identified Lin Quan as the primary threat from the Spanish squad. Faced with such an adversary, Pirlo can only lament internally. "How is your knee holding up, old friend?" Lin Quan, possessing the ball, does not rush forward but instead glides sideways, engaging Pirlo in casual conversation. "Not too bad. I'm not a forward. My knee hasn't sustained much injury." This statement is somewhat deceptive, as 2 years ago, Pirlo suffered a severe sprain to his right knee and was unable to utilize his right leg for nearly 2 months. Although he has since recovered, whether he has returned to his former self remains uncertain. With this in mind, Lin Quan decided to take his chance. Without hesitation, he swiftly changed direction, aiming to bypass Pirlo on his left. Pirlo quickly pivoted, attempting to position himself to block Lin Quan's advance. However, this was merely a feint. As Pirlo fell for the ruse, Lin Quan deftly maneuvered past him on the right. Watching Lin Quan vanish from his sight, Pirlo could only shake his head in resignation. The speed and agility of Lin Quan's movements were astonishing. Even if he were a decade younger, he would still find it challenging to defend against such talent. To thwart this adversary, only Gattuso could suffice. Yet, where is that steadfast protector now? Block him. Upon witnessing Lin Quan maneuver past Pirlo, De Rossi and Chiellini swiftly encircled him. One advanced from the side, while the other approached head-on. A slight temporal gap between the two afforded Lin Quan the opportunity to dismantle their defenses one by one. With astonishing agility, he touched the ball thrice and changed direction twice, successfully bypassing De Rossi and preparing to break through Chiellini. The latter, however, left no room for error. Decisively executing a tackle the moment Lin Quan slipped past De Rossi, Chiellini's timing was impeccable. The ball was barely a meter away from Lin Quan's foot when he cleanly dispossessed it. Observing his team successfully defend against this onslaught, Italian coach Prandelli exhaled in relief. He applauded his players' performance, encouraging them to maintain such a defensive standard. Lin Quan, undeterred, resolved to persist. If one attempt failed, he would simply try again. In the 62nd minute, he found himself once more in a one-on-one confrontation with Pirlo. This time, having learned from his previous encounter, Pirlo summoned his teammates for assistance as soon as he perceived Lin Quan's intent to dribble past him. If the lad sought to penetrate, they would converge upon him and tackle him during his maneuvering. Regardless of Lin Quan's dribbling finesse, he could not evade all scrutiny. Recognizing his opponent's unsportsmanlike tactics, Lin Quan opted for a different strategy. He passed the ball to Iniesta and began to stroll. De Rossi, noticing Iniesta receiving the ball, promptly retreated to defend against him. Other Italian players swiftly converged on Iniesta, attempting to stifle his passing options. Instead of forwarding the ball, Iniesta made a lateral transfer to Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan instantly shifted from a leisurely pace to an attacking stance. Seizing the moment before De Rossi and Marchisio could close in, he launched an assault on Pirlo. Pirlo inwardly lamented, "This lad is directly challenging me. I am twice his age. Is it truly fair for him to bully an elder in such a manner?" While Italian players were quick on their feet, they could not match the speed of the ball. Aware of the dwindling time, Lin Quan knew he had to execute his breakthrough before the other players could encircle him. Thus, he refrained from further banter with Pirlo and executed a deft feint. Veering past Pirlo's right side, the recent encounter had revealed to Lin Quan that Pirlo's right knee was not as robust as claimed. Approaching from this angle, Pirlo's pivoting speed would be sluggish, rendering him unable to coordinate with his teammates in time to intercept Lin Quan. This presented Lin Quan with an invaluable opportunity. Recognizing the imminent threat, Chiellini rushed forward to intercept Lin Quan. However, De Rossi had yet to position himself, leaving Chiellini without lateral support. In a one-on-one duel, Lin Quan had yet to fear anyone. Chiellini is a world-class defender, Yet when he witnessed the opponent executing 3 or even 4 touches in a mere second, his expression changed dramatically. This terrifying frequency of touches indicated that the adversary could perform more actions in the same time frame. It was likely that he would be outpaced and overtaken due to his inability to keep up with the tempo. Realizing this, Chiellini steeled himself and summoned the finest form he had displayed thus far in the match. He was uncertain if he could thwart the opponent's impending attack, but he felt compelled to make an attempt. Lin Quan wasted no time on idle chatter with Chiellini. He approached, lowering his left shoulder while bringing the ball beneath his left foot. Left or right? Chiellini faced a universal dilemma, predicting the direction of Lin Quan's breakthrough. The opportunity was singular, and a misjudgment would result in being bypassed. Unsure of his read, Chiellini refrained from recklessly lunging. He remained still, and Lin Quan made his move. He opted to advance on Chiellini's right side. At this moment, Chiellini was certain that the opponent was not feigning. As Lin Quan's execution was already highly refined, there was no way he would retract his foot at this stage. Furthermore, if Chiellini hesitated any longer, Lin Quan would initiate his advance, leaving Chiellini with no chance to catch up. Thus, Chiellini had no choice but to act. However, just as he made his move, Lin Quan astonishingly withdrew his outstretched foot and, before Chiellini could react, darted past him on the left. At this juncture, Chiellini found himself utterly helpless. By the time he realized it was a feint, it was far too late. The opponent's stride was swifter, enabling him to accomplish more actions in a shorter span. Although Chiellini's mind could keep pace with the opponent's rhythm, his body could not. Consequently, he could only watch as Lin Quan slipped away, rendered powerless to intervene. After bypassing Chiellini, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area. Despite having navigated multiple challenges, this final hurdle proved to be the most daunting. He would confront a world-class goalkeeper, Gianluigi Buffon. Buffon's eyes were intently fixed on Lin Quan, his positioning impeccable, standing approximately half a meter from the goal. He refrained from launching a reckless charge, as doing so would widen his coverage and obstruct the shooting angle. However, Lin Quan was no ordinary player. He was a master of dribbling. Should Buffon draw too close, he risked being overtaken, granting Lin Quan an open goal opportunity. He gambled that Lin Quan would not carry the ball further inside, as Bonucci and Barzagli were already barreling towards him. Time was fleeting, with only a second available to contemplate the shot's destination. Buffon's task was to react and deflect the ball once Lin Quan made his choice. As Buffon had anticipated, Lin Quan did not continue his advance inward. The space was non-existent, and time was scarce. After assessing Buffon's positioning, Lin Quan decisively struck the ball. It was a curling shot, aimed at a particularly sharp angle. However, Buffon's positioning from the outset was remarkably astute. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's shot, he immediately launched himself into a dive, fully extending his body to form a wall of size before the goal. Yet, the ball's trajectory was so pronounced that it entirely surpassed Buffon's expectations. As he watched the football glide past his fingertips, he initially believed it would sail out of bounds. However, before he could hit the ground, a resounding thud echoed as the ball struck the post. Startled, Buffon swiftly turned around, only to see the ball rolling within the net. The goal had indeed been scored. Buffon widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the football nestled in the netting, then glancing at Lin Quan, who was already sprinting across the field in celebration. He was left pondering a singular question: how had that goal been scored? Throughout his illustrious career, Buffon had encountered countless shots, but had never experienced anything quite like this. The instant replay on the stadium's big screen provided clarity to Buffon's bewilderment. Lin Quan's shot had executed an exceptionally peculiar arc. After evading Buffon's outstretched fingers, it appeared destined to glide past the goal, only to curiously curve back and ultimately ricochet off the inside of the post into the net. It was not just Buffon who was stunned. Even Lin Quan's teammates in the Spanish squad found the goal astonishing. How did that goal even go in? Was it by chance? Xavi inquired curiously, while affectionately ruffling Lin Quan's hair. It couldn't have been mere luck, could it? Didn't he score a few similarly bizarre curling shots against France? Fabregas recalled Lin Quan's previous audacious curling shot that had veered from the far post to the near one. Chuckling as he spoke, he had previously advised Lin Quan to adjust the point of contact during his shots, and after heeding that counsel, Lin Quan indeed found the back of the net. Thus, perhaps this goal could also be attributed to some degree of his influence. Upon hearing Fabregas's explanation, Lin Quan's teammates felt a sense of relief. Who would have thought that a curling shot could possess such potency? It seemed they too were eager to practice this technique. Players like Pedro and David Silva, who frequently participated in offensive plays, were now brimming with enthusiasm, seemingly inspired to score a goal of similar caliber. Lin Quan's remarkable goal not only reversed the tide for Spain, but also elevated his consecutive scoring streak to 4 matches. His personal tally rose to 6 goals, widening the gap between him and Neymar to 3 goals. It appeared increasingly challenging for Neymar to catch up. After falling behind in the score, Italy could no longer afford to maintain a defensive posture. They began to bolster their offensive efforts in an attempt to equalize. As Italy launched their assault, the significance of their commander, Pirlo, became glaringly evident. Following several incisive passes that posed substantial threats to the Spanish goal, Lin Quan proactively positioned himself before Pirlo. The dynamics of the match shifted, transitioning from Lin Quan's offensive maneuvers against Pirlo's defense to Pirlo's offensive thrusts, with Lin Quan now tasked with defending. Little 1. While my defensive prowess may leave much to be desired, do not presume that my offensive capabilities are equally lacking. Upon encountering Lin Quan once more, Pirlo felt an exhilarating sense of reprisal. This fellow, like himself, was more adept at offense than defense. Pirlo had little faith that Lin could effectively thwart his advances. Lin Quan silently nodded, choosing not to elaborate, and immediately showcased his defensive aptitude through a vigorous challenge, demonstrating to Pirlo his defensive capabilities. Indeed, Lin Quan's defensive skills were not particularly formidable, yet his physical attributes were impressive. Pirlo stood at 177 centimeters and weighed merely 69 kilograms, while Lin Quan measured 173 centimeters and weighed a robust 73 kilograms. Coupled with Lin's 10-year youth advantage over Pirlo, their physical confrontational abilities were not on the same plane. Lin Quan did not aim to wrest the ball from Pirlo's feet, nor did he harbor such intentions. He simply aimed to apply pressure, disrupting Pirlo's ability to receive and pass the ball comfortably. As the cerebral nucleus of the Italian midfield, Pirlo was an indispensable component of the Italian system. By constraining his passing options, it was akin to severing one of Italy's limbs. As anticipated, once Lin Quan latched onto Pirlo, Italy's offensive power waned dramatically. In contrast, Spain capitalized on Italy's momentary offensive forays, launching several threatening attacks. In the 68th minute, Xavi took a corner from the right side, and Ramos leapt high in the center to head the ball, narrowly missing the target. By the 75th minute, Lin Quan broke through and passed to Iniesta, who delivered a pinpoint ball that sliced through Italy's defense. Pedro, arriving at the front post, attempted a close-range shot that was thwarted by Buffon's leg, causing Spain to squander a golden opportunity to extend their lead. In the 77th minute, Cesc Fabregas delivered an extraordinary long diagonal pass from his own half, the ball soaring across much of the pitch to reach Lin Quan on the flank. Lin Quan surged forward, expertly controlling the ball, and cut inside, evading the trailing Bonucci. Penetrating the penalty area, the pass had traversed over 60 meters, and due to the speed of play, the Italians were unable to position themselves defensively in time. After bypassing Bonucci, Lin Quan found himself in a one-on-one duel with the goalkeeper. Buffon, in this instance, opted to advance, his focus solely on Lin Quan as he prepared to make a save. This encounter placed Buffon in an even more precarious position than before. With the Italian defenders still far from Lin Quan, he had ample time to execute his offensive maneuver. Lin glanced at Buffon and decisively struck the ball. It was a low shot, executed with a deceptive angle and impressive velocity. Upon witnessing the strike, Buffon sensed impending doom. To avert being outmaneuvered, he refrained from fully committing his weight, resulting in a slower reaction than usual when attempting to save a ground shot. In the realm of skilled athletes, such a fraction of a second proved to be utterly fatal. Buffon's reflexes are undoubtedly among the elite. As he observed Lin Quan preparing to shoot, he had already extended his leg in an attempt to intercept. However, the ball moved faster than him, slipping past before he could make contact. With no chance to touch the ball, Buffon could only hope the shot would veer off target. Regrettably, such a scenario did not unfold. The angle of the shot was exceptionally acute. The ball nearly grazed the inside of the post before nestling into the net. Even had Buffon managed to position himself, it is doubtful he could have prevented the goal. What a formidable adversary he was. Contemplating this, Buffon's gaze towards Lin Quan shifted. He recalled the top strikers he had faced in the past, and Lin Quan, in that moment, evoked a similar sense of threat. If Lin Quan's first goal merely established a lead for the team, providing a momentary sigh of relief for Spanish fans, the second goal unequivocally secured their victory. With Italy unable to mount a significant offensive, scoring 2 goals within the remaining 20 minutes seemed an insurmountable challenge. Finally, the Spanish supporters felt at ease, fervently waving their flags and chanting the names of the players, with many proclaiming their aspirations for the championship. As the team's standout performer, Lin Quan received the loudest cheers and applause for his contribution. Filled with exhilaration, Lin Quan sprinted to the sidelines to celebrate, only to see Fabregas, the architect of the precise long pass, approaching him. An amusing idea struck Lin Quan, and he decided to execute a whimsical celebration. He pretended to hold a fishing rod, mimicking the action of casting. Fabregas, momentarily taken aback, quickly caught on, playfully imitating a fish, wriggling towards Lin Quan as if he were a large catch snagged on a hook. Laughter erupted among their teammates, who eagerly joined in, playfully lifting Fabregas as if he were a prized fish, showcasing their joy to the audience. In a humorous twist, Ramos pretended to crouch down, mimicking a photographer capturing the moment for their collective keepsake. The spectators were initially bewildered by the Spanish team's antics, but as realization dawned, the entire crowd erupted into laughter. The Spanish squad was truly entertaining. Their celebratory gesture was refreshingly inventive, captivating fans accustomed to conventional celebrations. Many spectators expressed a desire to witness the moment again, but it would require another goal from Spain to make that possible. Not only in the stadium, but also online, the Spanish team's celebration quickly gained viral popularity. Numerous fans edited the footage, pairing it with various humorous soundtracks, spreading it across social media platforms at an astonishing pace. What creativity from the Spanish team! Whose idea was this celebration? I can't stop laughing. With such impressive performance and creativity, this team has truly captured my heart. I can't wait to see it again. Hee. Do not rush. When the finals encounter the Brazilian team, there will be an opportunity to showcase our skills. I hope Spain can devise some new tricks by then. Spain, we implore you. Brazil, we beseech you. I comprehend the sentiment expressed above. It suggests that only if Brazil were to lose could we behold such creative celebratory gestures. Thus, Brazil, we entreat you. Brazil, we implore you. On a social media platform, a prominent figure, a fervent supporter of the Brazilian team, upon seeing the score between Spain and Italy, surmised that Italy was likely to be defeated. Consequently, he promptly initiated a poll on his social platform. In the Confederations Cup final, which team do you predict will seize the championship? A. Brazil. B. Spain. After launching the poll, the influencer felt assured. With Brazil's population exceeding 200 million and Spain's merely 40 million, 200 million versus 40 million, advantage was undoubtedly on my side. Victory was assured. Initially, the polling results displayed the anticipated support, with fans of Brazil significantly outnumbering those of Spain. However, matters soon took an unexpected turn. For reasons unknown, the number of supporters for Spain surged dramatically. Not only did they surpass Brazil's support, but they also established a considerable lead. Ultimately, Brazil's support dwindled to the point where they could scarcely see the tail lights of Spain's vehicle. The influencer wore a gloomy expression. Does the external world truly favor Spain while harboring doubts about Brazil? After conceding 2 goals to Spain, the Italian team was left in utter disarray. They recalled the painful memories of their slaughter at the hands of Spain in last year's European Championship final. A wave of despondency swiftly spread throughout the team. Unwilling to accept defeat, Prandelli immediately made substitutions, bringing on Giovinco and Aquilani. Italy aimed to intensify their offensive efforts and recover the score. However, with Pirlo being restricted, merely piling forwards in the attacking line could not remedy Italy's offensive struggles. On the contrary, replacing defensive players like Marchisio diminished their defensive capabilities. In the 86th minute, Spain launched a swift counterattack. Lin Quan penetrated the penalty area and selflessly passed the ball to his advancing teammate, David Silva, who struck with force, piercing Italy's goal for the 3rd time. Spain now led Italy 3-0. With less than 10 minutes remaining, including stoppage time, Spain had firmly secured their victory. Following this goal, Italy finally came to terms with reality, realizing they could not overturn the score. Nevertheless, the Italians remained unwilling to accept a scoreless defeat at the hands of Spain. Thus, in the final stages of the match, they continued to make earnest attempts at offense. In the 2nd minute of stoppage time, Spain's players committed a foul just outside the penalty area. granting Italy a promising free-kick opportunity. Pirlo, standing at the free-kick spot, glanced at the wall formed by Spain before opting for a direct shot at goal. The quality of this free kick was exceptionally high, as the football soared over the wall and then abruptly descended. This erratic trajectory bewildered Casillas, preventing him from making the save. Before the conclusion of the match, the veteran Pirlo managed to score for Italy, salvaging a modicum of dignity. 2 minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. The Spanish players erupted in applause, celebrating their successful passage to the finals. In stark contrast, the faces of nearly all the Italian players were etched with disappointment. To lose twice in a single year to the same opponent, and in such a one-sided manner, instilled a profound sense of dread among the Italians. They wished never to face Spain again. However, Pirlo took the defeat in stride, having already led his team to a World Cup victory. Thus, his expression bore no trace of dismay, as he sought to console his teammates. At that moment, he noticed the Spanish team making their rounds, thanking the fans before preparing to exit the field. Consequently, Pirlo removed his jersey and approached the opposing crowd, intending to exchange jerseys with his rival. Upon seeing Pirlo approach, the Spanish players turned their gazes towards Xavi. Given their similar positions as midfield commanders, it was presumed that Pirlo was there to exchange jerseys with Xavi. Xavi thought the same and was about to greet Pirlo. "Apologies, Xavi, but I am here for Lin." Pirlo smiled and directly inquired after Lin Quan. "Young man, would you be willing to exchange jerseys with me?" Lin Quan paused, seemingly taken aback that Pirlo had specifically come to seek him out for a jersey exchange. The players from both teams watched with keen interest, clearly intrigued by Pirlo's evident regard for the young player. Regaining his composure, Lin Quan quickly removed his jersey and handed it to Pirlo. "You are a promising midfielder. It would be a shame not to play in that position." After receiving Lin Quan's jersey, Pirlo embraced him and patted his back. Lin Quan had played as a free agent up front during the match, showcasing versatility across multiple positions. His performance in the midfield, however, had particularly impressed Pirlo, prompting his heartfelt compliment. "Thank you for your kind words. The responsibilities of a midfielder need not be confined solely to the midfield." Lin Quan responded with humble assertiveness. In a football landscape increasingly graced by innovative coaches, player positions are no longer static. Just as the once popular classical playmaker has nearly faded away, traditional deep-lying playmakers may also become obsolete. In the future, playmakers might emerge in the roles of fullbacks or central defenders. Pirlo nodded, choosing not to delve further into this topic with Lin Quan, and instead sought to reconnect with Xavi. Both were esteemed midfield maestros, and their years had accumulated wisdom. Thus, when they meet on the field, there exists a profound sense of mutual admiration between them. Given their current ages, it is likely that after the World Cup next year, they will both fade from the grand stage of the top 5 leagues. Therefore, this confrontation may very well be their final encounter in national team colors. Following Spain's elimination of Italy, the most anticipated narrative of this Confederations Cup has finally unfolded. The host nation, the illustrious Brazil, faces off against the former world champions, Spain. On one side stands Brazil, the nation that has claimed the World Cup title more times than any other. On the other, Spain, the reigning World Cup champions and currently ranked first by FIFA. Their clash not only signifies a battle between two footballing giants, but also epitomizes the rivalry between European and South American football. Simultaneously, two extraordinary talents will engage in a direct duel on the grand stage of the final. Even before the match commenced, over 80,000 tickets had been swiftly snatched up. The Brazilian fans, hoping to witness their team lift the trophy on home soil, yearn for a propitious omen for the impending World Cup. Meanwhile, Spanish supporters aspire for their team to seize the Confederations Cup, achieving a grand slam across various tournaments and cementing the legacy of the Spanish national team. Ahead of the match, legends from both countries stepped forward to express their unwavering support for their respective teams. Icons such as Ronaldo and Ronaldinho from Brazil voiced their confidence in a Brazilian triumph, believing the young squad could perform miracles on home turf against the formidable Spanish side. Conversely, Raul and Hierro asserted that the invincible Spanish ship would overcome any adversary. Despite the stature of Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, their predictions seemed somewhat diminished. To lend weight to the forecasts, the presence of the two contemporary football kings was essential. Spain turned to Maradona, the Argentine legend, who naturally harbored no fondness for Brazilian success. Acknowledging Spain's superior strength, Maradona declared his support for them, predicting their victory. Upon hearing that Maradona was backing Spain, the Brazilians wore expressions of dismay. Although they too had a footballing king, they hesitated to extend an invitation to Pelé. Yet Pelé could not remain silent. I believe Brazil will triumph on home soil. Chapter 12. The Confederations Cup final commences, a stunning display of dominance. Pelé's prophecy ignited a wave of public discourse. After all, Pelé is notorious for his uncanny predictions. Since the 1990 World Cup, he has consistently made forecasts, and without exception, the favored teams he backed have faced elimination. In the 1990 World Cup, Pelé favored Yugoslavia, which was subsequently ousted by Argentina in the quarterfinals. Yet that was not the worst of it. Tragically, following that World Cup, Yugoslavia disintegrated, leaving them without a chance for revenge against Argentina. In 1994, Pelé predicted that Colombia would win the championship, only for Colombia to falter in the group stage. Their defender, Escobar, tragically lost his life due to a fan's wrath over a calamitous own goal, marking a devastating incident in the world of football. Beyond these two unfortunate teams, even France, Argentina, and their own national team, Brazil, have fallen victim to his ominous predictions. Pelé's reputation for misfortune has instilled both reverence and fear among fans, reaching a level of palpable anxiety. During the last World Cup, Pelé forecasted Brazil's advancement to the finals. However, upon hearing his prediction, Brazilian media erroneously reported the team's elimination the very next day, despite the tournament not having commenced. This blunder was monumental, yet the media's reporting was not entirely flawed. For Brazil indeed faced a true defeat at the hands of the Dutch. Spain also endured Pelé's ill-fated prophecies. In the 1998 World Cup, he expressed optimism for Spain's chances of victory. Yet, Spain suffered consecutive losses in the group stage, failing to advance and returning home prematurely. Having felt the weight of Pelé's curse, the Spanish breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his prediction that Brazil would clinch the title. Fans flocked to Pelé's social media, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, King Pelé, for sparing us. Grateful. Grateful 10,086. Conversely, upon learning of Pelé's prediction, Brazil was engulfed in anxiety. Why not curse Spain instead? Why us? Is this a death sentence? Frustration bubbled beneath the surface, yet they restrained their ire. Pelé had made significant contributions to the Brazilian national team, having led them to 3 World Cup victories. Of the 5 stars adorning the Brazilian jersey, 3 were his legacy. Faced with such a revered figure, Brazilian players could only suppress their discontent. A Brazilian journalist delicately inquired of Pelé why he seemingly cursed his own team. "Why do you all think I bring bad luck?" Pelé responded, bewildered, "Yes, I have made many erroneous predictions, but I have also made quite a few accurate ones. For instance, in the last World Cup, I predicted Germany would defeat Argentina, and indeed, Germany triumphed." The journalist timidly replied, "But you also predicted Brazil and Argentina would meet in the finals, and both teams were eliminated in the quarterfinals." Pelé, visibly agitated, insisted, "I reiterate, I believe Brazil will win the championship. I will be attending the match to support our boys." At this point, Pelé's mere prediction had already sent Brazilian fans into a state of trepidation. The news of his attendance at the match nearly brought them to tears. "Oh, King Pelé, for the love of all that is sacred, spare our beloved Brazil." Initially, I held high hopes for Brazil, yet now, the fervent pleas of countless fans imploring Pelé to attend the match have seemingly gone unheard. On the day of the final, the cameras captured Pelé seated in a private box at Maracana Stadium. The football king had indeed arrived. However, even from his vantage point, Pelé's heart was filled with trepidation. Could he possibly be a harbinger of misfortune? Should Brazil falter in this match, the repercussions would be significant. At precisely 1900 hours, the final of the Confederations Cup commenced. As the players made their entrance, photographers captured a juxtaposition of Neymar and Lin Quan, underscoring their status as the focal points of the match. The victor of this clash would undoubtedly eclipse the rival. Yet, prior to the match, Lin Quan had already netted 7 goals in the tournament, equaling the historical record for the Confederations Cup. Neymar, conversely, trailed with 4 fewer goals, creating a substantial gap between them. Thus, even if Brazil were to triumph, Lin Quan's supporters would still remain numerous. However, should Lin Quan's Spanish team emerge victorious, the debate regarding superiority between him and Neymar would likely be settled once and for all. After all, in terms of goals, assists, and team performance, Neymar simply could not compete. What could he possibly leverage for victory? Neymar was acutely aware of this, and his gaze towards Lin Quan was rife with animosity. During the handshake, after clasping Lin Quan's hand, Neymar did not release it immediately, but instead fixed a steely stare upon him, as if declaring war. I shall demonstrate my prowess in this match. The championship trophy belongs to us, Brazil. In contrast, Lin Quan's response was rather nonchalant. He offered a slight nod, seemingly conveying, "Oh, well then, good luck." This understated reaction left Neymar momentarily taken aback. How amusing it was to witness Neymar being disregarded by Lin Quan. Although Neymar appeared determined to outshine Lin Quan, the latter seemed to regard him as no more than an inconsequential adversary. Indeed, Lin Quan's true rivals lay among the elite players like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Neymar was simply not in their league. Given Neymar's questionable sportsmanship on the field, coupled with his underwhelming statistics in this tournament compared to Lin Quan, it was no surprise that neutral fans overwhelmingly favored Lin Quan. However, within Brazil, Neymar undeniably enjoyed a larger following. Witnessing Lin Quan's near indifference, the Brazilian crowd responded with jeers, perceiving Lin Quan's demeanor as presumptuous. Are you not also a young player? Do you truly consider yourself a superstar? Following the pre-match formalities, the players took their positions. Lin Quan glanced at the formation of the opposing team and noted that Brazil had opted for a 4-2-3-1 setup, a balanced approach to both offense and defense. Spain, on the other hand, employed a 4-3-3 formation, yet lacked a traditional target forward. The trio of Pedro, Lin Quan, and David Silva positioned at the forefront did not embody the characteristics of conventional strikers. Thus, the 4-3-3 formation is merely a facade. Once the match commenced, Spain swiftly transformed into a formation devoid of a traditional striker. As for Spain's tactical approach, Brazil had anticipated this strategy well in advance. Throughout the Confederations Cup, Spain's formation remained largely unchanged. When faced with formidable opponents, they resorted to their most adept formation, one that lacks a designated forward. By leveraging their numerical superiority in the midfield, they firmly maintained possession of the ball and utilized a series of precise passes to dismantle their adversary's defense, culminating in a decisive strike. It is only when confronting weaker teams that they would incorporate a traditional forward like Torres into the starting lineup to serve as a pivot in the attack. In an effort to curtail the midfield dominance of the Spaniards, the Brazilian team deployed two defensive midfielders for this encounter. Both players are characterized by their exceptional stamina, extensive range, and formidable impact on the game. One is Gustavo, who plays for Bayern Munich, and the other is Paulinho, acquired by Tottenham for 17 million. Among these two, Lin Quan has previously faced Gustavo. Regarding Paulinho, Lin Quan had observed his performances while he played for Evergrande, recognizing him as a box-to-box midfielder. With abundant energy, robust defensive skills, and a powerful presence, he is also known for his impressive passing and long-range shooting, earning him the moniker Violent Bird. Although he has yet to showcase his prowess in one of the top 5 leagues, his selection for the Brazilian national team undoubtedly signifies his strength. In this match, the battle in the midfield is expected to be intense. Lin Quan initially anticipated a tightly contested game. However, to his surprise, Brazil launched an aggressive assault right from the start. They bypassed the midfield entirely, opting for long balls from the fullbacks to their forwards. The player known as the Hulk, leveraging his physicality, secured possession in a challenge, subsequently passing the ball to Oscar while making a decisive forward run. Oscar delivered a through ball into the penalty area, but it was intercepted by a Spanish defender. Nonetheless, the clearance was not executed with sufficient distance, allowing Neymar to regain possession. With a deft feint, Neymar evaded the approaching defender, surged into the penalty area, and unleashed a shot. Casillas, well prepared, leapt high to parry Neymar's effort. However, the ball fell again to a Brazilian player. Following up, Fred struck with tremendous force, sending the ball into an unguarded net. Just 1 minute into the match, Brazil had taken the lead. Upon the referee's confirmation of the goal, the Brazilian fans erupted in disbelief and joy. Was this truly a dream? A goal in the very first minute? Spain, it appeared, was not as formidable as anticipated. In that moment, the Brazilian supporters felt as though they were being inundated with waves of elation. The seemingly invincible Spain, depicted as almost mythical prior to the match, appeared to have collapsed before them, ripe for the taking. In a private box, Pelé, witnessing the goal, leaped up in exuberance. "See, what did I tell you? Brazil can defeat Spain on home soil to claim the championship. Who now dares to label me a jinx?" He felt that the cap that had been affixed to his head was finally about to be removed. However, the Spanish players were not about to accept this. "My apologies. I overlooked someone." Alba readily took the blame, indicating that he failed to keep an eye on Neymar, allowing him to take the shot. "It is not your fault. I failed to control the drop point in time." Ramos also stepped forward to acknowledge his mistake, admitting that his focus had wavered, leading to a miscommunication with Casillas. Had he been more attentive, he would have been in a position to manage the first rebound after Casillas' save, thereby denying Fred the opportunity for a follow-up shot. All right, let us not dwell on blame. There is ample time left in the match. Instead of wallowing in regret, we should contemplate how to equalize the score. The atmosphere within the Spanish team remained positive. Their consecutive victories had fostered a robust sense of confidence among the players. Although the current score was unfavorable, there was no sense of urgency among them. Observing the players' steady demeanor, free from impatience or frustration, Bosque, on the sidelines, sighed in relief. He had been concerned that conceding a goal so early might affect the players' morale. It appears that he had been overly anxious. Brazilian team, enjoy your moment of triumph while it lasts. Soon you shall witness the power of possession-based football. Upon resuming play, Spain refrained from rushing their attack, instead maintaining firm control of the ball at their feet, patiently seeking opportunities. The Brazilians, of course, could not allow such unrestrained dominance over possession. Without seizing the ball from their opponents, they could not mount an offensive. Thus, 6 Brazilian players, including 2 defensive midfielders, engaged in pressing, attempting to disrupt Spain's possession strategy. This level of pressure posed little challenge to Spain, as the players exhibited exceptional synergy. The ball was exchanged at a rapid pace among the Spanish players, while the Brazilians, despite their efforts, scarcely managed to touch it. The opponent's passing ability was indeed formidable. As Spain accelerated the tempo of the game, the Brazilian players struggled to keep up. Is this the power of elite possession football? At this moment, both the players on the field and the Brazilian fans in attendance felt the oppressive force of Spain's tactical approach. The Spanish players moved with remarkable energy, expending their stamina without reservation. Yet, their attempts at pressing yielded little success, resulting in almost futile efforts. The ball remained firmly under Spanish control, with the rhythm of the match decisively in their hands. As the ball was rapidly exchanged, gaps began to appear in the Brazilian defense. In the 15th minute of the match, Lin received the ball in the attacking third, dribbling laterally to the right to draw defenders towards him before passing it back to the waiting Xavi. Without pausing, Xavi delivered a swift pass to Iniesta on the left flank. Iniesta played a through ball into the left side of the penalty area for Pedro. Pedro then returned the ball with a backward triangle pass to Lin, positioned at the edge of the box, who continued with a direct pass to the right side for David Silva. In Spain's recent encounters, their swift one-touch passes have left Brazil's defenders struggling to keep pace. When Lin Quan delivered the ball to David Silva, astonishingly, there were no defenders in close proximity, granting him a clear opportunity on goal. The Brazilian goalkeeper, Caesar, felt a surge of anxiety as the opposing team's passing was exceedingly rapid. Had he not been a goalkeeper, he might have found himself frantically chasing the ball as well. In that moment, he could not rely on his teammates and had no choice but to courageously rush towards David Silva. Meanwhile, the Brazilian defenders flanked him, charging desperately to thwart the impending shot. Unexpectedly, David Silva opted not to shoot directly, but instead continued the play by passing the ball back to Lin Quan, who had surged into the penalty area. As Lin Quan received the ball near the penalty spot, he found himself in an unmarked position. Not only were there no defenders nearby, but the goal itself was also wide open. Thus, he effortlessly slotted the ball into the empty net, altering the score to 1-1. Spain had equalized in a mere 14 minutes. Unlike Brazil's goal, which had a touch of fortune, Spain's was a testament to sheer skill and dominance. Prior to the goal, they executed 6 consecutive one-touch passes, completely dismantling Brazil's defense. Even if Lin Quan had not been the one to finish, anyone, even an octogenarian, could have easily scored under such circumstances. In their presence, it seemed as though the Brazilian players had forgotten how to play, resembling a swarm of headless flies chasing the ball, with their defense riddled with gaps. This goal epitomized the prowess of a world champion, showcasing the extraordinary effectiveness of Spain's possession-based football. Chapter 13. A divine performance in the finals. An unbelievable goal. A dazzling display of passing and movement. The Spanish team delivered a magnificent goal for the audience in the stadium and those watching at home, a moment that no football enthusiast should miss. Indeed, while Lin Quan's final shot may have appeared unremarkable, the interplay leading up to it was nothing short of breathtaking. This goal vividly illustrated the Spanish philosophy of football, to pass the ball into the opponent's net. On Sky Sports, commentators Martin Tyler and Andy Gray collaborated to narrate this match for a global audience. Despite the saying that finals often lack excitement, this match stirred their passions, leaving them exhilarated. Whether it was Brazil's goal just 1 minute into the match or Spain's recent equalizer, both goals were spectacular and showcased their respective styles. Brazil's youthful lineup, vibrant and energetic, triumphed through speed and aggression, capitalizing on a swift counterattack to breach Spain's defense. In contrast, Spain excelled in intricate passing and teamwork, dazzling the spectators with their artistry in achieving such a splendid goal. If the match were to continue at this exhilarating pace, it would undoubtedly provide thrilling entertainment. As the upcoming match approaches, both players are brimming with anticipation. Online, fans have erupted in excitement over Spain's recent play. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? With the jerseys obscured, I momentarily believed it was Barcelona competing on the field. Their style of play is undeniably reminiscent of Barcelona. The composition of the Spanish squad bears significant similarities to that of Barcelona, with their core players drawn from the Catalan club. Therefore, their adoption of Barcelona's tactics is hardly surprising. Indeed, the Spanish team has previously employed such strategies, yet never with such ferocity. The arrival of Lin Quan has seemingly filled their final gap. After lauding the strength of the Spanish team, fans began to express concern for Brazil. This match poses a considerable challenge for the Brazilian side, whose possession rate has plummeted to a mere 31%. The ball is predominantly at the feet of the Spanish players, leaving Brazil with scant opportunities to shoot and score. I believe Brazil must accelerate their pace. They need to push their players forward. Otherwise, allowing the opposition to circulate the ball in front of their own penalty area could easily result in conceding a goal. Indeed, during the previous match between Italy and Spain, Italy executed a commendable defensive strategy in the first half, pushing their two defensive lines beyond 30 meters from the danger zone, thereby neutralizing Spain's passing game. South American players are known for their free-spirited play, and it seems they may struggle to implement Italy's defensive tactics. Fans engaged in fervent discussions, yet struggled to devise effective solutions. Breaking through Barcelona and Spain's possession-based system is a global conundrum that countless coaches have studied over the years. However, few tactics have proven effective in countering it. The most successful example remains Henk's Bayern Munich. They managed to shut out Barcelona in the Champions League semifinals, dominating possession-based football in their first direct confrontation. Consequently, when Brazil found themselves at a disadvantage, head coach Scolari immediately recalled Henk's tactics. How did Henk's topple Barcelona? Through speed and strength. By leveraging the pace and individual prowess of two exceptional wingers, Bayern relentlessly attacked the flanks, suppressing Barcelona's fullbacks and limiting their offensive support, thus reducing their passing options. By capitalizing on the physical advantages of Bayern's players, they amplified their movement and physical confrontations, disrupting Barcelona's rhythm and preventing them from maintaining possession or executing fluid combinations. While Brazil's wings may not possess the same strength as Bayern's, their players are not lacking in physicality. Thus, Scolari previously urged his players to enhance their physical confrontations during matches, though this approach alone appeared insufficient. Spain has faced robust opponents before and has found ways to counter their aggressive play. If one method proves inadequate, then Brazil must emulate Bayern's comprehensive approach, encouraging their wingers to engage more in the attack. With this thought in mind, Scolari rose and summoned Thiago Silva, imparting his instructions. Upon returning to the pitch, Silva promptly communicated the coach's directives. Following the restart of the match, Brazil's tactical approach underwent a transformation. Observing the tactical adjustments of the Brazilian team, Martin Taylor furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears that Brazil intends to forge a breakthrough from the flanks. In these past few minutes, their attacks have predominantly originated from Biguan Road, with Neymar and Hulk noticeably increasing their touches on the ball." His partner, Andy Gray, interjected, "Neymar possesses remarkable technical skills, boasting a high success rate in one-on-one situations, while Hulk, affectionately dubbed the Invincible Giant by fans, is exceptionally robust, capable of overpowering defenders with sheer physicality. Relying on these two players is undoubtedly a sound strategy." With a sly grin, Martin Taylor inquired, "So, Andy, do you believe Brazil's offensive approach will be effective?" Without a moment's hesitation, Andy Gray replied, "Absolutely. Brazil has already scored a goal using this method, proving its viability." "Wow. I didn't expect you to have such faith in Brazil. So how about we place a bet?" Taylor, aware of Gray's bold nature, anticipated that his partner would fall for the challenge. "All right, what are you willing to wager?" "The loser must juggle 100 times in this studio, wearing dress shoes." "Are you serious?" Andy Gray exclaimed, his expression exaggerated as he glanced at his partner. After all, Martin Taylor was 68 years old and not a former professional player. Conversely, Andy himself had been a professional player in Scotland before transitioning to commentary a few years ago. This penalty would pose no challenge for him. Yet it would be exceptionally arduous for Martin Taylor. "Of course, I believe Brazil's offensive strategy will falter, which is why I dare to wager with you." Martin Taylor appeared brimming with confidence. "Very well, then it's a bet." Andy Gray recognized that his old partner might be creating a spectacle to draw more fans to Sky Sports, so he promptly agreed to the proposition. Their wager quickly sparked discussions and interest among fans, while many may not care about Andy Gray juggling in the studio. They were eager to witness the comical sight of 68-year-old Martin Taylor attempting to juggle in dress shoes. Consequently, numerous fans tuned into Sky Sports, filled with anticipation for the match. At Stamford Bridge, within the Chelsea club's office, José Mourinho, who had recently signed with Chelsea to reclaim the managerial role, was watching the game in his office. Upon hearing about Andy Gray and Martin Taylor's wager, Mourinho scoffed disdainfully. "Andy Gray has wasted years in football, and he seems to possess less insight than Martin Taylor, who has never played the game." On the surface, Brazil's offensive play appeared vigorous, with both Neymar and Hulk successfully causing trouble for the opposition along the flanks. However, in reality, the Spanish defense was remarkably solid, and Brazil's recent forays had yielded little success. As the match progressed, possession would soon revert to Spain, leaving Brazil struggling to mount further attacks, let alone touch the ball again. Without even a single offensive attempt, how could they possibly breach Spain's formidable defense? When facing teams like Barcelona, one must resolutely adhere to a strategic doctrine to exploit rapid and efficient counterattacks, penetrating the opponent's defensive line in the shortest time possible to execute an offensive maneuver. The Brazilian squad lacks a midfield maestro capable of delivering high-quality passes. Moreover, Neymar has been relegated to the flanks as a mere disruptor, further diminishing their attacking organization. Can one genuinely expect such an offense to penetrate Spain's defenses? It seems like a fanciful dream. It appears that Scolari has merely become a figurehead, lacking the prowess he once possessed. Not only José Mourinho is fixated on this match, it has garnered attention from football enthusiasts across the globe. In a villa on the outskirts of Munich, Bayern's newly appointed coach, Guardiola, has eagerly switched on his television. He has meticulously rearranged his schedule to ensure he can watch the match uninterrupted for these 2 hours. Observing Brazil's tactical adjustments, Guardiola reflects deeply. As the architect of possession football, he understands the advantages and disadvantages of this tactical approach better than anyone else. He has studied Bayern's matches against Barcelona in the Champions League, which showcased a clear superiority in strength despite tactical constraints. Although Barcelona still bears the moniker of a galactic team, their aging roster is conspicuously evident. Their dominance pales in comparison to the glory of their sextuple triumph a few years back. Particularly in the midfield, the aging Xavi, whose declining physicality renders him vulnerable in high-intensity matches, can be easily neutralized by opponents. Once the midfield is curtailed, Barcelona's offensive threat diminishes significantly. This principle holds true for Spain as well. However, Vicente Del Bosque is astute. He has positioned Xavi as a deep-lying playmaker, with Martinez acting as his protector. Furthermore, to thwart opposing pressure, Xavi often retreats near the defensive line when receiving the ball, a position that resembles that of a defender more than a midfielder. In this role, even if opponents attempt to pressure him, they are thwarted by his elevated position and the support of several teammates. While Xavi possesses formidable offensive capabilities, placing him in a defensive role inevitably reduces Barcelona's attacking prowess. Conversely, Spain seems to face no such dilemma. Their attacking front is replete with talent capable of stepping in for Xavi and orchestrating offensive plays. Xavi's task becomes simply to focus on delivering passes from the back. Consequently, this alleviates his burdens, reduces the pressure from tight marking by opponents, and allows him to conserve energy, giving him ample time to assess the positioning of adversaries before executing decisive plays. Guardiola has employed a similar tactic, utilizing Busquets in a deeper role to fulfill this responsibility. However, Busquets, in terms of experience and passing prowess, pales in comparison to Xavi. Thus, Xavi's performance in assuming this role proves to be significantly more effective. This prompts Guardiola to ponder, can he replicate this strategy during his tenure at Bayern? Among Schweinsteiger and Kroos, who possesses the capability to retreat. The efficacy of a tactical approach hinges not only on the player's individual performances, but also on whether their adversaries afford them any opportunities. Clearly, the Spanish side is not inclined to grant any chances. In the 23rd minute, after successfully neutralizing an opposing attack, Casillas promptly delivered the ball to Xavi. Fred immediately advanced to pressure Xavi, yet lacking support from his teammates. Xavi executed a signature turn to evade Fred's pursuit. As he advanced with the ball, he astutely observed the positioning of both teammates and opponents, delivering a precise through ball that found Iniesta in midfield. Upon receiving the ball, Iniesta laid it back to Martinez, who then delivered a diagonal pass forward, returning it to the now-turned Iniesta. Nearby, Brazilian defenders quickly converged on Iniesta, intent on thwarting his breakthrough. While sprinting at high speed, Iniesta executed a lateral pass to Lin Quan. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan played a through ball ahead, engaging in a wall pass with Iniesta. The defenders, instinctively following the ball, became alert upon witnessing Iniesta's pass to Lin Quan, inadvertently lowering their vigilance towards Iniesta. This lapse allowed Iniesta to successfully escape the encirclement and penetrate the penalty area to receive the ball. Stop him, Cesar. Recognizing that his teammates' defense was on the verge of being breached, urgently directed his teammates to intercept. Thiago Silva and Marcelo advanced towards Iniesta, one after the other. Marcelo pressured Iniesta, while Silva lagged slightly behind, aiming to block Iniesta's passing lane. Just 10 minutes prior, they had succumbed to a similar tactic, conceding a goal. They would not fall for the same trick again. Silva's judgment proved astute. Confronted with Marcelo's obstruction, Iniesta opted not to shoot. He swiftly chose to pass, directing it to Lin Quan. A golden opportunity. Thiago Silva's eyes lit up, seemingly envisioning a chance to intercept and launch a counterattack. He quickly extended his foot, intent on intercepting the ball, only to be astonished as another foot swiftly made contact with the ball first. How could this be? When had this player approached so closely? Thiago Silva, taken aback by Lin Quan's sudden appearance before him, could hardly believe his eyes. Just moments ago, when Lin Quan passed to Iniesta, he was still 7 or 8 meters away. How had he closed that distance in the blink of an eye? Did he plan the coordination with Iniesta from the moment he passed the ball? Alves and Luiz, witnessing Silva's failure to intercept, rushed towards Lin Quan. The penalty area was crowded, and Lin Quan's passing options were entirely blocked. He had no choice but to take the shot himself. The Brazilian fans watched in trepidation as the Spanish players penetrated their defensive zone. Their hearts raced, but when they saw Lin Quan ensnared by 3 of their players, they exhaled in relief. Surely, this attack would be thwarted. Yet, to their astonishment, something extraordinary transpired. Amidst the trio of Brazilian defenders, Lin Quan maneuvered like a nimble flea, deftly slipping through their grasp and breaking free. The spectators in the stands were left dumbfounded, disbelief etched across their faces. How did he manage that? Even the Brazilian goalkeeper was taken aback, unable to fathom how his teammates' efforts had failed. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Maracana Stadium's box, at the Sky Sports commentary booth, in the office of the Stamford Bridge head coach, and within the estate in Munich, nearly everyone witnessing this moment shared the same thought. Is this fellow even human? Chapter conclusion. Chapter 14. Breaking records. The one who stands alongside Messi and Ronaldo. Goal. Unbelievable. Astonishing. In the midst of multiple defenders, Lin Quan emerged victoriously and sent the ball soaring into the Brazilian net. It was utterly unfathomable. At the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler showcased his exceptional prowess as a professional commentator, delivering a rapid-fire account of the goal's sequence. He concluded with a remark, Lin Quan, a young player yet to turn 18, has now scored 2 goals in this match, bringing his total to 9 in this year's Confederations Cup. This figure shatters the historic record set by Romario in the 1997 Confederations Cup, elevating it significantly to 9 goals, scoring in 5 consecutive matches, averaging 18 goals. Such efficiency is rivaled only by Messi and Ronaldo on a global scale. It is no exaggeration to say that we are witnessing the birth of a legendary player. Martin Tyler lauded Lin Quan with high praise. Beside him, Andy Gray concurred, stating, "Indeed. For a forward to maintain such consistent form and score so many goals in international competitions against formidable teams is something even Ronaldo and Messi have not accomplished." The duo seemed concerned that the audience might not grasp the magnitude of Lin Quan's achievements, frequently drawing comparisons to Ronaldo and Messi in hopes of illuminating the extraordinary potential of this young Spanish prodigy. Since Ronaldo and Messi displayed their dominion over the game, they have maintained a significant lead over other players, reigning as the unparalleled icons of contemporary football. Throughout their years of supremacy, challengers have emerged. Yet these contenders either lacked the requisite prowess or faded quickly from prominence. No one has truly posed a threat to their status. However, now beyond the two greats, a genuine challenger has arisen. This individual is none other than Lin Quan. Lin Quan remains oblivious to the high regard in which he is held by the outside world due to his recent goal. He has executed even more spectacular goals at the club level, so he finds nothing particularly remarkable about this one. Nevertheless, after scoring twice, his spirits are quite buoyant. The Spanish players rush over, eager to celebrate with him. While he considers his goal unremarkable, his teammates disagree. They have never witnessed a more thrilling goal while representing the national team, so a proper celebration is in order. Moreover, they feel compelled to devise a unique celebratory gesture, one that holds sentimental value. Previously, in a match against Italy, Lin Quan and his teammates had crafted a remarkably creative celebration, leaving many fans eagerly anticipating their next display. Thus, this time, Lin Quan and his teammates convened to deliberate whether to meet the fans' expectations. Lin Quan: "Shall we use that celebratory gesture?" Iniesta: "That might not be wise. Could the away fans perceive it as provocation?" Pedro: "That's a possibility. We might even risk being pelted with objects." Ramos: "Then let us celebrate from a distance." Xavi: "Exasperated. We must use that gesture, right?" In unison, everyone responds, "Absolutely." Xavi raises his hands in surrender. "Very well. I'll be the support." Iniesta: "I'll be the toilet seat." Lin Quan: "I'll take the restroom." Pedro discreetly retreats a step, inadvertently highlighting Ramos's position. Observing that everyone else has received a role while he is not, Ramos expresses his discontent. "Why am I the toilet? Less chatter, just get down." Regardless of his grumbling, the group promptly presses him to the ground. Ramos, resigned to the antics of his teammates, has no choice but to play along with their performance. What are they up to? The spectators quickly notice the unusual behavior of the Spanish players. Rather than celebrating their goal, they seem to be huddled together in deep discussion. Could it be that they are planning a celebratory gesture? The fans speculate with curiosity. Soon, the actions of the Spanish players confirm their suspicions. Indeed, they are designing a celebratory display. What surprises might this new gesture bring? Surely it won't be the fishing celebration again, will it? Why is Ramos lying on the ground with his backside in the air? To be frank, his rear end is quite perky. Once Ramos is settled, Iniesta kneels beside him, laying atop him. Meanwhile, Xavi bows his head and stands behind Iniesta, leaning against his back. At this moment, the group remains unaware of their intentions until Lin Quan, who scored the goal, approaches. He lifts Iniesta's arms, as if raising a toilet seat, revealing their whimsical celebration. He then sat atop Ramos, mimicking the act of using a toilet. Once finished, he twisted Xavi's arm, seemingly flushing the toilet. He then replaced Iniesta, the toilet seat, and departed from the scene. The spectators finally comprehended the antics of this Spanish ensemble. Their goal celebration was, astonishingly, a mock representation of using the restroom. What a spectacle! Laughter erupted among the fans, thoroughly amused by Spain's delightfully creative yet irreverent celebration. Only a handful of Brazilian supporters felt a burning humiliation, pondering whether Spain's gesture belittled their team to the status of a toilet. Spain's celebration was indeed an inventive, albeit somewhat unrefined, display, which seemingly irked the Brazilian fans, who responded with boos. Martin Tyler placed a hand on his forehead, acknowledging that in all his years of commentary, he had never witnessed such a celebration. What peculiar thought processes govern these Spanish players? How do they consistently devise such eccentric celebrations? The emotions of the fans undoubtedly impact the players on the field. For the Spaniards, performing such antics away from home might not be the wisest choice. Andy Gray, having previously sided with the Brazilian team, naturally criticized Spain from their perspective. Tyler, however, remained unfazed, believing that the disparity in the two teams' strengths had become evident throughout the first half. Even if the Brazilian team summoned extraordinary energy, It might not suffice to overcome Spain. What they needed to do was swiftly devise effective attacking strategies to equalize. Otherwise, returning to the dressing room with a deficit would make the second half a daunting challenge. The Brazilian players seemed acutely aware of this reality. Thus, upon resuming play, they displayed an undeniable urgency. Each player was eager to score, striving to level the match. However, their haste only led to poorer execution. In the 25th minute, Alves delivered a through ball from the right flank, but Fred's right-footed shot from the edge of the box went awry. In the 28th minute, Hulk sent a precise pass from the right side of midfield, but as Oscar approached the penalty area, Ramos executed a clean tackle. By the 32nd minute, after regaining possession in their own half, Brazil launched a counterattack. Neymar delivered a diagonal pass from the left side of the penalty area, but Fred, receiving the ball in the center, struggled to muster a shot against Peak, resulting in a weak attempt easily gathered by Casillas. During this period, Brazil's counterattacks reached a small crescendo, yet their final touches were disappointingly poor. Their shots seemed merely an exercise in shooting, posing minimal threat to the Spanish goal. And as the Brazilian players grew increasingly anxious, their cooperation dwindled. They gradually fell into a pattern of isolated efforts. In the 36th minute, Hulk received the ball on the flank, triumphing over Alba in a physical duel, only to have Peak thwart his efforts with a timely intervention. A few moments later, Neymar took possession on the opposite side. Amidst a cluster of defenders, he executed a splendid flick, managing to evade one opponent. Yet the multitude within the penalty area proved too daunting, as another defender swiftly dispossessed him. The Brazilian team's offensive threat diminished significantly in the absence of cohesive play, rendering them unable to pose a challenge to Spain's goal. Conversely, Spain's attack flourished with vigor. In the 38th minute, Xavi delivered a sublime pass from midfield. Lin Quan feigned an advance to receive the ball, deliberately allowing it to slip past him to a teammate trailing behind. Pedro surged forward, arriving just in time to unleash a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area, narrowly missing the post and eliciting a collective gasp from the Brazilian squad. Had that shot found the net, they would have been in dire straits. Trailing by 3 goals at halftime is a predicament not every team, like Liverpool, can overcome to replicate the Istanbul miracle. As the first half approached its conclusion, Spain squandered a golden opportunity. Lin Quan, advancing with the ball, deftly maneuvered past Gustavo before delivering a brilliant assist. Pedro, bursting in from the left wing, quickly sent a lateral pass to Iniesta, who arrived just in time to strike the ball with finesse, aiming for the far corner. The Brazilian goalkeeper Cesar was unable to intercept it. Had the ball been directed within the confines of the goal frame, it would have been nearly a certain score. Iniesta, witnessing the ball glide past the keeper, raised his arms in anticipation of celebration. Unexpectedly, Brazil's central defender David Luiz emerged at a critical moment, executing a split-second save on the goal line to deflect the ball away. Iniesta, with his arms outstretched, held his head in disbelief, staring at the ball that had veered out of play. How could such a certain goal be thwarted? The Brazilian players, equally astonished by their teammates' timely intervention, rushed towards David Luiz, tousling his hair and patting his back in commendation of his heroics. Cesar, having narrowly escaped calamity, embraced Luiz with fervor, grateful for his crucial clearance, as he certainly wished to avoid conceding 3 goals in one match. During the first half, fouls were sparse, prompting the referee to allocate merely 1 minute of stoppage time. Given the brevity of this interval, neither side could capitalize, and the score of 2-1 remained intact until the halftime whistle. Upon hearing the whistle, the Spanish players ambled towards the locker room in small clusters, chatting and laughing, their expressions relaxed. In stark contrast, the Brazilian players wore grave expressions. Neymar, walking with a clenched fist as he fixed his gaze on Lin Quan's back, felt the weight of frustration. In this match, particularly in the first half, he had been thoroughly subdued by the opposition. The adversaries had already netted 2 goals, while he had scarcely managed a few attempts at goal. In terms of total goals, the opposition had reached 9, 3 times his tally. Even if he were to embody a deity, it is unlikely he could bridge this gap. Thus, surpassing the opponent in total goals has become an impossible endeavor. To triumph over the adversary, there remains but one option: to secure victory in this match and lead one's team to overcome his squad. With this thought, Neymar silently resolved to himself. In the dressing room, Bosch arrived with a radiant expression, immediately showering the players with applause. "Gentlemen, your performance has been remarkable, and I am immensely proud of you. The Brazilian team demonstrated considerable strength, executing 7 shots in the first half, 4 of which were on target. Their passing accuracy reached 79, and ball possession stood at 39. This data reflects a marked improvement since the match commenced, indicating that Brazil was gradually adapting to Spain's possession-based style of play. Given more time, they might fully acclimate and slowly regain control of the situation. However, Spain's 2 timely goals arrived just as Brazil was gaining momentum, disrupting their flow. This not only granted Spain a leading advantage, but also stifled the opponent's offensive efforts. Faced with such a formidable rival, Spain managed to turn the tide despite an unfavorable start, firmly seizing control of the match. This greatly pleased Bosch, as the players had fully adhered to the tactical requirements he had devised. In the second half, they would undoubtedly intensify their offensive efforts, posing an even greater threat to our midfield. Bosch produced his tactical board, jotting notes and sketching strategies for the second half. Meanwhile, in the Brazilian dressing room, Scolari was also diligently planning the tactics for the second half. Our offensive efforts from the flanks in the first half were less than satisfactory. This does not imply that our approach was incorrect, but rather that our coordination fell short. He continued, in the second half, we must enhance our teamwork and avoid falling into the trap of individual play. Do you understand? Scolari lifted his gaze and surveyed the players. The Brazilian squad nodded in agreement, a hint of trepidation evident in their demeanor. Scolari, who had led Brazil to victory in the 2002 World Cup, commanded great respect within the national team. The current roster was filled with youthful players, many of whom were not hailing from the top 5 leagues, and they had largely risen through Scolari's mentorship, making them reluctant to offend their esteemed coach. Scolari was pleased with their response, and thus he addressed Neymar directly. You are the team's star player. In this moment of adversity, we need you to step up. Can you assure me that you will fulfill your duties and lead the team to a comeback victory? With Scolari's invocation of Neymar's status, a sense of responsibility stirred within him. He clenched his fists and declared emphatically, rest assured, coach, I will lead the team to triumph over Spain and seize the championship trophy. End of chapter 15. Just play, you show off. As the second half commenced, it remained to be seen how Scolari's Brazil would adjust. Andy Gray observed the players from both teams emerging from the tunnel and began to speak. Brazil's primary issue in the first half lay within their offensive strategy. Their attacking prowess during both the group and knockout stages had been formidable, yet in the final, their tactics seemed to falter. Martin Tyler astutely identified the shortcomings within the Brazilian squad. Moreover, their defense appeared less robust than anticipated. While Thiago Silva possessed remarkable individual skills, his synergy with his national teammates seemed lacking. Throughout the first half, Brazil's defenders repeatedly chased the ball, neglecting their assigned opponents. Indeed, these issues were glaringly evident, and as a champion coach, Scolari could not possibly be oblivious to them. Thus, we await with bated breath to see what adjustments he may implement. The Brazilian fans within the Maracana Stadium eagerly anticipated a transformed performance from their team in the second half, particularly the legendary Pelé, who sat in a private box. When Brazil initially took the lead in the first half, Pelé could hardly contain his excitement, promptly sharing an image of Brazil's number 10 on social media to dispel any notion of being a jinx. However, before he could revel in his joy, Spain equalized through a brilliant combination. Well, merely leveling the score, given the current form of Brazil's young talents, regaining the lead seemed a mere matter of time. Yet, instead of witnessing a Brazilian goal, he was met with Spain's second strike. When Pelé saw Lin Quan effortlessly weave through the defense to score, he stood in stunned silence for nearly half a minute. As Spain turned the match around to a 2-1 lead, Pelé began to sweat profusely. It was done. He truly had become the harbinger of doom. Just moments ago, he had been basking in the adulation of fans on social media. But now his phone felt as if it weighed a ton, trembling in his hands. Online, the furious Brazilian fans refrained from cursing their beloved king, instead directing their ire towards the defenders, Alves, Thiago Silva, David Luiz, Marcelo. The luxurious defense that Brazilians had proudly boasted about before the match now appeared as fragile as parchment, disintegrating at the slightest touch. The thought of their pre-match bravado, claiming that no one could breach their defense, left the fans feeling a burning shame. Naturally, admitting their mistakes was out of the question, leaving these players as convenient scapegoats. Praise in victory, blame in defeat. This phenomenon is universally observed among fanbases worldwide. However, One national team had endured such repeated losses that their public image had devolved into a veritable cesspool of disdain. Bosch sat calmly on the sidelines, sipping water while keenly observing the unfolding match. He could ascertain that Scolari had undoubtedly devised targeted tactics during halftime to counter Spain. However, Del Bosque did not readily alter the team's strategy. The adjustments he planned would not be implemented until after the 65th minute. For the time being, Spain continued to employ the same approach as in the first half. There is a saying in football, the winning team need not change anything. Since the team was capable of securing victory, it attested to the efficacy of their formation and the chemistry among the players on the pitch. Reckless adjustments could potentially backfire. Should changes be necessary, they ought to wait until the opponent makes a move. In stark contrast to Del Bosque's calm demeanor, Scolari appeared significantly more anxious. Although the Brazilian team had previously clinched the Confederations Cup title twice in succession, the significance of this championship seemed diminished for them. Nonetheless, this match bore exceptional importance, as it was the Confederations Cup held on home soil against the world's top-ranked team. For Brazil, who aspired to triumph, this contest served as a rehearsal for the World Cup final to be held next year. A defeat in this match would inflict a profound blow to the morale and confidence of the Brazilian squad. Scolari's ability to lead Brazil to a World Cup championship previously was, in part, due to the team's formidable strength. With the likes of Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Rivaldo, and Roberto Carlos, Brazil boasted one of the strongest lineups in history. Furthermore, during the Korea-Japan World Cup, numerous dubious officiating decisions led to the early elimination of Brazil's primary rivals, France and Italy. The final featured Germany, a team clearly inferior to them. However, in the forthcoming World Cup, unless Brazil could somehow manipulate the referees to eliminate Spain before the final, they would face the daunting challenge of the defending champions. This Spanish team was far from the frail and aging German squad of yesteryear. Defeating them would prove exceedingly difficult for Brazil. Initially, there were expectations that Spain's gradually aging roster would falter against the youthful vigor of Brazil's players. But who would have anticipated that the tactical core of Spain was so remarkably youthful? To employ outdated strategies against a prodigious talent not yet 18 years of age was sheer folly. Ultimately, Scolari could only lament inwardly what extraordinary fortune Spain had, encountering such an exceptional talent just as they appeared to be descending from their peak. With Lin Quan in their ranks, Spain's zenith may very well persist for at least another 5 years. It would only be when stalwarts such as Xavi, Iniesta, Fabregas, and Busquets retired, and no sufficiently powerful players emerged to take their place, that the collapse of the Spanish dynasty could be declared. As it stands, it is still premature to make such assertions. Scolari's adjustments did bear some fruit. Following his tactical modifications, Brazil's defense became notably more robust. The players understood Spain's prowess in passing and consequently ceased their frantic pursuit of the ball. Instead, he closely monitored his designated target, denying the opponent any opportunity to easily gain possession of the ball. This approach effectively constrained Spain's offensive maneuvers by limiting their passing options. In addition to making adjustments to the defense, Scolari also modified the offensive strategy. He instructed the wingers to alternate between crossing the ball from the flanks and cutting in for shots during their attacks. Furthermore, he emphasized the necessity for players to collaborate extensively during offensive plays to avoid falling into the predicament of solitary efforts that plagued the first half. Neymar, Hulk, and Oscar faithfully executed his tactical directives, frequently interchanging positions on the field and attempting to exploit Spain's defensive line through passing and teamwork. However, due to their lack of club affiliation and the brief training period with the national team, their synergy was insufficient. In the final third, the Brazilian players struggled to coordinate, resulting in several mistakes. Nonetheless, these issues were gradually improving. All three players possessed considerable talent, particularly Neymar. He not only had the ability to dribble past opponents and take shots, but also exhibited excellent passing skills, capable of creating space and providing assists for his teammates. As he adapted his playing style and became more willing to collaborate with his teammates, Brazil's offensive threat evidently increased. Recognizing this, the Spanish players intensified their defensive efforts against Neymar. However, he proved to be a challenging player to defend. Neymar's agility, dribbling, and shooting abilities were exceptional. Although he may not possess the same rapid footwork as Lin Quan, his technical skills combined with feints made him highly deceptive, resulting in a commendable success rate in one-on-one situations. Most importantly, akin to many South American players, Neymar exhibited remarkable creativity, injecting imagination into his style of play. However, there was one aspect where Neymar faltered: his tendency to hold on to the ball. This inclination presented the opponent with opportunities to commit fouls. While Spanish players may have doubted their ability to snatch the ball from Neymar's feet, they were certainly capable of knocking him down or tackling him. Consequently, shortly after the second half commenced, there were several instances where Neymar was tripped by Spanish players, leading him to theatrically dive or roll on the ground. Witnessing Neymar's continual infringement by opposing players, Brazilian fans erupted in boos and protests against the Spaniards' brutal tactics. Conversely, Lin Quan often faced fouls from Brazilian players while in possession of the ball. Both sides understood who posed the greatest threat and naturally targeted Lin Quan and Neymar accordingly. However, unlike Neymar, Lin Quan did not exhibit exaggerated theatrics following a foul. Even when tackled, he would swiftly rise and re-engage in the game without uttering a single complaint. In contrast, Neymar's reactions post-foul were somewhat excessively dramatic. When compared, neutral fans found themselves more inclined to support Lin Quan, feeling less sympathy for Neymar. Indeed, it seems that the art of diving has found its successor in Neymar. Neymar might as well pursue a career in Hollywood, for his talents are truly underappreciated in the realm of football. It is no wonder that he was coveted by Barcelona. Since joining the club, he has displayed such remarkable flair, inspiring admiration. Lin, on the other hand, is a man of integrity. Had he reacted to fouls by rolling on the ground in the same dramatic fashion as Neymar, Brazilian defenders would likely find themselves receiving a plethora of yellow cards. For neutral fans, the primary aim is to revel in the spectacle of a thrilling match. Thus, they harbor a disdain for Neymar's antics. Every time the game reaches a fever pitch, he tends to dive, disrupting the flow and significantly diminishing the viewing experience. Despite enduring numerous fouls, Neymar's threat remains undiminished. In the 58th minute, while dribbling down the flank, he found himself encircled by two Spanish players. Neymar's physical resilience is not particularly formidable, certainly not on par with the towering Martinez. When besieged by multiple Spanish players, the Brazilian supporters held their breath, fearing he might be toppled once again. Unlike Lin, Neymar cannot exploit rhythm changes to effortlessly maneuver past defenders. However, he often devises astonishing solutions to challenges he faces. As Martinez approached, Neymar deftly nudged the ball to his left. Upon noticing his opponent's shift in balance, Neymar astonishingly pulled the ball back with his foot. This unexpected move was fraught with danger. As he executed this maneuver, one of his feet left the ground, placing his entire weight precariously on the ball. Such a transition could easily lead to a fall, yet Neymar's exceptional balance allowed him to maintain his footing and successfully complete the action. This maneuver caught Martinez entirely off guard, and with the pitch seemingly a tad slippery, Martinez stumbled, losing his defensive stance. Only Monreal remained beside Neymar. The Arsenal defender, taken aback, focused intently on the ball at Neymar's feet, while simultaneously monitoring his opponent's shifting weight, ready to intercept at a moment's notice. Yet, the ball under Neymar's control appeared almost animated. He gently nudged it towards Monreal, enticing the defender to commit, only to swiftly pull the ball back, retreating as he shifted it to his left foot, his body swaying in tandem. Monreal hastily pursued, unaware that this was merely a feint. Neymar danced left and right, deceiving the defender into lunging to the left, while he himself burst to the right. At that moment, Martinez had regained his footing and was poised to challenge for the ball. With a deft flick, Neymar passed it to a teammate in the center while gliding past Martinez like an eel. After receiving the ball, Fred delivered a precise through pass. And as Neymar prepared to shoot, he was unceremoniously brought down in the penalty area by Ramos. This is what you get for your flashy style of play. After Ramos executed a tackle, he shot a glare at Neymar, even neglecting to extend a hand to help him up. The crowd erupted in chaos. Brazilian fans, momentarily taken aback, began to jeer, protesting to the referee for a penalty. The referee decisively brandished a yellow card at Ramos and awarded a penalty kick to Brazil. Although Ramos made contact with the ball, he had first brought down the player, inadvertently striking the ball in the process. Observing Ramos's demeanor towards Neymar post-tackle, many began to suspect that his intentions were malicious. Apologies, Igor, for the trouble. Ramos composed himself, reflecting on his error. Had the foul not occurred, perhaps Casillas might have saved the shot. No worries, my positioning was poor. Had he shot directly, I might not have been able to save it. Casillas clapped Ramos on the shoulder, refraining from casting blame. Not only him, but witnessing Neymar toy with his teammates in such a manner made even Casillas feel the urge to retaliate. Neymar's style of play is visually captivating, yet it is appreciated solely from the perspective of his supporters and neutral fans. From the opponent's viewpoint, seeing Neymar play in such a way could indeed feel like an affront, inciting a desire to commit a foul. With such flamboyant play, clinging to the ball, and being the focal point of the team's offense, who else should I tackle? However, the consequences of this foul were considerable. On Brazil's side, Neymar opted to take the penalty himself. Casillas fixed his gaze on Neymar, not diverting his attention to the opposing player's movements. Neymar appeared slightly intimidated by the scrutiny, avoiding eye contact with Casillas. He lowered his head, glancing at the right side of the goal, preparing to shoot in that direction. Casillas, noticing this, instinctively lunged towards the right side for a save. With a resounding thud, he deflected the ball away with a powerful palm. A Spanish defender swiftly cleared the ball out of bounds. Rising from the ground, Casillas let out a fierce roar. To breach the goal, St. Casillas, guard, you still have much to learn. Brazilian fans had begun to celebrate when the referee awarded the penalty. But the atmosphere turned silent as they witnessed Casillas thwart Neymar's attempt. The Maracana Stadium, filled with 80,000 spectators, fell eerily quiet. Chapter 16, an utter demise of the match. Surely, I cannot be held accountable for this, murmured Pelé in the box upon witnessing Neymar miss the penalty. The emotions of the Brazilian fans were exceedingly complex. Disappointment, frustration, sorrow, and anger washed over them. Their sentiments would not be so intricate had they not glimpsed hope for an equalizer. Yet, Neymar had conjured that hope only to obliterate it with a single strike. Brazilian fans found it nearly unbearable. A penalty kick. It was indeed a penalty. The probability of a saved penalty is less than 20%. Yet he managed to send it soaring over the bar. It felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through the hearts of the Brazilian supporters. Yet can we solely blame Neymar for the missed opportunity? It seems unjust, for he was the architect of that penalty. One could only assert that Neymar failed to seize the moment and, in a time of crisis for the team, did not rise to the occasion to salvage the situation. To assume the mantle of leadership for the Brazilian squad, he still has a considerable distance to traverse. The failure to convert that penalty has significantly impacted Neymar's mentality. In the ensuing minutes, he appeared somewhat adrift, though he continued to diligently collaborate with his teammates. However, his flair and creativity seemed to have been extinguished, resulting in a performance that can only be described as conventional, lacking in brilliance. Neymar is the most formidable threat within the Brazilian team. His loss of inspiration is a devastating blow to Brazil's offensive capabilities. Conversely, Spain's attacks remained highly menacing. In the 64th minute, Spain unleashed another fluid offensive assault. Their incessant passing and movement tore through Brazil's defensive line once more. Iniesta delivered a lethal through ball, penetrating behind Thiago Silva, granting Lin Quan a chance to face the goalkeeper. Yet, this time, Brazil's goalkeeper, Caesar, was keenly alert. Sensing the impending danger as Iniesta prepared to pass, he swiftly intervened, claiming the ball ahead of Lin Quan. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the Brazilian fans. From the moment Spain initiated their rapid passing sequence, their hearts were already in their throats. As they witnessed the Spanish players executing consecutive wall passes, sending the ball into Brazil's penalty area, the anxiety amongst the Brazilian supporters escalated to a near breaking point. Ultimately, when they saw their goalkeeper secure the ball, a wave of relief washed over them. Thankfully, Caesar came to the rescue. Otherwise, Brazil would likely have found themselves 2 goals down. In the 65th minute, Spain began to adjust their tactics. Xavi repositioned himself from a defensive midfielder to an attacking midfielder, joining forces with the illustrious Iniesta to orchestrate the team's offensive maneuvers. Lin Quan, meanwhile, shifted to the right flank, relentlessly attacking Brazil's left side. Brazil's left back, Marcelo, possesses a notable characteristic. He excels in offense but falters defensively. A humorous adage in football suggests that one Marcelo can outshine 3 Marcels in defense, implying that when Marcelo is on the attack, even he struggles to contain himself. Lin Quan's attacking prowess surpasses that of Marcelo, and in addition to his passing and dribbling skills, he boasts exceptional scoring ability. In the face of Lin Quan's advances from the right, Marcelo found himself utterly unable to withstand the pressure, repeatedly being outmaneuvered by his opponent. On the sidelines, Brazil's coach, Scolari began to grow restless upon observing Spain's strategic shift. Marcelo and Neymar occupy the same flank, and the threat posed by Brazil's left-side attack stems from the formidable capabilities of both players. However, once Lin Quan emerged on that side and effectively subdued Marcelo, the latter hesitated to push forward for support. In this instance, Neymar in the forward line finds himself devoid of support, rendering his threat significantly diminished, leaving him with little opportunity to showcase his prowess. What a ruthless move. I must admit, I have underestimated you, Bosque. Previously, Lin Quan played with the liberty of a forward, not confined to the flanks. As a result, Scolari regarded him as a striker for Spain. Even if he is not a conventional forward, at the very least, a player of the 9.5 role. However, once this impression solidified, Scolari nearly forgot that Lin Quan had been playing as a right winger at Werder Bremen. Not only did Scolari fail to anticipate Bosque's adjustment, but commentators from various television networks were also taken aback by Spain's tactical shift. Bosque's decision to anchor Spain's core forward on the right flank is undeniably audacious. Martin Tyler found this tactical approach of Spain refreshing and admired Bosque's boldness. Lin Quan has consistently been the focal point of Spain's attack, playing in the 9.5 position, shouldering responsibilities of both a forward and a midfielder. Yet, if he is fixed on the flank, he becomes a sharp blade, relinquishing his organizational duties to focus solely on penetrating the enemy's defense. It is foreseeable that with this adjustment, Spain's offensive play will become exceedingly vibrant in the forthcoming period. In the Chelsea office, Mourinho frowned upon Bosque's decision. To him, utilizing Lin Quan this way is a sheer waste of talent. If a player like Lin Quan were in his hands, he could devise countless strategies to unleash his potential to the fullest. Conversely, Guardiola chuckled at Bosque's choice. This tactical style mirrors that of his tenure at Barcelona, though Spain lacks a center forward akin to Eto'o. Consequently, the burden of the attack falls squarely on Lin Quan's shoulders. Should Bosque be aware of the external speculations, he might find amusement in the irony. The world perceives this as a grand offensive maneuver, but in reality, it is a strategy of proactive defense. The priority is not whether Lin Quan can score, but rather to suppress Brazil's left flank effectively. By positioning Lin Quan on the right, he essentially trades him for the pieces of Marcelo and Neymar, an advantageous exchange indeed. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's shift to the right, Brazil's two central defenders finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad to evade the confrontation with this formidable adversary. However, the left-back Marcelo found his situation considerably more challenging. From the 65th minute onward, Spain launched a series of attacks from the right. Despite Marcelo's earnest attempts to keep pace with Lin Quan, the latter's dribbling was simply unreasonable, resulting in numerous failed one-on-one encounters. On fortunate occasions, teammates managed to provide timely support, alleviating the crisis. Yet, on unfortunate ones, even the supporting teammates were bypassed, granting the opposition a direct opportunity to shoot after cutting inside. Exhausted to the brink, Marcelo had no strength left to join in the offensive efforts. Without his forward runs, Neymar finds himself increasingly isolated in the attacking third, frequently besieged by Spanish players. His already lackluster form has almost frozen in place. As the match progressed, spectators on the sidelines began to sense something amiss. Why has Spain dominated the offensive play during this stretch? Where have Brazil's counterattacks vanished? In truth, Brazil does possess organized counterattacks, primarily initiated from the right flank, where Hulk operates. Although Hulk boasts impressive physicality, his technical skills fall significantly short when compared to Neymar's. While he can serve as a finisher, facilitating assists for his teammates proves to be a challenge. Consequently, Brazil's offense fails to pose a credible threat, creating an impression of relentless defense without any counterattacks. In the 77th minute, Lin Quan advanced down the right wing, and despite Marcelo's reluctance, he had no choice but to confront him. Fortunately, his good friend Gustavo arrived to assist, and together they attempted to contain Lin Quan. With the two of us pressing you, surely you can outmaneuver both of us. Lin Quan mused, casting a glance at Gustavo as he surged along the sideline, intent on overpowering Marcelo. Marcelo fought valiantly to maintain his position, determined not to let Lin Quan pass. However, Lin Quan's true intention was not to bypass him along the sideline. Instead, he deftly pulled the ball back and suddenly charged toward Gustavo. Having previously witnessed Lin Quan's prowess during their time at Bayern, Gustavo braced himself for the impending confrontation. As Lin Quan approached with the ball, he immediately assumed a defensive stance, fully focused on intercepting. Lin Quan flicked the ball to his left and accelerated towards that side. Gustavo quickly extended his leg to intercept, but to his surprise, Lin Quan executed 2 quick touches while in motion, evading both his and Marcelo's attempts to block him. Lin Quan emerged from their joint effort to contain him. Thiago Silva, cursing under his breath, was compelled to step in. Had he not intervened, Lin Quan would have had a clear shot on goal. Faced with the world-class defender Thiago Silva, Lin Quan opted for a pass to his teammate. Xavi received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, just as David Luiz charged toward him fiercely. Lacking a viable angle for a shot, Xavi threaded the ball through to the space left open by David Luiz's advance. Iniesta appeared in that space, receiving the ball and executing a seamless shot. Cesar, once again, delivered a world-class save, diving to deflect the ball away. However, the football did not travel far, landing back at the feet of a Spanish player. Upon gaining possession, Pedro faced his club teammate Alves. After attempting a feint that failed to bypass him, he quickly chose to pass to a fellow teammate. With numerous players crowded in the penalty area, Pedro refrained from delivering the ball inside, and instead opted to return it to the periphery of the box. Upon arriving at that position, Martinez surveyed the situation within the penalty area, noting that almost all the Spanish players were of shorter stature. In contrast, the opposing defenders towered over them, making a lofted ball into the box likely futile. As for a ground pass, the congestion within the penalty area rendered such an option impractical. Thus, Martinez chose to take matters into his own hands. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful strike, deforming the football as it soared with a piercing whistle towards the Brazilian goal. The speed of the ball was such that Cesar could not discern its trajectory, and could only instinctively dive in one direction. Unfortunately for him, despite diving correctly, the ball slipped through his armpit and crashed into the net with a swish. In the 78th minute of the match, Spain's midfielder Martinez scored again, extending the lead to 3-1. With a 2-goal advantage, Spain could already glimpse the championship beckoning them. This goal by Martinez effectively sealed Brazil's fate. With less than 20 minutes remaining, could they possibly equalize? Even the Brazilian fans found it hard to believe. If they truly possessed such formidable offensive prowess, they would not have managed only a single goal thus far. Moreover, that solitary goal was merely a result of an initial aggressive assault. Once Spain established their formation and settled into the match, they had been unable to breach Spain's defense again. As this realization dawned, countless Brazilian fans felt their eyes well up with tears. It was difficult for them to accept the prospect of their team losing the championship on home soil. Yet the brutality of football offers no mercy. There is but one championship trophy, while numerous teams vie for it. The victors are destined to be few, while the vanquished are many. Witnessing his team's expanded lead, Del Bosque sighed in relief. He began making substitutions, bringing on Cazorla to replace the veteran Xavi. The Spanish fans in attendance rose to their feet, offering a rapturous ovation to Xavi, expressing gratitude for his contributions to the team. As Xavi jogged off the pitch, he too applauded the fans, thanking them for their support. Following Cazorla's entry, Spain continued their earlier offensive onslaught, persistently targeting Brazil's left flank. Brazil's left side was entirely stifled, unable to mount any attacks from that wing. Meanwhile, the right flank, where Hulk resided, posed little threat. Scolari was compelled to make personnel adjustments, substituting Hulk for Lucas Moura. Lucas, though modest in stature at 1.72 meters, possessed remarkable speed, embodying the archetype of a swift winger. Clearly, Scolari sought to leverage his pace and organizational skills to shift the momentum. This substitution had a certain effect. Upon entering, Lucas indeed created a few threats, even forcing Peak into a foul, earning him a yellow card. However, Brazil's attacks still failed to convert into goals, and time continued to slip away. In the final stages of the match, Lin Quan, upon gaining possession, ceased to aggressively assault the opposition. After Xavi's departure, Cazorla played as an attacking midfielder for a while before reverting to a defensive role. Consequently, Lin Quan returned to a secondary striker position, taking on the responsibility of orchestrating attacks from the front. At this juncture, engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange with their adversaries would be detrimental for Spain, who were leading in the score. What they required was to exert control over the tempo of the match, gradually consuming the clock. Thus, upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan deliberately slowed the pace of the game, passing back and forth with his teammates while patiently seeking opportunities. Brazilian fans, initially buoyed by the introduction of Lucas, which seemed to invigorate their team's offense, were eagerly anticipating a potential score revision or even a miraculous comeback. Instead, they witnessed Spain's seasoned players indulging in a series of backward passes, inciting their fury as boos and jeers rained down upon the Spanish players. However, the Spanish team remained unfazed, continuing their methodical play. Each player performed their role with composure, much to Brazil's chagrin. Brazil's coach, Scolari, glared at Del Bosque, seemingly questioning the latter's audacity. Del Bosque shrugged in response. Audacity? Please, we are merely passing in the midfield, not in our own half. You are entirely welcome to apply pressure. No one is preventing you. Pressure was indeed necessary. With mere minutes left in the match, failing to intercept and allowing Spain to waste time would surely seal Brazil's fate. Already trailing by 2 goals, Brazil had little to lose. Thus, Scolari gestured emphatically for his players to surge forward and reclaim the ball. Lin Quan, who had been leisurely orchestrating the ball movement with his teammates, noticed the opponents charging at them with fervor. He promptly signaled for a quicker passing rhythm. Suddenly, Spain's passing speed surged. Lin Quan, orchestrating from the center, adeptly utilized the width of the field, alternating passes between the central midfielder and the winger. Blessed with superior stamina, he was more than capable of covering extra ground. Conversely, the Brazilian players struggled to keep pace, chasing the ball relentlessly, yet they could not seize possession as the ball was exchanged deftly throughout the field. Frustrated, they resorted to a foul, knocking Lin Quan to the ground. The referee quickly blew the whistle, issuing a yellow card to the offending Oscar and awarding Spain a free kick. Lin Quan, despite the pleas of many Spanish fans for him to prolong his time on the ground, opted not to. He sat on the grass, massaging his ankle, reflecting on Oscar's aggressive challenge. Thanks to his innate resilience against injuries, he felt a piercing pain, but it could have been far worse without that gift. Should he call for a stretcher? Iniesta and Silva approached, expressing their concern. No need, Lin Quan replied, shaking his head. With the assistance of his teammates, he rose to his feet and took a few tentative steps. The spot where he was fouled throbbed painfully, yet the discomfort was subsiding. A little ice upon returning should suffice. Seeing Lin Quan back on his feet, the Spanish fans collectively sighed in relief. As the match approached its conclusion, the potential injury of their key player loomed ominously, casting a shadow over what would otherwise be a hard-fought victory. On the sidelines, Bosque appeared more anxious than the Spanish supporters, summoning Torres to prepare for his imminent entry onto the pitch. However, Lin Quan gestured to him, indicating his intent to execute the impending free kick before departing. Positioned near the center circle, the distance from the goal rendered a direct shot nearly impossible. Yet, Spain opted to loft the ball into the penalty area, compelling the Brazilian players to retreat and form a defensive wall. Although a direct scoring opportunity was unlikely, the threat of a header from within the box remained significant. Inside the penalty area, Spanish players jostled with their Brazilian counterparts, prompting the referee to intervene with a warning to be mindful of their actions. The crowd erupted in boos, as the match had reached the 86th minute, and it was evident that the execution of this free kick could consume at least 2 minutes, an undeniable tactic to waste time, perceived as despicable and shameless. Disregarding the jeers from the crowd, Lin Quan signaled to his teammates, indicating his intention to position himself at the far post. The ball was struck, and the Spanish players surged towards the back post. Observing their movement, the Brazilian players followed suit. However, the ball landed at the front post instead. Peak seized the opportunity but chose not to shoot directly. Instead, he deftly passed to a teammate in space. Cazorla, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, feigned a shot, drawing the nearby Brazilian defenders towards him in an attempt to block. Yet, in a surprising turn, Cazorla redirected the ball towards the vacant space on Brazil's left flank. There, a flash of red surged forward, receiving the pass, and, with a swift motion, penetrated the penalty area, striking the ball past the approaching goalkeeper into the net. 41. Lin Quan scored his 3rd goal of the match, completing a hat trick and decisively sealing the fate of the game. With stoppage time factored in, less than 6 minutes remained, leaving Brazil with little hope of recovery. Thus concludes this chapter.